Chapter 101. Seeing a huge cake before one's eyes, but unable to touch it is a deeply painful experience for a starving person. Shi Yiming is in this situation now. Having established his own base, he urgently needs various types of ships to support his development. However, Shi Yiming clearly knows that attacking the engineer with his current strength would be a suicidal act. So for now, he can only endure it, and wait until he is stronger enough to find a way to capture the engineer. Of course, there is also the issue of personnel. Although Gaia has a population of nearly 300 million, their knowledge base is too low to be competent for the work on a warship. When the engineer is fully staffed, it will have as many as 100,000 personnel serving on board. And this is just the number of personnel. To successfully operate the engineer, the requirements for these 100,000 personnel are much higher than those required for an ordinary warship. The engineer is a giant mobile dock, and its personnel include not only combatants, but also engineers and researchers. Where would Gaia find so many engineers and researchers? So, controlling the mobile dock quickly was out of the question. All they could do was keep the engineer there, and occasionally send people to check on it to prevent others from getting there first. Even more, Mao Qiming had sent the pioneering fleet to the ancestral star territory to plunder the population. Over a month had passed, and there was still no sign of the fleet returning. This made him extremely anxious. This pioneering mission was a PY transaction between Mao Qiming and a prominent politician, aimed at securing a long-term supply contract from the official commercial alliance for the Flamingo Group. If someone emerged who could help the political leaders achieve their population growth targets this year, Flamingo Group would secure the alliance's exclusive supply contract for the next 30 years, potentially benefiting the group by hundreds of trillions. How could Mao Qiming not take this seriously? He had paid a fortune to acquire intelligence about the planet Gaia in the ancestor galaxy from the Mercenary Guild, and then dispatched a pioneering fleet overnight to plunder its population. But once the fleet had gone, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no news for over a month. Zhang Wei, that idiot, is taking so long to seize a planet without even a single warship. He cursed as he pressed the call button on his desk. Secretary Liu, get Zheng Dong here. More than 10 minutes later, Zheng Dong stood erect in Mao Qiming's office, listening to his boss's lecture. Go to the Ancestor Star region and exchange that idiot Zhang Wei for me. Mao Qiming said nothing more, simply ordering Zheng Dong to do the exchange. Okay, boss. Zheng Dong appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was terribly agitated. He had been suppressed by Zhang Wei for a long time. He was naturally thrilled to finally have the chance to push Zhang Wei out. Leaving his boss's office, he immediately gathered his men to prepare his cruiser and set sail as quickly as possible. But when he arrived at the Awakener system, Shi Yiming and his men destroyed one of his engines, and he was surrounded by more than a dozen warships. He burst into tears. Even more devastated, Shi Yiming imprisoned him and Zhang Wei in the same cell. After waiting for another month, Mao Qiming's fury finally calmed down. After sending 2 groups of people in succession with no further news, it was clear that something had gone wrong, or something was fishy. Mao Qiming's first reaction was that someone was targeting him, but on second thought, that wasn't likely. Although he had many enemies, most of them were business figures, and they were absolutely adept at tripping him up during business negotiations. But when it came to dealing with the Kaichua fleet, he, Mao Qiming, was a god of war in the business world. His opponents had never been known to gain any advantage against his fleet. That's strange. Which ba** dares to mess with this? Mao Qiming pressed the communicator on his desk again, notifying his secretary to assemble the company's security fleet. This time, he wanted to see for himself. Ordinarily, such a minor matter wouldn't require the attention of a big boss like him, but right now, he had no choice. This 30-year contract was too important for the Flamingo Group. For years ago, they risked breach of contract by removing 4 battlecruisers from the shipyard, and now the group was burdened with enormous debts. Without this contract, the Flamingo Group would be doomed to bankruptcy and liquidation. Thinking of this, Mao Qiming wanted to slap himself. He'd been so blinded by greed that he let himself be deceived by that guy named Shi Yiming. The group's security fleet quickly assembled, and Mao Qiming arrived aboard his own ship, the Flamingo battlecruiser. The flat battlecruiser, painted with the Flamingo Group logo, drew the surrounding spacecraft away. Why is the Flamingo Group's boss personally commanding a warship? The airport dispatcher sat down with his colleagues and started gossiping. I heard their pioneering fleet had an accident. 2 groups of people went there, and neither returned. Oh my god, who's so audacious as to attack the Flamingo Group's pioneering fleet? Who said it wasn't? Looks like they're serious this time. That's the Flamingo Group's security fleet, second only to the Alliance's regular fleet in combat power. Qi Yiming, who was busy prospecting for minerals in the asteroid belt in the Awakener galaxy, had already sensed something was amiss when Zheng Dong was captured and had raised Gaia's combat readiness. All warship crews were on 24/7 standby, ensuring that all warships were ready for combat at any time. Sure enough, after waiting for half a month, the Flamingo Group's security fleet appeared on the edge of the Awakener galaxy. The fleet, which had been on alert, was detected by the Xiefeng's radar the moment Mao Qiming's fleet emerged from warp mode. The fleet immediately assembled to deal with this enemy force. This time, the enemy has 1 battlecruiser, 3 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 15 frigates. Qi Yiming explained the combat composition of Mao Qiming's fleet in the fleet channel, his tone unusually relaxed. It had been several months since the occupation of the Awakener system. Qi Yiming had the markings removed from the hulls of several cruisers previously captured from the Pioneer fleet. He then had Wang Xin tow them to the Commercial Alliance, repair the damaged parts, and reassign the warships. Qi Yiming now had a fleet that was barely capable of holding its own. Including the captured warships, Qi Yiming now possessed 1 specialized cruiser, 3 general-purpose cruisers, 4 destroyers, 5 frigates, and 1 of Qiao Shan's specialized frigates. Fang Min and Liu Bishu were both nervous. The opposing fleet had a battlecruiser, a single one that was equal to the combat power of their 3 cruisers. But aside from Fang Min and Liu Bishu, no one else in the fleet seemed particularly nervous. Has Qi Yiming become so arrogant after taking this group out? Fang Min muttered quietly. He wanted to remind Qi Yiming that even if he continued to be arrogant, he still had to be timid when faced with a situation where he should be. Was that battlecruiser something they could possibly mess with right now? Liu Bishu was more direct. He pressed the communication button and shouted into the fleet channel, "Your Excellency, you should reconsider this. The opposing fleet is powerful enough to crush us." Qi Yiming simply smiled and said nothing. To be honest, aside from the people who had traveled with him to the former Federation territory and the people on Gaia, Fang Min and Liu Bishu really thought Qi Yiming was just playing a game of supremacy, and that he was becoming the leader just to satisfy his desire to be a leader. In this case, Qi Yiming must completely defeat these guys, who are not convinced by him through this battle. Chapter 102. When Mao Qiming saw Qi Yiming's fleet clearly on the battlefield monitor, he burst into laughter. "I thought they were some god-level figure, but it turns out they're just a few cruisers. They can take out my pioneering fleet, but they're no match for my security fleet." Mao Qiming hadn't realized the fleet confronting him was the exploration fleet he'd been dreaming of. Qi Yiming certainly wouldn't expose himself. But Mao Qiming wasn't a fool. As soon as the 2 fleets opened fire, he sensed something was amiss. He could clearly see the armor of the enemy ships damaged by his own fleet rapidly healing after being illuminated by a green beam. This scene was all too familiar. Mao Qiming immediately thought of Qi Yiming's ancient warship 4 years ago, which seemed to have repaired friendly ships in the same way. "It's you, Qi Yiming." Mao Qiming immediately called to Qi Yiming via the wide area communication system, and the message certainly wasn't about warding off the cold and providing warmth. Qi Yiming had returned, but the 4 battlecruisers originally assigned to escort him hadn't. Even a fool could tell those 4 warships were in grave danger. "I was so blinded by greed that I trusted you, a smooth-talking fellow." Qi Yiming saw he couldn't pretend anymore, so he stood up. "Hey, isn't that Mr. Mao? It's like a flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple, and family members are no longer recognized as family. Who are you? I wish I could eat you alive." Mao Qiming angrily slapped the armrest of the captain's chair. "But now that you're back, if you hand over your technological legacy, I might consider letting you go." Qi Yiming nearly burst out laughing. "Mr. Mao, aren't you afraid of getting your tongue caught in the wind? You sent 4 battlecruisers to guard me, but they couldn't do anything to me. Now you think you can control me with just these few warships? We have to fight to see if we can control you." Since the 2 couldn't reach an agreement, they had no choice but to fight. "Attention, all ships, form a spindle formation." Mao Qiming was furious, preparing to personally lead the fleet in the attack, with the Flamingo at the tip of the spindle formation. Qi Yiming responded tit for tat, also forming a spindle formation, with the Xiefeng taking the lead. Both fleets launched simultaneous attacks when they were within 1,000 kilometers of each other. Although Qi Yiming's side was outnumbered, the Xiefeng's presence meant the difference in energy density between the 2 sides wasn't that great. In fact, the Xiefeng's ability to perform remote repairs gave it a slight advantage. However, Qi Yiming was puzzled by the fact that his own fleet's intensive attacks didn't seem to yield much results. Mao Qiming's fleet had only a few frigates that were unlucky enough to withstand so much damage all at once, and failed to survive the first round. Qi Yiming zoomed in on the battlefield monitor and carefully observed the enemy warships. He could vaguely see faint ionospheres flowing slowly along the hulls of each warship. Energy armor? Qi Yiming was somewhat surprised. Sure enough, the more advanced technology was in the hands of these so-called elites. However, it seemed that the ionosphere generators equipped in Mao Qiming's fleet were not very powerful, otherwise those frigates would not have been unable to withstand the attacks. After the first round of test attacks, Qi Yiming had a plan in mind. While energy armor can improve a warship's survivability, it only becomes apparent in large-scale melee engagements. In a small-scale fleet battle like this, the advantages energy armor offers are limited, especially when under concentrated enemy fire. Attention, all ships! All main guns follow the Xiafeng's lead. The enemy ship is energy armored, so concentrated fire is necessary, otherwise, it will be difficult to penetrate its armor. Qi Yiming commanded over the fleet command channel as the ships prepared for their second attack. In the second round, the Xiafeng fired first, aiming directly at Mao Qiming's Flamingo. Seeing only the Xiafeng fired, Mao Qiming thought Qi Yiming had misstepped in command and was about to laugh at him, but what happened next nearly frightened him to tears. After a brief adjustment, Qi Yiming's fleet trained their guns on the Flamingo, followed by a barrage of laser beams that pierced the Flamingo's hull. Had Mao Qiming not ordered the ionospheric generator's output increased, the Flamingo would likely have suffered heavy damage in the second round of attacks. Even so, the Flamingo's outer armor suffered multiple penetrations. While not fatal, it still made Mao Qiming break out in a cold sweat. Conversely, after Qi Yiming's side intercepted the enemy's missile swarm with a concentrated secondary gun attack, only a few frigates were pierced by multiple burst laser beams, causing considerable casualties. Qi Yiming's manpower was limited, so he immediately withdrew the 2 frigates from the battlefield and carried out emergency repairs. The Xiafeng only used nanobots to repair the 2 frigates' outer armor before they withdrew. Originally confident, Mao Qiming immediately regretted his decision upon realizing his warship was in danger of being sunk. He regretted his presumptuous decision to stand at the tip of the spindle formation at the start of the battle, and even attempt to lead the fleet in the attack. This was awkward. Honestly, he wanted to retreat. But as the vanguard of the attack, retreating would undoubtedly be a warning to his own men. We're no match for the enemy. Everyone, prepare to retreat. To avoid damaging his own fleet's morale, Mao Qiming had no choice but to press forward. This time, he learned his lesson, imitating Qi Yiming's tactics and ordering the fleet to focus its fire on the Xiafeng. To his despair, not only was the Xiafeng's armor unpenetrated, but even the outer ionosphere remained intact. Mao Qiming, furious, shouted through the wide-area communication, "Qi Yiming, are you a bug in this universe? All these explosive laser beams can't penetrate your outer armor?" Qi Yiming ignored Mao Qiming. Qi Yiming's assessment of Mao Qiming was that anyone who had the energy to curse the enemy commander on the battlefield was a fool. Qi Yiming's Xiafeng wasn't much better off, having barely withstood that round of attacks thanks to the Ares cruiser's internal ionospheric generator operating at superpower. If Mao Qiming's fleet focused its fire on the Xiafeng again in the next round, it would undoubtedly penetrate its outer armor, causing considerable damage. After 2 rounds of attacks, the Xiafeng's 2 super main guns completed their charge. As the 2 main guns trained their muzzles on the Flamingo, Mao Qiming felt a chill down his spine. This feeling had occurred to him before, as a mercenary. Had he not been alert, he would have nearly lost his life. This time, the feeling reappeared, and Mao Qiming reacted immediately. He immediately pressed the escape button located beneath the armrest of the captain's chair. A transparent glass cover rose from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping him and the chair within the cylindrical glass enclosure. The next second, Mao Qiming was loaded into the escape pod beneath the captain's chair and ejected from the Flamingo before the Xiafeng's attack arrived. The Xiafeng's supercannon's attack pierced the enemy fleet's formation. No warship survived the violet energy beam, including the Flamingo battlecruiser. Chapter 103. Mao Qiming was lucky. His escape pod ejected far enough to evade the Xiafeng's supercannon. But his fleet wasn't so lucky. 2 purple energy beams pierced their formation, sweeping out a fan-shaped boundary to either side. Any warship caught in this cross-section was cleaved in 2 by the energy beams, like steel. A battle like this would crush anyone. As Qi Yiming had anticipated, after the Xiafeng supercannon completed its attack, the Flamingo Group's security fleet collapsed instantly. The remaining warships retreated hastily, hoping to escape the Xiafeng's main gun's range as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the Xiafeng supercannon took a whopping 1 minute and 30 seconds to recharge. Even with the lightning's energy boost, the recharge time could only be reduced to 1 minute. 1 minute was enough time for the remaining Flamingo Group warships to turn around and flee the battlefield. Fortunately, Mao Qiming had modified his own warship, transforming the escape pod beneath his captain's chair into a small aircraft. This allowed him to return to another warship as the fleet disintegrated, avoiding capture by Qi Yiming. Back at Flamingo Group headquarters, Mao Qiming furiously cursed Qi Yiming. But inwardly, Mao Qiming was ecstatic, for Qi Yiming had returned, and there was a high probability he obtained the technological legacy. As long as they could secure the legacy, Flamingo Group could leverage it to attract further investment and avoid bankruptcy. The 30-year supply contract would be of little use. But the current situation was indeed unfavorable for Mao Qiming. With his limited resources, he couldn't possibly take down Qi Yiming, but he didn't want to easily recruit his peers into the group and share the legacy with him. Just as his brows were falling, Mao Qiming suddenly remembered Qi Yiming's identity. Qi Yiming was an awakened one. Who hated awakened ones the most? Mao Qiming actually knew there was a group of people constantly hunting down awakened ones. Although he didn't know the reason, that didn't stop him from collaborating with them. Cooperating with these assassins had another advantage. The Human Purification Light organization wasn't involved in the arms industry. Even if they obtained technological heritage, they would at most use it for research. If they wanted to produce warships, they would still have to come to him, Mao Qiming. That was great. Mao Qiming was delighted at having come up with such a perfect plan. He poured himself a glass of red wine from the office's wine cabinet, humming a little tune as he dialed a long-lost communication code. The call connected, revealing a gloomy old man with white hair. The old man's name was Song Shixiang, a high-ranking member of the Human Purification Light organization, commanding many highly skilled assassins. "Isn't this Mr. Mao?" The old man's voice was a little hoarse, but he spoke with full energy. "It's been a while since we last contacted each other. Is it the sun rising from the west today?" "Mr. Song, you're joking." Mao Qiming looked at the old man on the communicator with a smile. "All right, you businessmen never do anything without profit. Just tell me what you have to say." Song Shixiang's face turned stern, and it seemed that he didn't like Mao Qiming. Mao Qiming didn't get angry, but continued to smile at Song Shixiang. "My news is a bit sensitive. I have to tell Mr. Song in person." "Oh!" Song Shixiang glanced at Mao Qiming curiously. "What sensitive news? And I have to tell you in person?" "It's about the Awakened, and the Human Federation behind them." Mao Qiming wasn't worried about Song Shixiang not seeing him. After all, the news he knew was too explosive. Song Shixiang was stunned at first when Mao Qiming mentioned the Awakened, but his expression immediately relaxed. But when Mao Qiming mentioned the former Human Federation, his interest was piqued again. "Then why don't you come to the Commercial Alliance's capital planet? I'm visiting friends there lately." Song Shixiang considered it for a moment, but couldn't resist the allure of the news about the former Human Federation. After hanging up the phone, Mao Qiming downed the rest of his glass of red wine in one gulp, immediately packed up, and headed for the Commercial Alliance's capital planet. 3 days later, Mao Qiming met Song Shixiang in the restaurant of a high-end hotel on the capital planet. After a few cheesy pleasantries and mutual flattery, Mao Qiming got straight to the point. "I wonder if Mr. Song has heard of Qi Yiming." Song Shixiang frowned, thinking for a long moment before speaking. "Qi Yiming? I remember him. For years ago, we received an anonymous email claiming he was an Awakened." "Yes, that's him." Mao Qiming seemed a little surprised. Someone had actually anonymously reported Qi Yiming. It's unclear whether the reporter filled out the anonymous report form. But this person disappeared 4 years ago. It seems he disappeared near the border of the Commercial Alliance, near the Ancestral Star region. Mao Qiming's mouth twitched at the mention of the Ancestral Star region. But he quickly composed himself and continued. "For years ago, this person led an expeditionary fleet to the former capital planet of the Human Federation." Song Shixiang laughed at this. "Haha. Went to the former capital planet of the Human Federation? These people really don't change their ways. Don't they know what's there? But that's not important. Has this person returned? Mr. Song is wise. This man has indeed returned in one piece." Song Shixiang's face suddenly darkened. "He actually returned? Where is he now?" "Mr. Song, don't worry. I came to see you today for this very reason." Mao Qiming soothed Song Shixiang. Song Shixiang glanced at Mao Qiming, feeling that this man must possess some profound secret, otherwise, he wouldn't be so secretive. "Tell me about it." Song Shixiang finally patiently listened. Mao Qiming briefly recounted the incident of sending someone to escort Qi Yiming to the former capital planet of the Human Federation. "You idiot!" Song Shixiang flew into a rage after hearing Mao Qiming's account. Can't we just wander freely into the former Human Federation's territory? What if we attract those damn bugs? Don't worry, Mr. Song. Mao Qiming ignored him and continued, discussing Qi Yiming. This Qi Yiming may have brought back the technological heritage of the former Human Federation. Hearing this, Song Shixing, who had been furious, suddenly quieted down. Technological heritage? You mean he brought back scientific data left behind on the capital planet by the former Human Federation? Mao Qiming nodded calmly. Song Shixing adopted a harmless expression and looked at Mao Qiming with interest. Since you know this information, why don't you keep it for yourself? Mao Qiming didn't hide it. Mr. Song, I'm just a businessman. How could I possibly deal with an awakened being who could return unscathed from the former Human Federation's capital planet? Song Shixing finally understood. It wasn't that Mao Qiming didn't want to keep the technological heritage for himself, but that he couldn't deal with Qi Yiming, which was why he came to him. Tell me, how are you planning to cooperate with me? Song Shixing didn't mince words, and directly discussed the terms of cooperation with Mao Qiming. We will share our technological heritage. In the future, any warships your organization needs, Flamingo Group will sell them to you at cost. Mao Qiming directly offered what he considered a very tempting offer. Chapter 104. After easily repelling Mao Qiming, Qi Yiming failed to find Mao Qiming's lifeboat while cleaning up the battlefield. He had to speculate that Mao Qiming had escaped the Awakener Galaxy, which worried him greatly. If Mao Qiming successfully escaped back to Flamingo's headquarters in the Commercial Alliance, it would mean a steady stream of trouble. Fighting a war of attrition with arms dealers would be tantamount to seeking death. Qi Yiming had to find a way to resolve the Mao Qiming issue. Unable to come up with a good solution alone, Qi Yiming convened a meeting to pool their resources. Fang Min and Lu Bishu, needless to say, had been working on Gaia's surface, available on call. Although Wang Shuhua and the others had their own missions, they were fortunately not far from Gaia. Within half a day, everyone had gathered in a multimedia conference room inside the Gaia United Government building. This was the first formal meeting on anomalies Qi Yiming had held since taking over Gaia, and everyone took it very seriously. Everyone attending the meeting was dressed in formal attire, their respective aides diligently taking notes. Qi Yiming cleared his throat and began his pre-meeting remarks. We now have a place to stay. The tasks ahead will be quite complex. I hope everyone will fulfill their responsibilities and contribute to our success. Of course, Qi Yiming wouldn't let anyone work for nothing. Haven't you heard the saying that bosses who promise employees nothing but promises are being shady? Qi Yiming certainly wouldn't be shady. While promising everyone a good deal, he also offered everyone a satisfactory salary, more than enough for those who had worked with him from the beginning to provide a comfortable life for their families. Wang-sun, you be responsible for mineral exploration as soon as possible. We need to quickly determine the distribution of minerals in the Ancestral Star region to facilitate future mining. Wang-sun nodded, indicating that he would pay attention to this matter. Wang Shuhua, you be responsible for the recruitment and training of fleet personnel. After the meeting, I give you a list of the former Human Federation fleet's configurations. We can just use the existing one. Wang Shuhua also nodded and signaled his adjutant to take note. Fang Min and Lu Bishu, you will continue to assist the Gaia Star government with administrative reforms. I hope to see results by the end of this year. Fang Min and Lu Bishu nodded in succession, both of them serious. They both knew that compared to Wang Sun and Wang Shuhua, they were latecomers. If they wanted to be valued, they would have to work even harder. After briefly assigning individual tasks, Qi Yiming brought up the matter of Mao Qiming. Mao Qiming. Everyone should know him. Qi Yiming lowered his head, thought for a moment, and continued, ever since returning from the Human Federation capital, I've been trying my best to avoid meeting Mao Qiming, but despite all my calculations, I still bumped into him. Everyone smiled knowingly, and continued to listen to Qi Yiming's chatter. This person knew our original purpose for going to the Human Federation capital, and he's probably guessed we succeeded. I think there's going to be a constant stream of trouble coming our way. So, we need to resolve the Mao Qiming issue as soon as possible. We can't afford to waste time. I don't think Mao Qiming will cause us any major trouble. Wang Shuhua spoke first. Tell me. He's only trying to get his hands on our technological heritage. If things get too drastic, it'd be hard to keep this secret. Qi Yiming nodded, agreeing with Wang Shuhua's point. The problem was, Mao Qiming alone in a war of attrition was a bit much for Qi Yiming and his men. Wang Shuhua continued, our biggest problem right now is our inability to be self-sufficient. If Mao Qiming engages in a war of attrition, we'd be severely disadvantaged and eventually worn down by him. That's my concern too. That's why I called a meeting to see if you have any good ideas. We can't achieve self-sufficiency in the short term. Wang Xin didn't want to discourage everyone, but this was a very realistic issue, and he had to remind Qi Yiming. Head of state. At this moment, Lu Bishu stood up, as if he had something to say. Qi Yiming nodded, indicating that he could speak freely. After receiving approval, Lu Bishu gathered his thoughts and slowly spoke. Since we can't achieve self-sufficiency in the short term, should we find a way to slow down Mao Qiming's preparations? What are your specific ideas? Qi Yiming gestured for Lu Bishu to continue. Find some of Mao Qiming's competitors, and work with them to trip him up, leaving him with insufficient energy to deal with us. I object. Before Qi Yiming could express his opinion, Fang Min, who was sitting next to Lu Bishu, spoke up first. This would increase our risk of being exposed. Mr. Lu, what bargaining chips should we use to convince Mao Qiming's competitors to cooperate with us? Money? Qi Yiming nodded in agreement after hearing Fang Min's words. Fang Min's words made sense. They didn't have many chips to throw out right now. They couldn't possibly just throw away the technological heritage, could they? It would be better to directly partner with Mao Qiming, so fewer people would know about the heritage's existence. I think we can establish a military outpost at the entrance to the ancestral star territory. With the Xiefeng's combat power, coupled with some railguns, and taking advantage of the brief energy dislocation caused by the warship exiting warp mode, we should be able to delay the enemy for a while. Yilu whispered, as if she herself had little confidence in this method. But the sharp-eyed Qi Yiming immediately grasped the key point. Yes, why hadn't he thought of this method? Since he had already occupied the ancestral star territory, establishing a border outpost was inevitable. Why not take this opportunity to establish one? A border outpost is no different from an airport. At most, it provides a temporary berth for warships, while the crew still lives aboard. This simple berth can be purchased at any free port in the commercial alliance. As for the giant railgun, Gaia's technology can't produce energy weapons, but electromagnetic weapons are certainly possible. After a period of integration, by consolidating all of Gaia's cutting-edge technology production lines, it might be possible to produce 1 or 2 giant electromagnetic railguns. Qi Yiming immediately adjourned the meeting and personally boarded the Xiefeng to the commercial alliance's free port closest to the ancestral star domain to purchase a simple berthing system. Just before Qi Yiming departed, Qin Cheng brought him good news. After months of hard work, the assembled scientists had finally identified a cutting-edge technology from the scientific heritage, one related to talent development. Qi Yiming was overjoyed upon hearing this. Is it a technology called the Basic Knowledge Intelligent Teaching System? Qin Cheng nodded excitedly. He had already used this system and benefited greatly from it. He immediately understood the importance of this to Qi Yiming's talent development plan. He immediately had a promotional plan for this system developed, awaiting Qi Yiming's signature. This would effectively resolve Qi Yiming's concerns about the fleet's talent shortage. Chapter 105. Overjoyed, Qi Yiming immediately assigned the task of establishing the border outpost to Yilu. He returned to Gaia's surface and hurried to the Academy of Sciences he had personally established. The Academy's vice president was an old man buried up to his neck in dirt named Xue Boihui. At this moment, Xue Boihui was sitting in the lab, experiencing the newly produced prototype. The knowledge taught by this learning system wasn't advanced, it seemed basic to scientists like them. However, this basic knowledge was only for scientists. If it were within Gaia's current educational system, much of the information in this system would definitely be prepared for doctoral students. Qi Yiming, who had rushed over in a hurry, was not met by anyone, which made Qin Cheng, the person in charge, a little embarrassed. But Qi Yiming didn't care. The more obsessed these people seemed with science and technology, the more reassured he became. He believed that as long as he held the technological legacy in his hands, these people would never betray him. But Qin Cheng cared. He rushed into the lab and yelled, finally calling out those engrossed in learning the system. Qi Yiming didn't stop Qin Cheng. After all, Qin Cheng was nominally in charge, and he couldn't undermine his authority in front of his subordinates. Mr. Xue. Qi Yiming showed some respect for these old men obsessed with science and technology. How's the analysis going on with this system? Your Excellency. Xue Boihui shook Qi Yiming's hand warmly, then beamed. This system is amazing. It can transmit all the basic knowledge into the human brain via radio waves within a few hours, and the brain will store this knowledge in the subconscious. Qi Yiming, of course, knew the magic of this system. He had used it to complete his studies, but he still patiently listened to Xue Boihui explain how it worked. Students who receive instruction from this system have essentially completed all the basic knowledge they learned during their school years. All that remains is application, Xue Boihui said, growing increasingly excited. Qi Yiming, fearing he might get overly excited and have a heart attack, soothed him. Mr. Shui, don't get excited. Speak slowly. Shui Boiwi finally realized his own gaffe, adjusted his expression, and continued, let me give you an example. Imagine a student who has never received any education, but who undergoes brainwave training using this system, storing all the basic knowledge in their subconscious. Shui Boiwi then took a piece of paper and wrote the equation 1 + 1 = on it. He continued, when this student sees any question, they naturally think of the number 2, just as they would when they saw this equation. However, this system has its drawbacks. All knowledge stored in the subconscious is static. Innovation requires applying this knowledge. Even if you master advanced fundamentals, it's useless if you don't know how to apply them. For this reason, this system has long been used to teach basic knowledge. For example, many things students need to memorize can be learned through this system, rapidly cultivating foundational talent. What Qi Yiming lacks now is basic talents. With this system, he can quickly establish a complete industrial system and achieve self-sufficiency as quickly as possible. By then, Qi Yiming would be confident he could defeat even a regular fleet from the commercial alliance, let alone Mao Qiming. Are there any obstacles in equipment production? Qi Yiming's primary concern was whether this equipment could be widely adopted. Shui Boiwi looked at Qi Yiming with some embarrassment. Just let me know if you have any difficulties. I solve them immediately if I can, Qi Yiming said to him confidently. There's a rare metal that's in very short supply. We only produced enough in the lab for one device. Seeing Qi Yiming's confidence, Shui Boiwi no longer hesitated and explained the current difficulties. This metal doesn't exist on Gaia. We extracted it from the debris of hundreds of meteorites, each about 30 centimeters in diameter. Qi Yiming was stunned to hear how difficult it was to extract the material. How could he understand materials, let alone something extracted from meteorites? Where do you think this material is most likely to be found? Qi Yiming was desperate, hoping to find a breakthrough elsewhere. He didn't even ask what the material was called. He wouldn't know even if he asked, so he might as well just ask for a solution. We suspect this material is very likely to be found in large quantities in the asteroid belt of the Awakener system. That's easy. Let Chen Cheng take you there. Chen Cheng looked at Qi Yiming with embarrassment. What's the problem? Qi Yiming asked casually, knowing from Chen Cheng's expression that this wasn't that simple. We don't have the mining equipment. Qi Yiming slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about this? He looked at the two people in front of him sheepishly. Don't worry, I take care of it right away. After that, Qi Yiming immediately took out his personal communicator and called Yi Lu, who was still in high orbit on Gaia, waiting to load energy blocks. Sister Yi, get some more energy blocks. And by the way, procure 2 deep space mining ships. We're going to start mining. After hearing Yi Lu's response, Qi Yiming hung up and said to Shui Boiwi and the others, optimize the production process first. We deal with the rare metals once the mining ships return. As for that equipment in the lab, don't leave it unused. Find someone to run a small-scale experiment first. Qi Yiming gave a few more instructions before leaving the academy because he remembered something more important. Qiao Shan didn't seem to be there at the meeting today. Qiao Shan hadn't been seen in the past few days, and his Azure no longer seemed to be at Gaia's surface battleship base. After repelling the Flamingo Arms Group's security fleet that day, Qiao Shan said he had to go out for something. But it's been several days, and there's been no news. Qi Yiming didn't suspect Qiao Shan was leaving his team, but rather worried something might happen to him. He had promised Wei Feng to take good care of him. He called Yi Lu again. Sister Yi, have you heard from Qiao Shan these past 2 days? But to Qi Yiming's surprise, Qiao Shan had actually been in constant contact with Yi Lu. Oh. Qiao Shan went to the business alliance to contact some of his former subordinates, saying they might be able to help. He's been so busy these past 2 days that I forgot to tell you. Yi Lu stuck out her tongue. I'm glad he's okay. If he contacts you again, be sure to tell him to stay safe. I helped him deal with that lousy organization, the Human Purification Light, once we're firmly established. Tell him not to act rashly. Qi Yiming was concerned that Qiao Shan would go to extremes and cause trouble for that assassin organization alone. Yi Lu nodded. Anything else? Qi Yiming thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, nothing else. Sister Yi, please be careful when you go out. Yi Lu smiled and hung up. Chapter 106. Qi Yiming felt a great deal more at ease after learning of Qiao Shan's whereabouts. Qi Yiming's hatred for the assassin organization, the light of human evolution, wasn't as strong as Qiao Shan's, but for killing so many of his contemporaries, Qi Yiming would never let them go. But now wasn't the right time. His true foundation was just beginning, and he didn't have time to bother with those less intelligent lunatics. Just because Qi Yiming didn't actively seek trouble didn't mean others wouldn't. After negotiating all the terms with Mao Qiming, Song Shixiang immediately began planning Qi Yiming's assassination. Mao Qiming's task was to lead the security fleet back to the ancestral universe. Once Qi Yiming was successfully assassinated, he would take advantage of the chaos on Gaia and forcefully seize the planet, thereby successfully seizing the technological legacy. The two men's plan was meticulous, and Song Shixiang's men were arguably the most capable within their organization. In previous assassination attempts, his men had never failed. This time, he even dispatched his strongest assassination team to carry out the mission, which gave Mao Qiming even more confidence. To avoid prematurely exposing their plan, Mao Qiming didn't rush to lead the newly replenished security fleet to the ancestral star region. Instead, he remained at the Flamingo Arms Group headquarters, acting calmly, as if the assassination of Qi Yiming had nothing to do with him. In reality, he was more anxious than anyone else, contacting Song Shixiang several times a day to inquire about the progress. Since Song Shixiang wasn't involved in the assassination, how could he possibly know the details? He could only constantly reassure Mao Qiming, assuring him that the operation was proceeding smoothly and urging him not to worry. Just as Song Shixiang had said, the initial phase of the operation went very smoothly. The leader of the assassination team was Lu Chao. His team was originally a scientific expedition, so there was no need for a cover-up. When their research ship's engine billowed black smoke, it appeared in the Awakener system. The crew, already on alert, immediately spotted it. The Xiafeng immediately set sail, accompanied by several remaining frigates, to meet it. Attention, unidentified vessel. You have entered Gaia's control area. Please identify yourself and your purpose, or we will use force. Qi Yiming shouted via wide-area communication to the ship that had suddenly appeared in the Awakener system. A clatter of electricity filled the wide-area communication channel, followed by the intermittent sound of a voice. We are the research vessel Warrior. I'm Captain Lu Chao. We've been struck by a meteorite. Thank goodness. We encountered human civilization here. I thought we were doomed. Please slow down. Wait for us to board and inspect. Qi Yiming was unconvinced. Although it was a research vessel, its timing was strange. It hadn't arrived earlier, not later, but only after Mao Qiming had been repelled. This made Qi Yiming suspicious. Lu Chao helplessly informed Qi Yiming via the wide-area communication channel that their warship had experienced a serious engine failure. If they slowed down now, they might not be able to set sail again. But the Warrior slowly reduced its speed as Qi Yiming requested. Just as Qi Yiming was about to board the ship for a personal inspection, Wang Shuhua, who had rushed over, stopped him. You can't go. With that, Wang Shuhua's ship, the Expedition, raced ahead of the Xiafeng and approached the smoking research vessel. Qi Yiming had no choice but to have the Xiafeng orbit the research vessel, ready to assist Wang Shuhua at any moment. However, Lu Chao cooperated perfectly throughout, not revealing a single flaw. Wang Shuhua personally boarded the ship for an inspection and found nothing amiss. The Warrior was indeed a research vessel, and Wang Shuhua had personally inspected the area where the meteorite had penetrated, confirming that there were indeed meteorite debris inside the hull. It couldn't be faked. It can only be said that Lu Chao had risked his life to complete this mission. Before entering the Awakener system, he had deliberately directed the Warrior to fly through the asteroid belt, found a medium-sized meteorite, and had his men use a transport boat to push it, creating the illusion of an accidental meteorite impact. He also deliberately inflicted several casualties. After a careful review, Qi Yiming had the escort ships accompanying the Xiafeng tow the Warrior back to Gaia's high orbit. He informed Lu Chao that Gaia was currently unable to repair the Warrior's engines, which had been damaged by the meteorite impact, and that they would have to find another solution. Lu Chao initially expressed disappointment, then told Qi Yiming, several of my crew members are injured and in urgent need of medical attention. Qi Yiming nodded and said, the injured can take the transport to the planet's surface, and we will provide them with medical care. Thank you very much. Then the communication channel fell silent, and Lu Chao made no further requests. He knew that assassinations were not to be rushed. Furthermore, his target, Qi Yiming, seemed extremely cautious. Excessive demands would easily reveal his true intentions and hinder his ability to approach Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming was indeed fooled by Lu Chao's superb acting. Fortunately, Qi Yiming wasn't interested in the research vessel. He simply arranged for Lu Bishu to contact them while he and Wang Shuhua left the Awakener system. Qi Yiming had already made a thorough exploration of the border system between the Ancestral Star region and the Commercial Alliance. After all, a defensive battle would likely take place there, and a thorough understanding of the system's situation was essential. Under Lu Bishu's guidance, Lu Chao piloted the transport craft and landed the wounded on Gaia's surface. He didn't inquire who was in charge, but simply followed Lu Bishu, following wherever he was directed, all the while looking worriedly at the crew member lying on the anti-gravity bed beside him. "Don't worry, Captain Lu. While Gaia can't repair your research vessel, it can certainly treat your crew." Lu Bishu seemed to have a very good impression of Lu Chao and offered him comfort throughout the journey. "These old buddies of mine have been with me for years. If I hadn't been so aggressive this time, such a serious accident wouldn't have happened," Lu Chao said with a look of regret, his expression perfectly executed. The man lying in the hospital bed, also a movie star, comforted Lu Chao in an unusually weak voice. "It's not your fault. It's just that everyone was too eager to achieve scientific results." Lu Bishu chimed in. "Deep space exploration is a dangerous business. Captain Lu, don't blame yourself for the occasional mishap. We'll be at the hospital soon. Tell your friend to keep quiet and conserve his energy." Lu Chao nodded, but he remained calmly observing his surroundings, occasionally exchanging glances with his companions in the hospital bed when Lu Bishu, who was accompanying them, wasn't paying attention. And so, Lu Chao, his warrior, and its crew remained in the Awakener system for the time being. Chapter 107. While Lu Bishu was taking Lu Chao's men for treatment, Qi Yiming and Wang Shuhua were on their way to the border system. Qi Yiming was still deeply wary of Lu Chao's sudden appearance. He told Wang Shuhua, "Send someone to keep a close eye on these people. I have a feeling they're up to no good." "I find it strange too." Wang Shuhua nodded. Their appearance was so unexpected. Although everything appears normal on the surface, it's just an ordinary research vessel. The ancestral star region is so vast. Nothing would have happened elsewhere, but they were struck by a meteorite in the Awakener system. Indeed, while the Awakener system has an asteroid belt, there aren't many small meteorites flying around the system. Qi Yiming frowned, as he recalled every detail of his encounter with Lu Chao. Everything seemed normal. Anyway, it's better to be cautious. That being said, if they wanted to have someone monitor Lu Chao and the others, they would have to wait until Qi Yiming and the others returned from the border system. The two men put the matter aside for the moment and hurried on their way. 2 days later, Qi Yiming and Wang Shuhua's warships appeared in the border system numbered X021. Yi Lu had already returned to the ancestor system with the ordered equipment and was organizing personnel to anchor the temporary warship berthing system purchased from the Commercial Alliance. Yi Lu had also specially purchased a warp-blocking generator. This device emits energy waves at a specific frequency to disrupt the warship's engine power system, thereby disabling the warship's ability to enter warp mode within a certain range. With this equipment, Qi Yiming and his team could more easily ambush the attacking fleet. This made Qi Yiming sigh at how meticulous women really are. Qi Yiming and Wang Shuhua spent 3 days thoroughly surveying the X021 system. A typical binary system, with only one gas planet, wouldn't warrant significant investment in other areas unless it were located on a border galaxy where its location was crucial. With the berthing system in place, all that remained was to produce enough railguns for auxiliary defense. Qi Yiming reviewed the progress of the project, and Yi Lu told him it would take at least 10 days for the temporary berthing system to be operational. Qi Yiming instructed Wang Shuhua and Yi Lu to station themselves there once the temporary berthing was complete, and he would send someone to relieve them shortly. Then, Qi Yiming commanded the Xiefeng to activate the bridge jump and enter the Commercial Alliance. He was going to visit the Turing Republic. He had learned from Fang Min and the others that the Turing Republic currently possessed the highest level of drone attack and defense in the human world, and Qi Yiming wanted to see if there was any way to disable the engineers on board intelligent computer. Gaia's inability to sustain itself remains a persistent concern. Although an initial outpost had been established in a border system, Qi Yiming felt uneasy. He needed to find a way to capture the engineer as quickly as possible, otherwise he would be too vulnerable to defend against Mao Qiming. The distance from the Commercial Alliance to the Turing Republic was not far. Qi Yiming reached the Turing Republic's border system near the Commercial Alliance in just 2 weeks. It must be said that the Turing Republic's automation was indeed much better than that of other factions, giving Qi Yiming a glimmer of hope. After completing entry formalities at the border system and registering the Xiefeng with a legal warship number, Qi Yiming docked the Xiefeng at the free port of the Turing Republic's border system. Upon entering the airport, he was greeted by a sea of automated robots. All manual labor had been replaced by robots, while humans performed the relatively easier mental tasks. Qi Yiming looked around as he walked. This was his first time here, and he was unfamiliar with the area, unsure where to find what he wanted. As he walked, Qi Yiming noticed a small square in the airport packed with people. Curious, he decided to join in the fun. Approaching, he saw two young men engaging in an attack and defense contest using their portable AI computers. Supposedly, AI computers are electronic devices with a certain level of intelligence, so it would be foolish for humans to rely on their own abilities to breach their firewalls. But the two young men were having a blast playing with each other. The onlookers cheered them on from time to time, which only intensified Qi Yiming's curiosity. Qi Yiming then used all his strength to push his way through the crowd. Arriving beside the two men, Qi Yiming saw clearly that they weren't engaging in a traditional offensive and defensive battle. Instead, each of them was holding a strange device. From time to time, arcs of electricity shot out from their devices, striking the other's portable computers. Soon, one of the computers displayed a message indicating the device had overheated and entered power-off mode. Seeing this, Qi Yiming froze in place, then slapped his forehead in frustration, muttering to himself, "How could I be so stupid? I have a powerful anti-drone weapon in my hand, and why didn't I think of using it?" Qi Yiming hurried back to the Xiefeng. Before the other crew members had time to disembark, Qi Yiming ordered the ship to leave port again and hurried back. Everyone looked at Qi Yiming in confusion, feeling that something was off about their captain today. Why was he heading back when he had just arrived in Turing Republic and hadn't even earned back the berth fees for docking warships? "Headmaster, do we have so many energy blocks?" Hao Qinchi had been with Qi Yiming for a long time and knew that he wasn't as serious as he appeared, so he dared to joke with him. Qi Yiming felt a little embarrassed, but he explained, "Just now at the airport, I saw two young men using their equipment to overload the other party's AI with electricity. Then I remembered we have an arc generator. It's effective against Zerg swarms, but even more effective against drones. Didn't they say that arc generator was just a prototype, and it was badly damaged? We might not have been able to repair it before, but things are different now." Qi Yiming grew increasingly excited. The Academy has just developed a basic knowledge learning system, but that learning system has more advanced features, mostly specialized knowledge. If we can extract that data and load it into the learning system, the knowledge base of the scientists on Gaia will soon be on par with the pre-human Federation level, and they won't have trouble repairing that arc generator. Hao Qinchi was also delighted to hear about the Academy's progress. One has to say, women's minds can be truly amazing sometimes. Qi Yiming was clearly delighted to have found a way to capture the engineer. Although Hao Qinchi also laughed, she was happy because her husband Chen Chung finally made some achievements, which made him no longer seem so useless in Qi Yiming's team. Chapter 108. When Qi Yiming hurried back to Gaia's surface, Lu Bishu and the engineering team from Lu Chao's ship were scouring the planet in search of engine repair parts. Lu Bishu had approached Qi Yiming privately, saying that Lu Chao and the others wanted to meet him and express their gratitude in person. But Qi Yiming politely declined. He hadn't forgotten his recent conversation with Wang Shuhua, and his wariness of Lu Chao and the others remained undiminished. However, Lu Bishu didn't seem to be as perceptive. He kept praising Lu Chao and the others, but Qi Yiming quietly rebuffed him. Unable to dispel Qi Yiming's wariness quickly, Lu Chao couldn't be too obvious, so he pretended to search for parts to repair the spacecraft while looking for opportunities. During this time, Qi Yiming was busy, spending 24 hours a day at the Academy, monitoring the progress of Song Boiwi and the others. The initial progress was somewhat sluggish in the first few days, but thanks to the basic learning system, after a brief period of study for most scientists, the analysis of the technological heritage finally made encouraging progress. First, the specialized knowledge of physics from the former Human Federation was extracted, providing these scientists with further study materials. The speed of analyzing the technological information grew increasingly rapid. After just 2 weeks, the specialized knowledge of all disciplines in the Human Federation had been loaded into the learning system specifically designed for this group of scientists. The next step was to search through the vast amount of scientific and technological information for information on arc generators. This was another lengthy process, leaving Qi Yiming with numerous blisters on his lips. Fortunately, the scientists had a clear goal. They ignored other technologies for the time being and focused solely on searching for anything related to the arc generator. During this time, Lu Chao and his team commissioned Lu Bishu to contact Qi Yiming once more. This time, Qi Yiming inquired carefully about the group's details. "Old Lu, hasn't their research vessel been repaired yet?" Lu Bishu scratched his head. "They're roaming around every surface city every day, claiming they're looking for parts. I don't understand. I just have to accompany them every day. It's been so long, and they haven't found the right parts yet?" Qi Yiming's suspicions grew. "Didn't they ask you to go to the Alliance to purchase parts?" They did mention it once, but I don't have a ship capable of long-distance travel, so I can't help them. Qi Yiming nodded. This was indeed a problem. The warships under his command were all on missions, and he couldn't spare one to take them to the commercial alliance to purchase parts. Qi Yiming thought for a moment, and then said, "Go tell them. I arranged for a warship to take their engineers to the commercial alliance to purchase parts, and have them stop operating on the surface." This? Lu Bishu looked at Qi Yiming with some embarrassment. What's the difficulty? They seem to be conducting some kind of humanities research? Qi Yiming was stunned when he heard this. Could this group really be scientists? If so, perhaps I could convince them to join me, but I have to investigate further. So Qi Yiming didn't mention returning these people to the research vessel again, but he still refused to meet with Lu Chao. 2 days after seeing Lu Bishu off, the Academy of Sciences finally received good news. Song Boiwi and his team had found data on the arc generator. While incomplete, it was enough for them to repair the sample. Qi Yiming, thrilled by the news, stayed awake all night. Early the next morning, he went to the research institute to inquire about the situation. The result was a shocking one. It was still a materials problem. The minerals needed to repair the arc generator weren't available on Gaia. However, according to records, the minerals they needed were widely found in the asteroid belt, which was good news. According to the information provided by the Academy, Qi Yiming, feeling rather miserable, took up a job as a miner. It was unavoidable. He had too few capable personnel. Sometimes, Qi Yiming dreamed of the day when he would lead his minions around and cause trouble. If it weren't for a bunch of brainless idiots assassinating awakened ones, I wouldn't be in this situation now, Qi Yiming cursed as he mined. Indeed, if it weren't for the assassin organization, the Light of Purification, that was targeting awakened ones, Qi Yiming might not have become a leader, but he would definitely have a group of like-minded companions to help him restore the former glory of the Human Federation. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill you bastards. These were Qi Yiming's first words after finishing the mining. Having brought back enough minerals, Qi Yiming watched helplessly as the old men from the Academy sent hundreds of thousands of tons of minerals to the smelter, only to receive only a few tons of the supplies they needed. This left Qi Yiming deeply devastated. Thankfully, repairing the arc generator wouldn't require much. A few tons of rare materials would suffice. Qi Yiming participated in the entire repair process, but he was only there to help. It wasn't his turn to intervene. Besides, even if Qi Yiming wanted to intervene, he didn't have the ability to help. After all, he was just a graduate of the Battleship Commander Academy. Qi Yiming simply couldn't understand the principles behind these advanced technologies. Although learning these things wasn't difficult with the help of the intelligent learning system, Qi Yiming still believed that one should master one area, otherwise, being a jack of all trades wouldn't be enough. Repairing the arc generator sounded complicated, but in reality, it only took a little over a month. Qi Yiming had even asked Song Boiwi if they could replicate the process and produce more arc generators. Song Boiwi denied it. We have a prototype, and it's just a repair, so it looks simple, but the principles behind it are actually very complex. Although we have access to technological information that's years ahead of Gaia, don't even think about it until we thoroughly mastered it. Qi Yiming had no choice but to leave the Academy in disgrace, and find someone to lift the repaired arc generator out of Gaia's atmosphere, so that the Xiefeng could load it into its weapons system. After everything was prepared, Qi Yiming began to gather his men. After all, facing tens of millions of drones, Qi Yiming felt a bit nervous, even with the arc generator as a backup. Although Wang Shuhua and the others might go along, they wouldn't necessarily have to join the battle, but they could stand by and show him off. At worst, they could still help him out in times of danger. Just as they were about to depart, Xiaoshan returned, and his expression looked somewhat hostile. He quietly approached Qi Yiming's Xiefeng and asked him to dismiss his attendants, saying he had something important to say. Qi Yiming was still a bit confused, sensing that something was off about Xiaoshan's aura. Finally, Qi Yiming dragged Xiaoshan back to his private cabin on the Xiefeng, and behind closed doors, they spoke in private. Chapter 109. What's going on? So mysterious. Qi Yiming asked Xiaoshan, whose aura seemed off. Mao Qiming has merged with the light of humanity's purification. Xiaoshan revealed something Qi Yiming hadn't expected. How did you know? Is the information accurate? Xiaoshan nodded confidently. I once saved the person who gave me this information, so the source is very reliable. Qi Yiming lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying to Xiaoshan, that's perfect. While we're dealing with Mao Qiming, we can also take down this crappy assassination organization. Xiaoshan shook his head and said, that's not the point. The point is that they seem to have launched a plan targeting us. Isn't that perfectly normal? Qi Yiming seemed to still not understand Qiao Shan's meaning. Qiao Shan then continued, "Have any strange individuals entered the Awakener galaxy recently?" Qiao Shan's question, coupled with the involvement of the light of humanity's purification, suddenly reminded Qi Yiming of the scientific expedition team that had recently arrived in the Awakener galaxy. He briefly briefed Qiao Shan on the expedition. Qiao Shan was also a little unsure of the team's nature. After all, judging by their daily activities, they were clearly conducting scientific research. A brief silence fell over both men, and Qi Yiming finally spoke first. "Forget it, let's put this aside for now. We're planning on trying to get an engineer. With an engineer, even 10 Malchimings wouldn't be our match, let alone a killer organization. Have you found a way to deal with those drones?" Qiao Shan looked at Qi Yiming in surprise. "I'm somewhat confident. Do you remember the arc generator we recovered from the Zerg?" Qiao Shan nodded. "We repaired it. The Xiefeng has already loaded it into its weapons system, and it's now in the Xiefeng's armory. Didn't they say it wouldn't be repaired for a while?" Qi Yiming looked at Qiao Shan with a grin, then recounted what had happened during Qiao Shan's absence. Qiao Shan grew increasingly excited as he listened. He hadn't expected that during his absence, Qi Yiming had actually led Gaia to its most concrete step. The two of them said nothing more. After Qiao Shan returned to the Azure, Qi Yiming led the fleet to the system where the engineer had been discovered. Qiao Shan and Wang Shuhua had heard Qi Yiming describe this massive mobile vessel before them, but seeing it in person still left them in awe. Everyone wondered, could this truly be a human feat? Such a massive vessel, the sheer amount of engineering effort required was a despairing figure, yet the former Human Federation had built it nonetheless. At this moment, Qi Yiming looked at the group of bumpkins on the fleet's communication channel with a cocky look and said nonchalantly, "This is just one of the many mobile dockyards of the former Human Federation. Warships larger than this have even been built by the Human Federation on war planets." But Wang Sen's words instantly killed Qi Yiming's boastfulness. "You're so powerful, yet you're still being chased around by the Zerg swarm." Qi Yiming bluntly stated that he didn't want to see Wang Sen's hateful face again for the next 2 weeks. The others joked as they watched Qi Yiming Xiefeng enter the engineer's 1,000-kilometer cordon. Just like their first arrival, countless drones sprang to life the moment the Xiefeng crossed the cordon, rapidly gathering and flying towards it. At such close range, the Xiefeng had no room to maneuver and was surrounded by a dense swarm of drones. The drones' attack method was simple. They used the 2 low-power lasers mounted on their fuselages to continuously irradiate the Xiefeng's outer armor. Although the lasers were relatively low power, they were no match for the sheer number of drones. Instantly, the Xiefeng was engulfed in countless crimson lasers. From the bridge, Qi Yiming watched the rapidly decreasing outer armor integrity reading, his heart pounding. The reading was falling too fast. Even with the non-stop repairs from the Guardian's nanobots, the Xiefeng's armor integrity continued to decline at a considerable rate. Qi Yiming roughly estimated that under this level of attack, the Xiefeng would not last more than 3 minutes and would be completely destroyed. However, the arc generator's recharge time was only halfway through, and Qi Yiming had no choice but to order the navigator to retreat the Xiefeng to a distance of 1,000 kilometers. Thankfully, Qi Yiming didn't blindly fire at the drone swarm. Once the drones saw the Xiefeng exit the 1,000-kilometer zone, they stopped pursuing and resumed their flight around the engineer. This time, Qi Yiming learned his lesson and began recharging the arc generator before re-entering the engineer's 1,000-kilometer zone. Seeing the drones gather again, Qi Yiming took a deep breath and said, "Weapons officer, aim at the center of the drone swarm. Arc generator. Fire." The moment Qi Yiming gave the order, dozens of blue arcs intertwined and flew towards the drone swarm closing in on the Xiefeng. When the dozens of blue arcs made contact with the first drone, they suddenly dispersed, their ferocious energy rapidly propagating through countless drones. Slowly, the dozens of arcs grew into hundreds, then thousands. By the end, Qi Yiming couldn't tell how many arcs had split. All he knew was that the drone swarm before him was engulfed in a vast net of arcs. Then, in an instant, all the countless blue arcs vanished, while the drone swarm continued to advance towards the Xiefeng. "Shit, this isn't working on them?" Qi Yiming's face darkened. He knew that the engineer's drones, when on alert, would only repel ships entering their range and would not actively attack warships outside it. But if a warship attacked, the situation would be different. The drones would launch a desperate charge against the attacking ship, a fight to the death. Seeing the arc generator had no effect on the drone swarm, Qi Yiming immediately shouted into the fleet channel, "Everyone, run. This time we really stirred up a hornet's nest." But before he could finish his words, the drone swarm underwent another transformation. The explosion began at the center of the swarm and gradually spread to the outer ring. The flames of the explosion spread layer by layer from the inside of the swarm to the outside. The spread accelerated. In less than half a minute, all the drones that had been engulfed by the net created by the dozen arcs exploded from within, leaving no one unharmed. Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Xiefeng, which had been preparing to flee, turned its bow again and headed towards the nearby engineer. But the next scene nearly killed Qi Yiming. He swore he had never seen such a spectacular sight in his life. And Qi Yiming said to himself again, after we capture the engineer, I will definitely promote the engineer's drone swarm attack method. Chapter 110. The first drone swarm to intercept the Xiefeng was decimated in a single strike by Qi Yiming's arc generators. The remaining drones were then eliminated one by the Xiefeng's secondary guns. This result stunned the onlookers. Hundreds of thousands of drones just gone, but the engineer, like an enraged dragon, launched countless drones from exits scattered throughout her hull. The ejected drones gathered in layers and flew towards the Xiefeng at an incredible speed. One of the Xiefeng's two super heavy main guns was occupied by an arc generator. The remaining gun had just finished charging, and before Qi Yiming could give the order, the weapons officer had already pressed the fire button. A thick purple beam instantly pierced the drone swarm, and then, as the super heavy main gun's muzzle moved, the purple beam fanned out in the direction of its attack. While it looked impressive, it was completely ineffective against the locust-like drone swarm. The engineer continued to launch drones. This time, Qi Yiming was at a loss. He felt a little regretful. He had overestimated his own abilities and stirred up such a hornet's nest. This time, the battle was truly a fight to the death. The arc generator, which had just completed a round of attack, still needed more than a minute to recharge. Qi Yiming felt he was doomed. Just as he was debating whether to give in and spare the drones for once, he heard the voices of the captains of the various ships, who had been watching the show, echoing over the fleet channel. Yiming, how could we possibly just stand by and watch something so exciting unfold? Wang Shuhua's voice was tinged with a hint of teasing. That's right, you can't be the only one to steal the show. Yi Lu's voice was tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Sister Yi is right. This was Wang Sun, and Qi Yiming felt a strange sense of amusement when he heard it. Xiao Shan remained silent, commanding the Azure to charge directly to the front. Qi Yiming then realized that he hadn't been without companions along the way, but rather that these companions had silently stood behind him, supporting him at crucial moments. Alright then, let's take down this behemoth together. Qi Yiming's fighting spirit instantly surged. The battle didn't become easier with the addition of others, but the presence of Wang Shuhua and the others certainly relieved a significant amount of pressure from Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming immediately gave the order to activate the Xiefeng's fortress mode. The Lightning's internal power reactor network was operating at full capacity. Qi Yiming channeled 80% of the energy into the arc generators, while the remaining 20% went to the Guardian's nanorobot production line. Wang Shuhua and the others also performed their duties. The expedition, the Farsight, and the Voyage were positioned above and to the left and right of the Xiefeng, respectively, sharing the load of drone swarms coming from three directions. The Azure advanced to the front and below of the Xiefeng, shielding it from drone swarms attempting to attack from below. Although the Xiefeng's maneuverability plummeted after entering fortress mode, its other functions were enhanced. Nanorobots were continuously deployed to the hulls of the warships, ready to repair damaged outer armor. The Azure shield generators, after receiving energy from the Snow Peak, saw their strength greatly enhanced. However, the sheer number of drones was too great, and the armor integrity of several friendly ships continued to decline rapidly. As a last resort, Qi Yiming reduced the arc generator's attack intensity to shorten its recharge time. Originally, there were 30 seconds left to recharge, but after Qi Yiming proactively reduced the attack intensity, the remaining recharge time for the arc generator was reduced to 5 seconds. But it was during these 5 seconds that the Azure first encountered danger. After all, the Azure was only a frigate, and with the energy boost from the Snow Peak, it was already a remarkable achievement to hold out for over a minute under the siege of countless unmanned vehicles. At this point, its energy shield was already showing signs of collapse. Qi Yiming was about to warn Xiao Shan that the energy shield was about to collapse and order the Azure to retreat, when the pale blue energy shield surrounding the Azure flickered several times, followed by an explosion within the Azure. Without its energy shield, the Azure could only withstand the drone attacks with its fragile armor. Just as it was about to be ripped apart by the swarm of drones, the arc generator on the Snow Peak finally completed its charge. A flash of blue light flashed, and several blue arcs of electricity once again entwined and flew towards the drones. A few seconds later, the drones surrounding the Azure caught fire and exploded, followed by a chain reaction. The explosion spread out layer by layer. To everyone's surprise, the large number of drones also became a major factor in their demise. The large number of drones meant that each drone would be very close to the attack. This created extremely favorable conditions for the high-energy arcs fired from the arc generator to propagate between them. This attack not only saved the Azure, but also inflicted even greater damage to the drones than the Snow Peak's first round of attacks. In just a few tens of seconds, the drones surrounding the fleet were instantly reduced to scrap metal, floating silently around the fleet. Qi Yiming even saw many drones incinerated by the high-energy arcs. Observing this, Qi Yiming discovered the key to the problem and further reduced the arc generator's attack power. The recharge time, which originally took over a minute, now took just over 40 seconds. Over 40 seconds, that's the critical time the Snow Peak needed to provide support to the remaining warships. This meant that the Snow Peak needed exactly 40 seconds to launch a round of nanorobots to all friendly ships in the fleet. This way, the armor integrity of all friendly ships remained at a very dangerous yet absolutely safe level. The Azure was completely crippled, its energy shield generators blasting due to an overload, forcing it to temporarily withdraw from the battle. But Qi Yiming had found the perfect balance between combat damage and damage. Having balanced the arc generator's firing frequency and attack intensity, while also protecting allied ships, all that remained was a war of attrition with the drones before him. Thankfully, the Xiefeng's war storage had been constantly stockpiled with energy blocks by Qi Yiming. He wasn't afraid of a war of attrition. The battle lasted a full 6 hours before Qi Yiming noticed that the engineer had finally stopped ejecting drones, and the group finally saw hope of victory. Although the engineer had stopped ejecting drones, a significant number of them remained around Qi Yiming and his men. It took Qi Yiming and his men another 2 hours to eliminate all the remaining drones. After the battle, the area surrounding the fleet was filled with drone debris. The Xiefeng even had to use its super-heavy main guns to clear a path towards the engineer. 8 hours of tedious combat had left everyone exhausted. But the thought of boarding the engineer rekindled their spirits. They urged Qi Yiming to quickly clear the drone wreckage blocking their path. Chapter 111. Thanks to the Xiefeng's superpowered main guns, the fleet finally passed through the congestion created by the drone wreckage. Watching the slowly approaching behemoth, the engineer, Qi Yiming felt an indescribable mixture of emotions. Once upon a time, this behemoth was a hero supporting human expeditions, but now it has been floating quietly here for millennia, untouched. I hope you can regain your former glory in my hands. Qi Yiming muttered silently, looking at the engineer before him. Due to a malfunction in the engineer's friend-or-foe identification system, despite having lost all its drones, the onboard intelligent computer did not proactively guide Qi Yiming's fleet to dock after Qi Yiming and his team approached. Qi Yiming and his team could only stare blankly at the empty berths on either side of the engineer's main hull, which could be adjusted in size according to the warship's tier. How do we get in? Xiao Shan, observing the engineer so closely, seemed far more excited than Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming could probably guess what Xiao Shan was thinking. His Azure shield generator had exploded, and with current human technology, it was impossible to repair it. He could only rely on this behemoth before him. If he couldn't gain control of the engineer, he might very well lose the Azure. Qi Yiming smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry. The friend-or-foe identification system isn't working, but the information on the former Federation soldier stored on the AI is still there. As long as I get close to the engineer and activate the AI's identification system, I naturally gain control, and your Azure will be repaired." After hearing Qi Yiming's words, Xiao Shan hurriedly urged, "So what are you waiting for? You have to give me some time to transfer to the transport." After waiting for over 10 minutes, Qi Yiming finally boarded the transport to the engineer. The transport carried Qi Yiming to the ejection drone exit. Wearing a thin extravehicular spacesuit, he climbed in through the drone's exit. This was Qi Yiming's long-planned plan. The drone exit had a scanner on the outside to prevent enemy personnel from infiltrating the warship through it. Qi Yiming could use this scanner to activate the ship's intelligent computer. After Qi Yiming panted and crawled under the scanner, he deliberately tapped the ship's hull around it, and soon the scanner responded. A red light screen swept across Qi Yiming's body, and then Qi Yiming heard a surge of electricity from the communication device on his spacesuit, followed by a cold electronic synthesized sound. "Major Qi Yiming, do you need help? Computer, open the access hatch. I need to enter." "Okay, but this is an unusual boarding. Please report to the ship's security department within 10 minutes, or I will use my authority to order the security forces to arrest you." As the ship's computer spoke, Chi Yiming had already crawled through the access hatch into the engineer. "Computer, confirm if there are any survivors aboard the engineer." Chi Yiming, once inside the engineer, didn't follow the computer's instructions. He knew there was no chance anyone was still alive. After 8 hours of fighting, if anyone was still alive aboard the engineer, they would have contacted him long ago. Sure enough, a moment later, the computer spoke again. "All active personnel on the engineer are missing. Only Chi Yiming, Lieutenant Commander of the Strategic Strike Fleet, survives." Chi Yiming hadn't expected the ship's intelligent computer to include him, a recent arrival, in its calculations. The personnel aboard the engineer were likely transferred to other warships during their escape, or perhaps even boarded the former Federation's colonization ship. As for the engineer, it was most likely abandoned. The reason for its abandonment is simple. When adequately supplied, the engineer is a capable logistics vessel. However, when supplies are extremely scarce, the engineer is a significant energy consumer, and the Federation's escape fleet's decision to abandon it was a matter of necessity. "I request to take control of the engineer." Chi Yiming ordered the ship's intelligent computer again without hesitation. According to Federal Emergency Act No. 321, in the event of the disappearance or death of any crew member on board, Allied forces may assume supreme command of this ship. "Lieutenant Chi Yiming, you automatically become the highest authority holder on this ship. This order has been recorded in the ship's logbook for verification by the federal military." As the ship's intelligent computer finished speaking, a blue light flashed across a barcode on Chi Yiming's spacesuit, which contained his personal information. At this point, Chi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief, for from that moment on, the engineer was completely under his control. "Intelligent computer, check the IFF system." "The IFF system is offline. Due to power shortages, repairs are currently unavailable. Mark the warships outside the engineer and assign them temporary codes to guide them to dock." Chi Yiming gave the ship's intelligent computer another order. Soon, Wang Shuhua and his companions, who had remained waiting, noticed something unusual with the engineer. The berthing areas, originally located on either side of the main body of the ship, began to move. Several beams, loaded with robotic arms, began to move rapidly, adjusting the berths. When the berths were adjusted to accommodate all the warships, the beams finally stopped moving. Then Wang Shuhua and his companions saw a light blue dotted line suddenly appear in front of their respective warships, extending from their respective docking positions to the adjusted berths. The meaning was obvious. Wang Shuhua announced on the fleet channel, "Yiming should have taken control of the engineer. This is guiding us to berth the warships. Everyone, follow the dotted line in front of your warships." Guided by the engineer, the warships slowly docked in their respective berths. Several securing cables and a docking channel extended from the side of the berths. Then, donning their extravehicular spacesuits, they entered the interior of the engineer, which had so captivated them. Chi Yiming, on the other hand, took the engineer's shuttle bus to the docking station of several warships to pick up the others. He also had the shuttle bus loaded with energy blocks. A dozen minutes later, everyone arrived at the engineer's heart, the power room. Chi Yiming placed the energy blocks he had brought on an empty platform. Having just finished, Chi Yiming stood still when the ship's intelligent computer's cold, synthesized voice rang out again. "Replacement detected. Spare energy block in place. Replacement procedure initiated." The people in their extravehicular spacesuits watched as a robotic arm quickly grabbed the energy blocks Chi Yiming had placed on the platform and placed them in a square metal cabinet. The cabinet's interior was divided into compartments, each just large enough to hold a single energy block. Soon, all the energy blocks were placed inside the cabinet, and the door automatically locked. The moment the door locked, the energy lines on the cabinet's exterior illuminated with a mesmerizing pale blue light. Chi Yiming explained to everyone, "This is an energy block array, a power supply specifically designed for a vessel as massive as the engineer." A few minutes later, the engineer completed its energy block replacement, and Chi Yiming noticed a thick cloud of white smoke rising from various corners of the engineer's power room. Fearing the others might be getting nervous, Chi Yiming quickly explained, "The engineer is adjusting its internal environment. The white mist is simply stored cabin air. Don't panic." Chapter 112. As the engineer's interior was adjusted, Chi Yiming and the others removed their airtight helmets. Then, Chi Yiming led the group through several key compartments of the engineer. The largest space within the engineer was the warehouse, used to store various mineral raw materials. Next to the warehouse was the mineral refinery, responsible for refining the collected raw minerals into ready-to-use finished materials. The next compartment was the spare parts production plant, second only to the warehouse area in space. The spare parts production plant was primarily responsible for producing all the warship's parts and various types of equipment. Central to each of the large compartments were crew quarters and living quarters. Of course, the engineer also had state-of-the-art laboratories, primarily responsible for studying mineral and biological samples brought back by the expedition fleet. The laboratory's main server also stored blueprints for various types of general-purpose warships, from the former Human Federation battleships down. This was Chi Yiming's most cherished aspect of the engineer. With the engineer, and with sufficient minerals, Chi Yiming could quickly build a powerful fleet. The biggest problem now was a lack of manpower to operate the engineer, but Chi Yiming had a solution. After a brief tour of the engineer, the group followed Chi Yiming to the bridge of this massive ship. The massive bridge was divided into several areas. There were living support areas, warship dispatch areas, engineering production areas, and the engineer's own combat command area. The first impression was that this ship was extremely difficult to operate. But they heard Chi Yiming say, "It's easy to get the engineer moving. I can do it alone." After saying this, Chi Yiming noticed everyone staring at him with open mouths in surprise. Chi Yiming quickly added, "Don't get me wrong, my intention is only to keep it sailing normally." In fact, this statement had already shocked everyone. Chi Yiming then added, "All warships of the former Human Federation can be operated by one person in special circumstances, provided, of course, that the onboard intelligent computer is functioning properly." After Chi Yiming's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that this single-person piloting system in extreme circumstances was specifically designed by the former Human Federation to demonstrate its compassion for every crew member. The single-person piloting system was standard equipment on every ship during the Federation era, and it was mandatory. The senior executive who proposed this system had personally experienced the helplessness and fear that followed the accidental death of all his companions during a deep space voyage. If the ships at that time had had a single-person piloting system, he would have been spared such painful memories. Of course, this system isn't something you can activate at will. There's only one condition for activating this program: when only one registered crew member remains. The ship's intelligent computer will automatically switch to assisted piloting mode, allowing the surviving person to steer the ship back to a location where they can be rescued. The assisted piloting program exhibits a more intelligent aspect on lower-tier ships or warships. In other words, the lower the level of the ship or warship, the more functions the assisted piloting program can automatically operate. This is why Chi Yiming was able to pilot the Xiefeng into battle alone upon awakening. However, this only applies to loader warships. Higher-tier warships can only achieve navigational functions at best. For a ship as large as the engineer, Chi Yiming's ability to operate it using the assisted piloting program is already a remarkable feat. It would be impossible to enable the engineer to conduct production without a crew. After explaining this, Chi Yiming looked at Chen Chung beside him and said, "When you return, hurry up and develop a talent training plan and implement it as soon as possible. Train at least 70,000 engineers first to get the production system running on the engineer." "Don't you need a pilot?" Chen Chung asked curiously. "We don't need it right now. The engineer is too large. Jumping off the bridge won't allow it to enter warp mode." Hearing Chi Yiming's words, Yilu anxiously asked, "If jumping off the bridge isn't possible, then won't the engineer be stuck in this system forever?" Chi Yiming nodded, not denying Yilu's statement. "I'm planning to open a branch base here." Chi Yiming outlined his plans for the engineer. After gaining ultimate control of the engineer, Chi Yiming planned to assign someone to serve as its temporary captain, permanently stationed there. Perhaps one day the Academy of Sciences could analyze Stargate technology from the technological heritage, allowing the engineer to leave its current system. The prospect of becoming the engineer's temporary captain intensified Yilu's excitement. Chi Yiming knew from Yilu's excited eyes that she wanted to stay aboard the engineer, but he ultimately declined. The main reason was that Chi Yiming had too few captains with combat experience, and it wasn't time for Yilu to step back into the background yet. "Let's choose this person from the Academy, and also involve the humans on Gaia. This will allow us to better integrate into Gaia's human world." Chi Yiming pondered for a moment, and said to Chen Chung, "You pick a few people from the Academy and recommend them. I make the final decision." Chen Chung nodded, indicating he'd taken note, and would handle it immediately upon his return. Next, Chi Yiming ordered the ship's intelligent computer to move the engineer to a relatively safe circumstellar orbit. Afterward, Chi Yiming checked the engineer's IFF system. Fortunately, the system had only a serious bug, causing the photon chip controlling it to be damaged by high-level energy. Fortunately, the engineer had spare parts on hand. According to the intelligent computer's prompt, Qi Yiming replaced the damaged photon chip and entered the star system of Wang Shuhua and his crew's warship into the engineer's friendly ship database. From now on, their warships could dock with the engineer at any time. After completing these tasks, Qi Yiming left Xiaoshan behind to guard the engineer. The most important issue was that the Azure shield generator had exploded, and Xiaoshan had to wait here while the Azure was repaired. Qi Yiming then led the fleet back to the Awakener system. After nearly 2 weeks away, a significant change had occurred on Gaia. The Academy had extracted enough rare materials from the minerals left over from the last repair of the arc generator to manufacture thousands of intelligent learning systems. In the past 2 weeks, they had already produced hundreds of these devices and, under Fang Min's coordination, had installed them in the busiest squares in various cities. A long line formed in the square, with many Gaia citizens queuing to access the intelligent learning system. This pleased Qi Yiming greatly. It seemed that these veterans at the Academy were quite proactive, having so quickly implemented a talent development program. Chapter 113. Watching the bustling scene, Qi Yiming gained a stronger confidence in realizing his ideals. After disbanding the fleet, Qi Yiming sought out Song Boihui to learn about the progress of talent development. He was delighted that by the time they returned, nearly 30,000 people had completed basic skills training. So what were they waiting for? Qi Yiming immediately instructed Fang Min to notify the Gaia Star United government to organize these 30,000 people and send them to the engineer, so that the engineer could resume minimal operations. Before anything else, he needed to produce a few frigates or destroyers to replenish his fleet. Otherwise, facing Mao Qiming's subsequent attack would be extremely difficult. Watching Fang Min hurriedly depart, Qi Yiming remembered the scientific expedition team still conducting social research on Gaia Star. Qi Yiming sent for Lu Bishu to discuss the situation. Lu Bishu had been very depressed recently. Ever since his last meeting with Qi Yiming, he had been asked to assign additional personnel to monitor the scientific expedition team. But he had never done anything like a spy chief. Fortunately, he had obtained a group of experienced personnel from the Gaia Star United government, which allowed him to carry out the plan. However, the feedback he received indicated that Lu Chao and his team were truly just an ordinary scientific expedition team, and they had indeed been conducting social research recently. This puzzled Qi Yiming. If, based on the information Xiaoshan brought back, Mao Qiming and the assassin organization had already taken action, then this expedition team was the most likely suspect. In fact, Qi Yiming could have easily controlled these people directly by force. The universe was so vast that the disappearance of a scientific research vessel was perfectly normal. But Qi Yiming wanted to resolve this problem once and for all. If Lu Chao and the others were apprehended, the assassin organization would inevitably send another group. Then this would be a never-ending matter. If this continued for too long, even the tightest defenses would eventually show flaws. It would be better to resolve the situation once and for all at the outset. So Qi Yiming said to Lu Bishu, "Go tell Lu Chao, doesn't he want to thank me in person? We host a reception for them tonight. Once you've chosen a location, let me know in advance so I can make some arrangements." Arrangements? Do you mean there's something fishy about this group? Lu Bishu hadn't yet heard the news Xiaoshan had brought back, so he was a little surprised when Qi Yiming seemed to be considering taking action. Not yet, just a precaution. You know our current situation isn't very good. Qi Yiming then told Lu Bishu the intelligence Xiaoshan had brought back. Lu Bishu was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected this seemingly normal scientific expedition team to be connected to the Human Purification Light organization. "I'm not entirely sure," Qi Yiming offered his own opinion. "There's only this one foreign team on Gaia right now, and they're the most suspicious." "Okay, I go make the arrangements." After Lu Bishu left, Qi Yiming immediately mobilized hundreds of internal security personnel from the Xiefeng. Once Lu Bishu arranged the venue, they would be secretly accommodated at the reception. At 8 p.m., in the lobby of Gaia's most luxurious hotel, not only Qi Yiming's subordinates were in attendance, but also the heads of various departments of the Gaia United Government had gathered for the impromptu reception hosted by Qi Yiming, the leader of the United Government. At the reception, Lu Chao appeared perfectly normal. Besides constantly expressing his gratitude to Qi Yiming, he also expressed his hope that Qi Yiming and his expedition team would remain on Gaia for a longer period of time, so they could complete their social science survey. Qi Yiming readily agreed. What surprised Qi Yiming was that Lu Chao and his team had already repaired the research vessel's engine and stated that they would depart Gaia immediately after completing their social research. After the reception, Lu Chao, accompanied by his assistant, and Lu Bishu, left the hotel. This left Qi Yiming perplexed. Why hadn't the promised assassination occurred? Had he truly misjudged it, This clearly demonstrates Lu Chao's exceptional skill. His team is incredibly patient. In hundreds of previous assassination attempts, many of the victims remained friendly with Lu Chao and his team until their deaths. Even after the assassination, the victims' relatives remained unaware of their intentions. This time, however, the assassination of Qi Yiming presented Lu Chao with a significant challenge. He knew full well that if he took action at the reception, his men, including himself, would suffer a disastrous end. This was not what Lu Chao wanted. To escape unscathed after the assassination attempt, he had no choice but to forego this golden opportunity. However, 2 weeks later, Lu Chao invited Qi Yiming back, under the pretext of completing a social science expedition. Qi Yiming agreed and arrived promptly. The banquet was a resounding success, and all attendees received small gifts from the expedition team. The gifts were not expensive. They were simply some relatively novel and ornamental mineral specimens they had found during their field research. The entire process seemed perfectly normal, and Lu Chao showed no signs of taking action until the banquet concluded. Afterward, Lu Chao and his assistants boarded the transport boat and returned to the Warrior. But just as Lu Chao and his team were boarding the Warrior, Qi Yiming's flying car suddenly exploded on the way back to the president's residence. The blast was so powerful that it affected an area within a 10-kilometer radius, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. Just as Lu Chao and the rest of his team celebrated the assassination and used deep space communication equipment to send word of the success to the organization, Qi Yiming secretly left the hotel through the back door, cursing as he left. This organization is truly ruthless. They used such a powerful bomb just to kill me. How ruthless must they be to do such a thing? Lu Bishu, who was standing by, wiped his sweat from his face. Thank goodness, we had Xiao Shan's intelligence, otherwise we might have fallen into their hands. How are the others? Qi Yiming asked as he walked, inquiring about the people who had received gifts tonight. There are 3 more explosions, causing quite a bit of unrest. Fong Min was also wiping a cold sweat from his face. This is a good opportunity to clean out the corrupt officials within the coalition government. You two will be responsible for this. Qi Yiming knew that the coalition government wasn't as harmonious as it appeared, and many people still resented Qi Yiming, an outsider, being their home. Qi Yiming then took out his communicator and contacted Wang Shuhua. Have you detected any ultra-high power communication equipment operating? Just now, the signal source has been identified, the Warrior. Wang Shuhua answered, saluted Qi Yiming and then spoke. Okay, wait until they finish sending the message and arrest them immediately. Although Qi Yiming had anticipated the outcome, he was still furious. You mess with my people and expect to leave peacefully? Chapter 114. The Awakened are nothing special. Inside the Warrior's bridge, Lu Chao, holding a goblet in one hand, smugly gazed at Gaia outside the ship as he said, at least 30 Awakened have perished at our hands. Qi Yiming was considered a formidable figure, yet we still sent him flying with our homemade bombs. With that, laughter erupted from the bridge. Suddenly, the Warrior's lock alarm blared shrilly. What's going on? Lu Chao abruptly stood up from his captain's chair upon hearing the alarm. Captain, we've been locked onto. Impossible. They should be in disarray by now. Captain, 3 destroyers have locked onto us. As soon as the Warrior's radar commander finished speaking, Wang Shuhua's voice rang out over the wide area communication channel. Thinking you're running after this? Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Lu Chao continued to try to get away with it. But Wang Shuhua didn't give him a second chance. Have you sent the message? If you have, immediately shut down the engines. You're under arrest. Don't even think about resisting. A research vessel can't withstand a few rounds of fire from our warships. At that moment, Lu Chao realized that Qi Yiming had been playing along with their scheme from the beginning, and that he was the fool. At this point, Lu Chao acted completely naive. Since I've been exposed, I admit defeat. He then ordered the research vessel's engines shut down, and waited for Wang Shuhua to send someone aboard. After Lu Chao's arrest, necessary interrogation was still necessary. Qi Yiming did not participate. He had more important things to do. The engineer's crew had been transported to their location, and the ship's production equipment was operational, but the lack of manpower meant it was inefficient. Furthermore, although the personnel aboard had received basic skills training, mastering the skills took time, and this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Luckily, Qi Yiming didn't need a large warship right now. He only needed one to handle the fleet sent by Mao Qiming. When Qi Yiming returned to the engineer, the ship was much busier than his first visit. The assigned personnel were patrolling each production line, quickly familiarizing themselves with its performance and configuration to facilitate future maintenance and upkeep. Xiao Shan's Azure was quietly docked at the maintenance berth. Engineers were repairing the Azure's energy shield generator, which had exploded in the previous battle. The warship blueprints aboard the Engineer were all for pre-human Federation standard warships. For specialized warships like the Azure, the Engineer could only replace common parts. It couldn't produce specialized equipment like shield generators. The Azure was lucky. The shield generator wasn't seriously damaged. It only needed a few common parts replaced, not a complete overhaul. Otherwise, the Azure might have been left gathering dust here. Qi Yiming had also moved the entire Scientific Research Institute here during his visit. He was a little concerned about placing it on Gaia. After all, Lu Chao and his team had been on Gaia for almost 3 months, and they might have already leaked the location of the institute. If Mao Qiming's brute force approach failed, hiring professional spies might actually succeed. So, while there weren't many projects on the horizon, Qi Yiming simply moved the entire institute to the Engineer. The equipment there was advanced enough to fully support the research work of these tech-savvy individuals. After arranging the personnel from the academy, Qi Yiming returned to the Engineer's bridge and awakened the intelligent computer dedicated to the production area. "Hello, Captain." The ship's intelligent computer responded the moment Qi Yiming awoke it. "I want to produce 100 Paladin-class battleships. Based on the current efficiency of the production area, it will take 500 years to produce 100 Paladin-class battleships. Please confirm the start of production." The intelligent computer, not understanding that Qi Yiming was joking, honestly calculated the time required to produce 100 battleships. Puff. Qi Yiming spat out a mouthful of aged blood. How could it take so long? Insufficient mineral reserves, inefficient engineering staff, and poorly maintained automated production lines prevent full production. Knowing the Engineer's current situation, Qi Yiming stopped joking with the intelligent computer and asked seriously, "What warships can the Engineer produce quickly?" A few seconds later, the ship's intelligent computer compiled a short list for Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming took a look. Currently, the highest-tier warships the Engineer could mass-produce were only destroyers. While higher-tier warships could be produced, the efficiency would be extremely low. Qi Yiming reflected. With the Xiefeng as a base, they had no shortage of high-end combat power. Their only disadvantage was their small number of warships, making them vulnerable to Mao Qiming's use of the wheeled attack strategy. According to the Engineer's design, it had 2 warship production lines, located in the concave areas on either side of the ship's main body. As long as there were sufficient minerals, and at the Engineer's current efficiency, producing a destroyer, from keel laying to outfitting, would only take 15 days. Qi Yiming counted his men. After Fang Min and the others completed their further cleanup of the Gaia Star Coalition government, they could escape and join the fleet. The Engineer couldn't repair the captured warships, so they had to build a destroyer each for them. Then, there were the men Xiao Shan had brought with him, as well as Wang Shuhua and his men. Although their warships were destroyer class, their combat effectiveness wasn't on the same level as the former Federation warships, so they also needed to be upgraded. Hao Qinqi and his wife would need to assist Qi Yiming in commanding the Xiefeng, as the Xiefeng might need to be dismantled during the battle. Finally, Qi Yiming ordered the AI to build 8 destroyers. It will take 18 days to build 8 destroyers. Please confirm. Confirmed. The moment the order was confirmed, the mineral smelting area within the Engineer sprang into action. A steady stream of minerals was poured into the smelting furnace, where they were transformed into various materials and transported by conveyor belts to the production lines for various warship equipment. After receiving sufficient materials, the 2 warship production lines began laying the keels at workstation number 1. The densely packed robotic arms at the workstations began to whirlwind. In less than half a day, the keel of a destroyer had been laid. The rigid structure securing the keel left Station 1 and began slowly moving to the next station, preparing for the ship's structural assembly. Station 1, previously vacant, remained active, continuing to lay the keel of the second warship. Thus, a warship assembly line began to operate. Qi Yiming then informed Xiao Shan that once the Azure's repairs were complete, he would return to Gaia and instruct Wang Shuhua to arrange for personnel to arrive in batches to receive the new warships. Xiao Shan had long been astounded by the Engineer's efficient production methods. Although he had seen the current human warship production lines, the majority of the work was done by humans, and the level of automation was nowhere near comparable to that of the Engineer. Watching the new warships gradually take shape, Xiao Shan could already envision a near-future scenario of hundreds of warships arrayed across the interstellar space. Chapter 115. Just as Qi Yiming was diligently improving his armaments, Mao Qiming also received a notification from Song Shixiang. "The men I sent succeeded. Just got the news." Song Shixiang seemed accustomed to all this, his voice unusually calm. Mao Qiming, on the other hand, seemed much more excited. While tasting wine, he even smashed a bottle of his long-cherished fine wine. Great! I notify the fleet to depart immediately. Remember our agreement. I can easily take Qi Yiming's life, and I can take yours at any time. Mao Qiming's mouth twitched, thinking, anything can happen when you're working with a bunch of lunatics. But then he smiled and said to Song Shixiang, I may not have any other strengths, but I'm trustworthy. That better not be easy, Song Shixiang said, and hung up. Mao Qiming then put away his communicator, and hurriedly boarded his new warship. Standing on the bridge of the Flamingo, named after his predecessor, Mao Qiming imagined himself dominating the market after inheriting the technological legacy, and drool actually began to trickle down his lips. Hurry! Wiping the saliva from his mouth, Mao Qiming shouted at his men. The fleets Mao Qiming had dispatched earlier had already activated the jump bridge on the Commercial Alliance side of the Ancestral Star region. The Commercial Alliance's journey to the Ancestral Star region via the jump bridge would take 3 days, a feat Mao Qiming could not tolerate. However, to avoid alerting Qi Yiming, the fleet had to secretly assemble at the Commercial Alliance border. This time, Mao Qiming had deployed his best forces, not only deploying the Thor, the only battleship in the security fleet, but also every battlecruiser he could muster. The first fleet to cross the border was led by battleships, comprising 30 warships of various types. Qi Yiming would have been astonished had he seen this. He hadn't expected Mao Qiming to deploy battleships. Then, consider the 2 battlecruisers, 7 cruisers, and 20 destroyers following behind the battleships. No one would have expected Qi Yiming to win, even with the engineer. In terms of both the number of warships and high-end combat power, Qi Yiming was completely at a disadvantage. But it was too late to say anything now. Qi Yiming seemed to have been overconfident. His plan to snipe Mao Qiming with the Snow Peak had become an impossible task. It was already 2 weeks later when Mao Qiming's fleet arrived in the Awakener system. On the day they entered the Ancestral Star region, they discovered an unfinished border outpost. Zhang Bowie, leading the advanced fleet, didn't even blink as he ordered his fleet to open fire, completely destroying the unfinished border outpost. Then they headed straight for the Awakener system. But when they arrived, they saw a completely different scene. Qi Yiming's fleet was relatively small, but he had retrieved a truly remarkable artifact from the engineer, drones. Don't assume that only the engineer could control drones, the Xiefeng could also. It's just that without the drone booster link, the Xiefeng could only control a limited number of drones. Still, the number reached a staggering 50,000. That wasn't the problem. The most important thing was that once the engineer was operational again, it would automatically reproduce drones to fill the vacant drone bays. This gave Qi Yiming a considerable number of drones at his disposal. It only takes 5 minutes to produce a single drone on the engineer, which is dozens of drone production lines. Even if Mao Qiming moved quickly, the fleet would still spend considerable time on the road. This was enough time for Qi Yiming to prepare the drones needed for combat readiness. And so, the Flamingo Group's security fleet suffered another tragedy. They encountered the same fate as when Qi Yiming attacked the engineer, the only difference being that the drone swarm they faced was far fewer than what Qi Yiming and his men had faced. Faced with a dense swarm of drones, Zhang Bowie and his comrades were stunned. Captain, am I seeing things? So many drones? What madman could have created this? Zhang Bowie was also a little confused. That wasn't what boss Mao Qiming had said when he set out. He remembered it vividly, when Mao Qiming assured him, go ahead, don't worry. Those guys don't have many warships. For you, it'd just be an armed parade at best. A promotion and a raise are just around the corner when you return. To be honest, Zhang Bowen wasn't particularly interested in a promotion, but he took the word raise very seriously. Who wouldn't want a job with a high salary and minimal worries? So he set off with the fleet, but now, he really wanted to abandon the fleet and run away. This wasn't a job that could be secured with just a pay raise. At this moment, he really wanted to tell Mao Qiming, this job deserves more money. The problem was, it was too late to say anything now. The drones were already surrounding them. Although the warships were firing at full speed, the number of drones remained undiminished. In fact, Zhang Bowie felt that their number had increased significantly. The fleet communication channel was already a chaotic mess, with calls for support from the flagship, reports of losses, and mostly the desperate howls of the dying. Zhang Bowie wanted to order a surrender, but he couldn't, because he had already known the core objective of the entire operation before departure. The technological heritage of an ancient civilization. To prevent any complications, Zhang Bowie's family had been taken into custody by Mao Qiming before he set out, under the guise of visiting the families of employees. So this mission was either success or death. He had no other choice. However, Qi Yiming didn't seem to intend to take prisoners, and throughout, he hadn't spoken to the invading enemy at all. For Qi Yiming and his men, the battle was remarkably easy. It was simply Qi Yiming selecting the target group on the drone control panel, and then leading everyone in a visually stunning interstellar battle. Zhang Bowie and his men were in constant agony. With the exception of Zhang Bowie, who remained relatively quiet throughout, the other captains, after the initial few minutes of resistance, pleaded with him on the fleet radio to surrender. But how could they understand Zhang Bowie's dilemma? Captain? We're just a security fleet. There's no need to fight so hard. The worst that can happen is we lose our jobs. Isn't it better to keep our lives? One captain's voice trembled, clearly on the verge of tears. Zhang Bowie remained unmoved, pretending not to hear. But the looks of his crew members changed. To put it bluntly, they were just employees. Joining the Flamingo was at most a way to show off to their friends and family, but none of them truly wanted to work for the group. So, a rebellion broke out within the battleship Thor, completely failing to fulfill its role as a flagship on the battlefield. The Flamingo Group's security fleet collapsed instantly, and the battleship's captain called on Qi Yiming to surrender via the wide area broadcast. At this time, Mao Qiming was still full of confidence and led the remaining forces of the Flamingo's security fleet to rush to the Awakener galaxy in the ancestral star domain. Chapter 116. With the collapse of the Flamingo's security fleet, Qi Yiming once again realized the immense power of drone swarm attacks in the current human world. Destroying a small fleet led by a battleship was something Qi Yiming had never imagined. Qi Yiming had actually wanted to capture that battleship, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, it had chosen to self-destruct. Qi Yiming examined the remaining battlecruisers and realized they were no longer worth repairing. After all, these higher-tier warships had been the primary targets for the drones. The remaining warships, below the rank of battlecruiser, posed little threat to Qi Yiming. Later, during interrogation of the captives, Qi Yiming learned that their fleet was only the advanced fleet, and Mao Qiming was on his way with the follow-up fleet. Qi Yiming could only sigh. Arms dealers are just that, arms dealers. They had already destroyed a full-strength battleship fleet in the Awakener galaxy. According to Wang Sen, such a fleet could already sweep across most current nations. Mao Qiming actually possessed warships. Qi Yiming couldn't find a more appropriate word to describe his wealth than lavish wealth. Since Mao Qiming was still coming, Qi Yiming had no intention of letting him go. He was determined to eliminate this troublesome Mao Qiming once and for all. This time, he wouldn't let him get away, no matter what. Qi Yiming had already prepared the perfect burial place for Mao Qiming. Meanwhile, Mao Qiming was still dreaming of acquiring technological heritage and dominating the arms market. In reality, the fleet Mao Qiming led was not large in number. Like a gambler, he had placed all his chips on the advanced fleet. Damn you, Zhang Bowie! Why don't you use the deep space communicator to report your progress? Mao Qiming cursed continuously from the bridge of the brand new Flamingo. Report. We arrived in the ancestral star region. The Flamingo's navigator loudly reported the fleet's current position. Then the radar officer's voice rang out. A large amount of man-made debris has been discovered 3 light minutes from the fleet. It appears to be a temporary berthing system commonly used at border outposts. Mao Qiming's face twisted into a smile upon hearing this. Isn't this Qi Yiming stupid? He even thought of setting up a border outpost and exploiting the 10 seconds of energy dislocation after the warship's jump. Mao Qiming shook the goblet in his hand. Didn't they get wiped out by the fleet you sent? Mao Qiming's adjutant, seeing his boss seemed in good spirits, boldly stood aside to flatter him. Looks like old Zhang's doing pretty well. Mao Qiming nodded slightly, looking pleased. Boss, you've always been a good judge of character. Brother Zhang has definitely secured that habitable planet, and is waiting for you. It seems he wants to surprise you. The adjutant continued to praise Mao Qiming's foresight. Ha. Mao Qiming laughed unbridled. If you want to fight me, Qi Yiming is far from good enough. That's? Who are you, boss? A mere awakened one wants to show off in front of you. Alright, go check on the internal energy levels of the ships to see if they return to normal. We still have several days to travel. Satisfied that his flattery had been effective, the adjutant went about his business, leaving Mao Qiming alone to once again indulge in his fantasies of the future. A few days later, Mao Qiming's fleet arrived at the Awakener system again. To Mao Qiming's surprise, the advanced fleet was nowhere to be seen. Although Mao Qiming was confident in this raid and didn't expect another failure, but having learned his lesson from the previous time, Mao Qiming had learned his lesson and dispatched a destroyer to the habitable planet to gather information. Half an hour later, The destroyer reported back that everything was normal, and Mao Qiming continued to lead the fleet toward Gaia's orbit. As soon as the fleet emerged from warp mode, Mao Qiming witnessed a scene he would never forget. Gaia's high orbit was littered with warship debris, and the destroyer he had just sent to gather information was now orbiting Gaia. "Have you contacted Zhang Bowen?" Mao Qiming frowned as he looked at the warship wreckage before him. He had assumed it was the remains of Qi Yiming's defeat. The communications officer flicked at the holographic screen before him, then shook his head and said, "The Thor hasn't responded. However, Vice Captain Chiu Ran of the Advanced Fleet just replied to our ship's call." "Oh!" Mao Qiming glanced at the communications officer in confusion. "Connect Chiu Ran. I need him to give me a detailed report." After the call was connected, Mao Qiming looked at the terrified Chiu Ran and asked curiously, "Where's your captain? Where did the Thor go?" Chiu Ran's tears suddenly flowed, and he choked out, "Captain Zhang. He's dead." The Thor was also sunk. Qi Yiming, standing beside Chiu Ran, watched Chiu Ran's performance in awe, sighing to himself, "They're all movie stars." Qi Yiming wasn't worried about the communicator transmitting his own image to the flamingo. The device focused solely on Chiu Ran, blurring everyone else's presence on the screen. Mao Qiming, on the other hand, hadn't felt much of a stir when he heard of Zhang Bowi's death, but his entire demeanor shifted when he heard the Thor had been sunk. He glared at Chiu Ran angrily. How could a battleship be sunk so easily? Qi Yiming's CFing is truly absurd. Chiu Ran, engrossed in his performance, suddenly remembered his own situation and stole a glance at Qi Yiming. Finding Qi Yiming didn't seem displeased, he daringly continued his story. The Thor drew all the firepower to cover the fleet's assault. Chiu Ran actually began to wipe away tears as he spoke. Mao Qiming sighed too. He hadn't expected Qi Yiming to be so formidable. "Where's the fleet? Why aren't the other warships in orbit?" Mao Qiming remained somewhat wary. The remaining warships were also severely damaged. "After breaking through the defenses, we landed on the planet's surface. I launched the ships in better condition." Qi Yiming instructed Chiu Ran on this step. Qi Yiming also knew that trying to get Mao Qiming, the old fox, to let down his guard would inevitably involve certain risks. However, except for the captain, all the personnel on the captured warships of the Advanced Fleet had been replaced by Qi Yiming's own men. From the bridge, Mao Qiming watched a destroyer, its tail billowing black smoke, struggle to escape the atmosphere, and only then did he feel relieved. Seeing the technological legacy about to be acquired, Mao Qiming overlooked many details. For example, why were the wreckage of the warships in Gaia's orbit so fragmented? Logically, even if the warships were sunk, the wreckage wouldn't be scattered like that. Mao Qiming no longer cared about this. He anxiously asked Chiu Ran, "Did you find anything special on the surface?" Chiu Ran didn't know the purpose of this trip, but Qi Yiming asked Chiu Ran to tell Mao Qiming that they had discovered a place on the surface that was different from other research centers. It was heavily guarded, and many Marines were killed during the attack. Chapter 117. Having overlooked many details, Mao Qiming ordered the fleet to maintain alert in Gaia's high orbit. His flamingo, following the escorting warships, slowly descended to the surface. At this point, Qi Yiming wasn't in a rush to act. He was waiting for Mao Qiming to discover the intelligent learning system he had left for him, and go into a frenzy before taking action. That was definitely when Mao Qiming was most careless. Sure enough, when Mao Qiming and his escort team entered the former Academy of Sciences, he seemed incredibly excited. He repeatedly ignored the captain's warnings, and entered areas not yet confirmed to be safe. Observing Mao Qiming's impatience, Qi Yiming, who was among the accompanying group, glared at him with an icy gaze, suppressing the urge to act. After more than 10 minutes, Mao Qiming finally discovered the intelligent learning system Qi Yiming had left for him. The learning system was placed in an inconspicuous location, a deliberate arrangement by Qi Yiming. He was truly afraid of arousing Mao Qiming's suspicion. By the time Mao Qiming realized the power of the intelligent learning system, he was completely stunned. Then, he excitedly shook the guard captain who had been following him. "You roughnecks, you want to be scientists?" Mao Qiming asked his guard captain nonchalantly. The guard captain was also confused, but Mao Qiming forced him into the device before him. The device contained a single seat, and above it sat a helmet-like object. The side of the helmet that pressed against the head was covered in densely packed contacts. The guard captain, after donning the device, was initially terrified, but gradually, a look of delight filled his face. At that moment, the captain of the guards had never felt his mind so clear. Many questions that had once been puzzling suddenly became clear. Just as the captain was enjoying this feeling, Mao Qiming suddenly pressed the pause button on his device. He smiled and said to the captain, "How's it going, future chief scientist. With these words, the surrounding guards began to whisper among themselves, and the once tight formation relaxed considerably. Qi Yiming knew the moment had come. Attack! Qi Yiming ordered decisively. The previously harmless escorts instantly drew their weapons from their heavy clothing and opened fire on the somewhat distracted guards. Meanwhile, the internal security forces ambushed outside the research institute easily controlled the situation, and the Flamingo was immediately captured by Qi Yiming's men. As for the fleet lingering in Gaia's high orbit, they immediately surrendered when Hao Qinqi, temporarily commanding the Xiefeng and leading a large number of drones, appeared. The fleet Mao Qiming brought wasn't particularly powerful, and since it was merely a security fleet for a commercial group, its fighting spirit was pitifully low. Those captains who hesitated were instantly surrounded by drones before they could even send a warning signal to the Flamingo, becoming space junk in the next second. Mao Qiming stared blankly at the guards lying on the ground before him, momentarily unable to process what had happened. But when he saw Qi Yiming emerging from the crowd, his expression was incredibly captivating. To say Mao Qiming had built his business to such a size was to say that he embodied the concept of flexibility. Mao Qiming, realizing what had happened, immediately put on a fawning expression and said to Qi Yiming, "Brother, let's talk it out. Who's calling you a brother?" Qi Yiming raised his gun and fired, not giving Mao Qiming a chance to speak. Watching Mao Qiming slowly fall to his knees with a look of disbelief on his face, Qi Yiming added, "Talking too much is the biggest reason for failure in great endeavors." Having personally killed Mao Qiming, Qi Yiming instantly felt refreshed. Qi Yiming wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but Mao Qiming knew too much. If he let Mao Qiming go, Qi Yiming's greatest secret would be exposed. Having suffered repeated losses at his hands, Mao Qiming would undoubtedly unite with a more powerful force to deal with him. Qi Yiming would rather become even more bloodthirsty than allow an outsider, who knew the secret, to leave Gaia alive. The security guards who followed Mao Qiming in, as well as his former subordinates, were then shot on Qi Yiming's orders. Then, high explosives were used to completely obliterate the old research institute site from the surface of Gaia. When word of Mao Qiming's death reached Flamingo Arms Group headquarters, the group's directors all expressed their intention to withdraw their shares. A vast business empire had completely collapsed due to a series of seemingly inexplicable maneuvers by Mao Qiming. But Qi Yiming did not relax his defenses despite Mao Qiming's death. He knew full well that there was a killer organization behind Mao Qiming, waiting to take a piece of his spoils. So, after dealing with Mao Qiming and his men, Qi Yiming reinterrogated Lu Chao and others who had been arrested for the failed assassination attempt overnight. In the interrogation room, Qi Yiming stared at Lu Chao, remaining silent. Lu Chao felt a bit uneasy. In fact, Qi Yiming regretted his decision the moment he stood before Lu Chao, who had been knocked down by the wristband. He wasn't good at interrogation. Qi Yiming was too embarrassed to leave and let someone else in, so he just went ahead and pressed on. At that moment, Qi Yiming remembered a TV show he'd seen, where the interrogator would start by beating the prisoner without saying anything else. Then a shocking scene unfolded. Qi Yiming unbuckled his belt and pulled it out. Then he walked over to Lu Chao and ripped open his shirt. Wang Sen, standing outside the one-way window, curiously asked Wang Shuhua beside him, "What kind of interrogation method is this, Führer?" Wang Shuhua frowned and said, "Perhaps the Führer hopes to influence the other party with his unique masculine charm." At this moment, Lu Chao's voice was trembling as he asked Qi Yiming, What are you doing?" Qi Yiming gave a sinister smile. "What?" Before Lu Chao could say anything else, Qi Yiming, holding up his pants with one hand and his belt with the other, swung his arm around Lu Chao. While beating him, he shouted, "Will you tell me? Will you tell me?" Qi Yiming whipped Lu Chao over 30 times before finally stopping, breathless. Everyone outside the interrogation room was stunned. Lu Chao's skin was torn and bruised. As a killer, Lu Chao could still endure this level of pain, but he looked at Qi Yiming as if he were an idiot. Qi Yiming glanced at Lu Chao and said, "Ah, you're still in the mood to tease me." He slapped Lu Chao with his belt again and said, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Lu Chao felt a little wronged by the beating. "Why didn't you ask? You came up and slapped me over a dozen times, and then asked me if I tell you or not. Why didn't you ask a question?" Qi Yiming finally realized what was happening and apologized profusely to Lu Chao. "I was so focused on the beating that I forgot to ask the question. I'm so sorry." What else could Lu Chao say? He was at the mercy of others, and he could only endure it. Chapter 118. Xiao Shan, standing outside the interrogation room, couldn't stand it any longer and pushed the door open. "You should have said so earlier if you didn't know how to conduct an interrogation." You made such a fool of yourself. Luckily, we're all on the same side, otherwise I'd be embarrassed if I told anyone. Xiao Shan gave Qi Yiming a disdainful look. Qi Yiming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly offered his seat to Xiao Shan. But neither of them noticed that Lu Chao's expression changed slightly when Xiao Shan entered. Xiao Shan wasn't particularly skilled at interrogation, but he was a bit better than Qi Yiming. Xiao Shan gestured to the people outside the interrogation room to put Lu Chao down. After Lu Chao sat down, Xiao Shan slowly spoke, I know these minor injuries aren't a big deal to you. Unexpectedly, Lu Chao took the initiative. I know you. You're Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was stunned, then smiled. It seems your organization has been keeping an eye on me. Lu Chao shook his head. The organization isn't keeping an eye on you. It's just me. Xiao Shan raised an eyebrow and glanced at the battered Lu Chao. You're keeping an eye on me? I can't help it. I'm worried about someone who hasn't gotten rid of the problem at the root. Lu Chao spoke slowly. Xiao Shan was stunned, while Qi Yiming was somewhat bewildered. Qi Yiming could tell that Lu Chao seemed to know Xiao Shan, but he couldn't understand why Lu Chao said he hadn't gotten rid of the problem at the root. Suddenly, Qi Yiming took 2 steps forward, placing himself between Xiao Shan and Lu Chao. He had his back to Lu Chao, as if to protect him. Xiao Shan, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Lu Chao behind Qi Yiming. Xiao Shan, calm down. Qi Yiming looked at Xiao Shan, who was on the verge of exploding, and tried to soothe him. You know, Lu Chao can't be killed just yet. You better get out of the way. Xiao Shan muttered coldly, his hand already reaching for the pistol tucked at his waist. Wang Shu, Yi Lu, and the others also rushed in. Outside the interrogation room, they had also heard Lu Chao's words to Xiao Shan through the monitoring equipment. Yi Lu was the quickest to react. Ever since she heard Xiao Shan recount his childhood, she'd been trying to get closer to him, and therefore, she was particularly concerned about many things about him. She hadn't expected a simple interrogation to escalate into such a turmoil. Lu Chao had been implicated in the tragic massacre of Xiao Shan's family. To be honest, everyone in the interrogation room supported Xiao Shan's vengeance, but common sense told them that even if Lu Chao was killed, Xiao Shan's revenge would only be half fulfilled. The mastermind behind the tragedy hadn't been uncovered. But if they could pry Lu Chao open, they could easily follow the clues and find the mastermind behind the tragedy. Yi Lu quickly approached Xiao Shan, pushing Qi Yiming aside. Then, pointing at Lu Chao, she said to Xiao Shan, this man before us is our only clue to the mastermind. We can't kill him now. Xiao Shan seemed oblivious to Yi Lu's words as he slowly drew his service pistol from his waistband, flicked the safety, took aim. All in one smooth motion. Qi Yiming and the others had already closed their eyes, but no gunshots were heard. Yi Lu remained beside Xiao Shan, seemingly whispering in his ear, no one here is qualified to stop you, because we haven't experienced what you experienced. As she spoke, Yi Lu raised her hand, attempting to suppress Xiao Shan's gun arm. If we kill this man, we might never find any clues about that organization, and the real murderer might go unpunished. You know how mysterious the light of purification is. Have you found even a single clue in all these years? Xiao Shan's right hand, holding the gun, trembled constantly. Tears had already turned a faint red, streaking down his pale cheek. Seeing Yi Lu's persuasion seemed to be working, Qi Yiming hurriedly said, this man will be handed over to you sooner or later. Can we finish interrogating him first? Yi Lu gently stroked Xiao Shan's cheek, wiping away the tears. Qi Yiming is right. This man is already dead. He will be handed over to you sooner or later. But Lu Chao laughed unscrupulously. Ha ha ha. Come on. Kill me. Yi Lu watched Xiao Shan, who had just begun to improve, become furious again and said quickly, he's provoking you. He's doing it on purpose. Don't be fooled. The more he does this, the more he knows. And the more valuable it is. Xiao Shan bit his lip, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yi Lu knew that at this point, she could only hope that Xiao Shan would be able to control himself. No amount of words would be of any use. As she had just said to Xiao Shan, no one in the room had ever experienced what Xiao Shan had gone through, and therefore couldn't empathize with his current feelings. They were even less qualified to stop him from seeking revenge, and could only try to persuade him to delay. Xiao Shan's right hand, holding the gun, suddenly stopped shaking and his gaze cleared. He stared intently at Lu Chao, saying in a cold voice, you better tell me everything you know, and maybe I give you a quick death. Otherwise. A bang! The bullet whistled past Lu Chao's ear, severing half of it. After the gunshot, Xiao Shan slowly lowered his arm and continued, otherwise, I make you regret coming into this world. Lu Chao shuddered as he looked at Qiao Shan's bloodshot eyes and cheeks streaked with tears. He swore he had never seen such a terrifying look in his life. Even after killing so many people, the look they gave him before their death hadn't been as terrifying as Qiao Shan's. Lu Chao believed that if he said nothing, the man before him would truly make him regret coming into this world. In fact, Lu Chao had a plan in mind the moment he recognized Qiao Shan. He wanted to provoke him and kill him quickly, because, as Yi Lu had said, he knew too much. When Lu Chao revealed to Qiao Shan that he was involved in the tragedy, he had almost succeeded. Seeing Qiao Shan draw his pistol, he even felt a tinge of excitement. But he had never expected the young man before him to have such fortitude to suppress his anger. The moment Qiao Shan lowered his gun, he knew he had failed. Now he could only trade the information he knew for a decent death. Qiao Shan felt he couldn't stay in Lu Chao's presence. As Lu Chao revealed all the secrets he knew to Wang Xin, who sat nearby, taking notes, he sheathed his gun and quietly exited the interrogation room. Fearing something might happen to him, Yi Lu followed him out. Sister Yi. Qiao Shan's tears flowed again upon seeing Yi Lu. Yi Lu stepped forward and gently embraced Qiao Shan, caressing his back. Cry. Crying will make you feel better. For a moment, the corridor outside the interrogation room rang with cries that moved anyone who heard them to tears and heartbroken anyone who saw them. Yi Lu quietly wiped the tears from her eyes and glanced back at the interrogation room door, as if making a decision. Chapter 119. Thanks to Qiao Shan's incident, the interrogation went smoothly. Lu Chao revealed everything he knew and didn't know. Of course, Qi Yiming asked the most detailed questions about Qiao Shan's family, including the mastermind behind the incident, the intelligence transmissions, and so on. Qi Yiming wrote down every single person involved in this matter. As Qi Yiming and the others stood up to leave the interrogation room, Lu Chao nervously asked, "Why haven't you killed me yet?" Qi Yiming simply glanced at Lu Chao with a look of despair before leaving the room. Originally, Qi Yiming had been willing to give Lu Chao a more dignified death. But after hearing about the brutality they inflicted on Qiao Shan's family, especially their brutal treatment of Qiao Shan's sister, Qi Yiming felt he had no right to punish him. As for what would happen to Qiao Shan, he no longer cared. After all, he was dead, and no matter how he died, it didn't matter. It seemed reasonable to avenge his own wrath. So, after Qiao Shan re-entered the interrogation room, waves of heart-wrenching pleas for mercy rang out from within. Qi Yiming closed the single-view window, pulled the others along, and left the interrogation center without looking back. Only Yi Lu remained outside, waiting for Qiao Shan to emerge. Standing outside, Yi Lu couldn't help but tremble as she listened to the increasingly shrill screams from within. She wondered if it was right to let Qiao Shan vent his anger like this. She raised her hand several times to push the door open to stop him, but ultimately gave up. After a distorted wail, Qiao Shan emerged from the interrogation room. He was pale and covered in blood, but a strange smile clung to his face. Fearing something might happen to him, Yi Lu quickly stepped forward to support Qiao Shan, who was stumbling slightly. "I actually still have a sister alive." "Huh? I actually still have a sister alive." Qiao Shan kept repeating this. This made Yi Lu pause for a moment. "Don't overthink it. I help you go back and rest." That bastard, in his quest to eradicate the problem, actually followed the clues and found out about my father's posthumous child. Qiao Shan was still musing on about this incredible news. Yi Lu had no choice but to follow Qiao Shan's lead. "Where is your sister now?" "She works as a waitress at a restaurant called Good Afternoon in City Circle 67, on the planet Corolla, the capital of the Wanluo Empire's Northern Star region." "What's her name?" "Qiao Xin." Yi Lu silently memorized this information, preparing to personally visit her after sending Qiao Shan back to his room. Since she was Qiao Shan's only relative, she absolutely could not let anything happen to her or cause her any suffering. After settling Qiao Shan down, Yi Lu said goodbye to Qi Yiming, assembled her crew, and commanded her ship to leave the Awakener galaxy. He was just going to pick someone up, so Qi Yiming didn't stop him. The others were discussing how to follow the clues Lu Chao had provided and completely dismantle this despicable assassin organization. Wang Xin looked at Qi Yiming mysteriously and said, "I think we should use the leader as bait." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Shuhua objected, "That won't work. Using the leader as bait will only attract more assassins, and the mastermind won't be revealed." Qi Yiming nodded. He didn't mind being bait, but if he couldn't catch the big fish, it wouldn't be worth it. Fong Min pointed to a message on the information board and said, "Lu Chao said that no matter how senior the assassins in this organization are, they've known each other since childhood." "What does that mean? Could they all be from the same planet?" Using an entire planet as a training base for assassins? Qi Yiming shook his head slightly. Isn't that too extravagant? Not necessarily a training base, Fong Min continued. They select and train suitable individuals on a habitable planet under their absolute control. That way, the trained talent will be easier to control. Qi Yiming still shook his head. He didn't think this assassin organization would select its members in this way. Tapping the message board in his hand, Qi Yiming continued, Anyway, let's keep a close eye on the several meeting points Lu Chao indicated. Wang Shuhua and the others nodded. I take people there right away. Qi Yiming stopped him. You can't go. You still have to recruit warship crew members on Gaia. Lu Bishu stepped forward, but was blocked by Qi Yiming again. You can't go either. You have to stay on Gaia and work with Fong Min on crew training. Wang Shuhua can't handle it all alone. So you're the one with the most free time, right? If you want to leave, just say so. Don't make excuses here. Wang Sun looked at Qi Yiming smugly from the side. Qi Yiming's face was filled with embarrassment. His little trick had been exposed. In reality, Qi Yiming wasn't entirely focused on going out for fun. The most important reason was that he was being targeted by the assassin organization. If he continued on Gaia, it would easily expose Gaia's situation. Gaia wasn't ready to step into the spotlight and bear the brunt of public scrutiny. If he made a high-profile appearance within the business alliance, it would divert the assassin organization's attention to the greatest extent possible, leaving Gaia with a relatively safe environment to develop. How can you stake out their contact points if you made such a high-profile appearance? Wang Shuhua was puzzled. We have Wang Sun. Qi Yiming looked at Wang Sun with ill intent. You don't want Wang Sun to look after the house, do you? Absolutely not. They all said in unison. Furious, Wang Sun lashed out. How long have we controlled Gaia? I only been there for less than a week. You're so mean. It's because your Wang family has a special constitution, unsuitable for looking after the house. Fong Min looked at Wang Sun with a pained expression. No wonder I always felt like you couldn't handle it. Wang Sun fell silent. Everyone present knew the Wang family's affairs, and he had no excuse. Qi Yiming smiled and said, It's settled then. Wang Sun and I will go out and cause trouble for others to draw their attention, while you stay here and develop Gaia. This will be the starting point of our great cause. Knowing this was the most stable approach at the moment, they agreed. Qi Yiming dismissed the meeting, and the others went about their business. Qi Yiming and Wang Sun returned to their respective ships, gathering their crews and preparing supplies for the expedition. Wang Shuhua headed to the system where the engineer was located. There, he would receive the crew members sent by Fong Min and his team from Gaia and arrange for them to embark for internships. After their internship, those with outstanding performance would be selected for further training, and then, upon Qi Yiming's return, they would be appointed captains. As the head of the Gaia United Government and military commander, Qi Yiming alone had the authority to appoint captains through the Xinjianli personnel system. But that was all for the future. Building an effective combat capability for Gaia required more than simply building a few warships. While intelligent learning systems could help, training these personnel was essential. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. 2 days later, Qi Yiming and Wang Sun departed for the commercial alliance. All the way, Qi Yiming excitedly exclaimed, I'm going out to cause trouble. Wang Sun, are you afraid? Chapter 120. After entering the commercial alliance, Qi Yiming and Wang Sun separated, one in the dark and the other in the open. Qi Yiming constantly pondered how to appear high-profile in Song Shixiang's field of vision without arousing his suspicion. Song Shixiang should have learned some information about Qi Yiming, especially his Xiefeng, from the now-reduced Mao Qiming. Perhaps this was where they could find a breakthrough. So the Xiefeng appeared with great fanfare in the Commercial Alliance's capital system. The Commercial Alliance's capital system was known to them as the most luxurious haven, where anyone with money could buy anything. But for Qi Yiming, it was a difficult place to navigate. Despite his current status as the head of the Gaia Star Coalition government, Gaia didn't offer anything in high demand, aside from producing some energy blocks. So, strictly speaking, Qi Yiming was still a pauper. This was awkward. In a place where even asking for directions required money, Qi Yiming was completely helpless. As a last resort, Qi Yiming sold some of the energy blocks on the Xiefeng, barely securing enough funds for the operation. He spent some money to find out the exact location of the rendezvous point, which he had obtained from Lu Chao, and transmitted the location information to Wang Sun via fleet communication. Wang Sun reluctantly led his men to stake out the location, while Qi Yiming returned to the Xiefeng. He remembered that the Commercial Alliance also had a mercenary guild. For years ago, Mao Qiming had issued a wanted notice for him through the mercenary guild, So someone there must still remember the incident. After all, Mao Qiming had spent a fortune back then, and it had caused quite a stir in the mercenary world. Qi Yiming believed that if any mercenaries recognized him, news of his presence within the Commercial Federation would quickly reach Song Shixiang. When the Xiefeng appeared at the Mercenary Guild's self-built airport, it didn't attract much attention. It wasn't until the Xiefeng completed its identity registration that it caught the attention of a few interested individuals. Bai Jianhua was one of them. From the moment the Xiefeng completed its identity registration until it entered its berth, he had been watching the Xiefeng from the window of the airport lobby. After Qi Yiming disembarked and entered the airport lobby, Bai Jianhua pulled up a photo from his personal terminal. Although the person in the photo looked blurry, it was still recognizable as Qi Yiming. After confirming his identity, he quickly blended in with the crowd, avoiding Qi Yiming's attention. A few hours later, a message appeared on Song Shixiang's personal terminal. He opened it, and saw it was an encrypted message from within the organization. Song Shixiang connected his personal terminal to a small square box, and opened the encrypted message again. A line of small text appeared on his personal terminal screen. Has Qi Yiming been spotted? Will the assassination plan be carried out? Lu Chao learned of his failure, after news of Mao Qiming's death spread throughout their circle. So, Song Shixiang wasn't surprised to see the message. He thought for a long time before replying, the target is valuable. Find an opportunity to capture him alive. Song Shixiang's reason for not rushing into action was clear. He, too, had developed a keen interest in the technological heritage. He knew that since Qi Yiming had dared to leave his home base, the technological heritage must be well preserved, possibly even on the Xiefeng. He wanted to capture Qi Yiming alive, and exchange him for a technological legacy. Song Shixiang had just put down his personal terminal when it rang again. He picked it up and pressed the connect button, and a middle-aged man with a full beard appeared on the holographic screen. Brother, that girl Qiao Xian was just taken away. Have you figured out who took her away? We figured out. They said it was someone sent by her brother. Qiao Shan? How did Qiao Shan find out Qiao Xian's exact location? Could it be that old guy Wei Feng? Song Shixiang nodded. Possibly. Besides us, the only other person who knows about this is Wei Feng, but he can't possibly have the exact address. Wait. Song Shixiang suddenly thought of Lu Chao, who had lost contact due to the failed assassination attempt. He knew Lu Chao knew Qiao Xian's exact address. Recalling that Lu Chao had lost contact during the assassination attempt on Qi Yiming, it was easy to deduce that Qiao Shan and Qi Yiming were in cahoots. Find a way to capture Qiao Xian and the person who came to pick her up. Song Shixiang, having grasped the crux of the matter, immediately came up with a plan. If Qi Yiming proved difficult to capture, then perhaps capturing Qiao Shan's sister could be used to threaten Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming swaggered around the mercenary guild for a few moments, even glancing solemnly at the missions posted on the guild's information board. Finally, he staggered back to the Xiefeng. Hopefully, some idiot falls for it. Qi Yiming said to Hao Chenqi, who was following him, as he returned to the bridge and headed to his seat. Unbeknownst to Qi Yiming, the assassin organization was already mobilizing forces to capture him alive. Bai Jianhua was the key figure in this operation. Just as Qi Yiming left, he had already notified the men ambushed outside the Mercenary Guild's airport, preparing to forcibly intercept the Xiefeng. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight inside the airport, but the Mercenary Guild had its own rules, one of which was that they couldn't resort to violence at their airport. It wasn't that Bai Jianhua didn't dare offend the Mercenary Guild, but attacking at their headquarters would not only prevent Qi Yiming's capture, but would also undoubtedly result in numerous casualties. There was no other choice but to wait for Qi Yiming to leave before forcibly intercepting the Xiefeng, boarding the ship and capturing the crew. Qi Yiming stood on the bridge, humming a little tune as he directed the Xiefeng to slowly depart the port. After leaving the airport's restricted jump zone, he was about to order the Xiefeng to accelerate into jump mode when 2 cruisers and 7 or 8 destroyers blocked the Xiefeng's path. Wow! So quick! Or were we caught by highway robbers? The dozen or so warships intercepting Qi Yiming didn't contact him, and immediately went into combat. Before Qi Yiming could react, the attack was instantly upon them. Hundreds of laser beams burst forth, hurling themselves at the Xiefeng's engines. Qi Yiming, seemingly oblivious, continued his steady barrage of orders. All batteries charged, main guns in pairs, aiming at the enemy ship. Qi Yiming quickly swiped across the control panel in front of him, assigning targets to the Xiefeng's main guns. Activate the ionosphere generator. All hands, prepare for impact. As soon as he finished speaking, the Xiefeng rocked violently from the hit to its stern. Engine shut down. Qi Yiming's command puzzled everyone, but the navigator carried it out anyway. The Xiafeng's engine shut down, and it slowly drifted through space. Bai Jianhua, seeing his strike had been successful, excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted into the fleet channel, "Ship number 3, get close and capture him. Other warships, remain alert." Chapter 121. Qi Yiming felt an inexplicable sense of amusement as he watched the enemy ships gradually approach. Don't these people inquire before they act? Qi Yiming felt offended. Soon, the Xiafeng's dozen main guns completed their charge, and the first to suffer were the enemy ships approaching the Xiafeng. Dozens of bursting laser beams directly hit the bridge shielding armor. As expected, all the combat personnel within were instantly vaporized by the scorching laser beams, and enemy ship number 3 instantly lost its combat capability. The other warships were not faring any better. With the help of the exploration's fire control radar, the 18 main guns accurately hit the enemy ships. Bai Jianhua was stunned. He had indeed not inquired about the Xiafeng before the operation. He thought the Xiafeng was just a special cruiser. How could it possibly cause any trouble? But the Xiafeng had caused trouble. The fleet he had assembled was no match for it. They already crippled one warship just after the engagement, and the remaining ships were all damaged. Forget capturing the Xiafeng. Even escaping unscathed from this situation was a question. Although the situation suddenly became dire, Bai Jianhua didn't hesitate. As a qualified commander, he knew the worst thing on the battlefield wasn't making the wrong choice, but making no choice at all. In fact, in his view, the Xiafeng wasn't unbeatable, they still had a chance. Attention, all ships, form a rolling formation and alternately approach the enemy ship. There was no other way. His orders were to capture Qi Yiming alive, so he could only charge forward under the Xiafeng's insane firepower. This formation did have some effect. At least as the fleet rolled forward, only the front few ships came under attack from the Xiafeng. The remaining ships at the rear of the formation had a chance to catch their breath, and the ship's engineers took advantage of this opportunity to repair the ship. Even so, with every advance, several warships were sunk or disabled. Originally, Bai Jianhua thought that the Xiafeng's engines had been damaged by their initial assault, and they would be able to close in quickly. But by the time his warships rotated to the front row, he nearly fainted. The Xiafeng's engines had somehow reignited, and not only had the distance between them not shortened, but his fleet's formation had actually slowed them considerably. After careful calculations, Bai Jianhua realized with despair that if they continued to advance in a rolling formation, they would never catch up to the Xiafeng. This was an awkward situation. If they approached individually, they couldn't defeat them. If they approached in a group, they couldn't catch up either. At this rate, the fleet Bai Jianhua had assembled would sooner or later be defeated by Qi Yiming. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Jianhua decisively ordered a retreat. He couldn't let his men die in a battle they had no chance of winning. But that wasn't the only thing that made him vomit blood. As the fleet turned to disengage, the Xiafeng actually approached. Qi Yiming's intention was obvious. He wanted to take down this fleet. Comradeship is a truly magical bond. An indescribable bond develops between members of any group that is fought on the battlefield. While Bai Jianhua's fleet couldn't be considered military, in a sense, they were comrades. Knowing that being left behind meant facing certain death, several heavily damaged warships, their maneuverability significantly reduced, voluntarily separated from the fleet without orders and turned their bows towards the Xiafeng. They hoped to sacrifice themselves to buy enough time for their comrades to escape the battlefield. Qi Yiming greatly admired this spirit, but showing mercy to the enemy on the battlefield was a profound irresponsibility to one's own soldiers. So, even though Qi Yiming admired these men, his attack orders didn't falter for a second. A one-sided chase ensued. From time to time, one or two severely damaged warships in Bai Jianhua's fleet would voluntarily break away from the fleet and charge towards the Xiafeng, which was drawing ever closer. Bai Jianhua desperately wanted to stop them from engaging in such pointless self-sacrifice, but this was the best solution he could think of. However, Bai Jianhua hadn't anticipated that the Xiafeng would suddenly halt its pursuit halfway through, just as it was about to consume his small fleet. But at this point, Bai Jianhua had no time to ponder why Qi Yiming had stopped pursuing, given his overwhelming advantage. He could only subconsciously urge his navigator to maximize engine power, and only then did he successfully escape the Xiafeng's pursuit. Meanwhile, Qi Yiming watched with a smile as Bai Jianhua and the remaining remnants of his defeated army quickly fled the battlefield. Qi Yiming then noticed the fleet's jump heading towards the Commercial Alliance's capital planet. He immediately used his deep space communication device to contact Wang Sun, who had been staking out the location. Keep watch for the next 2 days. There's a high probability someone will be passing on information to that hideout. Keep an eye on that person. Catching the mastermind depends on whether we can obtain some useful information again while shutting down this rendezvous point. Afterward, Qi Yiming commanded the Xiefeng to accelerate toward the Commercial Alliance's capital planet, preparing to enter warp mode. Wang Sun, who had received Qi Yiming's message, stared wide-eyed at the grocery store across the street. This store was the one Lu Chao had instructed them to use as a base for transmitting intelligence on the Commercial Alliance's capital planet. Sure enough, a day later, a thin young man in a black windbreaker and sunglasses walked into the store. He first exchanged a few pleasantries with the owner, like two old friends greeting each other after a long absence. Then, after checking the store's exterior several times to confirm he wasn't being followed, the young man slipped into the back room of the store. Inside the room stood a small, all-black desktop computer. The young man quickly pulled out his personal terminal, connected it to the computer, then opened a communication program and sent an encrypted message. The idea is a bit tricky. The first arrest failed. Requesting additional personnel from headquarters. The message was sent by Bai Jianhua. As the leader of this operation, Bai Jianhua had done his best. However, the Xiefeng was indeed too volatile, far too powerful for a typical warship to capture. He could only appeal to headquarters for assistance, hoping to secure more manpower and, with it, to defeat Qi Yiming. However, he hadn't anticipated how quickly headquarters' message would arrive. Operation suspended. Keep an eye on Qi Yiming. Headquarters has other plans. Bai Jianhua angrily slammed his personal terminal on the table in front of him. If you have other plans, you should have told me earlier. I lost so many brothers, and now you're telling me to halt the operation. How am I supposed to face my brothers when I return? Chapter 122. While Bai Jianhua was communicating with headquarters, Wang Sun and his men quietly surrounded the grocery store. This was, after all, the capital of the Commercial Alliance, so actions like this couldn't be too blatant. The internal security forces were all dressed in loose-fitting casual clothes. The owner, busy sorting goods in the store, suddenly noticed a sudden increase in customer traffic. Just as he was about to look up, someone pressed against him, a hard object pressing against his waist. He didn't panic, but calmly said, "Guys, I don't have anything valuable here. We're not here for your money." Wang Sun stood before the owner with confidence. They were targeting the assassin organization, the Purifying Light, so they didn't care if their faces were remembered and they might retaliate. The boss's eyes froze, and he looked warily at the scattered people in the grocery store. "You should know what kind of organization you mess with." "I'm here for you." Wang Sun smiled. "Come on, take us into the secret room." Knowing they were in serious trouble, the boss obediently led Wang Sun into the room where they stored the equipment for sending encrypted messages. Bai Jianhua was still communicating with headquarters, questioning the boss about why he had suddenly stopped the pursuit of Qi Yiming. He hadn't expected anyone to be waiting for him outside this contact point. When the shop owner led Wang Sun and the others in, Bai Jianhua didn't even turn his head. "Didn't I tell you can't come in while I'm using the encryption equipment?" After a while, Bai Jianhua didn't hear anyone speak. Just as he was about to turn around to observe, someone grabbed his hands from behind and put a powered-on helmet on his head. A powerful electrical current was transmitted through the helmet into Bai Jianhua's brain, instantly destroying the nanoscale bomb implanted in his brain by the assassin organization. Wang Sun then stood before Bai Jianhua with a teasing expression on his face. "What era is this? Still using this outdated suicide method?" The light of human purification implanted this suicide bomb in every member of the organization. It was used to prevent leaks after they discovered their arrest. This was something they learned during their interrogation of Lu Chao. As for why Lu Chao didn't have this bomb implanted in his brain, he explained that he didn't want his life and death to be controlled by others, and his direct superiors had absolute trust in him, which was why they didn't install it. Wang Sun patted Bai Jianhua's face. Blood was already flowing from his nose from the intense electrical shock to his brain. Under Wang Sun's patting, Bai Jianhua slowly regained consciousness. "Who are you?" Bai Jianhua's voice sounded a little weak. "You just got beaten to a pulp by our men, and now you don't even know who we are? Are you Qi Yiming's men? Stop talking nonsense and cooperate, and you might even be able to save your life." "Impossible." Bai Jianhua had barely finished his words when a faint gunshot rang out, and the grocery store owner collapsed limply in front of him. "Don't think you can negotiate with us. Even without you, I'm sure we can still find the next lead." Wang Sun pointed at the now-dead grocery store owner and said, "Don't be like him, dying in obscurity." Bai Jianhua was stunned. He had never expected this gang to be so ruthless. Shooting and killing people at the drop of a hat was their specialty. Wang Xin saw Bai Jianhua's eyes wandering, knowing he was wavering. He struck while the iron was hot. Think of your family. As long as you cooperate, we won't make things difficult for you. But to Wang Xin's surprise, just as he finished speaking, Bai Jianhua foamed at the mouth, convulsed, and passed out. Why are you so direct? The internal security officer stepped forward, felt Bai Jianhua's pulse, and shook his head, dead. What Wang Xin didn't know was that if he hadn't mentioned his family, there might still be a glimmer of hope in overcoming Bai Jianhua's defenses. But as soon as he mentioned his family, Bai Jianhua understood everything and consciously bit down on the dentures filled with a highly toxic substance. He had installed these dentures himself, intending to use them in a suicide attempt. His family was under surveillance by the organization. If he died during the operation, not only would they be safely transported to a habitable planet to live out the rest of their lives, but they would also receive a generous pension. If the organization discovered he had defected, his family would be in grave danger. For the sake of his family, Bai Jianhua decisively chose death. Now it was Wang Xin's turn to be stunned. He had only just threatened Bai Jianhua. How could he possibly find any more useful clues? Just as he was scowling over how to explain to Qi Yiming, the holographic screen of the encrypted communication device Bai Jianhua had been using lit up again. Find a way to contact Qi Yiming and tell him that Xiao Xian and Yi Lu are in our hands. I hope to speak with him in person. Wang Xin felt a wave of unease upon hearing this. He hadn't made any progress, yet Yi Lu had inexplicably fallen into their hands. And who was this Xiao Xian? He sat in front of the encrypted communicator, pondering for a long time before sending a message. Who are you? How do you want to talk to us? Song Shixiang's expression was particularly striking upon seeing Wang Xin's message, a mixture of fear and confusion, but he still replied, Who are you? Did you capture Bai Jianhua? He's dead. Song Shixiang didn't seem surprised. He continued messaging. Since you have control of this encrypted communication device, I don't have to send anyone to contact you. I believe you've seen the message I just sent. Consider this carefully, or Yi Lu and Xiao Xian will die. I will contact you in 3 days. After receiving this message, the holographic screen in front of Wang Xin indicated that the other party had gone offline. Wang Xin didn't dare make a decision on his own regarding such a serious matter. He immediately ordered the internal security forces to dismantle the equipment and take it away. Returning to his warship, Wang Xin quickly contacted Qi Yiming, who was en route to the capital planet. Qi Yiming, after learning the entire story, fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected such a fuss would ensue after simply agreeing to pick someone up from Yi Lu. Go back now, and have Wang Shuhua bring someone over. Looks like this matter will be resolved soon. After much deliberation, Qi Yiming finally made up his mind. Compromise was out of the question. Qi Yiming couldn't imagine what would happen if a group of psychopaths were to inherit the technological legacy. Of course, if he could exploit their greed and wipe out this organization in one fell swoop, it would be a truly gratifying experience. Chapter 123. 3 days later, Qi Yiming, who had been guarding the encrypted communicator, received another message from Song Shixiang. What have you considered? We don't seem to have any good options. Qi Yiming immediately offered a weak tone, attempting to ease the other party's high alert. Song Shixiang was a shrewd man. He wouldn't believe a word he heard until he saw tangible benefits. Don't be pitiful. Trading technological heritage for the lives of 2 women seems completely unworthy to me, but I believe you're different from us. It seems you have some self-awareness. I'm indeed different from you. To me, the lives of my companions are far more important than that technological heritage. You're truly a man of loyalty. So you agree to the exchange? I need to make sure my people are safe. Of course, I can guarantee that. Where's the transaction location? Qi Yiming continued to inquire on the encrypted communicator. For everyone's peace of mind, let's choose the Mercenary Association's airport. It's a completely neutral zone. I need time to transport the items. Song Shixiang pondered for a moment, trying to assess Qi Yiming's credibility. Okay. He finally agreed to Qi Yiming's request. After a brief conversation, the 2 men deactivated their communication devices. Song Shixiang was busy arranging for someone to meet with Qi Yiming. He couldn't risk going in person for something like this. Who knew if Qi Yiming would honestly hand over what he had obtained? Qi Yiming, however, was prepared to hand over the intelligent learning system, but not completely. He wanted to tamper with it to track its ultimate whereabouts. Qi Yiming wasn't worried that Song Shixiang wouldn't think the system wasn't technological heritage. After all, the knowledge within it was genuine knowledge from the pre-human Federation era. How could it be claimed it wasn't? Even if Song Shixiang had doubts, Qi Yiming would firmly assert that he had only found this item from the pre-human Federation, and that the rest had been destroyed by the damn Zerg. No one had ever seen what a true technological heritage looked like. Qi Yiming was certain that when Song Shixiang saw the contents of this learning system, he would, like Mao Qiming, mistakenly believe it was a technological legacy from the pre-human Federation. Once the transaction was completed and Yi Lu and the others were rescued, Qi Yiming would be free to deal with Song Shixiang and his assassin organization. While waiting for Wang Shuhua to bring his men, Qi Yiming purchased some insignificant parts from the Commercial Alliance's capital Star. Then he spent entire days locked in the captain's cabin, tinkering with an electronic component of seemingly no use. 2 weeks later, Wang Shuhua, leading the first fleet of newly trained soldiers, escorted a massive cargo ship and entered the Commercial Alliance's capital Star system under the guise of a caravan escort. At the spaceport on the capital planet, Galgui Island, Wang Shuhua met Qi Yiming. "Did you bring the equipment?" "Yes." Wang Shuhua seemed hesitant to speak. Qi Yiming gestured for him to calm down. "Brother Wang, I have a plan. Trust me." Wang Shuhua finally felt at ease, and directed the personnel to load the intelligent learning equipment onto the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming watched the equipment being loaded onto the Xiefeng one by one, fiddling with a small electronic device in his hand. This is a tracking device he assembled over the past 2 weeks using items he purchased. It was a little gadget Qi Yiming had tinkered with while taking a spy course at Battleship Commander Academy. It was just a curiosity at the time, but he never expected it would come in handy today. The device looks like the portable information storage devices used by the Human Federation back then, but inside it stores a single photon, and Qi Yiming holds the other photon in his hand. The tracker utilizes the principle of quantum entanglement to achieve ultra-long-range tracking. Although it was barely a toy compared to Federation technology at the time, Qi Yiming was certain Song Shixiang would never have imagined that such a humble storage device could actually have tracking and location capabilities. Of course, Qi Yiming wouldn't be so foolish as to place the tracker inside the device. Instead, he copied the activation key into a makeshift memory device he created, then locked the device's system, and installed a self-destruct mechanism. On the day of the transaction, Song Shixiang didn't show up. A bespectacled, seemingly gentle young man took his place. Upon seeing Qi Yiming, the young man simply asked, "Where's the thing?" Qi Yiming turned to glance at the intelligent learning system. The young man then circled the intelligent learning system with a scanner. After confirming that there was nothing unusual about the appearance, the young man said, "How can I be sure this thing is real? Why don't you try the helmet on and see?" Qi Yiming said nonchalantly. So, under Wang Shuhua's hateful gaze, the young man put on the helmet. Qi Yiming proudly pulled a makeshift tracker from his pocket and inserted it into the key, saying, "You can take the equipment after the inspection, but I absolutely won't let you take the key until I see my people." The young man glanced at Qi Yiming, then took out his communicator and hid in a corner, presumably to consult Song Shixiang. After a moment, the young man walked up to Qi Yiming with an expressionless face and handed him the communicator. "Mr. Qi, you're so calculating. I send the person over right away." "Mr. Song, you're so kind." Song Shixiang, who was on the other end of the communicator, was silent for a moment before saying, "Mr. Qi, as an awakened, don't you have anything to say? What else is there to discuss between you and me? You killed so many of my contemporaries. There's nothing left to discuss between us. In that case, after this deal, we each rely on our own abilities. I'd be waiting for you to send someone to my house. Don't forget to have them bring some gifts." Of course. Just as the two were testing each other, Wang Shuhua received a transmission from the expedition. Yi Lu and his crew had joined the formation, and they were sending people aboard to inspect the ship. After Wang Shuhua confirmed that Yi Lu and the others were fine, he nodded to Qi Yiming. "Mr. Song is true to his word." He handed the key to the young man in front of him. "The key has been given to your man. Our deal is complete." "Very good. See you later." But before Song Shixiang could hang up, Qi Yiming pushed open the private room where they were conducting the transaction and shouted outside, "Here is the technological heritage of the former Federation. Whoever helps me seize it will receive a massive cargo ship filled with energy blocks." Qi Yiming dared to do this because he believed Song Shixiang would definitely consider this. But he did it anyway, primarily to trick the other party into overlooking the key and preventing it from being inspected. It seemed the trick worked, because upon hearing Qi Yiming shout, the young man holding the key immediately locked it in the safe he carried with his assistant and drew his sidearm, ready to fight to the death. But the mercenary guild members seemed unmoved by Qi Yiming's offer, not even bothering to glance in their direction. Then Qi Yiming heard Song Shixiang's unbridled laughter over the communicator. "Mr. Qi is quite resourceful. Unfortunately, the The Mercenary Guild's iron rule of no violence within the spaceport is deeply ingrained in every mercenary's mind. Chi Yiming could only feign dismay as he watched the young man in front of him leave the trading floor with the smart learning device. In reality, Chi Yiming was already beaming with joy. His goal had been achieved. Chapter 124. Watching the young man hurriedly carry the intelligent learning device away, then solemnly hold up the lockbox containing the activation key, Chi Yiming truly wanted to kiss him. As long as the device reached its destination, regardless of whether it was discovered or not, Chi Yiming's goal would be achieved. Things were proceeding just as Chi Yiming had suspected, smoothly. Song Shixiang had actually been at the transaction site that day, albeit in a separate private room. While the young man was carrying the device onto the warship, Song Shixiang had already been waiting. "Xiao Kai, has this been verified?" Song Shixiang asked, observing the meticulous young man. "Yes, it has. Many things are indeed beyond our imagination." As a researcher, he understood the value of the device before him. Chi Yiming didn't lie to us. Chi Yiming handed the device to Song Shixiang so easily that even he himself could hardly believe it. Probably not. The most important thing about this thing is the storage devices that record the detailed information. Xiao Kai pointed to the black boxes behind the person. All the information is stored in these boxes. For Chi Yiming, it's just another copy. The biggest loss for Chi Yiming is probably losing exclusive rights to this information. Then what are you waiting for? Put the person away and let me see it. Song Shixiang was a little impatient. He was a researcher himself, and the technical information of advanced technology was no less attractive to him than a naked woman. Xiao Kai shook his head and said, "Let's talk about it after we get back to our base. You reported this to the higher-ups, they're still waiting. Your merit points will increase significantly this time." Song Shixiang didn't show any anger at Xiao Kai's blunt refusal, only a slight irritation crossed his face. But he couldn't do anything about the man before him. Xiao Kai was someone sent directly by the organization's leadership to negotiate with Chi Yiming. Although all actions were subject to his command, now that the item was in his hands, as the organization's youngest chief scientist, he wouldn't give Song Shixiang any face. After installing the equipment, the warship quickly entered a warp and departed the Commercial Alliance's capital star. Chi Yiming also returned to the Xiefeng and placed another tracking device on the navigation console. Soon, a red dot appeared on the route, indicating the tracking device was working. Chi Yiming didn't rush to organize the fleet to follow. Instead, he deliberately circled the Commercial Alliance's capital star system. After confirming that no one was watching them, Chi Yiming led Wang Shuhua's fleet in pursuit. Yi Lu said sheepishly on the fleet channel, "Yiming, I didn't expect this to happen." Chi Yiming shook his head. "It's not your fault. No one could have guessed they'd been keeping an eye on Qiao Xian." Chi Yiming had already heard about Qiao Xian from Qiao Shan. Qiao Xian and Qiao Shan were staring at each other on the Azure. "You're my brother?" Qiao Xian seemed a little reserved. Qiao Shan was a bit bewildered. After so many years, Qiao Shan had grown accustomed to being alone, and the sudden appearance of a younger sister was a bit of a stretch. I'm Qiao Shan." Besides, Qiao Shan's thoughts weren't on Qiao Xian at all. Chi Yiming had already explained the plan for the operation to her. The thought of avenging his parents and sister was unsettling. Chi Yiming and his men, following the tracking device, remained a full star system away from Xiao Kai's fleet, occasionally stopping to make their way to the surface, thus avoiding detection. 2 weeks later, Xiao Kai's warships remained at the southern border of the Commercial Alliance for 2 days before departing the Alliance and entering unexplored deep space. Beyond the Commercial Alliance's southern border lies a power vacuum, with approximately 2 star regions devoid of human activity. The assassin organization hiding there had put considerable effort into finding them. Chi Yiming wasn't in a rush to enter the area. He had already inquired about the situation in that star region at the border airport, and since it wasn't large, Chi Yiming wasn't in a rush. Sure enough, for days later, the red dot on the Xiefeng's navigational device stopped moving, having remained at a fixed location for over 12 hours. Chi Yiming waited another 3 days at the Commercial Alliance border. This was a rule they had discovered throughout their tracking. Xiao Kai's warships would never remain in one place for more than 3 days. 3 days later, the red dot on the navigation screen still hadn't moved. Chi Yiming then commanded the fleet to activate the jump bridge and enter this star region rarely visited by humans. The jump bridge's distance was short, and the fleet only sailed within the jump channel for 2 days before exiting jump mode. After resuming normal navigation, Chi Yiming and his men discovered a small military outpost. Before Chi Yiming could give the order to open fire, the Azure launched the first attack. Desperately, Qi Yiming ordered the Snow Peak to follow the Azure in firing. The small outpost's defenses were not very strong, and there was no garrison fleet. In less than half an hour, the small outpost was completely destroyed. Xiaoshan singled out the lifeboats ejected from the outpost, and destroyed them all. Qi Yiming didn't stop them. After all, these people were military personnel. There was no question of innocence or innocence. At this time, a similar jump bridge was anchored in synchronous orbit on an Earth-like planet not far from the outpost. It was, however, much smaller than the jump bridges used at the starfield's border. Originally locked onto the jump bridge, it was released after the outpost was destroyed. The fleet reactivated the jump bridge, and after a brief jump, a massive gas planet appeared before them. Anchored in synchronous orbit around the gas planet was a massive space station. Warships were already leaving the station's exit. They had received warnings from the outpost. Aboard the Azure, Xiaoshan had lost his mind. He ignored Qi Yiming's orders and separated from the fleet, flying towards the enemy. After repeated attempts to dissuade him proved futile, Qi Yiming ordered the fleet to form a spindle formation, with the Xiefeng at the vanguard while simultaneously attacking the enemy fleet to relieve the pressure on the Azure. Fortunately, the assassin organization's warships were few in number. Only 3 cruisers seemed particularly formidable. Qi Yiming observed that the Xiefeng's initial attack, while striking one of the cruisers, did little damage. Attention, ships! The enemy isn't as formidable as it appears. Don't advance rashly. Hold your ground and fire slowly. Qi Yiming could only set aside the Azure, which had detached from the fleet. After all, he had more warships to support and couldn't focus solely on a single frigate. However, the Azure possessed an energy shield. While it seemed vulnerable on its own, it was actually relatively safe, as the enemy fleet lacked effective weapons against energy shields. Chapter 125. Faced with a sudden attack, Song Shixiang wasn't overly panicked. He had ample experience dealing with such situations. After all, he had risen from a low-level assassin to his current position. He was simply puzzled as to how Qi Yiming had found his way here. But it was too late to say anything now. They'd already been attacked, so how they found him didn't matter. Looking at the already flustered senior members of the organization, Song Shixiang felt a touch of disdain. These old men had been in their positions for too long, losing the ruthlessness of a killer. Qi Yiming's pursuit was a good opportunity to clear the top brass. So he volunteered, requesting to lead the defense fleet to defeat Qi Yiming. Those senior members, buried up to their chins in the dirt, had no other choice but to pin their hopes on this mid-level cadre, who normally wouldn't even catch their eye. As a researcher, Zhao Kai still had some courage. He knew he probably accidentally brought back the tracking device, so he let Qi Yiming follow him, and volunteered to command the warship to join the battle. Fortunately, the light purification space station wasn't as simple as it appeared. As the escort fleet sailed out of the harbor under Qi Yiming's fierce fire, a heavy rail gun was raised from each of the station's 10 massive platforms. This thing could penetrate battleship armor with a single shot. When Wang Shuhua and the others saw these 10 heavy rail guns, their faces darkened. Only Qi Yiming remained nonchalant, observing them nonchalantly. "Headmaster, we should first withdraw from the railgun's range," Wang Shuhua kindly reminded Qi Yiming. "It's just a few railguns, isn't it? The warships we're sending this time are all standard-issue warships from the former Federation, each equipped with an ionospheric generator. These main guns pose little threat to us," Qi Yiming said nonchalantly. Wang Shuhua was a little skeptical, but as a competent captain, he knew he couldn't retreat at this moment. Any hesitation that would affect the fleet's formation could easily lead to the defeat of the battle. So, Wang Shuhua could only command his new ship and stubbornly follow behind the Xiefeng. Yi Lu seemed much more composed. It could be said that she had developed a blind obedience to Qi Yiming, believing almost everything he said. Wang Sun was different. He was so cowardly even in defending himself, and he was sure he wouldn't be much better now. Upon seeing the space station's 10 heavy railguns, his warship slowed down. Qi Yiming also had the foresight to position Wang Sun's warship at the rear of the spindle formation, a position that wouldn't significantly impact the overall battle. But Qi Yiming still mentally gave Wang Sun a big X cross. Qi Yiming understood that Wang Sun was indeed not cut out for a battleship commander. From now on, he should focus on being a logistics manager. The 10 railguns on the space station didn't take long to recharge. After all, the recharge systems a space station could deploy far surpassed those of a single battleship. In less than 20 seconds, 10 heavy railguns opened fire. The range between the two sides wasn't close, but the railgun's hit rate was still very high. 8 warships were hit. Wang Shuhua's warship was one of the unlucky ones. He had initially thought he was doomed, But the moment the battleship was struck, aside from the violent shaking of the hull, the armor integrity on the battleship's damage monitor had only decreased by 7%, while the ionizer's energy reserve had dropped by a whopping 40%. Thankfully, the ionizer's energy reserve was rapidly recovering. Wang Shuhua roughly calculated that it would be restored to around 80% before the next enemy attack. Wang Shuhua exclaimed in delight over the fleet channel, "With this thing, why do we need to form a formation? We can just charge forward in a swarm. Don't underestimate the enemy. While we have some equipment advantages, they have more men and are fighting on their home turf. They might have some hidden cards up their sleeves. It's better to be cautious." Sure enough, as Qi Yiming finished his words, the space station in front of them unleashed a barrage of missiles. Qi Yiming saw only a dense swarm of missiles, trailing white trails, hurtling toward their fleet. This unnerved him somewhat, as he knew that while the ionosphere offered a relatively good defense against energy attacks, it was still relatively weak against kinetic missiles. "Attention, all ships! All gun crews, fire forward! Hit and destroy incoming missiles!" Qi Yiming quickly commanded over the fleet's command channel. He also ordered the Xiefeng's weapons officer to reduce the secondary gun charge to a minimum to increase its firing rate. The nanobots within the Guardian had already begun production and stockpiling since the battle began, ready to repair the Xiefeng's damaged armor. The dense barrage formed a web in front of the fleet, but hundreds of missiles still flew through it and struck their respective targets. As the vanguard of the Spindle formation, the Xiefeng bore the brunt of this missile barrage. The moment it was attacked, its ionizers entered cooldown due to energy overload, instantly reducing its armor integrity to 54%. The enemy fleet, already in formation, under the command of Song Shixiang, launched its first attack. Nearly 1,000 red laser bursts followed the missile barrage, piercing the Xiefeng. The Guardian, a subsystem of the Xiefeng, had no time to repair the damaged hull, and the Xiefeng was struck again. This time, the outer armor value dropped directly to 21%, and the hull structure was reduced by 30%. Qi Yiming, already outnumbered, lost 2 destroyers in this attack, with 1 destroyer severely damaged and withdrawn from the battle formation. Wang Shuhua, who had been so confident just now, also suffered minor injuries in this attack, and the outer armor of his ship was reduced to 13%. Song Shixiang's timing was impeccable. If the enemy had launched another round of such attacks, Qi Yiming felt he would have been finished. Without hesitation, he ordered the Xiefeng to activate fortress mode. The other warships, upon seeing the Xiefeng enter fortress mode, automatically formed a spherical formation around her, surrounding her and leaving her with only a modest attack window. Of course, they weren't sharing the Xiefeng's firepower. This formation facilitated repairs. As expected, after entering fortress mode, the Xiefeng's support capabilities increased significantly. While repairing herself, she also dispatched a large number of nano-repair robots to the surrounding warships. In less than 15 seconds, the severely damaged warship was back to life. While some parts still looked damaged, as long as the captain wasn't incompetent, it would definitely have no problem surviving the next round of attacks. Chapter 126. Faced with such a powerful enemy attack, Qi Yiming could only activate the Xiefeng's fortress mode, indirectly increasing the survivability of his allied ships. Under these circumstances, the enemy fleet posed little threat to Qi Yiming's fleet. The greatest threat now lay in the space station before the fleet. Who knew who had installed so many missile launchers there? The Xiefeng's onboard computer hadn't yet calculated how many missiles had been launched at them. After completing preliminary repairs to the allied ships and himself, Qi Yiming activated the Heavy Hammer's weapon systems. The Heavy Hammer was originally designed to address the Strategic Strike Fleet's inability to penetrate the enemy. With a target as large as the space station, the Heavy Hammer's heavy torpedoes were perfectly suited. The Heavy Hammer's internal heavy torpedo production line, supplied by the Lightning, swiftly began to operate. The torpedo's internal structure was rapidly formed by the diligent work of the intelligent printing equipment. Then, a robotic arm grabbed the torpedo hull from the workbench of another intelligent printing machine. The 2 hulls quickly joined together, and 2 red lasers simultaneously swept across the gap between the hulls, completing the welding process. This time, Qi Yiming directly chose to install a micro-jump engine on the torpedo. Before the weld had completely cooled, the heavy torpedo was inserted into the hammer's torpedo tube. When the control panel in front of Qi Yiming displayed the words torpedo ready to launch, Qi Yiming quickly set the fire control data for the torpedo. The next second, the torpedo launch port opened, and with a sudden change in internal and external pressure, a 15-meter-long heavy torpedo was launched from the tube. At the same time, the micro-jump drive began operating. After a brief azimuth adjustment, The torpedo entered jump mode in an instant. 2 seconds later, it appeared less than 30 meters from the space station. 30 meters wasn't even a blink of an eye for a torpedo that had just emerged from jump, and it plunged headfirst into the station. With a blinding flash of white light, a violent explosion erupted within the station. After all, the station was a massive structure, and a single heavy torpedo wasn't enough to destroy it. So, under Song Shixiang's desperate gaze, the Xiefeng launched another heavy torpedo just 15 seconds later. As with the previous torpedo, Qi Yiming used the micro-jump drive. From the time the torpedo was launched to the time it hit the station, only 10 seconds elapsed. This gave Song Shixiang and his men no chance to react. The only thing Song Shixiang and his men could be thankful for was that the main structure of the station was large enough to be easily destroyed. After recovering from his shock, Song Shixiang commanded his fleet to surround the ship. But the torpedoes within the Xiefeng were unstoppable, with one launching from its tube every 15 seconds. During this time, the station launched another round of missile attacks, this time with a significantly reduced number of missiles. However, in conjunction with Song Shixiang's attacks, Qi Yiming's fleet suffered casualties once again. Only 5 minutes had passed since the start of the battle, and 5 of Qi Yiming's ships had already withdrawn from the battle formation, with the remaining few struggling to hold on. But no one left their position, knowing full well that the battle had entered its most critical moment. Any negligence would render all previous efforts and sacrifices in vain. At this moment, the Xiefeng's 2 super heavy main guns, which had been lacking energy, finally completed their recharging process. Without waiting for Qi Yiming's command, the 2 super heavy main guns opened fire at a 45-degree angle toward the enemy fleet. Purple energy beams extended from the muzzles far into the distance. First, they destroyed the 2 outermost destroyers in the enemy fleet, the scorching energy beams piercing their hulls. Then came the familiar muzzle swing. The 2 main guns began to slowly move inwards of the 45-degree angle, eventually forming an attack fan that encompassed Song Shixiang's entire fleet. Warships below the destroyer level were bisected by the sweeping purple energy beams. Only the 3 cruisers, thanks to their size, escaped instant destruction. Song Shixiang's battlecruiser, positioned slightly aft, escaped destruction. Even so, Song Shixiang was terrified. As a killer, he had never witnessed such a brutal single-ship attack. Only then did he realize that an arms dealer, even after mobilizing his group's most elite escort fleet, had been unable to defeat Qi Yiming, even losing a battleship. How could their assassination group, renowned for their assassinations, possibly stand a chance against Qi Yiming? He watched as the space station, their only hope for a comeback, crumbled under the ravages of the heavy torpedoes launched by the Xiefeng. Song Shixiang could think of no other way to save his life except escape. Negotiation had already been blocked by his attempt to force Qi Yiming to trade his technological legacy for his life. After suffering a barrage of 11 heavy torpedoes, the space station finally collapsed and began to disintegrate and explode from within. Thousands of escape pods were ejected from the various exits of the space station. Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief and reduced the power supply to the hammer, allocating all the excess energy to the Guardian. Qi Yiming saw the battle as far as he could go, and he had to complete the repairs on the friendly ships as quickly as possible. Qiao Shan, who had long since separated from the fleet to launch a solo attack on the space station, was now frantically hunting down the life pods ejected from the station. The battlefield had become extremely chaotic due to the defeat of Song Shixiang and his men, and Qi Yiming had no time to pay attention to Qiao Shan, and could only let him do what he wanted. Qi Yiming knew better than anyone that Song Shixiang was planning to flee. So, after completing the repairs on the friendly ships, the Xiefeng exited fortress mode, cranked its engines to maximum output, and led the fleet towards the collapsing enemy forces. We must not allow these people to leave here at all costs, or else another assassin organization will appear soon. This was Qi Yiming's kill order to the captains of each ship. Though cold-blooded, this order was perfectly executed. Although Song Shixiang's battlecruiser possessed considerable combat power, its massive size made its maneuverability unnaturally clumsy. Until Qi Yiming's Xiefeng once again brought his battleship within range, Song Shixiang's ship hadn't yet completed its bow maneuvering procedure. Without a trace of suspense, the Xiefeng unleashed its full firepower, dismantling Song Shixiang's ship in less than half a minute. The scattering armor fragments severely hampered the ejection of the battleship's internal escape pods. Many escape pods were shattered by the massive swathes of the battleship's outer armor upon ejection. They were all combatants on the battleship. They should have anticipated this outcome the moment they entered the battle. As a human being, Qi Yiming certainly wouldn't remain indifferent to such a scene. But the enemy is the enemy, and as a qualified commander, Qi Yiming understood this principle. Chapter 127. During the pursuit, the assassin organization's few remaining cruisers were sunk one by the Xiefeng. Aside from a series of lifeboats, Qi Yiming could be said to have completely eradicated the organization. The smooth elimination of this assassin organization's lair surprised Qi Yiming greatly. It can only be said that after so many years of development, the organization has indeed entered a period of decline. The organization's operations have become dogmatic, and the aging of its senior leadership has become the greatest nemesis of humanity's purifying light. However, what surprised Qi Yiming was that although the space station was completely destroyed by the Xiefeng's heavy torpedoes, and most of its functions had been lost, a portion of the station's structure remained remarkably stable, seemingly the core area of the station. Qi Yiming prepared to have the Xiefeng launch a devastating attack on this core area, but at that moment, the trembling voice of an elderly man echoed over the wide-area communication channel. Qi Yiming, I think you might be interested in these people. As soon as he finished speaking, the Xiefeng received a request to transfer files. Qi Yiming was curious about what threats these people could pull now that they had reached this point. He nodded, signaling the communications director to accept the incoming data. As the data displayed line by line on the holographic screen within the Xiefeng's bridge, Qi Yiming suddenly stood up from his seat. Zhong Zhirong, Corporal, Garrison Fleet Crew, Gunner. He Zhenju, Lieutenant, Garrison Fleet Crew, Radar Operator. Yun Mao, Sergeant, Garrison Fleet Crew, Internal Security Force. The three messages were concise and clear, starkly informing Qi Yiming that they still had hostages. Seeing Qiao Shan about to attack the core of the space station, Qi Yiming immediately shouted into the fleet channel, Qiao Shan, wait! They still have awakened. Qiao Shan was stunned at first, then continued to fire at the core of the space station recklessly. Fortunately, the Azure was only a frigate, and its guns weren't powerful enough to penetrate the thick outer armor plating of the core. But this also frightened the group of old men hiding inside. Qi Yiming was even more terrified, fearing that he would anger the old men hiding in the core and kill the awakened. Qiao Shan, I understand your desire for revenge, but at least let me rescue those awakened. Qi Yiming was furious. He hadn't expected Qiao Shan to become so crazy. Qiao Shan's hysteria only intensified. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? These old bastards are no longer a threat to you. To save your kind, you definitely let them go. Qi Yiming instantly calmed down. He knew Qiao Shan had gone mad, and unless he killed those people, he wouldn't stop. Luckily, Qiao Shan's Azure couldn't immediately take the core of the space station, so there was nothing he could do. So Qi Yiming gave up trying to persuade Qiao Shan and turned to negotiating with the assassin organization's higher-ups. How can I confirm your veracity? Qi Yiming first needed to verify the authenticity of this information. First, have your men cease their attacks, and we prove it to you. As the leader of the light of human purification, Wu Wei had lived a life of debauchery since taking the helm. He had long lost the ruthlessness he had in his early assassination missions. Now, he simply wanted to save his own skin. Prove it to me first. How do I know if you're just stalling for time? Although Qiao Shan wasn't following orders yet, Qi Yiming wasn't stopping him from using him to pressure the other side. If they truly wanted to negotiate, they would definitely demonstrate their sincerity first. Okay, I have one of them take the shuttle out. But you must cease the attack immediately. As Qi Yiming had predicted, Wu Wei immediately demonstrated his sincerity. Soon, a shuttle emerged from the station's core module and headed straight for the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming didn't dare leave the bridge. He still needed to negotiate with Wu Wei and find a way to rescue the others. I already sent the people out. Why haven't you stopped the attack? Wu Wei's voice trembled slightly, clearly frightened. I need to confirm their identities. Don't worry. It's just a frigate attacking. It won't be able to shatter your shell anytime soon. Qi Yiming offered a glimpse of the outside world situation to reassure Wu Wei. Wu Wei apparently realized that the core of the space station was no easy task for a single frigate to breach, so his tone softened slightly, but he still insisted on demanding that Qi Yiming cease his attack. At first, Qi Yiming desperately wanted Qiao Shan to stop, but Qiao Shan had gone berserk and refused to listen. But now, Qi Yiming changed his mind. He realized that this high-pressure situation would be advantageous for him in negotiations. Furthermore, the Azure was clearly unable to breach the core of the space station, so Qi Yiming simply stopped demanding a halt. He then continued to threaten Wu Wei. You must understand that the one attacking you is Qiao Shan. We are merely partners, and I have no power to order him. You lied to me. Wu Wei felt instantly deceived and became hysterical. Do you believe I killed the remaining two people right now? I'm the only one who can save you now. Qiaoshan only has one frigate, while I have an entire fleet. Qi Yiming paused, letting him digest the information, then continued, we can make a deal. There's no deep hatred between us. The people you killed may be from the same era as me, but frankly, we're strangers to each other. Qi Yiming paused again, formulating his words. The most direct conflict between us is that you want to kill me. That's why I'm coming to you under the pretext of revenge for my comrades. Qi Yiming spoke these words in front of all the captains in the fleet. Wang Shuhua and the others could hear what Qi Yiming was saying through the fleet command channel. Yi Lu's mouth dropped open, staring at Qi Yiming in disbelief. He hadn't expected Qi Yiming to say such a thing, and was about to question him. Wang Shuhua, however, coughed a few times in the fleet channel. Yi Lu stared at the holographic screen projecting Wang Shuhua's image. Wang Shuhua was shaking his head frantically, signaling her to stop talking. Yi Lu glanced at Qi Yiming again with a puzzled look, only to hear him continue. Since your organization has been dismantled by me, there is no direct conflict of interest between us. If you're willing to hand over my companions, I will immediately break with Qiaoshan. The other end of the wide area communication line fell silent, with no response to Qi Yiming for a long time. Instead, Qiaoshan chuckled sinisterly in the fleet channel. Qi Yiming. I knew you were a sinister villain. Uncle Wei was deceived by your righteous facade. This bullshit about doing it for humanity. You're a completely sinister villain. At this point, no explanation could be given to Qiaoshan, and Qi Yiming could only smile bitterly. Chapter 128. A few minutes later, Wu Wei's voice returned to the wide area communication channel. How do you prove that Qiaoshan and you are merely partners? The old fox's thoughts raced after realizing his life was no longer in danger. I can't prove it, but you have no choice but to trust me, right? Qi Yiming truly had no way of verifying the truth of this story. One could only bet that Wu Wei's will to survive was intense, clinging to every possible straw, even if it seemed unreliable. While Qi Yiming was negotiating with Wu Wei, the first awakened released by Wu Wei boarded the Xiafeng and quickly reached the bridge. He Zhenju, lieutenant of the Federal Garrison Fleet, radar officer. The person who arrived was a woman, wearing a federal military uniform and the Garrison Fleet insignia on her chest. Upon seeing Qi Yiming, she immediately stood at attention and gave him a standard federal military salute. Qi Yiming returned the salute and took the insignia from He Zhenju's chest. He had to confirm He Zhenju's identity. He placed the badge into a scanner designed to identify military personnel. After a few seconds, He Zhenju's detailed information appeared on the screen. Qi Yiming then asked He Zhenju for a lock of hair and placed it into the scanner. A few minutes later, another line of text appeared on the scanner. Identity confirmed. Biometrics match. He Zhenju, lieutenant of the Federal Garrison Fleet, radar officer. Qi Yiming looked at the lieutenant excitedly, but he didn't forget the other two people in Wu Wei's hands. He hurriedly asked He Zhenju, can you confirm the identities of the other two? They can fully describe their fleet bases and their direct superiors. I think their identities are correct. Qi Yiming nodded. No matter what, they had to rescue the people first. I need to make sure the other two are alive. Qi Yiming demanded again of Wu Wei. Don't push your luck. I already sent one person out, demonstrating our sincerity. Now it's your turn. First, get that damn Qiaoshan to stop attacking. Wu Wei wasn't one to be fooled. Upon learning that the person they had just released had boarded Qi Yiming's Xiafeng, he again demanded that Qi Yiming stop Qiaoshan from attacking the core module of the space station. How could Qiaoshan obey Qi Yiming's orders at this moment? He could also hear the conversation on the wide area communication channel. Before Qi Yiming could say anything, Qiaoshan started roaring into the wide area communication channel. You old bastards. Even if I die here today, I make sure you don't get away with it. With that, the Azure increased the frequency of her attacks again. Qi Yiming didn't know if Qiaoshan was deliberately playing along, but he had to admit that their coordination was truly seamless. I told you, Qiaoshan and I are just partners. I can't give him orders right now. Qi Yiming reiterated his relationship with Qiaoshan. But Wu Wei said to Qi Yiming, you have two choices now. Sink Qiaoshan's ship, or let your companions die with us. Qi Yiming knew that if he didn't take concrete action, Wu Wei would definitely take a risk. Lock onto the Azure. Charge the main guns to minimum energy. This was the best solution Qi Yiming could come up with in a hurry. The Azure had an energy shield, and the Xiafeng's main guns, at minimum charge, had little effect on the Azure's energy shield. Now all Qiaoshan could do was hope he come to his senses, realizing Qi Yiming was acting and trying to kill him. As expected, after the Azure was attacked by the Xiafeng, Qiaoshan looked at Qi Yiming's Xiafeng with confusion, as he saw its energy shield drop. In fact, after the frenzied attack, Qiao Shan's years of resentment and hatred had dissipated considerably, and the Xiefeng's attack immediately sobered him up. Qiao Shan had seen the Xiefeng in its destroyer form, and its attacks were incredibly formidable. But now that the Xiefeng had been upgraded to a cruiser, its main guns hadn't done much damage to his Azure, which gave Qiao Shan a glimmer of understanding. He then abandoned his attack on the station's core module and began firing back at the Xiefeng. The Azure also used its main gun's minimum charge mode. The two warships appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle, but from the perspective of the people involved, the intensity of the attack was barely enough to scratch the paint off a warship. Seeing Qi Yiming suddenly attack Qiao Shan, Yi Lu furiously cursed him over the fleet command channel. Qi Yiming, however, smiled bitterly inwardly. "Sister, if you're going to curse, do it on the wide area communication channel. We got to let those old bastards hear it." But Qi Yiming hadn't anticipated that Yi Lu genuinely believed Qi Yiming was going to sink the Azure, and so she launched into such a tirade. Wang Shuhua had no time to intervene, her throat hoarse from coughing, but Yi Lu simply ignored her. With the wide area communication channel still connected, Qi Yiming couldn't possibly point it out to Yi Lu. But to her surprise, Yi Lu not only hurled insults at Qi Yiming but also directed her own ship to attack the Xiefeng. Since Yi Lu's ship hadn't been replaced in time after departing to pick up Qiao Xian, the Xiefeng wasn't afraid of an attack from Yi Lu's ship. Whether it was a show or not, the sudden infighting within Qi Yiming's fleet was something Weiwei welcomed, and it also convinced him that Qi Yiming's negotiations with him weren't a stalling tactic, but a genuine desire to rescue the remaining two awakened. Wang Sun, as Qi Yiming's earliest follower, knew him best and simply didn't believe he would let the assassination organization's leaders go. His presence on the battlefield was minimal, so only he was capable of carrying out this stealthy rescue operation. Wang Sun was a natural logistician. He also owned his own habitable planet, and had overseen the construction of their own space station. He was intimately familiar with the core module of a space station, and knew which approach direction would evade detection systems. Wang Sun had indeed succeeded. The Yuanhang had mapped out a detailed route for the shuttle carrying dozens of fully armed internal security personnel. Of course, Qi Yiming made considerable efforts to avoid attracting Weiwei's attention. As the shuttle quietly approached, he constantly negotiated terms with Weiwei, trying to distract him. After approaching the station, the internal security force members leaped out of the shuttle and climbed into the station through the escape pod's ejection port. The entire process was smooth and efficient, which made Qi Yiming extremely satisfied and proud. He had built the internal security force, and seeing their outstanding performance today, how could Qi Yiming not be delighted? A dozen minutes later, Weiwei, nearly driven mad by Qi Yiming, suddenly sensed something was amiss. He was about to order the few remaining security personnel to keep an eye on the hostages and, if necessary, to kill them. Unexpectedly, before the security personnel could even move, they were struck by a projectile fired from the darkness, instantly killed. For the internal security force members, the next mission was even easier than their daily training. Of course, the biggest reason was that the 7 or 8 old men, buried up to their chins in the dirt, had no ability to resist. Several people were easily controlled by the members of the internal security force, while the 2 awakened people that Qi Yiming cared about the most were sitting on the floor unharmed, looking at these combatants wearing the uniforms of the Federal Internal Security Force with surprise. Chapter 129. Weiwei and his companions were captured alive, as Qi Yiming had specifically instructed. Therefore, when the internal security forces attacked the space station, they only injured him. Weiwei had never expected Qi Yiming to possess such an elite ground force. Weiwei could only lash out at Qi Yiming, but when Qiao Shan stood before him with a cold expression, Weiwei's face trembled like a sieve, his expression completely devoid of any trace of humanity. Facing Qi Yiming, he could still muster the courage to call him a despicable villain, but upon seeing Qiao Shan, he could only plead for death. But now, it was too late. Qi Yiming could only say apologetically, "You should have committed suicide the moment you were captured. I really can't help you now." With that, he turned and left, leaving Qiao Shan and several high-ranking members of the assassin organization behind. Qi Yiming cared nothing about what had happened to Weiwei and his companions. His primary concern now lay with his 3 companions from the same era. That damned Weiwei was a complete psychopath. After being captured, the 3 were held captive here for 3 full years, subjected to daily beatings and torture. Not a single inch of their bodies was healthy. Not only that, the 3 were denied adequate food and water. Initially, they could quench their thirst with their own urine, but as time went on, even urine became insufficient. Hearing the 3 men's experiences over the past 3 years, Qi Yiming's hair stood on end. He stood up and wanted to join Qiao Shan in slaughtering Wei Wei. Captain, does the Federation still exist? Zhong Zhirong had endured the most torture in the past 2 years, and he looked timid in everything he did. Qi Yiming shook his head. It's been over 1,000 years. Didn't you check your hibernation pods after you woke up? Several people shook their heads. Zhong Zhirong, still looking at Qi Yiming with his timid eyes, said, when we woke up, we were imprisoned. We knew nothing about the outside world, and they wouldn't tell us anything about it. After hearing Yun Mao's words, Qi Yiming recounted the events of his awakening. Captain, have you returned to the capital planet? Yun Mao's voice sounded weak, but his spirits were remarkably good. It seemed the hardships he had endured over the past few years hadn't affected him much. Qi Yiming patted Yun Mao on the shoulder. Yes, we have. The Federation is now completely history. Several people's eyes dimmed instantly. He Zhenju muttered to herself, it seems the Human Federation has been defeated. That's obvious. We were already on the run. Defeat was inevitable, Qi Yiming said, trying to comfort the three. Where's the Zerg? He Zhenju was the first to notice this strange situation. Just as Qi Yiming had initially thought, since the Human Federation had been defeated, according to the Zerg's usual pattern, they would have long since become its swarm's nutrient. How could human civilization, after a millennium of slumber, have suddenly flourished? The Zerg have occupied the former Human Federation's territory, and seem to have given up on hunting humans. Qi Yiming glanced at the attentive He Zhenju. How is that possible? It was Yun Mao who exclaimed. I fought ground battles with the Zerg before. Those monsters fight us humans to the death. How could they possibly give up on hunting us? Qi Yiming shook his head, and could only offer his own speculation. I think they seem to be waiting for the human population to expand again. Are you saying that those insects are using us as food to grow themselves? The first to react was the timid-looking Zhong Zhirong. Qi Yiming nodded in confirmation. A long silence fell. After a long pause, He Zhenju spoke again. Captain, since you already been to the Federation, are you planning anything? Qi Yiming nodded again, but added, rest and recuperate for a while. We talk later if anything else. He was about to have his adjutant take the three of them back to their assigned cabins to rest, but He Zhenju raised her hand to refuse. She looked at Qi Yiming seriously. Captain, are you going back to the Federation? There was nothing to be ashamed of admitting this, so Qi Yiming nodded once more. I know the location where a warship from the Strategic Strike Fleet made an emergency landing, He Zhenju revealed, surprising Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming stood up excitedly. Where? How did you know? After the Guardian, the ship you served on, made an emergency landing, we followed the fighters of the other Strategic Strike Fleet aircraft. He Zhenju was lost in deep recollection. It took her a full half-hour to explain what happened after the Guardian's emergency landing. Among them was information about the Wise. Although the Wise was only a frigate-class modular warship, it held a crucial position within the Strategic Strike Fleet. If the probe was the eyes of the Strategic Strike Fleet's main and secondary battery, then the Wise was its brains. She would be responsible for assigning targets to all the main and secondary batteries in the final assembly of the Strategic Strike Fleet and directing their attacks. Of course, the Wise could also extend this capability to allied warships, meaning it could provide them with precise coordinates and launch timing. When Qi Yiming heard it was the Wise, he immediately lost his composure. He no longer mentioned letting the three men rest, and immediately demanded they lead him to the Wise. But He Zhenju looked at Qi Yiming with some embarrassment. Captain, I only remember the route from our forced landing site to the Wise, but now I don't even know where I am. Qi Yiming was stunned, and without a word, he rushed out of the room where he was talking to the three men. Qiao Shan, please give those beasts a break. Whether we can find the Wise depends entirely on them, Qi Yiming muttered as he ran. But he was still a step too late. Qiao Shan, after a frenzied outburst, personally ended the lives of the beasts before him. When Qi Yiming saw their bodies, he regretted it to the core. He had no choice but to dejectedly return to the room where he had just spoken with the three people. He looked at He Zhenju with a wry smile. You should have told me earlier. Now the only person who knows where you were dug out is dead. Yun Mao walked up to He Zhenju and said, think carefully. Is there anything special about the planet you crash-landed on? As a Federation soldier, Yun Mao had of course heard of the Strategic Strike Fleet and knew that even the loss of a single warship would severely impact their combat effectiveness. So, he helped He Zhenju recall the situation on the planet they had crash-landed on. He Zhenju could only frown and rack her brain, retrieving every bit of information about the crash-landing planet from her deep memories. Qi Yiming could only stand by, anxiously watching. Chapter 130. He Jinju tried to recall the past for over 10 minutes, but came up empty-handed. She could only look at Qi Yiming in embarrassment. What else could Qi Yiming say? He could only smile and comfort her. It's okay if you can't remember. Just rest and recover. We talk when you remember. There's no rush. He Jinju's frown finally relaxed a little. The other two also knew there was no rush, so they stopped urging He Jinju to recall. At Qi Yiming's adjutant's behest, the three of them returned to their respective cabins to rest. Qi Yiming couldn't rest, he still had many things to attend to. Although Weiwei and the others had been killed by Qiao Shan, the core module of the space station built by the Light of Purification had not been destroyed. Qi Yiming believed that much unknown information must still be hidden within it. Qi Yiming personally led his men there, packing up everything they could take away from the station and moving it back to the Xiafeng. All the lifeboats scattered across the battlefield had long been destroyed by Qiao Shan. Qi Yiming actually had some reservations about Qiao Shan's murderous intent. Looks like I need to find time to talk to Qiao Shan. He didn't want Qiao Shan to become a cold-blooded murderer. Now that his revenge had been achieved and his sister had been found, Qi Yiming hoped Qiao Shan could let go of the past and start anew. But if Qi Yiming had witnessed Qiao Shan's actions, as he personally killed Weiwei and the others, he would never have delayed the matter. However, he ultimately missed the best opportunity for psychological intervention. After clearing the battlefield, Qi Yiming led his fleet out of this unfamiliar star region and returned to the Commercial Alliance. The fleet had been away for far too long, and the defenses of Gaia and the engineer were too weak. Qi Yiming didn't want to return to Gaia to find his home occupied. Plus, the Commercial Alliance had been acting strangely lately, and the free ports they had established were overcrowded. Qi Yiming was anxious to get home, so he reduced his port calls. After crossing most of the Commercial Alliance's territory, Qi Yiming's fleet finally returned to the Awakener Galaxy. Looking at the long-lost Gaia, Qi Yiming was so moved that he almost shed tears. He knew that after resolving the potential threat posed by the assassin organization, Gaia would be on the fast track to development. During their absence, Fang Min and Liu Bishu had been incredibly busy. Recruiting fleet personnel, upgrading and developing various industries on Gaia, everything fell on their shoulders. When they met Qi Yiming, their faces were etched with fatigue, and their words were weak. Qi Yiming looked at the two apologetically. Thank you for your hard work. You two should take a break for the next few days. I have someone take over the work. But the two seemed unmoved by his words, still looking at Qi Yiming with sorrowful eyes. Qi Yiming touched his face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Did you hear anything after returning from the business alliance? Fang Min finally asked after a long silence. What news? Qi Yiming looked at him puzzledly. We were in a hurry to get back, so we rarely communicated with anyone. We didn't hear anything special. The insect swarm you mentioned before has appeared. Fang Min divulged a shocking piece of news. Qi Yiming didn't even react, thinking Fang Min was joking. But Fang Min's serious look told him he wasn't kidding. When did it happen? Where did it appear? What's the current battle situation? Forced to face reality, Qi Yiming asked a series of questions. On the southeastern border of the Cloud Ring Federation, near another entrance to the Ancestral Star Domain, Fang Min said, shaking her head. The battle is extremely fierce. Fang Min briefly briefed Qi Yiming on the situation. Qi Yiming's frown deepened as he listened. Qi Yiming had expected the Zerg to attack humans again, but he hadn't expected them to appear so near their XJ domain so soon. Thankfully, the Zerg attacking humans this time wasn't numerous, and the Cloud Ring Federation's overall strength was also quite good. However, these weren't the primary reasons why humans were able to repel the Zerg. The primary reason was that the Zerg attacking humans this time seemed to have degenerated significantly, their combat effectiveness simply a dozen levels below the level Qi Yiming had described. Is the Zerg population too large? Can't they be kept alive? Sent to the humans to gain experience? Qi Yiming pondered the reason for this. But seeing Fang Min hesitate, Qi Yiming asked again, anything else? Fang Min glanced at Liu Bishu beside him. Don't be so reserved. Tell me now. Qi Yiming looked back at Liu Bishu, who also had a look of despair on her face. This just happened a while ago. What Liu Bishu said left Qi Yiming even more bewildered. Although the whole incident wasn't complicated, it had a strange aura from beginning to end. Liu Bishu was primarily responsible for upgrading Gaia's industrial infrastructure, and he also established deep space observatories for other scientists there. A month before Qi Yiming and his team returned, a massive sky-surveying radar had just been commissioned on Gaia. But to the scientists' surprise, the radar, having just begun operation, received a call from the depths of space. A highly regular signal was captured by the radar. After deciphering it, the scientists on Gaia, who had not been selected by Qi Yiming, discovered that the entire message was sent in human language. The parsed message contained only one sentence: "Fight for humanity's survival." After listening to Lu Bishu's account, Qi Yiming was bewildered and kept complaining, "What's going on? I can tolerate the Zerg swarm, it's predictable, after all, but what about this declaration, which carries such a tragic tone? Could there be other humans lurking in some unknown corner of the universe?" Suddenly, Qi Yiming remembered the massive spaceship they had encountered, capable of space warping. "Is this a second warning?" Qi Yiming muttered softly. "Will I die if I talk nicely? Curse or not, who can blame them for their formidable strength? A spaceship this large, capable of warping through space?" Qi Yiming couldn't afford to offend them. But what exactly did this mean? Did they really have to send people to the center of the universe to find the answer? Qi Yiming shook his head. Since there was no immediate solution, he could put this matter aside. After all, the threat was imminent, and Qi Yiming had to deal with the Zerg first. Since the Zerg had already appeared at another entrance to the Ancestral Star Domain and attacked the Cloud Ring Federation, the Ancestral Star Domain had become humanity's first line of defense against the Zerg. Perhaps a Zerg swarm would appear in the Awakener galaxy in the next second, completely wiping Qi Yiming and his companions from this universe. Qi Yiming's time seemed to be running out. Chapter 131. After hearing Fong Min and the others' introduction, Qi Yiming no longer cared about the wise. After briefly arranging the defenses of Gaia and the engineer, he commanded the Snow Peak to depart again. He planned to visit the Cloud Ring Federation to investigate the situation and determine whether the Zerg's attack was a preliminary test before the full-scale offensive or a fluke. If it was a preliminary test before the Zerg's full-scale assault, Qi Yiming felt they should prepare to flee now. It wasn't that Qi Yiming didn't want to confront the Zerg head-on, but with their current strength, they were simply no match for the Zerg's master. In that case, it would be better to flee early, perhaps preserving the last spark of humanity. Qi Yiming was very cautious on his way to the Cloud Ring Federation. He didn't go directly through the Ancestral Star region, but instead took a detour through the Commercial Alliance and the Turing Republic before entering the Cloud Ring Federation. The moment he entered the Cloud Ring Federation, Qi Yiming sensed a different atmosphere. Large fleets assembled at the airport and set out for the southeastern border. Although the warships varied in quality, with most being standard warships sold by arms dealers to mercenaries, these ships were certainly far inferior to those of regular armies, but at least they were numerous. But in Qi Yiming's view, this was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. How many of these people would return? Qi Yiming was extremely pessimistic. According to his initial inquiries, the Cloud Ring Federation's main fleet had been nearly decimated, but the war against the Zerg was not over yet. The reason so many fleets were assembled now was because the Cloud Ring Federation had sent an open letter of appeal to all human forces, bringing humanity's greatest enemy, the Zerg, to the surface. The Zerg incident had already caused a turbulent storm in the human world. Qi Yiming felt a sense of comfort at the sight of so many volunteers coming to support the Yunhuan Empire. This showed that when faced with alien invasion, humanity still had some dedicated individuals standing on the front lines of resistance. Qi Yiming decided to first visit the Yunhuan Federation's capital star to investigate the progress of the war before deciding whether to pack up and flee. The Yunhuan Federation's capital star system was currently in a state unlike the free ports of the surrounding star systems. It was packed with support fleets from other countries. They brought various supplies and a small number of newly produced warships to the Yunhuan Federation. The synchronous orbit of Yunhuan Star, the Yunhuan Federation's capital star system, had long since become a massive logistics center. Supplies from other countries were distributed here, and then shipped back to the Yunhuan Federation's warship production factories throughout the country. When the Xiefeng docked at the airport above Yunhuan Star, Qi Yiming saw a large number of young faces queuing to board the transport ship. Qi Yiming had witnessed this situation before during the Human Federation era. He knew that these young men would be assigned to ships after a brief training session, and then thrown into battle to fight a war of attrition against the Zerg. During the height of the war, the Human Federation even lowered the conscription age to 14, but it still couldn't keep up with the toll on the front lines. When human lives became mere numbers in the eyes of commanders, the brutality of war had reached an unimaginable level. Qi Yiming found a volunteer registration booth in the airport, and prepared to inquire more closely about the progress of the war. Before he even got close, he heard a woman with a megaphone announce loudly, "Volunteers for the warships, please proceed directly to the room behind me. Someone will be there to greet you. Those who failed the physical exam and were rejected by the military, but still wish to contribute to humanity, please line up in front of me." Qi Yiming didn't linger, and walked straight into the room. The room wasn't large, but quite a few people had already gathered, listening to a speech from a middle-aged man in the Cloud Ring Federation uniform, standing on the high platform in the center. "Captains, first of all, thank you for coming to support us." The middle-aged officer was about to continue with the pleasantries, but was interrupted by the people around him. "We're not here to listen to your eulogies. Just tell us about the battle on the front lines, and what duties we volunteers will be assigned." The officer gave an awkward smile and continued, "The battle on the front lines is now basically stable. Our army has secured the front lines in the Garp and Vincent galaxies." At this point, a flicker of joy crossed the officer's face, evidently delighted with the progress of the war on the front lines. Chi Yiming had never been to the front lines, so he couldn't jump to conclusions about the Zerg situation. He could only listen carefully. According to the officers, there was a system called Turner System between the Cap and Vincent systems. It was the fulcrum of the entire defense line. If the Zerg breached it, humanity would be forced to abandon its newly secured defenses and continue its retreat into the heart of the Cloud Ring Federation. If they joined the fleet fighting the Zerg, they would be reinforced by the Cloud Ring Federation's 7th Fleet and accompany it to the Turner System to strengthen the defenses there. Originally, Chi Yiming didn't want to join the volunteer fleet, but without a travel permit after entering the war zone, his Snow Peak wouldn't be mistaken for a Zerg spy, but it would certainly make it difficult to move forward. Chi Yiming had no choice but to sign up to join the volunteer fleet and accompany the Cloud Ring Federation's 7th Fleet to the front lines. The 7th Fleet consisted of a task force of 15 battleships, a standard, fully staffed fleet whose primary combat strength was battleships. The entire fleet was sent by the Turing Republic from their 3rd Task Force. The 3rd Task Force, along with the transport ships responsible for its logistics, was delivered to the Cloud Ring Federation, minus the personnel. After a brief reorganization, the Cloud Ring Federation formed the current 7th Fleet. After completing the volunteer information, Chi Yiming returned to the ship with the communication identifier assigned to the Xiefeng. He then commanded the Xiefeng to depart for the 7th Fleet's temporary base in the Cloud Ring Federation's capital system. The base was not far from Chi Yiming's airport, and after accelerating into warp mode, the Xiefeng reached its destination in just half an hour. Emerging from the jump channel, the first thing that came into view was 15 massive battleships, each 30 kilometers long. Their rectangular hulls were a hallmark of the Turing Republic's warships, which never sought extravagance, only efficiency and convenience. The sight of the main guns covering the hulls made Chi Yiming shudder. The Xiefeng would definitely not survive 2 salvos from such a battleship. Then came the battlecruisers, filling the battle line, a full 100 of them. The mushroom-shaped hulls, over 20 kilometers long, looked rather oddly contrasting, their semicircular bows also covered in main guns of various types. There were even more cruisers and destroyers. Chi Yiming roughly counted them, and found that the number of cruisers was twice that of battlecruisers, while the number of destroyers reached 500. The number of frigates was so numerous that Chi Yiming couldn't even count them all. Instantly, Chi Yiming felt his blood boiling. This was what true interstellar warfare should be like. Although the number of warships was far less than that of a local garrison fleet of the Human Federation, this was the first time that Chi Yiming had truly witnessed the strength of the human regular fleet since he awakened. Chapter 132. As soon as the Xiefeng emerged from warp, a patrol fleet quickly approached and demanded Chi Yiming's identification. Chi Yiming handed the identification communicator he had brought from the volunteer registration office to the communications officer. After some negotiation, Chi Yiming was quickly led to the gathering point for the volunteer warships. Chi Yiming's arrival did not attract much attention. However, when he joined the fleet command channel, a few people welcomed him. Chi Yiming politely responded and asked who the commander of this fleet was. He learned that the commander had gone to a meeting on the 7th Fleet flagship, and everyone was waiting for him to return to arrange combat missions. Chi Yiming fortunately allowed the Xiefeng's crew to take a shift and rest. He knew that once the fleet was underway, their opportunities for rest would become scarce, sometimes even working non-stop for days and nights. It would be best to seize every spare moment from now on to allow the crew to rest. As everyone waited, more volunteer warships gradually joined the fleet. Only when the area designated for them was filled with warships of all classes did their commanders command their own ships to rejoin the fleet. Chi Yiming, dozing in the captain's chair, suddenly noticed a large, single-person image appear on the holographic screen over the fleet's command channel. Judging from his appearance, the man was definitely no older than 40, dressed in the uniform of the Cloud Ring Federation. He saluted everyone before beginning his speech. "Hello everyone, my name is Yan Longjie, and I'm the commander of our volunteer fleet." The figure on the holographic screen briefly introduced himself. Qi Yiming judged from Yan Longjia's perceptive gaze that this commander had undoubtedly experienced several major battles, and was most likely promoted on the front lines. As Qi Yiming had expected, Yan Longjia had indeed been promoted on the front lines, rising several levels in a row. According to him, this situation is common in the current Yunhuan Federation regular fleet. Qi Yiming could only respond with a wry smile. The younger senior officers could only mean two things. One is that the army had just been established, or that it had suffered a series of devastating defeats, resulting in heavy losses of senior officers. Qi Yiming believed that the Yunhuan Federation's fleet definitely fell into the latter category. But this was also a very frustrating situation. After a brief self-introduction, Yan Longjia handed each warship a fleet organization chart. The Xiefeng was assigned to a fully staffed fleet led by a battlecruiser. According to the Yunhuan Federation's fleet classification, his fleet was a fully staffed Class B fleet. A fully staffed B-class fleet is led by a battlecruiser, commanded by 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, 10 frigates, and a small transport. After entering the fleet information into the ship's intelligent computer, the Xiefeng quickly received the commander's order to assemble. After locating their assigned fleet, the other crew members were already in place. Qi Yiming apologized and commanded the Xiefeng to his assigned position. Lei Ming glanced at the fleet organization chart, confirming that all his warships were in place. Then, on the newly redeployed fleet command channel, he addressed his temporary subordinates. "Hello everyone, my name is Lei Ming. You can call me Lei." After a brief self-introduction, Qi Yiming gained a general understanding of the composition of the captains of this fully staffed B-class fleet. They were all freelance mercenaries from various countries, all drawn by the high bounties. This left Qi Yiming somewhat amused and confused. He had originally believed these people were truly here for a higher purpose, but after all, it was all about the money. Qi Yiming instantly lost faith in this fleet of volunteers. But leaving was impossible now. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and join these people on the battlefield. Qi Yiming could only pray that this fleet wouldn't be defeated too quickly, giving him more time to escape. After listening to everyone's introductions, Lei Ming continued, "I have no special requirements for you, except that you must obey orders. Of course, I won't issue any outrageous orders. Furthermore, we will be assigned to the 7th Fleet's logistics fleet, responsible for maintaining the security of the supply lines." When the captains heard that they were only going to protect the logistics transport ships, the fleet chat room instantly became lively. "Hey, I thought we'd be sent to the front lines. Even though they pay the most, I heard the casualty rate there is incredibly high. We've been fighting those bugs for nearly half a year, and no one has ever seen a single wounded soldier returning from the front lines." A sharp-nosed, monkey-faced captain shouted over the fleet's command channel. Qi Yiming remembered him calling himself Monkey, a fitting nickname, though it was probably just a nickname. "Yeah, I heard that too." Everyone was about to discuss something, but Lei Ming interrupted. "I hope you all don't believe the rumors about the battlefield. We just need to do our jobs well. When your service is over, you can return home with your generous bounties." Lei Ming paused, waiting for the fleet channel to quiet down again before continuing. "According to the 7th Fleet's Commander-in-Chief, all fully staffed fleets, regardless of rank, must implement a dual command system. As the commander of our fleet, I must select one of you as my lieutenant to take over command after I leave the battlefield." Qi Yiming understood the significance of this life. On the front lines of the battle against the Zerg, losses were devastating for both ordinary combatants and commanders at all levels of the fleet. The dual command system was established to prevent the fleet's commander from suddenly dying, leading to the disintegration of the fleet. As a veteran who had battled the Zerg for years, Qi Yiming understood the Zerg's terrifying nature and its habits. Therefore, Qi Yiming, believing that since he was already here, he would contribute as much as he could, regardless of the Zerg's intentions, and prepared to offer his services. But before he could say anything, some captains began to jeer. Qi Yiming observed that most of the instigators were nominating Zhang Lei, the captain of another cruiser. It looked like they were a small group, and it was unclear how the fleet's organizational chart was assigned. Cliques are a serious taboo in the military. They can have a profoundly negative impact on the commander's command. Qi Yiming, who had originally considered recommending himself, quickly abandoned the idea. He knew that if he were to become the fleet's second-in-command, all his energy would be spent dealing with this small group. Lei Ming also noticed the presence of a small group within his fleet, and his relaxed brow furrowed. He had originally planned to use some small competitions to select a second-in-command, who would be trusted by everyone. However, since a small group had emerged within the fleet, to prevent internal strife within the fleet, he reluctantly promoted Zhang Lei to the position of second-in-command and reported the matter to the higher command. Chapter 133. Then, each fleet dispatched personnel to collect combat supplies and rations. By the time all this miscellaneous work was complete, it was already early morning the next day. Although humans don't have a strong sense of time in outer space, although almost all humans habitually use the 24-hour system. After completing all pre-departure equipment, the 7th Fleet, along with a hastily assembled volunteer fleet, finally departed their temporary base at the command of the fleet commander and headed for the Turner system. It was unrealistic to expect nearly 100,000 warships of various types to pass through the jump bridge all at once. Fleet Command would have to arrange the marching sequence, and each fleet would activate the jump bridge according to that marching sequence. Chi Yiming shook his head at the low efficiency of the jump bridge. If the Zerg invaded en masse, humanity would have no chance of victory. Not to mention the quality and quantity of the warships. Even a large-scale fleet assembly would be enough to kill the current human race. However, judging by the current situation, the Zerg attacking humanity is indeed not as powerful as those encountered by the Human Federation. Humanity still has time to slowly assemble its fleet, and use this inefficient method of transportation to reach the battlefield. The Cloud Ring Federation's capital planet is not very far from the Turner system, and the fleet has only been traveling for half a month before reaching the perimeter of the battlefield. Chi Yiming's fleet is part of the logistics fleet, so the main fleet has already entered the battlefield, while they are still slowly advancing behind. This makes Chi Yiming very unhappy. He didn't come here to protect these transport ships. He needs to go to the front line to carefully observe the specific situation of the Zerg. But as a qualified soldier, his duty forbade him to do so. Chi Yiming fell into depression, handing command of the Xiafeng to Hao Qinqi while he himself spent the entire day sleeping in the captain's cabin. It was not until the supply fleet received orders from headquarters to enter the battlefield to resupply the warships that Chi Yiming returned to the bridge. The moment he entered the battlefield, Chi Yiming felt as if he had been transported back to the battlefield where the Human Federation and the Zerg swarm had once faced each other. The 7 light-minute battlefront stretched from this end of the Turner system to the far reaches. The flashes of main gun fire along this front had never ceased since Chi Yiming and his men entered the system. The Zerg launched frantic attacks from every point along the battlefront. Constantly, warships were sunk, unable to withstand the fierce attacks. At the same time, large numbers of Zerg were slain. The two sides had been deadlocked on this battlefront for over half a month. This battlefront before them could be called a meat grinder, no doubt about it. But what puzzled Chi Yiming was that the Zerg's main force in space wasn't actually flying bugs, like mutalisks or corrupted dragons. Their true main fleet was likely swarms of leviathans. Chi Yiming didn't spot a single leviathan on the battlefront. Even more surprising was the drastic decline in combat effectiveness of even the mutalisks and corrupted dragons. Thinking of the Zerg he encountered when he seized the arc generator, their numbers weren't enough, but their individual combat power was significantly greater than the one Chi Yiming was witnessing. To better understand the Zerg's intentions, Chi Yiming took advantage of the time when his allies were resupplying and directed the Xiafeng to move slightly closer to the battlefront. Unexpectedly, before he could take a closer look, a major crisis arose on the battlefront. General Command had intended to withdraw some warships to the secondary line for resupply while the Zerg's attack intensity waned, but they unexpectedly took advantage of this opportunity to intensify their attacks. This stunned not only the command staff, but even Chi Yiming. The Zerg's breakthrough occurred precisely in the direction the Xiafeng was approaching. Seeing the Zerg breaching the battlefront and charging towards him, Chi Yiming instinctively wanted to order the Xiafeng to prepare for battle. But a thunderous voice echoed over the fleet channel. Chi Yiming, why did you abandon the fleet? You're courting death. Return immediately. Helpless, Chi Yiming could only order the Xiafeng to turn its bow and return to its original position. Allied ships currently resupplying had already disengaged from the supply ship, desperately rushing back to help, hoping to close the gap. However, the intensity and speed of the Zerg's attack had already exceeded General Command's expectations. Their miscalculation of the battlefield situation led to the breach of several more battlefronts. The once sturdy defense line was thrown into jeopardy by a single resupply operation. Lei Ming only wanted to escort the supply fleet out of the Turner system. Even a minute longer here would be torture. The fleet's command channel was eerily silent. Just as the supply fleet was gradually withdrawing from the battlefield, Lei Ming received a message from headquarters, ordering them to provide support at position 347, 2201, 1121 after the supply fleet left the Turner system. Lei Ming wished he could devour the commander who issued this order. However, 2 fully staffed B-class fleets were guarding the area near the jump bridge. They had the right to sink any warship that hadn't received the order to jump out of the battlefield. Lei Ming didn't dare take the risk. He didn't have the strength to do so. He could only follow orders and lead the fleet to turn and support the target point. Chi Yiming, however, was overjoyed. Finally, he had a chance to get on the front lines and get a closer look at the Zerg's situation. Under Lei Ming's command, even if the fleet continued to linger, they wouldn't achieve anything at such close range. 3 minutes later, the fleet exited the warp and returned to normal space. The mission site was now a chaotic mess, with the Zerg and friendly forces intertwined, making Lei Ming's situation extremely difficult. Ordering an attack could easily lead to accidental damage to friendly ships. But before Lei Ming could think clearly, a resolute voice came over the directional communication. "Ignore us, attack immediately. Otherwise the entire front will collapse from us." Chi Yiming was filled with awe at these words. In the past, when facing the Zerg on the battlefield, hearing these words meant that friendly forces were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Fire! Seeing Lei Ming's hesitation, the voice over the directional radio became incredibly angry. Chi Yiming could no longer bear it, and ordered the Xiefeng to open fire. The main and secondary guns attacked simultaneously, instantly inflicting heavy damage to the Zerg. Of course, many friendly ships were sunk by the Xiefeng's attacks. But the directional radio broadcast carried the same voice of gratitude. "Thank you. You must hold this line." The Xiefeng's initial firing forced Lei Ming to issue the order to open fire. Soon, all the friendly warships entangled with the Zerg were sunk by Chi Yiming and his men's indiscriminate attacks. The human corpses that fell from the warships were carried away by the flying dragons that flew by. Chi Yiming had seen this scene so many times that he was no longer sensitive to it. The others, however, were experiencing such close combat with the Zerg for the first time. Watching them carry off human corpses, even a fool could tell what would become of them. I want to go home." Monkey trembled as he said these words in the fleet channel, which any new recruit would say when he first went to the battlefield. Chapter 134. Don't be like a novice on your first battlefield, whining and whining. "Watch out, I kill you." Lei Ming cursed, masking his inner fear. In reality, these mercenaries had experience in combat, but facing the ugly, ferocious Zerg for the first time was terrifying. Once the battle actually began, their emotions gradually calmed down, fueled by adrenaline. After the first round of attacks, they discovered that the Zerg wasn't as terrifying as they appeared. It was simply outnumbered. Chi Yiming also realized this. The Zerg only appeared numerous. Each individual was extremely weak in both attack and defense. Furthermore, only a small Leviathan was found in the Zerg. This was illogical. Even if the Zerg were conducting a tentative attack, they shouldn't have sent out only one Leviathan. Could it be that the Zerg swarm is split? Did the swarm overlord allow this to happen? Chi Yiming was lost in thought when thunderous calls echoed through the fleet channel. "Chi Yiming. What are you doing?" Chi Yiming shook his head, focusing on the present. Their fleet had formed a spherical array, and all warships, both main and secondary, were firing frantically. Chi Yiming's Xiefeng, the core ship on the right side of the spherical array, was primarily responsible for clearing the Zerg swarm on the right side of the fleet. The Xiefeng was incredibly efficient. After 2 rounds of firing, the weapons officer had already determined the optimal charge strength for attacking the Zerg swarm, so Chi Yiming hardly needed to worry. Each shot from Chi Yiming's super heavy main guns annihilated all Zerg swarms within a 45-degree angle in front of the Xiefeng. Are you sure your battleship is a cruiser?" Lei Ming stuttered, realizing that the Xiefeng battleship was even more powerful than his battlecruiser. Chi Yiming replied confidently, "I'm absolutely certain. If you don't believe me, you can check the fleet list. The Xiefeng suffix indicates a cruiser. Am I dazzled? No, my battleship has only undergone some minor modifications." "Are you kidding me? Is this a problem that a minor modification can solve?" As the two spoke, the Xiefeng's 2 super heavy main guns fired another round, once again clearing the Zerg swarm from the front of the Xiefeng. Lei Ming rolled his eyes, looking hopeless, and ignored Chi Yiming. The pressure on him was far greater than Chi Yiming's. The Zerg's onslaught offered no lulls. Even with all the main guns firing continuously, dozens of dragons would occasionally break through the fire net and charge into the fleet. If it weren't for the other warships protecting them, Lei Ming's warship would have been riddled with holes. Lei Ming saw it, and the others weren't blind either. The fleet's original spherical formation was centered around Lei Ming's battlecruiser. As the fleet advanced, the Xiefeng was unknowingly placed right at the center of the sphere. This made Lei Ming, the commander, extremely embarrassed. However, Lei Ming also knew that face counted for nothing on the battlefield. Survival was paramount. So, he acquiesced to the situation. John Lei, the fleet's second-in-command, had long since lost his voice. On the way to the battlefield, he was the loudest shouter. He even patted his chest and declared, "Don't be afraid on the battlefield. As long as I, Zhang Lei, am here, I won't let anyone get hurt." But now, Zhang Lei didn't even have a chance to speak. If Lei Ming hadn't occasionally helped clear the Zerg swarm before him, his area would likely become a breakthrough point. The temporary shift in the core warships of the spherical array was the result of the silent efforts of everyone in the fleet. Of course, the result was satisfactory. The Xiafeng, at the center of the fleet, served as the fleet's fire extinguisher. No matter which direction the Zerg attacked from, at the first sign of a breakthrough, Qi Yiming would immediately order the Xiafeng to support. Unconsciously, Qi Yiming had even taken over Lei Ming's command. The fleet advanced slowly until they reached their original battle line, where the Zerg density suddenly increased. Just when even Qi Yiming was feeling a bit overwhelmed, Lei Ming received an order from the fleet's commander-in-chief. Lei Ming shamelessly relayed the order to Qi Yiming. "Command has ordered us to remain at this front and not retreat a single step." At this moment, Qi Yiming, having reached the front line, had a clearer view of the Zerg's situation. Indeed, no other Leviathans were found. Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was now certain that the Zerg swarm before him was not the vanguard of the Zerg master, nor was it sent to test humanity. It was most likely a discarded Zerg. Qi Yiming had encountered this situation many times during the war between the Human Federation and the Zerg. However, without careful observation, it was difficult to distinguish it from the main force of the Zerg. Because the main force of the Zerg would also send some weaker Zerg as vanguards to attack humans before the attack. The individual capabilities of those Zerg were similar to the flying direction of the Zerg Qi Yiming was facing. The only difference is the number of Leviathans. When attacking humans, a Zerg swarm doesn't send just one Leviathan, it often deploys dozens, or even hundreds of them as the main force. Furthermore, Zerg that aren't exiled receive support from the swarm's biomass and superior genes. In other words, those swarms can evolve, growing stronger and stronger. The Zerg swarm before Qi Yiming, despite its sheer numbers, lacks the ability to evolve. This means the Leviathans can only consume their own biomass to spawn a large number of less powerful Zerg. However, this type of Zerg swarm is not something modern humans can easily defeat. Because their individual combat power is low, the biomass required is much less, resulting in a massive swarm. There's absolutely no time between each wave of attack. Once the human fleet is on the front lines, there's no chance of retreating to the secondary lines for rest and recuperation unless they perish in battle. To repel this Zerg swarm, one must either kill all of them or sink the single Leviathan. Then, while the Zerg fight among themselves for the new queen, one can eliminate the remaining Zerg. Otherwise, over time, the Zerg will develop the ability to evolve. The fighting on the front lines was extremely fierce. Every second, warships were overwhelmed by the massive swarm, and their crews were carried away by the swarm and taken back to the Leviathan to replenish the dwindling biomass. Thankfully, the Cloud Ring Federation's leadership seemed resolute, ordering the frontline commanders to hold their ground. On the long front, only one point was relatively easy to defend, the position guarded by the Snow Peak. Each attack from the Snow Peak super heavy main guns gave the fleet several minutes of respite, allowing damaged warships to retreat to the rear for emergency repairs. Qi Yiming did not perform remote repairs on the friendly ships around him, exposing the power of the super main gun, which was already a very dangerous thing. If the remote repair capability was exposed again, Qi Yiming believed that even without the Zerg swarm attacking the Xiafeng, the Yunhuan Federation's top leaders would find a way to get the Xiafeng. By then, Qi Yiming would have no place to cry. Chapter 135. But Qi Yiming knew that if the stalemate with the Zerg continued, the Cloud Ring Federation fleet would eventually collapse. Through the battlefield monitor, Qi Yiming could clearly observe that the Leviathan hadn't significantly changed in size during the 10-minute battle. This could only mean one thing. The Leviathan's biomass gained from the battlefield was balanced with its biomass consumption. Don't forget, aside from those Zerg directly vaporized by the high-energy lasers, the remaining Zerg individuals killed in battle were also recycled and reused by the Zerg. Additionally, human corpses were constantly being plundered on the battlefront, and the Zerg queen of this swarm had no shortage of biomass, so she had plenty of time to engage in a war of attrition with the humans. Qi Yiming desperately wanted to offer the Cloud Ring Federation fleet commander a way out, but unfortunately, he was just one of the many cannon fodder, unqualified to contact headquarters. Lei Ming did have the right to contact his superiors, but only up to the wing level. He also had no right to contact fleet clusters above him, or the commander-in-chief of the higher-level cluster. This left Qi Yiming feeling incredibly frustrated. There was no other way, so Qi Yiming had to resort to a last-ditch effort. Chi Yiming ordered the communications chief to contact Lei Ming via directional communication. Captain, if we keep fighting like this, we'd be doomed sooner or later. We have to find a way to destroy that Leviathan. Chi Yiming regretted his words the moment he opened his mouth. He was anxious, and had casually mentioned the Leviathan. Leviathan? What Leviathan? Lei Ming was still a little baffled. Why had Chi Yiming suddenly contacted him individually via directional communication, and even said a bunch of strange things? The words had already been spoken, and Chi Yiming couldn't do anything else but try to explain. He zoomed in on the Leviathan image on the Fleet Command channel. This is the Leviathan, the central brain of the Zerg. As an experienced mercenary, Lei Ming had some experience. He looked at Chi Yiming with uncertainty. You're an awakened? Chi Yiming could only nod silently. Now is not the time to discuss this. If we don't kill the enemy Leviathan in time, the Zerg swarm before us will surely wear down the Cloud Ring Federation. By then, the entire Cloud Ring Federation will fall, and we won't be facing a Zerg swarm that kills everyone with one shot. Luckily, Lei Ming didn't harbor much hostility towards the awakened. To some extent, he even had a slight fondness for them. But now was definitely not the time to discuss Chi Yiming's identity. Since there was an experienced captain here who knew the Zerg's weaknesses, even for his own survival, he had to find a way to get this message to the arrogant commanders at the headquarters. I pass your suggestion on to my superiors, but whether they listen is beyond my control. Let's give it a try. Chi Yiming didn't hold out any hope. As Chi Yiming had expected, the system Lei Ming had requested from his superiors fell on deaf ears, with no response at all. Lei Ming didn't even receive a reprimand from his superiors. It felt like he was being completely ignored. Lei Ming shrugged helplessly at Chi Yiming. I tried my best. You can see, there's no response from my superiors. Chi Yiming could only smile bitterly. He knew the Zerg's weaknesses, but no one was willing to listen. He felt helpless. Could we just watch helplessly as the Zerg swarm broke through the defenses? Chi Yiming couldn't help but glance at the starry sky beyond the battle lines. There were over 1 billion humans there. If this Zerg swarm were allowed to break through the defenses and wreak havoc in the Cloud Ring Federation, Chi Yiming was certain another Zerg Master-level individual would appear beneath the starry sky. By then, let alone counterattacking the Federation, even preserving the current achievements of human development would be a luxury. Chi Yiming would then have no choice but to pack his bags and flee back to Gaia. I just can't believe it. There's a clear and feasible solution, but you insist on engaging in a war of attrition with the Zerg here. Chi Yiming gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and declared to everyone on the fleet channel, I'm going to do something big. Are you coming with me? Lei Ming felt a little uneasy. He certainly had no ill feelings towards the awakened, but that didn't mean he would blindly trust someone he just met. What do you want to do? Lei Ming stuttered. Attack the Zerg, destroy that Leviathan. Attack the Zerg? Are you mistaken? It's the Zerg attacking us right now? Zhang Lei couldn't bear it any longer. You're going to die, don't drag us down with you. Chi Yiming looked at everyone on the communication channel with a serious look. I can solemnly tell you, I'm an awakened. When it comes to understanding the Zerg, I know better than anyone. This time, the fleet channel erupted in chaos. Awakened wasn't a good term for them. Did you lead this Zerg swarm? Zhang Lei suddenly hysterically questioned Chi Yiming on the fleet channel. I don't know how you heard about us awakened. The Snow Peak, no matter how powerful it was only a cruiser. It couldn't face the massive Zerg swarm alone. He could only try to gain more support, even if it was just a fleet of B-class battlecruisers. I just want to tell you that we awakened hate the Zerg more than any of you. They destroyed our home and even occupied it. If possible, I even sacrificed myself to ensure the Zerg's demise. Chi Yiming spoke sincerely, but few appreciated his words. So Chi Yiming changed his tone. Just tell me if you want to live or not. Everyone fell silent. If you want to live, listen to me. According to the Cloud Ring Federation's current tactics, this line of defense will collapse sooner or later. Then, we all die, without even a chance to escape. No one listened to his sweet talk, so Chi Yiming's slightly threatening words actually had some effect. As long as you listen to me, we can be the saviors of this war, and I can assure you that none of you will die in this battle. With this, Chi Yiming ordered the Xiefeng to begin repairs on the heavily damaged warship that had just retreated to the rear of the fleet. Green rays swept across the already tattered outer armor of the warship. The fleet command channel fell silent, and the captains of each ship stared at the rapidly repaired outer armor with a look of horror. My requirements are not high. I just want to advance 0.3 light minutes, and my super heavy main guns will be able to reach that Leviathan. If I can destroy that Leviathan, the Zerg will fall into chaos without its queen. Why should we trust you? Zhang Lei said, still a little unconvinced. Because I'm an awakened. The fleet channel fell into another long silence. Shi Yiming knew that if he didn't come up with something powerful, these people would never follow him into this risk. In desperation, he ordered the super heavy main gun configuration to be adjusted. Suddenly, a super heavy main gun originally mounted on the Xiefeng suddenly detached from its mount. Your gun flew off. Lei Ming nearly fainted upon seeing the super heavy main gun detached from its mount. Chapter 136. Lei Ming watched in astonishment as the Xiefeng super heavy main gun detached from the ship. But before he could finish his words, he realized that the main gun didn't seem to have detached from the Xiefeng by accident. He vaguely saw a thin white string pulling the main gun's movement. At this moment, a strange main gun flew out from the Xiefeng's weapons depot. A long barrel with a strange U-shaped weapon attached to the muzzle. It, too, was pulled by a thin white string. And so, in full view of the crowd, the Xiefeng quickly replaced its main gun. What kind of magical worship is this? How can you even change your main gun so suddenly? Lei Ming stared at the Xiefeng, which was not far from his own ship, with a look of astonishment. It's just a change of combat mode. No need to make a fuss. Shi Yiming remained calm. Fuck you. I give you full marks for your pretense. Lei Ming raised his middle finger at Shi Yiming through the communication display. The other captains were all whispering among themselves. Zhang Lei seemed to have just recovered from his surprise. Is this an ancient warship? Shi Yiming didn't hide anything and nodded calmly. Are you sure your method will work? Zhang Lei still had some doubts about Shi Yiming. Look at the battle situation along the entire front. Aside from our area, where we had a moment to breathe, has the Zerg's onslaught ever stopped elsewhere? Shi Yiming wasn't angry. He knew that convincing these people would take more than a few words. The only solution was to present the facts before their eyes. As Shi Yiming had said, the long front was swarming with dragons and corrupted dragons. Waves of attack followed wave after wave, leaving the human fleet no chance to rest or regroup. Escape in this chaotic situation was impossible. Furthermore, the bridgehead was guarded by a supervisory team. Even if they managed to retreat from the front lines, they would be unable to quickly leave the Turner system, and would eventually be wiped out by the Zerg. Okay, I fight you. But if you dare sell out any of us, I'd be the first to kill you. Zhang Lei, like a fleet captain, made the decision for Lei Ming. Lei Ming smiled awkwardly. His role as fleet captain felt a bit awkward. Zhang Lei had his own small group, and he had to consult with him on any orders. Now Shi Yiming had upstaged him. Faced with a complex battlefield situation, what could he do? He felt desperate. After everyone finished their discussion, Shi Yiming, to boost everyone's confidence and prepare for the attack, immediately recharged the arc generator after replacing it. Just then, the Zerg swarm in front of the Xiefeng rushed forward again in a dense formation. The moment the arc generator finished charging, Shi Yiming gave the order to fire without hesitation. The crowd watched as several high-energy blue arcs entwined and flew toward the densest area of the Zerg swarm, then fell silent. Just as everyone thought the Xiefeng's attack had failed and was about to retreat, a pale blue light suddenly shone from the Zerg swarm. The high-energy arcs that had just penetrated the Zerg swarm began to propagate through the dense swarm, their range increasing, even extending beyond their defenses and affecting the two adjacent defense zones. As the range expanded, the area the Xiefeng had just struck also began to change. One by one, the insects began to self-destruct, sending clouds of blood mist filling their defenses. In a split second, wherever the blue light had struck, all the insects exploded from within. Lei Ming, what have you done? The wing commander's voice now sounded agitated, yet tinged with a hint of unease. He had never witnessed such a horrific and bloody scene, but he knew with certainty that the source of all this eruption lay within the defenses held by Lei Ming and his B-class fleet. Lei Ming couldn't think straight at this moment. He was speechless with shock at the scene before him. After the arc generators completed their first attack, Shi Yiming immediately ordered the fleet to charge. Everyone instinctively followed the Xiefeng, forming a spherical formation and charging forward. The first half of the advance went relatively smoothly, thanks to the Xiefeng's ferocious attacks, which gave the insect swarm a half-minute pause in their attacks. This allowed Shi Yiming to lead the fleet forward a considerable distance. But after the Zerg regrouped and launched another attack, the fleet's advance slowed. Shi Yiming and his men's movement put the other two B-class fleets flanking their defenses in an awkward position. Attack together, they hadn't received orders. Don't attack. The absence of Shi Yiming and his fleet has left a gaping hole in the defense. If they don't follow up to fill it, the Zerg will easily break through. At this point, the Turner Line's headquarters was in chaos. The commander-in-chief slammed the table and cursed, "Which by ***** has launched an unauthorized attack." The adjutant quickly adjusted the battlefield situation map, which clearly displayed the information of the commander of Qi Yiming and his fleet. Where did this Lei Ming come from? He's ruining my counterattack plan. Can he handle it? The commander-in-chief was completely mad at this point. Besides yelling and yelling, he had no way to deal with Qi Yiming and the others. Tell the commander of the volunteer fleet to dispatch the reserve troops to close the gap. Just as commanders at all levels were busy reorganizing their defenses, the Xiefeng's arc generators recharged. The Xiefeng, now the focal point of the battlefield, once again demonstrated its formidable offensive power. In just a few seconds, the Zerg swarm surrounding the Xiefeng was once again annihilated. This time, not only did the arc generators launch an attack, but another super heavy main gun also recharged and launched a round of attacks. The commander-in-chief was stunned. After more than half a month of stalemate with the Zerg on this front, he had never seen such efficient extermination. At this critical juncture for the Cloud Ring Federation, no commander assigned to the front lines was a pushover. As the commander-in-chief of the Turner Galaxy front, he was certainly no slouch. If the commander-in-chief hadn't understood Qi Yiming's intentions when he launched his attack, he now had a keen grasp of his intentions. At this point, there was no other option but to fully cooperate. Whatever mistakes Qi Yiming had made, they would have to wait until this battle was over. The commander-in-chief slammed the table again and roared, "I'm not going to fight. Push all the reserves forward. I want to see what miracles this fleet can create." And so, under Qi Yiming's leadership, the previously straight defensive line began to shift. A large number of human fleets advanced in the direction of Qi Yiming's attack, recklessly closing the gaps he had created. At this moment, Zhang Lei and Lei Ming truly experienced what it meant to be caught in a dilemma. They had only witnessed the Xiefeng's powerful attack, but had forgotten the size of the Zerg swarm. While the Xiefeng's weapons were recharging, they could only assume defensive duties. Watching the frantic readings on the battleship's damage monitor, Lei Ming swore he hadn't felt this thrilling before, even when he staked his entire fortune in a casino. Zhang Lei was even more overcome, staring at the outer armor integrity reading, which was bouncing like a rabbit, with a series of chuckles and whimpers. It was clear he was completely broken. Chapter 137. Although both of the fleet's core members were experiencing some degree of mental distress, this didn't hinder the continued battle. "Everyone, keep pushing. Another 10,000 kilometers, and that Leviathan will be within range of my main guns," Qi Yiming periodically encouraged everyone in the fleet chat. But the captains who were slightly more alert at this moment wanted to curse Qi Yiming's entire ancestry. Although their fleet, deep within the Zerg swarm, had suffered no casualties so far, this roller coaster experience was truly too much for their hearts. And no one had the energy to respond to Qi Yiming. They all stared at their warship's damage monitors, fearing that the readings would hit rock bottom and never rebound. In fact, at this point, the commanders of each ship had become mere figures. Besides following the Snow Peak's advance, they could only order their warships to fire without even aiming. Thankfully, the Turner Line's commander understood Qi Yiming's intentions and deployed all their reserves. Not far behind Qi Yiming's fleet, an A-class fleet led by a battleship was rapidly approaching. Their commander's orders were to support Qi Yiming's unprecedented fleet at all costs until he achieved his goal, and then take the Xiefeng back to headquarters for review. Qi Yiming didn't care. As long as the support fleet arrived to relieve some of the pressure, someone would naturally take the blame after the battle. While the blame could be large or small, Qi Yiming felt it was best not to take it if he could avoid it. It must be said that the A-class fleet's combat effectiveness is indeed significantly stronger than that of the B-class fleet. The battleship's firepower alone is almost as strong as that of their B-class fleet, excluding the Xiefeng, of course. The Xiefeng completed the recharge of its arc generator, once again clearing the swarm surrounding the fleet. The incoming A-class fleet filled the four-way battlefront of Qi Yiming's fleet. The battleship squeezed directly into Qi Yiming's fleet, replacing Zhang Lei's ship. The fleet's advance increased significantly, and within minutes, the Xiefeng had the Leviathan within range of its main guns. "All ships, protect yourselves." The Xiefeng now needed to sink the Leviathan as quickly as possible, otherwise it would inflict immeasurable damage to the human fleet. Activate Fortress Mode. The next moment, the Xiefeng activated the Ares' Fortress module. Without hesitation, Qi Yiming channeled all his energy into the arc generator and the super heavy main gun. The tip of the arc generator was instantly engulfed in blue arcs, entwining and pulsing at the muzzle. The barrel of the super heavy main gun began to glow red and hot from the excessive energy supply. In just 15 seconds, the arc generator fired first. When Qi Yiming urged everyone to protect themselves, everyone thought he was abandoning them. Their faces paled as they stared in despair at the overwhelming swarm of insects flying towards them. Unexpectedly, the Xiefeng's attack frequency suddenly increased. First, the arc generator fired, and 2 seconds later, the super heavy main gun unleashed a thick purple beam that accurately struck the Leviathan. The Zerg swarms attacking other lines of defense suddenly paused, then turned and swarmed towards the space where the snow peak was located. At this point, even a fool could tell that Qi Yiming's snow peak had attacked something truly formidable. The Turner Line's commander frantically called for all fleets to support the snow peak. Instantly, the previously neat battle line was broken into several sections, with both the Zerg and human fleets on the battlefield converging towards the snow peak's position. But under Qi Yiming's command, the snow peak remained unmoved, continuing to attack the not-so-large Leviathan at a rapid pace. Although a large number of Zerg swarms stood between the snow peak and the Leviathan, the arc generators cleared a firing window for the snow peak's super-heavy main guns with each strike. 1 shot, 2, 3, each strike from the snow peak, under the precise control of the exploration, struck the same spot. The Leviathan, already modest in size, rapidly withered. Qi Yiming even saw wrinkles forming on the Leviathan's thick outer bioarmor. Those wrinkles were caused by the rapid consumption of biomass, while the outer bioarmor couldn't adapt quickly enough to the new hull. The Zerg had gone completely berserk. Normally, during their attacks, they would have used some of their dragons to transport lost biomass back to the Leviathan for reuse. However, under the Xiefeng's frenzied assault, they had abandoned even that plan. They launched a full-scale attack on the Xiefeng, which was heavily protected by the human fleet. Under the Zerg's reckless attack, the human fleet's losses were rapidly increasing. Even Battleship-class warships had been sunk. But the Leviathan still stood directly in front of the snow peak. No, we have to get closer. The super-heavy main guns are powerful, but inefficient. We must keep the Leviathan within range of the arc generator. Qi Yiming's forehead was already covered in sweat. He hadn't expected this Leviathan to be so formidable. It seemed the Zerg Queen was determined to fight to the bitter end. Just as the Turner Line was in chaos, the Zerg swarms from the Cap and Vincent galaxies retreated like a tide. Then, using the jump bridges, they poured into the Turner Galaxy. This made the commanders of both galaxies extremely nervous. They had no idea what was happening in the Turner Galaxy. They could only order their fleets to pursue the Zerg swarm to the Turner Galaxy. Thankfully, traveling from one galaxy to another, even with the help of a jump bridge, would take at least half a day. But news of the large Zerg swarm's arrival had already arrived via deep space communication equipment. Qi Yiming knew the Xiefeng's chances of sinking the Leviathan were running out. However, the Xiefeng's movement in fortress mode was extremely slow. With no other options, he could only fire his tractor beam at the 2 nearby warships, letting them tow the Xiefeng forward. After paying a heavy price, the Xiefeng finally brought the Leviathan within range of its arc generators. The instant the fire control radar locked onto the Leviathan again, the fully charged arc generators immediately opened fire. The next second, arcs of electricity, brimming with violent energy, enveloped the Leviathan. The Leviathan was now engulfed in countless high-energy arcs, its hull shrunken at a visible speed. The Zerg's attack suddenly paused, as if awaiting this moment. Suddenly, the high-energy arcs enveloping the Leviathan vanished. They seemed to have entered the Leviathan's interior. The next second, tiny cracks began to appear in the Leviathan's thick bioarmor, and from these tiny cracks, a pale blue light emanated. Then, large chunks of bioarmor peeled away from the Leviathan's hull. The Zerg went completely berserk, but their targets now became their own kind. As everyone watched in horror, the Zerg began a massive internal conflict. Chapter 138. The Zerg swarm was in chaos, and so was the Cloud Ring Federation's fleet. They had never dealt with a Zerg swarm before, and faced with this situation, they had no idea what to do next. But as some captains, filled with hatred for the Zerg after losing their comrades, took the initiative to attack the chaotic swarm, the rest of the captains followed suit, and eventually, under unified command, the human fleet launched an attack on the chaotic Zerg swarm. Everyone had forgotten the instigator of the chaos. At this moment, Qi Yiming noticed a strange phenomenon. The Leviathan had indeed suffered heavy damage, its biomass armor peeling off layer by layer. But the Leviathan seemed to be taking advantage of the chaos to escape the battlefield. Qi Yiming's first reaction was that the Leviathan was trying to escape, but what puzzled Qi Yiming was that this had never happened with any of his previous Zerg swarms. The Zerg swarm's chaos meant the queen was dead. According to normal procedures, the Leviathan should be ownerless at this point, floating quietly here, waiting for a new queen to be born. Could it be that the queen isn't dead? Has she deliberately severed all contact with the entire Zerg swarm, attempting to escape in the chaos? Qi Yiming pondered to himself. No matter what, Qi Yiming was determined to utterly destroy the Leviathan. But just as he was about to attack the Leviathan again, the Leviathan, which had been slowly retreating from the battlefield, suddenly accelerated, leaping off the bridge not far behind. Fuck. Leviathan has become a spirit. He cursed loudly, and immediately ordered the Snow Peak to pursue. In the chaotic battlefield, the escape of one or two warships wouldn't attract attention, but as the core of the Zerg swarm, the Leviathan's escape quickly caught the attention of the Cloud Ring Federation commander. But the battlefield was so chaotic that they simply couldn't spare any manpower to intercept the Leviathan. Qi Yiming commanded the Xiefeng to seize the opportunity and charge out of the enmeshed Zerg swarm, closely following the fleeing Leviathan. While activating the jump bridge, Qi Yiming was worried about losing it. Because different amounts of energy are input into the jump bridge, the distances that can be jumped vary. Thankfully, the Leviathan was jumping at its maximum range. After exiting the jump, the Xiefeng followed the Leviathan to the Danta system, but the Leviathan didn't stay there for long, continuing on to the jump bridge leading to the next system. Always, it ignored the Xiefeng following behind it. Qi Yiming had no choice but to follow the Leviathan and activate the jump bridge to the next system again. After stopping and starting, Qi Yiming followed the Leviathan for over half a month, until the Leviathan finally landed in a system unnamed on the star map. Qi Yiming thought he could finally destroy the Leviathan, but then, the red dot that had been flashing on the radar suddenly vanished. Oh my god! What's going on? Did it self-destruct? Qi Yiming stood behind the radar commander and took control of the system, trying to find the missing red dot. After fiddling with the radar console for a while, he still couldn't find the missing Leviathan. Can you pinpoint the coordinates of the Leviathan's disappearance? Qi Yiming had no choice but to risk an ambush and head to the location where the Leviathan disappeared to confirm the situation with his own eyes. But when the Xiefeng appeared at the spot where the Leviathan had disappeared, Qi Yiming was completely stunned. He had seen a natural wormhole. No wonder the Leviathan had suddenly vanished. After all, the Leviathan had left the system through a natural wormhole. Qi Yiming was torn. A wormhole was different from jumping off a bridge. A warship's radar was functional during the warp, meaning they could determine its exit location before it left the warp channel. However, when passing through a wormhole, all of the ship's detection equipment was inoperative. Qi Yiming feared the queen on the Leviathan had set an ambush for the Xiefeng, waiting for it to slip through. But if the queen escaped, if she found enough biomass, she would quickly spawn another massive swarm. The next target might be Gaia, located in the ancestral star region, a possibility Qi Yiming couldn't tolerate. After much deliberation, Qi Yiming decided to pass through the wormhole and continue pursuing the escaping Leviathan. The Xiefeng slowly approached the space distorted by the wormhole, and then disappeared. In a flash, the Xiefeng passed through the natural wormhole and emerged in another unfamiliar star region. The imagined ambush didn't materialize. The red dot representing the Leviathan reappeared on the Xiefeng's radar screen after it resumed operation. Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Furthermore, the Leviathan was now hovering over an Earth-like planet. It seemed the queen had returned to her former base. Qi Yiming no longer hesitated. Having followed them all the way here, there was no reason to retreat now. The Xiefeng re-entered the warp channel, and a few minutes later, it too was above the Earth-like planet. Qi Yiming, already prepared for a fierce battle, was delighted to discover that the Leviathan had completely disintegrated into giant chunks of biomass. There was no sign of the queen, likely having landed on the planet's surface in a drop capsule before the Leviathan completely disintegrated. The Xiefeng's radar scanned the surface of this Earth-like planet carefully, revealing a large population of alien life, just as Qi Yiming had suspected. The queen had indeed come here to recuperate and regenerate her swarm. Prepare for orbital bombardment. Regardless, let's plow the planet's surface first. Under Qi Yiming's command, the Xiefeng gradually lowered its orbital altitude. Once it entered low Earth orbit, all of the ship's main and secondary guns simultaneously began charging. The alien creatures, previously happily living on the surface, instinctively raised their heads to gaze at the sky. But their view was obscured by thick clouds, making it impossible to see what was happening above. Suddenly, all the animals fled in terror as hundreds of white laser beams ripped through the thick clouds and slammed into the planet's surface. The violent energy instantly vaporized everything at the impact point. The shockwave uprooted vegetation for hundreds of miles, igniting the moment it lifted off the ground in the ensuing heat. The plants, transformed into fireballs, were carried far away by the powerful shockwave, igniting vegetation even further away. It took the Xiefeng 3 full days to completely plow the surface of the Earth-like planet before them. Even so, Qi Yiming remained uneasy, and sent a large number of internal security forces down to conduct a thorough search of the planet's surface. But the internal security forces, after searching the surface thoroughly, could not find the Queen's body. Could it have been vaporized? Hao Qinqi frowned, now beside Qi Yiming. I feel uneasy if I can't find the body. The Queen's armor is very strong, it won't vaporize at all. Qi Yiming was also confused. What about underground? Could it be hiding in a cave? Keep searching. Life or death, we must find the Queen. Chapter 139. At Qi Yiming's command, almost all the internal security force personnel were deployed. For a moment, the planetary surface, devastated by orbital bombardment, became bustling again. The internal security force members, divided into groups of 10, searched the Earth-like planet inch by inch. As the search area expanded, the personnel became increasingly dispersed. Qi Yiming grew increasingly anxious. He used the temporary communication channel established by the Xiefeng for ground personnel to notify all search personnel. Everyone, watch your step. The Queen has likely burrowed into an underground cave. As a veteran of the internal security force, Wang Dong was not happy at the thought of searching for the missing Queen on the ground. He had participated in the battle to seize the arc generator, when he was just an ordinary member of the internal security force. Faced with the tidal swarm of Zerg, if it weren't for the watchful eyes of the Overwatch team, he might have thrown down his weapon and fled without hesitation. Opening the small firing window in the crotch of his exoskeleton armor, Wang Dong comfortably urinated. Looking at the little bug that hadn't perished in the orbital bombardment, but rather in his own piss, a bright smile finally broke out on his face. Suddenly, he felt a faint vibration beneath his feet. At first, he thought it was a slight shift in the planet's crust, ravaged by the Xiefeng's low-orbit bombardment. But as the ground shaking intensified, his bright smile faded, and he carefully felt the vibration beneath his feet. Suddenly, he remembered the ground shaking during the insect swarm's attack during the fight for the arc generator. He immediately notified the Xiefeng, which was orbiting the planet in low orbit, via the communicator. Fox hunting team is under attack from a Zerg swarm. Requesting support. Without even waiting for a response from the Xiefeng's commanding officer, he immediately summoned his crew. Everyone, attention. Build a defensive perimeter. But the Zerg swarm gave them no time to build a defensive perimeter. A swarm of Zerglings suddenly emerged from the ground around them, and ferociously attacked the internal security force members, who were frantically constructing their defenses. A shrill scream immediately rang out from the communicator. Wang Dong frantically fired at the Zerglings charging towards him while contacting the Xiefeng. A large Zerg swarm has appeared in Area 236. Fox hunting team is under attack. Suffering heavy losses. Requesting support. Requesting support. You become entangled with the Zerg swarm. The Xiefeng can't provide effective orbital weapon support. It looks like I have to die here today. Wang Dong looked up in despair, gazing through the clouds at the Xiefeng, looming in low orbit. Suddenly, Wang Dong's eyes widened. He saw, in the planet's atmosphere, hundreds of objects, trailing red flames, hurtling towards the ground. Wang Dong's eyes, once filled with despair, brightened again. Brothers, hold on. The Raptor Special Forces are here to support us. As Wang Dong finished speaking, hundreds of airdrop pods slammed into the ground. As soon as they touched ground, the large automatic weapons atop the pods emptied their ammunition in one swift motion, killing any nearby creatures that ventured near. Then, the hatches, already glowing red from the friction of the atmosphere, were flung open by the high-pressure gas. From each pod, a 4-platform track combat armored vehicle swiftly emerged. These heavy battle armors were specially equipped for land warfare by Qi Yiming after receiving the engineer. As soon as the battle armor emerged from the drop pod, it activated the flamethrowers mounted on its sides, once again delivering a death hello to the surging Zerg. Wang Dong and his team, clad in individual exoskeleton armor, were safely protected within the battle armor's internal testing facility. Wang Dong had initially coveted these equipment and actively participated in the internal personnel selection process, but unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. The ground search Raptor Special Forces were stationed aboard the Xiefeng as a mobile unit. He had assumed they would be transported to the surface via transport craft, but he hadn't expected them to join the battle in such a thrilling manner. Looking at the initially solid defense line, Wang Dong thought it was over and prepared to contact the Raptor commander, Qin Chung, to discuss a counterattack against the Zerg. The Xiefeng had already located several underground exits, from which the Zerg had emerged in large numbers. But before he could speak, a dozen transport craft hovered overhead. Each transport craft carried a siege tank, each one a size larger than a heavy armored vehicle. Wang Dong coveted this thing, but unfortunately, his knowledge base wasn't sufficient, and he hadn't passed the internal personnel screening. The siege tanks, topped with 300mm electromagnetic cannons, opened fire upon the Zerg swarm as soon as they touched the ground. The powerful kinetic energy of the shells, after being fired, carved a death line thousands of kilometers long through the Zerg swarm. Then, at the point of impact, they violently exploded, instantly wiping out all the Zerglings within a radius of several thousand meters. The Zerg swarm, which had surged forward like a tide, retreated like a tide. It seemed that the Queen Zerglings alone could not destroy the heavily armed human ground force before her. Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the Zerg retreat into the underground caverns. Qin Chung, organize your forces and advance immediately. We can't give the Zerg too much time to prepare. Qi Yiming didn't know how many tricks the Queen had in store, but he knew the longer he delayed, the larger the Zerg would grow, and there was a high probability that even more powerful, advanced units would emerge. Qin Chung had volunteered to be transferred to the ground forces. He knew himself well, and knew he wasn't suited to commanding warships. He preferred the thrill of ground combat. After receiving Qi Yiming's next order, he immediately organized the ground forces to advance. Heavy combat armor advanced, forming the main force of the ground forces. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and his fellow internal security forces accompanied the engineering tanks, slowly advancing with the main force. Looking at these giants around him, Wang Dong felt a great deal more at ease. The Zerg retreated completely, not until the ground forces advanced 500 kilometers from the underground cavern entrance, when they launched a second attack on Qi Yiming's ground forces. The Queen was thoroughly prepared for this attack. A swarm of cockroaches and hydralisks crawled out of the underground cave entrance, surrounded by smaller Zerglings. The swarm that emerged from the cave didn't linger at the entrance, merely organizing their attack formation before charging towards the human ground forces. Siege tanks, activate siege mode. Frontline troops, prepare for the assault. A dozen siege tanks quickly deployed the large support frames on either side of their hulls, securing them firmly in place. Then, raising their guns high, they rapidly opened fire. The hydralisks, which had just formed up in the swarm, met their doom. A dozen high-explosive rounds exploded among the hydralisks, but to everyone's astonishment, only the hydralisks closest to the impact point were killed by the high-temperature shrapnel from the high-explosive rounds. Those further away were unaffected. Qi Yiming, standing on the bridge, witnessed this scene clearly. Qin Chung. These are the elite troops of the Queen Insect, you have to pay attention. Qi Yiming immediately contacted Qin Chung, who was commanding the battle on the ground. Chapter 140. The appearance of the Zerg's elite forces indicated that the Queen was reaching the end of her strength. Before the Zerg swarm entangled with the ground forces, the Xiefeng launched another round of orbital bombardment at the Zerg's densest area. Particular attention was paid to the elite units. Facing the Zerg's elite units, the ground forces' weapons might not be enough to kill them, requiring multiple rounds of firepower to destroy the elite individuals. Faced with the low-orbit bombardment from above, the Zerg's ground forces were no match. Strangely, Qi Yiming only found a very small number of elite individuals in the swarm, which puzzled him. The number of Zerg elite individuals on the battlefield was too small, far from the maximum number of elite individuals a queen could spawn. But Qin Chung was already struggling to cope with the current battle. Even if the Xiefeng could provide support to the ground forces from low orbit, the Zerg's numbers were so great that the support it provided would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. It wasn't that the Xiefeng's attack power was too weak, but rather, due to concerns about casualties among the ground forces, it couldn't fire at full force, and could only provide limited support. At most, it could help Qin Chung preemptively eliminate a few elite individuals in the swarm. Frontline combatants on the ground didn't need to aim at all, they simply closed their eyes and squeezed the trigger, unleashing all the ammunition in their crates at once. They couldn't claim to hit every target, but they were definitely capable of hitting over 90% of the insects. From time to time, large airdrop pods would land on the ground. These were ammunition and energy supplies delivered by the Xiefeng to the ground forces. When facing these low-level Zerg swarms, heavy casualties would only occur if the engagement was rushed and the troops were not properly blocking the fire. Otherwise, heavily armored units, like the Falcon Special Forces, rarely suffered casualties. However, the ammunition and energy supplies they required per minute were astronomical. Thankfully, Qi Yiming had always been in the habit of stockpiling energy and ammunition. Even before departing from Gaia, Qi Yiming had filled all the warehouses on the Xiefeng with ammunition and energy blocks. This barely supported this modest ground battle. Qin Chang's ground forces were advancing at an unusually slow pace, causing Qi Yiming great anxiety. He had a hunch that the queen was in position, buying him time. At this point, the other troops deployed earlier to search for the queen had only gathered less than half of their forces. Furthermore, transporting them would take time, making it impossible to quickly redeploy them to Qin Cheng's heavily armored forces to increase their firepower density. Amidst the stalemate, the heavily armored forces under Qin Cheng's command suddenly and inexplicably suffered heavy casualties. A siege tank suddenly exploded from within, its two heavily armored vehicles pierced by spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground, killing the drivers instantly. Many more internal security troops, wearing individual exoskeleton armor, were pierced by flesh spikes that suddenly emerged from beneath their feet. The sudden, covert attack instantly caused widespread panic among the ground troops. All combatants stared nervously at their positions, fearing that the same flesh spikes would suddenly burst from the ground beneath their feet and claim their lives. Qi Yiming, who was monitoring the battlefield in real time, immediately reminded Qin Cheng, "Lurkers, those insect lurkers. They hide their bodies underground. Use the life detection equipment I provided you. It can locate these lurkers." With Qi Yiming's reminder, Qin Cheng activated the life detector on his siege tank. Sure enough, he discovered dozens of lurkers 5 meters underground, right beneath their feet. Soon, a dozen or so soldiers from the internal security force, in pairs, carrying a disc-shaped device, followed Qin Cheng's instructions and arrived at the surface where the lurkers were located. They then placed the disc on the ground, and the two team members quickly withdrew. Then, the side of the disc facing the ground emitted a high-frequency energy wave. The high-frequency vibrations caused ripples to appear in the surrounding air. Followed by a loud bang, the disc was blasted directly into the ground by the high-energy directional explosives, creating a hole over 1 meter in diameter. In just 1 second, the hole's depth exceeded 8 meters. A massive hole was also blasted into the body of the lurker underground. Then, members of the internal security force dropped over a dozen high-explosive grenades down the hole they had dug, successfully eliminating a lurker hiding 5 meters underground. The internal security force members followed suit, eliminating the remaining lurkers in the same manner. But before Qin Cheng and the others could celebrate, the ground began to shake violently again. A tunnel worm tore through the ground within the swarm, its immense kinetic energy launching its body high into the air before slamming back down to the ground. It even crushed several of its own kind to death. Then, its entire body quickly retracted, creating an exit over 500 meters in diameter in the hole it had created. Just as everyone was horrified by the swarm's ever-changing attack patterns, another tunnel worm tore through the surface and emerged. But strangely, no Zerg swarm emerged from the massive tunnel worm-supported exit. Even stranger was the large Zerg swarm rapidly retreating from the 2 tunnel worm-supported exits. Qin Cheng felt terribly ill, feeling that what was about to happen might be something he would never forget. Qi Yiming's feelings weren't much better. Throughout the entire battle, the troops deployed by the Queen had been of low quality. Although some elite Zerg had appeared on the surface, their numbers were far fewer than the number of elite Zerg swarms a Queen could normally spawn. Now that he had seen the tunnel worms again, the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Qi Yiming tried to recall what other terrifying Zerg units required such vast biomass that the Queen would sacrifice her own elite swarms to spawn. Qi Yiming's pupils constricted as he remembered the demons the former Federation Marines had called them, the Thunder Beasts. Just as he was about to remind Qin Cheng on the surface, 2 Thunder Beasts struggled to emerge from the tunnel worm-supported exit. Thunder Beasts, 500 meters tall and nearly 800 meters long, appeared before the ground troops. After emerging from the underground tunnel carved by the tunnel worms, the 2 Thunder Beasts simultaneously raised their heads to the sky. The overwhelming roar instantly blinded all the ground troops, their ears ringing with a thud, and some even bled from their ear canals. Their raised front hooves slammed into the ground, causing a violent tremor. It even toppled 2 tanks in siege mode, leaving all the soldiers, including the heavily armored ones, sprawled across the battlefield. After their brutal entrance ceremony, the 2 Thunder Beasts, brandishing their massive, 100-meter-long sickles, charged towards the heavily armored troops not far from them. Chapter 141. Watching the 2 Thunder Beasts wielding their massive sickles as they charged towards the ground troops, Qi Yiming, standing on the bridge, was completely helpless. Qin Cheng, the commander of the ground team, was already panicking. He had never faced creatures this large before. Every time the 2 Thunder Beasts landed their hooves, the ground beneath their feet trembled. All siege tanks, aim and fire at the nearest Thunder Beast. The ground troops had no time to retreat. The heavy armored troops on the outer defense line were already entangled with the Zerg. If they retreated now, Not only would they suffer heavy casualties themselves, but the inner guards behind them would also suffer. But as the Thunder Beasts drew closer, everyone instinctively retreated slowly. The outer defense circle was slowly shrinking inward, and some Zerglings had even broken through the outer defenses and entered the inner defense circle. Thankfully, their numbers were small, and the inner guards guarding the siege tanks had a hard time eliminating those that had slipped through. But when they turned to look at the outer defenses, the Thunder Beast's massive bulk had already obscured half the sky, brandishing its massive scythes, frantically harvesting the lives of the heavily armored soldiers. With a single sweep, the Thunder Beast lifted dozens of heavy armored vehicles into the air, flinging them far into the swarm of insects behind it. The lone heavy armored vehicle was quickly overwhelmed by the countless insects. Then the scythes slashed open to the sides, clamping down fiercely. Caught between the massive scythes, a dozen heavy armored vehicles were instantly severed in half, the blood of the pilots spurting out from the severed areas. When the highly anticipated siege tanks concentrated their fire on the closest Ultralisk, the effectiveness of their attacks was enough to make the tank crew question their fate. They used every powerful ammunition type, but without exception, they only left a shallow dent in the Ultralisk's thick outer armor. They inflicted no damage at all. Seeing this, Qin Chung was determined to fight to the death. Führer, ignore our casualties and launch an orbital bombardment on the Zerg. Bullshit. I'm so cold-blooded as to abandon my comrades. Find a way to hold the Ultralisk. Support is coming soon. Qin Chung gave a wry smile. What support was there? He couldn't think of any powerful weapons aboard the Xiefeng that could deal with the two behemoths before him. At this point, there was no other choice but to fight tooth and nail. Everyone, abandon the inner circle defense and enter the battlefront. The internal security forces will handle the other bugs, while the heavy armored forces will focus their efforts on attacking the Thunder Beasts. The internal security forces, wearing exoskeleton armor that seemed extremely flimsy to the Thunder Beasts, filled the frontline positions, stabilizing the shaky outer defenses somewhat. The freed-up heavy armored forces concentrated their firepower on a single Thunder Beast. Under the concentrated firepower of the heavy armored forces, they finally inflicted some damage on the Thunder Beast. But the next moment, everyone despaired as the retracted Thunder Beast became even more ferocious, its eyes reddening as it attacked the human troops in front of it even more frantically. After ordering Qin Chung to hold the line, Qi Yiming immediately initiated the Xiefeng's decomposition sequence. It wasn't that the Xiefeng couldn't enter the atmosphere of the Earth-like planet before them, but rather that it had to remain in orbit to provide necessary fire support for the other battlefields. Qin Cheng's heavy armored troops weren't the only ones to encounter a Zerg swarm. Ground forces in several other directions also encountered large Zerg swarms. Although the Zerg that appeared on other battlefields were merely small, low-powered individuals, the ground forces there were also relatively weaker. The Redemption quickly separated from the Xiefeng complex and, under the command of Hao Qinqi, entered the atmosphere of the Earth-like planet. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng's heavy armored troops were being ravaged by the frenzied Thunder Beasts, their outer defenses completely shattered. Swarms of Zerglings and cockroaches entered the inner perimeter of the defenses, launching a ferocious attack on the siege tanks behind them. On the outer defenses, only a few dozen makeshift regiments of surviving combatants were left, making their final desperate struggles. Suddenly, half the sky, previously obscured by the Thunder Beasts, darkened completely. When all the surviving soldiers looked up, the Redemption was already overhead. Several of the ship's secondary guns were already firing furiously at the massive Thunder Beasts. The Ultralisk's bioarmor, seemingly impenetrable to their eyes just now, was instantly pierced by the high-energy laser beams fired from the Redemption's secondary guns. Despite its massive size, the Ultralisk had no chance of retaliation against the warships in midair. In a single blow, the Redemption's secondary gun shattered its massive head, sending its entire body crashing to the ground like a mountain, crushing a swarm of insects. Watching the Ultralisk, which had just been parading before them, instantly slain, the ground troops' morale soared. They launched a desperate charge against the surrounding insects, launching a small counterattack. The Snow Peak in planetary orbit also provided a new round of covering fire for the ground forces. The battlefield-blocking orbital bombardment once again interrupted the Zerg's follow-up assault. Coupled with the Redemption's well-timed cover, Qin Cheng's heavy troops quickly reorganized their defenses. Qin Chung took a rough head count and found that his Raptor squadron had suffered over 70% casualties, while the internal security forces had suffered nearly 85% casualties. Thankfully, after securing the front, new squadrons arrived from elsewhere to reinforce the battle line, finally bringing some peace of mind to Qi Yiming. After the two Thunder Beasts were eliminated by the Redemption, the Queen seemed to have lost her will to resist, and the Zerg's attack waves and intensity slowed. The Raptor squadron, supported by the Redemption's aerial support, then advanced again. After successfully eliminating hundreds of elite Zerg individuals at the cave entrance, Qin Chung finally led his men into the Queen's hiding place. The cave interior was dark and damp, and from time to time, a few larvae were discovered and killed by the internal security forces. They advanced roughly 20 kilometers into the caverns before entering a cavern measuring tens of thousands of square meters. The Queen they had been pursuing lay weakly on the ground, gazing at the humans entering the cave with despair. Around her were two enormous insect eggs, connected to the bases by dozens of biomass-carrying pipes. Vast quantities of biomass were being pumped into the eggs through these pipes. Less than 3 minutes after Qin Chung and his companions entered the cave, the two eggs had grown significantly larger at a visible rate. The outer walls of the eggs were so thin that even a strong light could reveal the insects within, diligently devouring the biomass. One egg clearly contained a thunder beast, while the other was hatching a tiny leviathan. No wonder the Queen lay so weakly there. It was hatching a leviathan. The Queen insect and the thunder beast must be killed. As for what to do with the leviathan that is still hatching, Qin Chung really can't make up his mind. He can only notify Qi Yiming, who is still on the Xiefeng, to come down and take a look in person. Chapter 142. When Qi Yiming arrived at the underground cave, the mother insect had been torn to pieces by the soldiers, overcome by the grief over the loss of their comrades. A large number of larvae had also been slain. The only remaining insects in the cave were the two hatching eggs. Approaching the eggs, Qi Yiming, without a second thought, had the egg containing the thunder beast incinerated, as he had noticed it was constantly absorbing biomass. At the current rate, the thunder beast would mature in 2 hours at most. After watching the thunder beast egg incinerate, Qi Yiming stood alone, quietly, before the egg containing the leviathan. This was Qi Yiming's first experience with such a situation. The Human Federation had previously attempted to capture a leviathan for research, but at great cost, they had failed. But now, looking at the infant leviathan before him, he felt a sense of distress. Logically, this was a perfect research specimen, but unfortunately, the Xiefeng was fully staffed, except for this mysterious species of scientists. Desperately, Qi Yiming could only find a way to transport the giant insect egg aboard the Xiefeng. Thankfully, after severing the pipeline supplying biomass to the leviathan, the egg remained unchanged. It was simply that the leviathan within it had ceased to grow. Furthermore, the seemingly thin outer wall of the egg was not as fragile as expected. On the contrary, it was remarkably resilient. Qi Yiming and his team struggled mightily to transport the egg back to the Xiefeng. Afterwards, Qin Chung led the ground forces to thoroughly search the Earth-like planet once more. After confirming that no more insects were left alive, Qi Yiming finally set about exploring the starry sky beyond the wormhole. The Xiefeng's navigator carefully compared the ship's star charts, and was certain that no human had ever set foot in this part of the universe. Furthermore, the density of galaxies here was incredibly high, with an uncharted system almost every 10 or so light-years. The Xiefeng had even detected a massive black hole 30,000 light-years from their current galaxy, and nearly all the galaxies they had discovered were orbiting that massive black hole. Could this be the center of the universe? Qi Yiming thought, unconsciously recalling the warning the massive ship had given them. That's ridiculous. How could one travel so far through a wormhole? To confirm his idea, Qi Yiming retrieved all the data on the Xiefeng regarding the massive wormhole at the center of the universe, and compared it item by item with the data the Xiefeng had detected. Finally, Qi Yiming sat down heavily in his command chair. They had truly reached the center of the universe. According to the warning, they would find a way to deal with the demons at the center of the universe. But what made Qi Yiming laugh and cry was that he didn't even know what a demon was, so how could he possibly find that so-called method? Why are you here so soon? Just as Qi Yiming was frowning, the Xiefeng received a familiar signal, and a familiar giant spaceship silently appeared beside the Xiefeng. I haven't even prepared my supplies yet. Qi Yiming's face was filled with rage, and the mysterious spaceship's impressive image instantly collapsed in his mind. Oh my god! What's going on? Qi Yiming wanted to pull the mysterious alien communicating with him out of the giant spaceship and give him a good slap. With circumstances overpowering him, Qi Yiming had to calm his agitated emotions before slowly asking, "Who are you exactly? And what are these demons you're talking about?" A long time passed before the Xiefeng received a response. "We are Zentradians." "What's Zentradians?" "I'm a Super Scion." Super Scions became extinct millions of years ago. Qi Yiming was speechless. The last Super Scion was Sun Gohan, that old pervert. The other party paused, seemingly lowering his voice. "I heard he died on the belly of a female creature. Can you guys be a little more serious? Is that what I'm asking you?" Shi Yiming was completely speechless. Yes, we're discussing demons. Hearing the other party finally get back to the point, Shi Yiming once again suppressed the rage that surged within him. The creator has slumbered for tens of millions of years, and the devourer is awakening. But before the other party could finish his sentence, Shi Yiming burst into another barrage of curses. Can you please speak properly? If you keep pretending to be a charlatan, I ram you with the snow peak. The Zenithal liaison officer, who had been repeatedly interrupted by Shi Yiming, seemed angry. He stopped playing tricks, and spoke bluntly to Shi Yiming. The main civilization that created our species has all died. Before they become extinct, they entrusted us with the care of this supermassive black hole before us. Black hole? What's in a black hole? Shi Yiming's worldview completely collapsed when he heard that there were actually living things in black holes. What powerful creature could survive in a black hole? We don't know either, the Zentradi liaison said, his voice sounding somewhat dejected. But when the main civilization commissioned us to do this, they gave us a set of data. Based on our observations over the past few thousand years, black holes are slowly disappearing, and the rate is gradually accelerating. Hearing this, Shi Yiming was completely stunned. What is a black hole? One of the most terrifying celestial bodies in space. The former Human Federation couldn't do anything about it, so how could you expect modern humanity to deal with it? Besides, if a black hole disappears, wouldn't the universe be completely destroyed? What would humanity do then? Get as far away as you can. Black holes are something we humans can deal with right now. You are the Creator's own sons. Of course you have a way. Have you ever seen a father betray his own son? Shi Yiming grew increasingly angry, and at one point, he considered shutting down communication with the other party. This matter was getting increasingly bizarre. Shi Yiming was already having a headache with the Zerg swarm, and now a monster living in a black hole had appeared. Noticing Shi Yiming's impatience, the Zentradi liaison officer softened his tone. Don't get angry. Of course, the Creator left you humans with weapons to counter the Devourer, but I've forgotten how to assemble them, and I can't prepare them right away. If you have something to counter it, just assemble it, and use it against the black hole. Why must we humans use it? This truly demonstrates the Creator's greatness. Stop. Enough flattery, let's get to the point. The Creator has hidden 3 activation keys made of different materials in your human world. Only by finding these 3 activation keys can we finally activate the equipment the Creator left behind. Only then did the Zentradi say something slightly more useful, providing a clear goal. How do I find those 3 activation keys? The Zentradi didn't speak. Instead, a 30-centimeter diameter disc appeared out of thin air within the Xiafeng's bridge. 3 pointers on the disc pointed in different directions. Chapter 143. Holding the compass-like object, Shi Yiming was stunned. How could this be feng shui? It was fine if the other 2 needles pointed in the same direction, but why did one of them keep pointing at him? This confused Shi Yiming immensely. No matter how Shi Yiming moved, the needle kept pointing at him. What's going on with this needle? Why does it keep pointing at me? Shi Yiming scratched his head. Where the needle points is where the biochip is. You're asking such a simple question. But one of them keeps pointing at me. The Zentradi liaison officer spoke again after a long pause. Congratulations, you found the first biochip. It's in your blood. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? How could a perfectly healthy biochip be in his body? How do I get it out? It can't be removed. It's fused with your blood and will remain in you and your descendants for generations to come. What if I end up childless? Shi Yiming said angrily. The Zentradi fell silent. Forget it, it was just a rant. Shi Yiming was still quite traditional. He believed in the continuation of the family line, no matter what. Skipping the topic, Shi Yiming continued, the Creator left something so important. How could you have forgotten how to assemble it? The Zentradi correspondent said, a little embarrassed. You must have taken toys apart as a child, right? Shi Yiming understood instantly. His parents had bought him many toys as a child, but they all ended up being torn apart into pieces. But the problem was, even with the instructions, Shi Yiming couldn't put it back together. Even if he managed to put it back together, the toy would basically be scrapped. Can you guys be a little more reliable? Shi Yiming suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. At that moment, he deeply understood the despair in his parents' eyes when they saw a pile of shattered toys. But it doesn't matter. We fix it. The Zentradi communicator said confidently to Shi Yiming. Besides, this giant black hole won't disappear overnight, and it won't be easy for the creatures inside to escape. According to your estimate, how long will it take for the demons inside to escape? 5 million years. Goodbye. Shi Yiming turned around and told the navigator to adjust their course, heading back towards the wormhole they come from. Hey, don't go, the Zentradi man said anxiously. I won't leave. Am I going to stand here and let you make a fool of me? 5 million years? Wait until I'm 500. Don't you want to know what will happen to the universe after that demon emerges? I don't care if there's a flood after I die. Chi Yiming said this famous quote, urging the navigator to speed up. He never wanted to see this damn Zentradi again in his life. But the more Chi Yiming didn't want to know, the more the Zentradi wanted to tell him. When the demon escapes the black hole, that will be the moment the black hole dies. First, the universe will experience heat death. All objects orbiting the giant black hole will be ejected along the tangent of their orbits. The distance between all galaxies will gradually increase until neither can detect the other. Next, the so-called demon would pursue all the star systems one by one and devour them one by one. This process would take hundreds of millions of years, or even longer. Chi Yiming rolled his eyes and replied, I don't even know what my life will be like in this lifetime, so how can I worry about what will happen billions of years from now? Seeing Chi Yiming's resolute expression, the Zentradi liaison stopped trying to dissuade him, leaving only one sentence, You come back to us. Then the massive ship tore through space again and departed the star system. A bunch of charlatans. Chi Yiming defined these Zentradi people with this single sentence, never to bother with such ethereal matters again. The snow peak passed through the wormhole and finally returned to their familiar star region. Chi Yiming had no intention of returning to the Cloud Ring Federation and simply instructed the navigator to set the shortest possible route back to the Awakener Galaxy. 2 weeks later, Chi Yiming returned to the Awakener Galaxy to a warm welcome. Because he was famous, very famous. The Yunuan Federation's decisive performance against the Zerg Swarm earned the Yunuan Federation's top brass immense gratitude. But Chi Yiming sensed something different. He knew the Xiafeng's performance on the battlefield had been truly impressive. Anyone with a reasonable understanding could have guessed that the Xiafeng was an ancient warship, and a formidable one at that. The Yunuan Federation's top brass were putting Chi Yiming on the spot. Prepare for war, begin preparations immediately. This was Chi Yiming's first thought upon hearing the news. So Chi Yiming immediately convened a high-level meeting. Wang Shuhua, how has the fleet formation progressed while I've been away? Wang Shuhua picked up the information board in his hand, tapped on it a few times, and began to report in detail the number of warships they currently possessed. It must be said that the engineer's production is still impressive. With an ample supply of energy and minerals, during the time Chi Yiming was away, the engineer had produced a total of 300 Psi-class destroyers and 50 Warhammer-class cruisers. Frigate engineers have not yet been produced. Because qualified personnel for shipboard operations are always in short supply, they are focusing on producing mid to high-end combat power first. Chi Yiming nodded and looked at Fang Min, who was sitting next to Wang Shuhua. Is the logistics supply chain complete? We have established 3 energy block production lines, but there are still too few available workers to operate them at full capacity. Fang Min had already memorized this data, so she didn't look at the information board in her hand. Doesn't the engineer have blueprints for a fully automated production line? Why isn't it being used? Chi Yiming was puzzled and looked at Fang Min with a puzzled look. Fang Min explained slowly, many of the parts in the blueprints don't meet the requirements, making it impossible to assemble a fully automated production line. Chi Yiming slapped his head in despair. He had forgotten about this. The consequence of a technological gap is that even the blueprints can't be used. How long will it take for Gaia's industrial production capacity to reach the required level? At least 3 to 4 years. So long? Fang Min nodded helplessly. Has the Research Institute on the Engineer analyzed any new technologies? Chi Yiming suddenly asked about Song Boiwi's research center. Song Boiwi, who had been pondering the question, didn't react for a moment. Only after Yi Lu, who sat beside him, repeatedly reminded him did he finally answer Chi Yiming's question. The Academy hasn't made much progress recently. They barely managed to categorize the basic knowledge of all disciplines and input it into the intelligent learning system. Chi Yiming frowned. He was a little annoyed by the unsatisfactory progress in all areas. But he still issued a war preparation order. From today on, Gaia planet enters level 1 combat readiness. We must face attacks from any direction and any force at any time. Chapter 144. Level 1 combat readiness? Wang Shuhua looked at Chi Yiming in surprise. Will someone invade the Awakener Galaxy? Chi Yiming nodded, then explained the reason to everyone. The Xiafeng's impressive performance on the Cloud Ring Federation battlefield had spurred some, if not all, of the Yunuan Federation's top brass to covet the ship. They simply didn't intercept the Xiafeng immediately. They should have quietly investigated it. But for some unknown reason, They released information about the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming didn't believe those people were truly so kind-hearted, simply wanting to find Qi Yiming and express their gratitude. The only possibility was that some political enemies didn't want them to obtain the Xiefeng, so they released all the information about it. At this point, the Xiefeng had become a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of various factions. If they spotted it, they would definitely try to take a bite. What Qi Yiming hadn't anticipated was that someone had already begun planning actions against him. In the Commercial Alliance Presidential Office, Genoa, the Alliance's first female president, was intently watching a video sent back from a secret front. The video clearly showed the Snow Peak battling the Zerg. How credible is this video? Genoa asked her assistant, scrolling the progress bar back and forth. Our senior agent filmed it from the front lines of the Cloud Ring Federation. Genoa nodded and continued to watch the video intently. After watching it over and over again 4 or 5 times, she straightened up, looked at her assistant, and said, "Are you sure the Snow Peak has appeared repeatedly within Alliance territory?" The assistant swiped his information board and pointed at the desk in front of Genoa. The next second, the holographic display on the desk displayed multiple photos of the Snow Peak. 2 of them were very clear, showing the Snow Peak entering a free port on the Alliance's border near the Ancestral Star region. What has the intelligence department concluded about these photos? After analysis, this ancient warship is likely hiding in the Ancestral Star region. The Ancestral Star region? Yes. The assistant walked over to the holographic screen in front of the desk and pointed to a photo. This photo was taken in February of the Alliance calendar year 227. He then pointed to another photo and said, "This photo was taken in June of the same year." Both photos were taken at a free port on the border near the Ancestral Star region. What does this mean? We investigated the warship supply arrangements after it entered the port. In February, it sold hundreds of tons of energy blocks, but no supplies were taken. In June, it was again. When he first appeared, he purchased a large amount of daily necessities at a free port. Couldn't they be heading to the Ancestral Star region for exploration? We initially thought so, but this warship is registered with a legal warship code within the Alliance. We subsequently retrieved transaction records related to this warship from all free ports within the country, and discovered that it only purchased large quantities of daily necessities at border airports near the Ancestral Star region. Transactions elsewhere were minimal. Genoa shook her head, seemingly dissatisfied with this explanation, but ultimately said, "In any case, this is a possible avenue of investigation. Let's send someone to the Ancestral Star region first. What should we do if we find any trace of the Snow Peak?" From the video, the Snow Peak is incredibly powerful. Genoa drummed his knuckles rhythmically on the desk surface. After a brief pause, he said, "Have the Federation's 4th, 8th, and 9th fleets assembled and on standby. All 3 main forces? A single fleet has 15 battleships. Is it really necessary to send such a powerful force?" The assistant looked at the first female president in the Alliance's history in surprise. Genoa patiently explained to her assistant, "If we can capture it, that would be best. If we can't, we must sink it. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of others, it would be a nightmare for us." The assistant nodded and turned to leave the presidential office. After watching the assistant leave, Genoa replayed the Snow Peak battle video, occasionally hitting the pause button, as if wanting to study the Snow Peak more closely. Qi Yiming, who had just adjourned the meeting, shuddered and glanced at the sky above Gaia with a frown. A warship production line in Gaia's high orbit is under intense construction. According to Fong Min, it will take another 6 months for this line to be operational, even with the engineer providing a large number of unmanned engineering vessels. Furthermore, the line's efficiency is low. Even producing a single frigate takes half a month, and warships larger than destroyers typically take at least 6 months to produce. It seems this production line won't be able to be relied upon anytime soon, Qi Yiming sighed, pulling Song Borui, who was passing by, aboard the Xiefeng. He hadn't forgotten the presence of an insect egg aboard the Xiefeng. When Song Borui saw the egg, he instantly went into a frenzy. Ever since he learned of the existence of the Zerg, he'd been wanting a perfect specimen for research. He was curious about how such creatures, which defy so many laws of physics, could appear in this universe. Qi Yiming hadn't expected such a surprise today. What's hatching inside? Song Boiwi gently stroked the outer surface of the Zerg egg. It's a juvenile Leviathan. Leviathan? This was the first time Song Boiwi had heard of a Leviathan. It had to be said that when researchers get mad, they'd be willing to risk their lives. Touching the Zerg egg with their bare hands without any protection was one thing, but now they were actually lying on top of it. I take you back to the engineer and place the egg there. You can study it later. Will it come out of the egg? Song Boiwi asked Qi Yiming with some concern, when he heard they were going to place the egg on the engineer. Shi Yiming shook his head and said, "No, a swarm individual will only emerge after absorbing enough biomass from the egg. We cut off its biomass supply, so it can only remain in this form inside the egg, otherwise, it will die. We dissect the egg and remove it immediately after we return." Seeing Song Boiwi about to launch into a long speech, Shi Yiming interrupted him. "How you conduct the research is up to you. I just want results." "What aspects?" "Weaknesses. I want to know how to quickly kill a Leviathan." Shi Yiming had no interest in the Leviathan's internal structure. As a warrior, he was more interested in knowing the enemy's weaknesses. "I can't guarantee results, but we try our best." As a rigorous scientist, Song Boiwi made no promises. Shi Yiming nodded. He understood the contingency of scientific research, and he didn't force it. A few days later, the Xiefeng entered the berth that the engineer had prepared for visiting warships. Chapter 145. Shi Yiming first inspected the operational status of the various production lines aboard the engineer, especially those undergoing training. He was confident in the production lines aboard the engineer, but he was less certain about the staff. To some extent, these people were being forced to start work, familiarizing themselves with the equipment and workflow while working. If they couldn't quickly adapt to the work, it would affect the maintenance of the various production lines. If this were the case, Shi Yiming would rather the engineer reduce its efficiency. After inspecting the production lines, he arrived at the engineer's bridge, where He Jinju and the other two were observing the engineer's operational status. The three of them had difficulty accustoming themselves to life on Gaia, and ultimately all three applied to live aboard the engineer. After all, the environment here was similar to the warships they had previously served on. He Jinju, as the highest ranking of the three, was promoted by Shi Yiming to temporary captain of the engineer. Glory of the Federation, illuminate the stars. Shi Yiming greeted his three contemporaries with the customary Federation-era greeting. The glory of the Federation, illuminating the stars. He Jinju and the other two said in unison. Seeing you three recovering well, I'm relieved. We left so hastily that day, we didn't even have time to catch up. Shi Yiming pulled the three of them to sit on the floor of the bridge. At that time, we thought we were doomed. Even today, the three of them still feel a pang of fear when they recall their experience. Let the past be the past. We must move on. Shi Yiming patted Zhong Zhirong on the shoulder. He Jinju, do you recall where the Wise made its forced landing? Faced with Shi Yiming's earnest questions, He Jinju still shook her head. Shi Yiming hadn't held out much hope to begin with, but after hearing this news, he remained undeterred and continued to comfort He Jinju. Don't worry, take your time. By the way, how's the engineer running? Speaking of the engineer, He Jinju perked up. It's running well, but the efficiency is too low. There's nothing we can do about it. The production line inspectors aren't very experienced yet, so reducing efficiency is the only way to minimize problems. He Jinju nodded helplessly, but then seemed to remember something and suddenly asked Shi Yiming, what were the results of our Zerg reconnaissance mission to the Yunhuan Federation this time? It was an exiled Zerg. I killed the queen, and I brought back a hatching Leviathan. The three of them jumped up at this, and He Jinju asked in astonishment, You captured a Leviathan? Shi Yiming nodded. But He Jinju's face was already pale. Shi Yiming realized something was wrong and nervously asked He Jinju, What's the problem? Without the Zerg's mental connection, and without any other Zerg individuals nearby, the Leviathan will parasitize any living creature nearby, enslaving it. What? Shi Yiming's face paled instantly. He hadn't expected the Zerg's Leviathan to be capable of such a trick. He had even happily brought the Leviathan aboard the engineer. Shi Yiming didn't have time to explain himself to the others. He immediately turned and ran towards the Academy's research and living quarters, muttering, Please, please don't get hurt. The three saw Shi Yiming hurriedly leaving and followed him. On the way, Yun Mao found an electromagnetic assault rifle in the weapons room and took it with him. But when Shi Yiming and his team arrived at the research institute where the insect eggs were stored, the place was in chaos. Many researchers screamed and ran out of the lab. Shi Yiming's heart skipped a beat. Something had happened. Get out of the way, let me do it. Yun Mao rushed in, assault rifle in hand. Shi Yiming followed suit, his own pistol drawn. The lab floor was in a mess. Shi Yiming entered and saw Song Boiwi lying quietly on the ground. The insect egg had burst open, and the ground was covered in green liquid, which smelled extremely fishy. The Leviathan within the egg had long since disappeared. Shi Yiming stepped forward to check Song Boiwi's pulse. Fortunately, he wasn't dead, just unconscious. Shi Yiming had He Jinju and Zhong Zhirong, who had followed him in, dragged Song Boiwi out to solitary confinement, while he followed Yun Mao and continued searching the lab. Soon, the two discovered the Leviathan in a room surrounded by high-strength transparent material. The Leviathan was small, about the size of a human head, and it was quietly floating beside a laboratory worker. A tentacle had penetrated the worker's brain, and the worker's eyes were blank, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. The door to the room was locked, apparently imprisoned by Song Borui. Chi Yiming wasn't sure if the Leviathan could communicate, but he approached it and tried to speak to it. "Let go of that person." "Human," came the voice of the controlled laboratory worker, deep and hoarse. "The Zerg is invincible. You are merely food for us." Hearing Leviathan speak through the human it had parasitized, Chi Yiming was stunned for a moment, then angrily raised his pistol. "Ha." A deep, hoarse laugh echoed throughout the room, making Chi Yiming hesitate to stand. The next second, Leviathan and the human it had enslaved exploded simultaneously, coating the transparent bulkhead with green fluid and human blood. Heijinju, who had just arrived after settling Song Boiwi, vomited profusely upon seeing this scene, until she finally spat out bitter water. After confirming the Leviathan had self-destructed, Chi Yiming turned back to Heijinju and asked, "Are you alright? How did you know Leviathans could parasitize humans?" Heijinju dry-heaved twice before speaking again. The garrison fleet once captured a juvenile Leviathan during their escape, and suffered the same fate as today, though our losses were far more severe. Thank goodness you warned me, otherwise this incident would have escalated. Chi Yiming patted his chest in fear. It's best to heat this room to prevent any further complications. Chi Yiming nodded. Let's get out of here. Let the lab staff handle this. As soon as they exited the institute, a group of researchers wearing high-grade chemical protective suits surrounded them. Song Borui's deputy said to Chi Yiming, "Headmaster, I'm sorry, you and your men may have to be isolated for observation for a period of time." Chi Yiming nodded. There was nothing he could do. Who knew if the Zerg had other ways to infest the area? Several people were locked up in a dark room. That was a problem. Chi Yiming's plans were completely disrupted. He had originally wanted to see if the engineer could produce battleships, although he knew the engineer's slipway couldn't accommodate the battleship's massive hull. But they could build them in sections. They could build an assembly plant next to the engineer, have the engineer build the battleships in sections, and then complete the final assembly at the assembly plant. This time, besides this kind of thing, he was completely at a loss. Chapter 146. Fortunately, after a few days of isolation, Chi Yiming and his team didn't encounter any accidents. The reunited group began to discuss whether they could use the engineer to build a battleship. Chi Yiming and his team were completely unfamiliar with this kind of thing, and after a long discussion, they still had no idea. Chi Yiming could only call Song Boiwi for advice. However, to Chi Yiming's surprise, Song Boiwi had actually removed the blueprint design system from the engineer's system. This thing was designed for situations like this. With the blueprint design system, everything became much easier. While Song Boiwi and his team couldn't design a battleship as good as those of the former Human Federation, they could more than adequately design a battleship based on references from the current human world. With Song Boiwi's help, the blueprints for the battleship's segmented construction were quickly drawn up. The problem now was how to complete the assembly. The operator would have to rebuild a dock, but since it was just assembly, the dock's design could be much simpler. Song Borui then designed a simplified version of the battleship docks in the human world. However, building this dock would take considerable time, and time was exactly what Chi Yiming needed. The awakened system could be invaded at any moment. Chi Yiming tried everything but could only shorten the construction period to 6 months. There was nothing he could do but accept reality. His industrial base was so weak. Even after resolving the battleship issue, Chi Yiming still hadn't given up on the whereabouts of the wise. So he followed Heijinju around every day, urging her to think it over. Heijinju was also driven to despair by Chi Yiming, spending her days at the navigation station, staring at the star map. Had originally given up hope, Heijinju, under Chi Yiming's pressure, actually found several star systems that resembled her memories. She marked them on the star map for Chi Yiming, but he was stunned. There were 3 points in total, 2 within the Wanluo Empire, and the remaining one was surprisingly within the Commercial Federation. This was a matter of life and death for Chi Yiming. His Xiefeng, with its striking appearance, would be like a delicious feast if it appeared in any faction's territory, instantly attracting countless people eager for the Xiefeng. Chi Yiming's only safe option was to pilot other warships to the 3 points for reconnaissance. The problem was that the Awakener star system was now under threat of invasion, and he was a little worried about leaving. Sending someone else would delay the search if they found the wise. The wise would play a crucial role in a future large-scale war. Simply allocating firing parameters to friendly ships to increase their accuracy could give Qi Yiming's fleet a significant advantage on the battlefield. Especially given Qi Yiming's current small fleet, this system, which could indirectly enhance its combat capabilities, was most needed. But this trip would take at least 6 months or a year, and Qi Yiming truly missed the stargates of his former human federation. With stargate connections, traveling from one galaxy to another would take only a moment. Even interstellar travel would be a matter of moments, provided a large stargate existed. Unfortunately, even if stargate technology were fully developed, it would take a long time to deploy them across the entire human territories, and there was no guarantee that anyone would approve his construction. How frustrating. Qi Yiming couldn't help but curse. But even though he complained, he still had to do it. The wise was worth the risk. So Qi Yiming stopped worrying and simply abandoned the Xiefeng, taking command of it once again. This time, however, he brought along Wang Shu, Hua Yilu, and Wang Sen. They each captained the Xiefeng's modular warships. Then he dismantled the Xiefeng into a small fleet, minimizing the risk of exposing it. In truth, Qi Yiming had overreacted somewhat. Ever since acquiring the Xiefeng, he had been on constant alert, fearing someone might target it. The detailed intelligence on the Xiefeng had been made public, and Qi Yiming was indeed a little panicked, his composure suddenly disoriented. But he didn't consider that those targeting the Xiefeng were, like Mao Qiming, whose grave grass was 2 meters high. They simply coveted the Xiefeng and had no interest in the Awakener system. But that's all for later. After the snow peak disintegrated, the Ares led the way to the Commercial Alliance, the closest point to them. If Qi Yiming could find the wise there, he could return to the Awakener system early. But when Qi Yiming's small fleet appeared at the border of the Commercial Alliance, it was targeted. With instructions from above, the Commercial Alliance's agents had long been keeping a close eye on any fleet returning from the Ancestral Star region. Third brother, I heard there's a 3 million bounty on offer for anyone who can find the whereabouts of that ancient warship. Is that true? Zhang Qiao excitedly asked his companion, watching the fleet pass by. You asked me 800 times. The speaker sounded extremely impatient. But the thought of the 3 million bounty gave him a surge of excitement. While the living expenses of an Alliance agent were certainly not bad, it was 3 million. Who would want to live on such a life of idleness with 3 million? Look, is there any warship we're looking for in this fleet? Zhang Qiao said, seemingly unconcerned with his companion's feelings, tugging at his sleeve. Don't look, there's no warship we're looking for in this fleet. The man known as the third brother grew even more impatient. They had been holed up in the border-free port for a month, and besides this fleet, they hadn't seen anything. At first, he thought he finally found it, but after a closer look, he put down his telescope in disappointment. However, he still picked up the communicator. Team leader, an unidentified fleet just emerged from the Ancestral Star region. Should we send someone to keep an eye on it? A deep male voice came from the other end of the communicator. Is there the warship we're looking for? No. After a pause, he continued, new intelligence shows that the warship can transform. We can't let any fleet go unnoticed. Okay. Zhang Qiao, and I will follow. The voice, which had been somewhat languid, suddenly became more energetic. After hanging up the call, Zhou Hao stretched and patted Zhang Qiao beside him. Let's go. Finally, we can get some exercise. We're getting stinky in this godforsaken place. What? Not keeping an eye on it anymore? Zhang Qiao, still observing intently, was also a little excited. Although he could capture 3 million here, it was quite annoying to sit there bored all the time. He simply put away the telescope and followed Zhou Hao in a few steps towards the berth where their warship was moored. Chapter 147. Qi Yiming and his companions did not stop at the border-free port after entering the Trade Alliance. This time, Qi Yiming packed the warehouses of several warships with supplies, aiming to minimize stops and avoid exposing their whereabouts. This was especially true of the Redemption and Lightning, 2 destroyers that had previously operated within the Trade Alliance in their disassembled forms, even engaging in combat with some mercenaries. Docking too frequently would increase the chance of exposure. But he hadn't expected to be targeted so soon after entering the Trade Alliance. The first location they were headed for was in the heart of the Trade Alliance, near the Trade Alliance's capital system. If nothing unexpected happened, it was a habitable planet. If the Wise One was indeed there, retrieving it would require considerable effort. 2 weeks later, Qi Yiming and his companions finally reached their destination. The 2 agents following them were already growing impatient. Third brother, how long are we going to keep following us? It's been over half a month. Zhang Qiao complained over his drink. Zhou Hao kept looking down at the information he had on the Xiefeng. Third brother. Third brother. Zhang Qiao called out twice more. Zhou Hao said impatiently, "Do you find these warships strange? What's strange about them? Aren't they just a few specialized warships? Look closely. Does the main structure of the Xiefeng look like that cruiser?" Zhou Hao asked Zhang Qiao, holding up a picture of the Ares. Zhang Qiao, drunkenly squinting, compared the two images. After a long pause he said, "They do look a bit similar, but that doesn't mean anything. The intelligence says the Xiefeng can change its form." Zhou Hao organized his words. "Do you think that fleet is the Xiefeng's true form? Are you crazy? Even if ancient technology were so advanced, how could they design warships that could be assembled at any time? I don't think it's possible either, but I find this fleet strange." If Qi Yiming had heard Zhou Hao's words, he would have broken out in a cold sweat. It was obvious that the agent's thinking was truly out of the ordinary. He had actually guessed the truth. Unfortunately, Zhou Hao's suspicions were merely speculations, with no actual evidence to support them. Coupled with his companion Zhang Qiao's denial, he let this fleeting thought slip and continued to silently follow Qi Yiming's fleet. At this time, Qi Yiming and his companions had already arrived at their destination, Eternal Star. Hizhenju, standing in the bridge of the Ares, frowned as she gazed at Eternal Star. "We were so anxious to get there that we didn't even observe the planet carefully. We simply confirmed that the forced landing was habitable, and then watched the Wise plunge into the atmosphere." Qi Yiming could understand this. During their forced landing, they hadn't had time to observe the planet, they simply confirmed its habitability. Hizhenju shook her head and continued, "There's no good solution. We can only enter the planet's surface and search inch by inch." Qi Yiming was now in a dilemma. While Eternal Star wasn't considered a core planet within the commercial alliance, it was home to nearly 2 billion humans. A high-profile search by dropping a warship into the atmosphere would undoubtedly result in official expulsion and even attract the commercial alliance's garrison fleet. "Let's take a transport craft and enter the planet's surface first." Qi Yiming could only take things one step at a time. Qi Yiming then handed command of the Ares to his adjutant, then boarded a transport craft with Hizhenju and some internal security personnel and entered the Taiku Star's atmosphere. The fleet, commanded by Wang Shuhua, hid in the system's asteroid belt. All of this was clearly visible to Zhou Hao and the others following behind them. There's definitely something wrong with this fleet. Why wouldn't they stop at a free port and hide in the asteroid belt? It doesn't make sense. Zhou Hao's evasive behavior immediately aroused his alarm. Zhang Qiao sobered up. "Should we report this to the higher-ups and have them send a fleet to investigate?" Zhou Hao shook his head. The ship's radar just detected several small aircraft entering Taiku Star's atmosphere. "Let's wait and see what they're up to. What if they escape?" Zhang Qiao, previously sober, suddenly became anxious. This is the heartland of the Alliance. It won't be easy for them to escape. Zhou Hao smiled and patted Zhang Qiao on the shoulder, signaling him to wait patiently. After arriving on the surface of Taiku Star, Qi Yiming and the others were completely stunned by the bustling city. On a crowded planet like Taiku Star, even if the Wise was there, it would have been discovered by the commercial alliance long ago. "Should we continue to search?" Hizhenju asked Qi Yiming, looking disappointedly at the bustling streets. "Search. If the locals still find us, we can hand it over to the alliance government so we can determine our next steps." Qi Yiming still refused to give up. "Are you still planning to rob us?" Hizhenju looked at Qi Yiming in surprise. "To deal with the Zerg swarm, we must gather all the warships of the Strategic Strike Fleet. Otherwise, we have no chance." The implication was that they were going to rob us. Qi Yiming was ready to risk it all. The Snow Peak had already been exposed, and his first step in dealing with the Zerg was to unite the major human factions, which inevitably involved the use of force. Since he was going to resort to force, reclaiming the Wise Man along the way was a natural move. But where could they go to get information? Qi Yiming could only think of the Mercenary Guild. Mercenaries were known for their well-informed connections. So, the group found the largest Mercenary Guild office on Taiku Star. As soon as they entered the guild's main entrance, a wave of heat washed over them. The hall was packed with more people than the street, and the information exchange area designated for mercenaries was practically impossible to squeeze into. Qi Yiming and Hizhenju struggled to find their footing in a small corner of the exchange area. Soon, a local mercenary approached them. "Beautiful lady? Are you looking to buy information?" A shifty-eyed man surveyed the curvaceous Hizhenju with a fiery gaze. Hizhenju wasn't angry, as it seemed she encountered this sort of thing before. Smiling, she placed a hand on the shifty-looking fellow's shoulder and said, "Yeah. I wonder if you have the information we need." The sound of that voice made Qi Yiming's bones go limp. If it weren't for the crowd supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. But he still looked at Heejinju beside him with a strange look, as if to ask, "Why didn't I see you were capable of using the honey trap before?" Heejinju simply rolled her eyes at Chi Yiming and turned back to gaze lovingly at the information dealer. Although the information dealer was also a bit of a pervert, when it came to the intelligence issue, he stated righteously, "I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as it happened on Taiku Star, there's nothing I don't know." Heejinju's smile grew even sweeter upon hearing this, and she asked in a coquettish voice, "Little brother, do you know if an ancient warship has been discovered on Taiku Star?" Clearly unmoved by the honey trap, the information dealer extended his right hand to Heejinju, 10,000 alliance coins for one piece of information. Puff. Chi Yiming, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 148. Watching Heejinju's humiliation, Chi Yiming grinned as he pulled out a metal card and gently tapped the information dealer's portable information board. The next second, the board displayed, "You have received 10,000 alliance coins." The information dealer, upon seeing the 10,000 alliance coins coming in, immediately broke into laughter and pulled Chi Yiming and the others out of the mercenary guild. The group found a quiet corner, and the information dealer finally began to chat. "What do you want to know? Has any ancient warship been discovered on Taiku Star?" Chi Yiming answered without hesitation, getting straight to the point. Unexpectedly, the information dealer extended his right hand again. "Information on the ancient warship will cost extra." Don't underestimate Chi Yiming's usual cheerful demeanor. When he gets angry, he can get so mad that even he scares himself. The information dealer was clearly trying to blackmail him. Chi Yiming grabbed the dealer by the collar, pulled out his service pistol, and pressed it against his head, demanding, "Do you think we're easy targets?" Since he could sell information among mercenaries, he was clearly no pushover. The dealer sneered at Chi Yiming and said, "I'm not afraid of being scared. If you're brave, just shoot me. Otherwise, put the gun down." Chi Yiming was about to swear, but Heejinju got there first. She kicked the dealer in the vitals, so hard and suddenly that Chi Yiming lost his grip. The dealer doubled over, clutching his penis, and jumped slightly in place. Even then, he didn't forget to tell Chi Yiming and the others, "Go find out what the price is for information on the ancient warship." Seeing this, Heejinju was about to step forward and give the information dealer another kick, but the dealer suddenly sank to his knees before her, his voice trembling, "Auntie, I was wrong. I'm doomed today. Let me calm down and tell you right now. You're smart. Don't think I'm easy to mess with. If you keep talking nonsense, I make sure you have no descendants." Heejinju spoke firmly and forcefully, not forgetting to glance at the stunned Chi Yiming. Chi Yiming subconsciously placed his hand on his crotch and cast a look of admiration at Heejinju. After being trained by this beautiful woman, the information dealer had completely docile. Women are not to be messed with. He complained before he spoke the information, and then launched into a long speech. But the information was just a legend. Heejinju felt her intelligence insulted and raised her leg to kick the information dealer again, but Chi Yiming stopped her. The information dealer, also anxious, immediately jumped several meters away, eyeing Heejinju with a wary gaze. "My dear, the information about the ancient warship is all legend. I won't lie to you. We intelligence agents can charge less, but the information we provide is absolutely genuine. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to survive in this business." Chi Yiming, standing nearby, chose to believe the information dealer. As he had said, those who make a living from selling information value their reputation more than their own lives. So Chi Yiming nodded to the information dealer, signaling him to leave. After sending the man away, Heejinju and Chi Yiming began analyzing the information they had gathered. There was a landslide on the edge of City 372, and the wreckage of an ancient warship was found in a large pit created by the sinkhole, Chi Yiming said slowly, frowning. "Since it's wreckage, it's unlikely to be the Wise." Heejinju also frowned. "I clearly remember that although the Wise plunged into the atmosphere, its engines didn't fail. According to Federation warship management standards, all ships forced to land must retain 2% of their energy reserves to ensure that rescuers can successfully enter hibernation after sending a distress signal. This means that the Wise was capable of slowing down. Anyway, let's go there first. What if the Wise was already exhausted?" Chi Yiming didn't believe the Wise would be completely destroyed, but sometimes things he didn't want to believe might actually happen. So the group returned to the transport and flew towards City 372 on Taiku Star. City 372 was not far from their landing site, and the transport reached their destination in just half an hour. They did indeed discover a massive pit at the edge of the city, 1,000 meters deep, and the interior was spacious enough for the transport to fly into. Chi Yiming didn't hesitate, and ordered the pilot to land the transport at the bottom of the pit. The group disembarked and carefully searched the pit floor, but found nothing. It seems either the people who discovered the object at the bottom of the pit have already picked up all the debris, or it's all a fabrication. Without a choice, Chi Yiming and his companions returned to the surface and inquired with the local residents about the incident. After all, over 70 years had passed, and most of those who could clearly remember the entire incident had moved away. After much inquiry, they finally found a witness who had witnessed the entire incident. This man, Lu Qi, had lived in this area for almost 90 years. He was still a child when the incident occurred, but the event was so shocking that he remembered it vividly. However, Chi Yiming got a different version of the story from him. What was originally discovered underground wasn't the wreckage of a warship, but rather a collection of artifacts, most of which had been severely damaged by the ground subsidence. This greatly disappointed Chi Yiming and his companions. However, Lu Qi's next words caught Chi Yiming's attention. When rescuing these artifacts, someone said they found a parchment scroll in the pit. For some reason, it was remarkably well preserved. It was said that a warship was depicted on the scroll. The Alliance government at the time turned the entire Taiku star upside down, but couldn't find the warship, so the matter was eventually dropped. Do you know where that parchment scroll is now? Chi Yiming asked quickly. Lu Qi shook his head, but then he continued, the artifacts were ultimately determined not to be the product of humans on Taiku star, because the timeline doesn't match. Humans appeared on Taiku star about 1,000 years ago, while those artifacts are 100,000 years old. 100,000 years ago, even humans might have still been living in the ancient era of slash-and-burn agriculture. The emergence of intelligent species on a habitable planet isn't surprising. Anything is possible in a universe so vast. But the 100,000-year-old parchment scroll depicts a warship, which is a bit strange. Could it be that the Wise traveled through time during its forced landing? He Jinju suddenly seemed to grasp something, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She calmed herself down and remained silent for 2 or 3 seconds before saying, time wormhole. I remember. The Wise contacted us during its forced landing, and the last 4 words they said were time wormhole. Really traveled through time? How am I supposed to find it? Chi Yiming had originally thought that even if he was unlucky, at most he'd have to explore 2 more landmarks, but he never expected the Wise to actually fall into a time wormhole. Time wormholes were something the Human Federation hadn't even understood back then. Now asking Chi Yiming to find the Wise after it fell into a time wormhole was like making fun of him. Chapter 149. They're forcing us to become archaeologists. Chi Yiming ruffled his hair in anger. After thanking Lu Qi, Chi Yiming and the others returned to the transport to discuss countermeasures. In reality, they didn't have many options. Since the Wise had fallen into a time wormhole, finding it in this time and space was even more difficult than exterminating the Zerg, unless the Federation soldiers aboard the Wise had deliberately left clues. But what clues could survive for 100,000 years? At this thought, Chi Yiming and He Jinju looked at each other, then said in unison, the parchment scroll. It was common knowledge that a parchment scroll couldn't possibly survive for 100,000 years. But the scientists from the former Federation had developed a potion that, after soaking in it, could preserve any item for hundreds of thousands of years with proper care. Furthermore, the potion's formula was public, and Chi Yiming could easily prepare it on the spot. Chi Yiming would never believe that the parchment scroll wasn't deliberately left behind by the Wise's crew. But why would they use parchment scrolls? The Federation has better memory devices for storing information. Wouldn't that be safer? He Jinju was a little confused. Chi Yiming, however, guessed some of the reasons and explained to He Jinju. The possibility of intelligent life on habitable planets is very high. They use parchment scrolls instead of memory devices to ensure that Federation technology is not leaked. What were humans doing 100,000 years ago? Back then, most humans were still worried about their next bite of food, and their entire lives were limited to traveling more than 100 miles from home. What if intelligent life on the ancient planet discovered memory devices? What if their technology advanced by leaps and bounds, threatening humanity? Chi Yiming truly admired the crew of the Wise One. Even in such a dire situation, they still cared about humanity's future. He Jinju nodded. If that's the case, I believe there's definitely more than just that parchment scroll on Taiku Star. There must be other items left behind by the Wise One's crew. Chi Yiming agreed with He Jinju's opinion, but how could they find it? Should they wait for another sinkhole on Taiku Star? Who knows when that would happen? It seems we have to look through Taiku Star's human history. Maybe we find something, Chi Yiming said helplessly. The mere mention of looking through historical materials overwhelmed He Jinju. She hated looking up historical documents. Although the Federation had an intelligent learning system, There were so many human historical documents that entering them all would be a waste of time. Besides, it wouldn't be useful to anyone other than a professional. So, the Federation only established a historical document archive for those in need or interested to consult, and didn't establish a database for the intelligent learning system. During her school years, He Jinju was tormented by the complex historical events. She later chose a major in Battleship Command, freeing herself from the daily grind of researching historical documents. Now, having to research historical documents again, He Jinju rolled her eyes in frustration. The group then went to the Taiku Star Human History Archives to review relevant materials. However, the Taiku Star humans fled from another habitable planet, and the story begins in the Cosmic Age, so the historical documents are very simple. Qi Yiming's primary interest lies in all the legends recorded on Taiku Star. The humans of Taigu, who had entered the Cosmic Age, were less enthusiastic about the legends of Taigu than might be imagined, and only recorded a few incidents. One of these strange incidents caught Qi Yiming's attention. In a canyon on Taigu, strong winds exceeding force 10 blow year-round. Whenever the wind picks up in the canyon, a deep space exploration station above Taigu receives a mysterious signal from the planet's surface. At first, the Taiga people believed intelligent life existed deep beneath the planet's surface, and they dug extensively, determined to uncover this subterranean civilization. However, it was later discovered that the mysterious signal was actually high-frequency sound waves generated by the strong winds rubbing against the rock walls on either side of the canyon, and the Taiga people finally quieted down. The scientific community has long sought to decipher this signal, but to no avail. Fortunately, the Taiku people hadn't broken through the canyon's rock walls. Furthermore, Taiku's landmass is almost entirely monolithic, with virtually no crustal movement. Furthermore, the rock formations along the canyon's sides are unique in texture. Despite the wind and sun, even after hundreds of thousands of years, they show no signs of weathering. This technique is very similar to the parchment scrolls treatment. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the canyon, the wind had died down. Although the high-frequency sound waves emitted by the rock walls were readily available for download on Taiku's public internet, Qi Yiming, fearing exposure, preferred the effort of recording them himself on-site rather than downloading them online. Without a choice, the group found an open area around the canyon to set up camp and wait for the wind to pick up. After a few days, the wind did pick up, but unfortunately, it was too weak. With wind speeds below level 10, the rock walls were simply not capable of producing the high-frequency sound waves recorded in the literature. After waiting for more than 10 days, a force 10 gale finally blew across the canyon. The detection equipment on the transport boat finally picked up that mysterious high-frequency sound wave. Qi Yiming spent the night analyzing the high-frequency sound waves, but progress was slow. The sound wave frequency was indeed fixed, but Qi Yiming tried every analytical instrument, and the results were all gibberish. This nearly drove Qi Yiming crazy. I have a feeling this high-frequency sound wave is transmitting data using some kind of encryption method. We don't have an encryption algorithm, so all we get is gibberish. Qi Yiming, clueless, approached the snoring He Jinju to hear her thoughts. I hadn't expected a beautiful woman's sleeping posture to be so alarming. Seeing He Jinju's sleeping form, Qi Yiming had only one thought: this is an eyesore. When Qi Yiming woke her, He Jinju was still completely groggy. Qi Yiming didn't care whether she heard him or not. He just wanted to vent his frustrations. Miss He, what encryption method do you think the crew of the Wise will use? He Jinju, still dazed, said casually, they can't be the encryption program those seniors tinkered with back when we were at the military academy, right? Hearing this, Qi Yiming was completely stunned. He had used every encryption algorithm, except the one He Jinju mentioned. That algorithm was something the seniors had tinkered with before Qi Yiming, and He Jinju arrived at the military academy to use for romance, and Qi Yiming hadn't even remembered it in the intervening years. Excited, Qi Yiming hugged He Jinju and gave her 2 deep kisses. This startled He Jinju, sobered her up instantly. She felt taken advantage of, but there was a reason for it, and it was impossible for her to chase after Qi Yiming and beat him up. She could only silently wipe the saliva from her face, stand up, and walk to the transport signal receiving station, watching Qi Yiming input the algorithm into the intelligent computer. Chapter 150. Soon, the decryption yielded results. To Qi Yiming's delight, this time, it actually worked. The holographic display screen displayed a brief message: there is a protruding boulder on the south wall of the canyon. Use a high-energy laser to cut 3.2 centimeters off it, and the next prompt will appear. The canyon runs east-west. Qi Yiming waited for the wind to die down before descending into the canyon. Sure enough, he discovered a very conspicuous boulder on the south wall. The high-energy laser transmitter was already on board the transport, and Qi Yiming installed it there. This delicate task had to be handled by the transport's onboard intelligent computing machine, as errors could easily occur. The cutting process went smoothly, and the transport's intelligent computing machine completed the task in just over 10 seconds. Another long wait ensued. When a force 10 gale blew through the canyon again, the high-frequency sound waves indeed showed new changes. With their previous experience, Qi Yiming and his team quickly deciphered the information contained in the high-frequency sound waves. This time, the amount of information was enormous, a letter left behind by the crew of the Wise. Qi Yiming silently read the contents of the letter. "We are the crew of the Wise, a member of the Human Federation Strategic Strike Fleet. If you are human, please remember the following. We fell into a time wormhole during our forced landing. We don't know how long we traveled, but according to the ship's scientific officer, we likely traveled back tens of thousands of years. This gives humanity a chance to turn things around. The Wise has 10% of its remaining energy reserves. Based on calculations, if the Wise travels at sublight speeds without using jump drives, with all systems shut down and only the ship's navigation system active, it can still sail for tens of thousands of years. We decided to stay here, program the Wise, and send it on its own to the Federation homeworld. Perhaps this would allow humanity to develop more advanced technology before encountering the Zerg, thus preventing the current tragedy. If we succeed, the human exploration fleet would have found this place. If this message was received by fleeing humans, then, unfortunately, we have failed." After reading this message, Qi Yiming and He Jinju looked at each other in bewilderment. Well, don't they consider the time traveler paradox? The so-called time traveler paradox is that if a time traveler returns to the past and changes the course of history, does the time traveler still exist? If the time traveler ceases to exist due to the altered course of history, how could this whole thing happen? Of course, there's another theory, the existence of parallel universes. That is, there are many identical worlds in the universe, just in different time and space. But regardless, it seems the Wise's operation was a failure. Humanity still encountered the Zerg, was still defeated, and even lost their home. Qi Yiming shook his head. None of that mattered, the main point was that they knew the Wise's whereabouts. According to the information they left behind, the Wise should now be traveling at sublight speeds toward the Human Federation's capital planet. If the parchment's date was correct, 100,000 years ago, the Wise would have long since exhausted all its energy, and would be floating alone in the void, relying on inertia to move forward. 100,000 years of flying at sublight speeds? How far could it possibly go? During that time, the Wise's navigation system would have to constantly adjust its course. Just as Qi Yiming and his team were intently studying the information they had analyzed, the scientists on Taigu Star went berserk. The high-frequency sound waves, which had consumed countless scientists' efforts to decipher, suddenly changed. After a long period of studying the new frequency, everyone boarded the transport craft and rushed to the canyon. By then, Qi Yiming and his team had already returned to Taigu Star's low orbit aboard the transport craft, awaiting rendezvous with the fleet and then pursuing the Wise, which had departed 10,000 years earlier. "Third brother, they're moving." Zhang Qiao, who had been secretly observing Qi Yiming for several days, woke Zhou Hao, who was catching up on his sleep nearby. Zhou Hao sat up abruptly. "Something's going on." Zhang Qiao shook his head. "I don't know what they're doing on the surface, but they seem to be waiting to rendezvous with their fleet. Have the people sent to track them returned? They're recovering the transport craft." A dozen minutes later, the two men's subordinates reported to them in person the trajectory of Qi Yiming and his team's movements on the planet's surface. "What are they doing in Sonic Canyon?" Zhou Hao said, using a place name known only to the locals, looking at Zhang Qiao beside him. "Are they just a group of ancient warship explorers?" Zhang Qiao wondered. But what clues could there be about Sonic Canyon? The information about that high-frequency sound wave has long been circulating online, and no one has yet deciphered it. Just as the two were puzzled, Wang Shuhua led the fleet back over Taiku Star and recovered the transport boat Qi Yiming and his companions were aboard. Back on the bridge, Qi Yiming immediately had the navigator calculate the Wise's flight path. The path was easy to calculate. Traveling from Taiku Star at sublight speed to the former Federation homeworld, with limited energy resources, there was only one possible route. Qi Yiming believed the Wise would follow this route all the way to its destination. After confirming the route, the fleet quickly set out again. "What should we do?" Zhang Qiao hesitated as he watched the mysterious fleet depart again. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, became intrigued. If this fleet is truly a fleet of ancient warship seekers, then no matter what methods they use, their decisive actions indicate they must have obtained some reliable information. Zhou Hao smiled at Zhang Qiao and said, Even if we can't find the Xiefeng, obtaining an ancient warship is still a significant achievement. Let's follow them. With that, he ordered the navigator to start their engines, and once again trailed far behind Qi Yiming and his team. After confirming their course, Qi Yiming's fleet quickly entered the warp channel. Even at the edge of the system, they had no intention of activating the jump bridge, instead flying directly out of the system in warp mode. What are they going to do? Zhang Qiao exclaimed. Why are they just leaving the local system without even using a jump bridge? Zhou Hao's ship exited the warp channel at the edge of the local system, and he looked hesitantly in the direction Qi Yiming and the others had left. He hesitated to pursue them. Although he had conducted similar simulations in training camp, relying solely on the ship's own capabilities to conduct interstellar travel without the aid of a jump bridge, he had never truly practiced it. Zhou Hao was terrified that if he caught up with them, he would never be able to turn on the deep space radar to see what they were up to. Unexpectedly, when the radar commander activated the deep space radar, they saw something incredibly strange on the screen. The fleet, originally several red dots, was slowly merging together, the reflections from several ships becoming the reflections from a single ship. It turned out that Qi Yiming's fleet had not sailed very far after leaving the system containing the Taiku star before it exited warp mode. It wasn't that Qi Yiming didn't want to pursue, but rather that a fleet using jump drives naturally consumed more energy than a single warship. While the Xiefeng's overall energy consumption wasn't much less than that of the fleet, even a small amount of energy was extremely valuable in deep space travel. So, after a certain distance from the system containing the Taiku star, Qi Yiming felt it was safe and ordered the Xiefeng to regroup and resume deep space travel as a single ship. Chapter 151. Xue Ming, the captain of the Wise, was deeply distressed when he decided to detach from the fleet and make an emergency landing. The habitable planet before them was one of the few they had encountered during their escape. For the sake of his crew, he resolutely decided to detach from the fleet and make an emergency landing on this planet. At least the crew on board would have a comfortable living environment. Captain, the Wise is preparing to make an emergency landing on this planet. Xue Ming called the captain. We are running low on energy. I'm not sure if the Wise can survive until we find the next habitable planet. After a long moment, a weary voice came over the fleet channel. Your emergency landing is permitted. Glory to the Federation, illuminate the stars. Glory to the Federation, illuminate the stars. And so, the Wise detached from the Human Federation's fleeing fleet and flew towards the habitable planet before them. But the moment the Wise entered the atmosphere, a flashing blue light suddenly appeared in front of the ship. Before Xue Ming could order the navigator to change course, the Wise was captured by the powerful gravitational pull of the blue light zone and slowly pulled toward the center of the area. As panic erupted on board, the Wise's science officer suddenly shouted, "It's a wormhole. We've been caught in a wormhole. Quickly notify the fleet." But all the instruments on the Wise were scrambling, and the communications officer only had time to transmit the word wormhole to the fleet before being sucked in. The next second, the Wise reappeared in the planet's atmosphere, but the fleeing fleet, originally still in the system, had vanished. An ID. Quick, check what's going on. After confirming the warship was safe, Xue Ming immediately asked Science Officer NID to confirm the situation. NID and his men observed the sky and disembarked to collect samples, working for over half an hour before returning to the bridge to report to Xue Ming. He held up the simple star map he had just drawn, then opened the Wise's navigation chart and said to Xue Ming, "By comparing the two maps, the only thing we can confirm is that we traveled back in time. We're not sure how far back, but it's probably between 70,000 and 80,000 years. What NID didn't know was that they traveled nearly 100,000 years. So long?" Xue Ming plopped down in the captain's chair. However, Xue Ming quickly recovered. After all, he'd been at the end of his rope before the time travel, so having clothes on didn't really matter. Thankfully, they were on a habitable planet, and the crew aboard the warship were still able to function normally. But the next second, he collapsed again, leaving behind a group of monks and a bird of hope. There was little hope for developing a new civilization. We could only strive to improve everyone's lives. But the science officer had a different perspective. "Captain, I think our time travel could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for humanity." Xue Ming glanced at Science Officer NID. "Tell me about it." "There's no hope for us monks, but we can find a way to return the Wise to the Human Federation." After listening to NID's explanation, Xue Ming's eyes brightened, and by the end, he was trembling with excitement. NID's idea was simple. While surveying the surroundings, he had checked the Wise's energy reserves, and the situation was not optimistic. But they could have the Wise fly at sublight speed toward the Federation's home planet. At this point, humanity hadn't yet left its home planet. From its current position, the Wise would take at least 10,000 years to reach the Federation's home planet. By then, the Wise wouldn't need to precisely enter the Federation's home system. Simply passing by the humans would give it a chance to capture the Wise. If successful, humanity's technological level would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. The next time they encountered the Zerg, they would have more means to deal with them, perhaps even avoiding the need for human escape. After hearing this plan, Xueming immediately consulted the crew and received unanimous agreement. So the plan was implemented. They shut down all energy-consuming devices on the Wise, leaving only the navigation system. They programmed the intelligent computer to automatically wake up at regular intervals, adjust its course, and then return to sleep again, thus conserving the ship's energy to the greatest extent possible. After setting its course, the Wise embarked on its journey under the watchful eyes of the crew. A small farewell party was held on the day of departure. After seeing the Wise off, the crew began a hard life, using the supplies brought down from the ship. Of course, crew members inevitably died from various accidents and illnesses. It wasn't until more than a decade later, when a team of thousands was reduced to only a few hundred, that scientific officer NID approached Xueming, who had long since withdrawn from the mission. "Old Xue, I don't think we can hold on much longer." Xueming's dim eyes said it all. "I think we need to leave something behind. What if the Wise fails on its voyage, and the escaped humans find it? You know the importance of modular warships in the strategic strike fleet. What if they need the Wise, and can't find it?" At the mention of the escaped humans, Xueming finally reacted slightly. He slowly raised his head and looked at NID. "I observed that there's a large canyon not far from our settlement. Winds of force 10 or higher blow through there year-round." NID closed his mouth, looking at Xueming, who looked expressionless and seemed to be falling asleep. Unexpectedly, Xueming spoke up. "Go on, I'm listening." NID then continued. "We can modify the rock walls on both sides of the canyon so that when the wind blows through, it generates specific high-frequency sound waves to transmit the information we want to spread. Why bother? We can just use those useless memory devices. Those things will eventually have to be destroyed. Don't forget that this planet we're on is habitable. Who knows if intelligent life will emerge in the future? If they obtain these things, what if they threaten humanity?" Xueming pondered for a moment, his brain, which had been used for many years, and then slowly nodded. "But the rock walls will weather, and crustal movement will also change the landscape. I've seen it. The land beneath our feet is a single, massive rock with almost no crustal movement, so that canyon will exist on this planet forever." NID then rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "As for the weathering problem, we can prepare a large amount of solidifying liquid and brush the rock walls on both sides of the canyon. But high-frequency sound waves transmit messages. Without a specific warning, no one would care. That's easy. Murals. Parchments. Let's get more and throw them everywhere. I doubt no one will notice. Soak them all in a solidifying liquid? Of course. Have you decided what message to send? How will it be encrypted? For encryption, use the encryption algorithm used by students at the Battleship Command Academy for romance. That way, we can also do a preliminary screening." "That's fine then. We die sooner or later anyway. Instead of waiting here in boredom, we might as well find something to do." So, under NID's guidance, the remaining several hundred people on the Wise began modifying the stone wall. Using NID's meticulous calculations, they carved grooves of varying depths into the stone wall. Then, using the skins of animals from habitable planets, they fashioned parchments, painted a vague image of the Wise on them, and threw them everywhere. The project lasted for over 20 years. When all the work was completed, only NID and one of his assistants remained. All we have left is this large stone. Embedding it will provide an additional layer of information, giving the Wise an extra layer of protection. This is all we can do. From now on, we just have to rely on luck. Decades of hard work had left NID's face tanned by the sun, and his hands covered in calluses. But he smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the letter he had left behind, a letter that would endure for tens, even hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 152. What NID didn't expect was that by the time Qi Yiming discovered the message they left behind, the Wise had already been traveling for 100,000 years. After leaving the system containing the Taiku star, Qi Yiming didn't jump off the bridge, but instead followed the Wise's path into deep space. 100,000 years wouldn't be difficult for the Xiefeng, traveling at 500 times the speed of light, to catch up with the Wise, which was traveling at sublight speed. The difficulty lay in finding the Wise, which had likely already strayed from its course. The energy source aboard the Wise wasn't sufficient to sustain its voyage for 100,000 years. Without energy, the Wise could no longer make orbital corrections, a highly dangerous prospect in deep space. The best-case scenario was being captured by a star. The worst-case scenario was crashing into an unknown celestial body. The Xiefeng searched for the Wise, which might appear at any moment, and coupled with Zhou Hao and his crew's careful concealment, Qi Yiming didn't notice the small tail following him. This tail was rapidly growing, and the fleet originating from the Commercial Alliance territory was also catching up. Though not a regular Commercial Alliance fleet, these were specialized warships provided by the Commercial Alliance's intelligence agency for its agents. Originally, the Commercial Alliance's female president had intended to dispatch a regular fleet to intercept the Xiefeng, but the cost of navigating deep space without jumping bridges was too high, so she ultimately had to dispatch the intelligence agency's specialized warships to pursue it. 2 weeks later, the Xiefeng arrived at the location where Qi Yiming and his team had calculated the Wise Man had lost all his energy. What should we do next? He Zhenju asked Qi Yiming, looking at the red channel on the star map. Logically, the Wise One would continue along a tangent to this route. However, the information we obtained doesn't reveal much about the Wise One's energy reserves, so we can't be certain this is the point where the Wise One ran out of energy. The Wise One travels at sublight speed, so a 100,000-year flight wouldn't be very far, Wang Shuhua said, drawing a section on the route. According to the information we obtained, our current location is the earliest point where it ran out of energy. Wang Shuhua then pointed to the end of the route he'd drawn and said, "This is the point where we calculated the Wise One ran out of energy the latest. Only 2 course corrections are required for this distance." Qi Yiming's analysis sparked a new idea. The 2 course correction points aren't far apart. Qi Yiming then entered a string of data into the star map, and 2 tangent lines extending along the original route appeared on the map. Qi Yiming pointed to the 2 new routes and continued, "These 2 routes are not far apart. We split up. He Zhenju will lead one, and I lead the other. Whoever finds the Wise can use deep space communication equipment to notify the other." "I think so." He Zhenju nodded. Without hesitation, the snow peak disassembled again. The God of War was commanded by Qi Yiming himself. The lightning and the redemption were combined and, under He Zhenju's leadership, entered the first route. Qi Yiming and his men continued along the original route for 8 days, before reaching the entrance to the second route. Zhou Hao, following behind them, was stunned. Who are these people? Don't they know how dangerous deep space travel is? Why are they acting separately? What should we do? Zhang Qiao also looked at Zhou Hao with a gloomy expression. What else can we do? Separate and pursue. In fact, Zhou Hao's heart completely sank when he saw the reinforcement fleet. He had seen the combat video of the Xiefeng, so he didn't think the intelligence agency's dozen or so special cruisers could deal with those warships that could be freely transformed and combined. Now, the enemy had split up. Although they had the advantage in numbers, Zhou Hao knew that their warships alone might not be a match for this mysterious fleet. But there was no other way. The order from above was to capture this fleet, so Zhou Hao had no choice but to split his fleet in 2 and continue the pursuit. At this time, the Wise, as Qi Yiming and the others had suspected, had long since lost all power, and was relying on inertia to navigate deep space. And ahead of the Wise's current path, a small black hole was slowly rotating, swallowing up all the stars that passed by it. The Wise had long since entered the black hole's gravitational pull. Depleted of energy, it was unable to adjust its course. The black hole, like a devouring monster, opened its bloody maw towards the Wise. The Wise's armor had also been struck in several places by stray celestial bodies. Fortunately, the impacting bodies were relatively small, otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to travel so far. The Ares had been flying along the second course calculated by Qi Yiming and his team for over half a month, but still hadn't found any sign of the Wise. This made Qi Yiming extremely anxious. Because, 15 light-years away, a small black hole lay directly across their flight path. If the Wise couldn't be found, Qi Yiming would have no choice but to halt the Ares advance, as any further would also be captured by the black hole's gravitational field. If the Ares were captured, the Ares' engines would provide no means of escape. As the Ares neared the black hole, the radar officer made a new discovery. "Captain, what do you see there?" Qi Yiming, who had been standing behind the radar officer, also noticed something unusual. A green dot suddenly appeared on the Victory's radar screen. Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the green dot. Thankfully, the Wise hadn't been swallowed by the black hole. But the next moment, Qi Yiming frowned again. The Wise has been captured by the black hole's gravitational field. What should we do then? Wang Shuhua, acting as the temporary captain of the hammer, had been accompanying Qi Yiming throughout the operation, and he had no better plan to rescue the wise from the black hole's clutches. It seems like in a dozen days or so, at most, the wise will be completely locked in the black hole's gravitational field. By then, even if the Human Federation's warplanes arrive, they won't be able to get the wise out. Can't we use a tractor beam to pull her out? Qi Yiming shook his head. The power provided by the Ares engine simply can't offset the gravitational field created by the black hole. We can't save the wise. The two of them fell silent. Qi Yiming crossed his arms over his chest, staring intently at the radar screen. Wang Shuhua, on the other hand, slowly rubbed his chin, trying to think of a solution. Suddenly, Qi Yiming ordered the communications director to contact He Zhenju, who was searching in another channel. Have them rush here as quickly as possible. Don't conserve energy. The Ares' energy reserves are more than enough for us to return. They'd be here sooner or later. Why rush? The Ares can't save the wise, but with the help of the redemption, the lightning, and your hammer. Qi Yiming looked at Wang Shuhua excitedly. The power provided by the engines of these 4 warships, combined with the wise's own power, is more than enough to rescue her. Qi Yiming paused and continued, it's just that the Ares has to risk entering the black hole's gravitational field to grab the wise first. Otherwise, she'd be quickly locked into the black hole's gravitational field. Then what are we waiting for? Wang Shuhua understood Qi Yiming's meaning. I understand what you mean. Aren't you afraid that failure will harm everyone? Qi Yiming nodded. Look at these people. Wang Shuhua pointed at the crew members on the bridge. They're all your comrades. It'd be a lie to say you're not afraid of death. But if comrades can't share the hardships at this moment, how can they still be called comrades? But, Qi Yiming was about to say something, but Wang Shuhua interrupted him. When did you become so fussy? Qi Yiming looked around. Everyone looked at him with determined eyes. Then Qi Yiming smiled, walked over to the navigator, patted him on the shoulder, and said, full engine power. Let's catch up. Chapter 153. Soon, the Ares also entered the black hole's gravitational field, and the navigator instantly felt it sliding uncontrollably toward the black hole. Thankfully, the Ares had ample power, so its speed wasn't very fast. After a while of flight, the Ares finally caught up with the wise. To more closely observe the wise's condition, Qi Yiming ordered the Ares to close the gap. Visual observation revealed the wise's condition to be extremely poor. Not only was it covered in wounds, but it also appeared that one of its engines had malfunctioned. Qi Yiming had originally considered utilizing the wise's power to escape the black hole's gravitational field, but now it seemed that this was no longer possible. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Qi Yiming remained undaunted after observing the wise. Although the wise's engine was unreliable, he calculated that after the snow peak was fully assembled, igniting the engines of the remaining warships would fully achieve his goal. The Ares struggled to turn its bow within the black hole's gravitational field, then fired tractor beams from multiple locations, firmly tugging the wise. Towing complete. The engineering team leader loudly reported the current status to Qi Yiming. Okay, navigator. Full engine power. Let's get the wise first. As the navigator took control, the Ares' 4 aft engines blasted out at full power, striving to stabilize itself and the wise, which lay diagonally below and behind her. Calculate time. After completing the towing operation, Qi Yiming immediately instructed the Ares' science officer to calculate how long they would remain locked in the black hole's gravitational field. A few minutes later, the science officer presented the data to Qi Yiming. He whispered to him, the situation isn't very optimistic. The Ares' power isn't enough to offset the black hole's pull. We're still falling toward the center. Qi Yiming had anticipated this situation, and wasn't terribly surprised. Noticing Qi Yiming's lack of reaction, the science officer continued, as time passes, the closer we get to the black hole, the greater this pull will be, and the faster we fall toward the center. Qi Yiming nodded, then glanced at the data in his hand. It clearly stated that there were only 17 days, 21 hours, 12 minutes, and 30 seconds left until the Ares was locked in the black hole's gravitational field. This was a bit of a joke, considering that He Zhenju and the others would have taken at least 18 days to reach them from another route. If the current situation continued, even if He Zhenju and the others arrived, they would have been left to watch helplessly as the Ares and the wise were swallowed by the black hole. This is too slow. Just a few hours. Wang Shuhua also cursed under his breath after reviewing the data. Brother Wang, get back to the hammer's bridge. Qi Yiming looked at Wang Shuhua gravely. We need to ignite the hammer's engines immediately. Wang Shuhua looked at Qi Yiming in confusion. Where does the hammer have engines? They automatically fell off during assembly, and were stored in the Ares' storage warehouse. There's no time to explain now. Go back to the Hammer's bridge first. You understand what's going on soon. Seeing Qi Yiming's urgent urging, Wang Shuhua abandoned his hesitation and left the Ares' bridge. After confirming Wang Shuhua's arrival, Qi Yiming reactivated the disassembly procedures for the Ares and Hammer. Intelligent computer. Starting the special disassembly procedure. Special disassembly procedure starting. Please select the endpoint. The intelligent computer's voice trailed off, and detailed disassembly procedures appeared on the console in front of Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming examined each step until his gaze stopped at the step involving the rigid connection between the Hammer and the Ares. He clicked on the option to carefully examine the status of the two warships at this stage of disassembly. Unfortunately, the Hammer's engine had not been reinstalled at this stage of the procedure. Qi Yiming frowned, thought for a moment, then asked the intelligent computer, "Can the special procedure advance or postpone the engine reassembly step?" "It can be advanced or postponed without affecting the safe operation of the warship." The intelligent computer replied affirmatively, and Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Reload the engine reassembly step into step 2341 of the disassembly program. Checking for interference. No interference found, adjustments effective. Resetting the program steps, please wait. Program reset complete. Execute. Qi Yiming took a deep breath and said, "Execute." The entire process took a short time. The Hammer and Ares merely restored their armor coverings to their original state. When the separation process reached the point where the Hammer was about to extract the rigid connection securing them from the Ares hull, the entire disassembly process paused. Then the Hammer's two engines ejected from Ares' war storage bay, drawn towards them by the Hammer's tractor beam. After the Hammer's engines were installed, Qi Yiming said to Wang Shuhua over the fleet channel, "Try to start your engines." After a while, Wang Shuhua replied, "The ship's AI says the Hammer is in a combined state and can't start its engines. What about enforcing it? I need higher authorization." Qi Yiming slapped his forehead, forgetting that Wang Shuhua was only the Hammer's temporary captain and lacked the authority to order the AI to enforce his orders. Qi Yiming quickly granted Wang Shuhua higher authorization. Sure enough, after Wang Shuhua received the authorization, the Hammer's two engines ignited. Science officer. Recalculate the time and the force the rigid connection between the two ships can withstand. I don't want the ship to be destroyed and no one to die. Seeing the Hammer's engine start, Qi Yiming smiled and spoke more easily. A few minutes later, the Ares' science officer, also smiling, approached Qi Yiming again and handed him a data report via the information board in his hand. With the power provided by the Hammer, we can now hold out for 21 days. And that's with the Hammer's engines operating at only 60% power. Qi Yiming nodded. So how much thrust can the rigid structure between the two ships withstand from the Hammer? The Hammer's engine power can only be increased by a maximum of 12%. If it's increased any further, the rigid connection between the two ships will experience metal fatigue, which will cause problems over time. Then let the Hammer remain in its current state. We have enough time until Heijinju and the others arrive to rescue us. Should we also maintain this state after the other warships arrive? The science officer asked Qi Yiming curiously. Qi Yiming nodded. As a tracker and bystander, Zhou Hao's brain had already shut down. No. It must have shut down the moment the Ares plunged into the black hole's gravitational field. In his opinion, what difference was there between Qi Yiming and his men rushing into a black hole's gravitational field and committing suicide? It wasn't that he underestimated Qi Yiming's warship, but with his current knowledge, he simply couldn't imagine how a warship that had entered a black hole's gravitational field could escape. In his entire life, he had never heard of a warship that had accidentally entered a black hole's gravitational field and emerged intact. Chapter 154. While Zhou Hao was pondering how Qi Yiming and his crew could escape the black hole's gravitational field, Heijinju was frantically leading the Lightning and the Redemption. She had long since learned of Qi Yiming's current predicament through deep space communications. Heijinju had complained about Qi Yiming's recklessness, but she also knew that if he wanted to rescue the wise, he had no other choice, so she ordered the fleet to advance at full speed. Thankfully, Qi Yiming had temporarily escaped the danger of being locked in the black hole's gravitational field after some maneuvering, giving them ample time to await their arrival. After 18 days of frantic flight, Heijinju arrived at Qi Yiming's location as scheduled. Without hesitation, Heijinju immediately led the two warships into the black hole's gravitational field. Zhang Qiao, also following Heijinju, hadn't had a good time these past few days. The fleet, which had been tracking him well, suddenly veered and accelerated, leaving Zhang Qiao terrified, believing he had been exposed. But upon arriving, he realized He Jinju had rushed to rescue them in a hurry. Third brother. Is there something wrong with this group? Zhang Qiao and Zhou Hao reunited and kept complaining about Qi Yiming and his group's outrageous actions. A black hole. That's a black hole. The most terrifying celestial body in the universe. They just plunged into its gravitational field without thinking? What should we do next? What else can we do? We just keep an eye on them and see if they can find a way to escape the black hole's gravitational field. Zhou Hao was even more shocked than Zhang Qiao. He had personally witnessed the Ares, pulling the wise, sailing through the black hole's gravitational field for over 10 days. Although they were constantly falling towards the center of the black hole, the warship didn't seem to be in a hurry. Are they hoping to outnumber the warships and overcome the black hole's gravitational field? Zhang Qiao glanced at the other two warships approaching the Ares. Zhou Hao remained silent, quietly watching Qi Yiming and his men's next move. After reuniting with He Jinju, Qi Yiming said nothing more and immediately ordered several warships to begin a special combination procedure. As with the hammer, Qi Yiming made some adjustments to the combination procedure. The warships all retained their respective engines during the combination process, and the combination procedure remained at the rigid connection stage. After granting advance permissions to several personnel, the Xiafeng activated all its engines in a strange combination state. Science officer, calculate the time it takes us to escape the black hole's gravitational field. Qi Yiming said to the Ares' science officer after confirming that the warships were in good condition. After a long moment, the science officer, a frightened look on his face, came up to Qi Yiming with a message board. While transmitting a data report, he said, "We might have failed." Qi Yiming, who had been brimming with confidence, was stunned. He snatched the message board from the science officer and examined it carefully. "Are you sure you're correct?" The science officer looked apprehensive, but nodded seriously. "Absolutely. Then we're in big trouble." Since the Xiafeng hadn't completed its final assembly, He Jinju and the others could only communicate with Qi Yiming via the fleet channel from their respective warships' bridges. They also noticed that Qi Yiming's expression was not looking good. What happened? He Jinju lost her composure, and, noticing Qi Yiming's uneasy expression, immediately inquired about the calculations. Qi Yiming distributed the calculation results to the captains via the fleet communication channel. The faces of the captains who had read the detailed report turned extremely grim. This was truly a case of losing both the wife and the army. Not only had the wise not been saved, but the Xiafeng had also been lost. Overload. If we don't overload now, how long will we have to wait? Wang Xin knew that the Xiafeng could use the lightning's internal energy matrix to provide excess energy to the warship's various systems, thereby causing the receiving systems to enter overload mode. Right now, the Xiafeng hasn't completed its final assembly, and it simply can't use the lightning to provide excess energy to its engines. He Jinju dismissed Wang Xin's idea with a single sentence. "There's another way." Qi Yiming's voice was deep, as if he had made a very important decision. "What?" everyone asked in unison. "Find a way to activate the Wise's engines." "Then what are we waiting for?" Wang Xin shouted excitedly upon hearing Qi Yiming's new idea. "It's too dangerous." Wang Shuhua tried to stop Qi Yiming. "Although we're within the black hole's gravitational field, the warships are sufficiently powered, so there's no immediate danger. However, to board the Wise, we need to use a transport boat. The transport boat's power isn't enough to withstand the pull of the black hole's gravitational field, and it'd be swallowed up in an instant." Qi Yiming nodded. Wang Shuhua was right. The transport boat's engines provided too little power. If it left the warship's protection, it would be pulled away from the fleet in seconds by the black hole's powerful gravitational field, making it impossible to approach the Wise. We can use a tractor beam to pull the transport and slowly approach the Wise. Qi Yiming didn't deny Wang Shuhua's statement, but he still expressed his own thoughts. "No. That way, there will be uneven stress points on the transport, and it will disintegrate." He Jinju, who had also figured out Qi Yiming's plan, also spoke out to stop him from taking another risk. "We have no choice but to take this risk. Otherwise, everyone will die here." Qi Yiming's voice suddenly became firm. "Then I go and prepare." Wang Shuhua knew Qi Yiming was determined, so he stopped trying to stop him, but he chose to be the sacrifice. "It's useless for you to go. You don't have the authority to activate the Wise's onboard intelligent computer." Qi Yiming looked at Wang Shuhua gratefully, knowing that Wang Shuhua wanted to take the risk in his place. "Then I go." He Jinju stepped forward. "Do you have any extra energy blocks on your warship?" Qi Yiming looked at He Jinju. He Jinju was momentarily speechless. The lighting had consumed enormous amounts of energy over the past few days in its haste, and the last energy block on board had long since been placed in the ship's energy reactor as fuel. Don't fight. I'm the only one left now. With that, Shi Yiming immediately stood up and went to prepare. A dozen minutes later, the transport Shi Yiming was aboard was carried out of the warehouse by the Ares' robotic arm. The remaining warships fired their tractor beams, doing their best to distribute the force evenly across the transport's outer walls. The next second, the Ares' robotic arm unlocked its locking mechanism, and the previously slack tractor beam was instantly straightened by the powerful gravitational pull. Sitting inside the transport, Shi Yiming heard the transport's hull rasping under the immense strain. Just when he thought the transport was about to disintegrate, the harsh metallic grinding sound gradually faded. The transport hadn't disintegrated. Through his airtight helmet, he could see beads of sweat dripping down Shi Yiming's cheeks. Shi Yiming took a deep breath and said, "Slowly extend the tractor beam." Everyone held their breath throughout the entire process, and the operator was even more cautious. Thankfully, the expected disintegration of the transport boat did not occur. Amidst everyone's worried gazes, Shi Yiming steadily docked the transport boat against the Wise's bulkhead. Chapter 155. Shi Yiming had little trouble entering the Wise. After all, the Wise's outer armor had been pierced in several places by meteorites. Watching Shi Yiming successfully enter the Wise, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment Shi Yiming stepped onto the Wise, the transport boat also met its end, unable to withstand the powerful gravitational pull of the black hole and torn to pieces. Time was running out, and Shi Yiming had no time to panic. Carrying the box containing the energy block, he quickly walked to the Wise's power compartment and successfully restarted the Wise's control system and intelligent computer. "Welcome aboard, Lieutenant Commander Shi Yiming. Confirming the warship crew, I need to transfer authority." A few minutes later, Shi Yiming successfully took control of the Wise. Computer intelligence checked the status of the Wise 1's two engines. Engine 1 is severely damaged and inoperable. Engine 2 has suffered 13% damage, with a 22% reduction in power. Start Engine 2, full power. Upon learning that Engine 2 was still functioning, Shi Yiming, regardless of damage, immediately ordered the ship's computer to start the engines. The power system, which had been idle for years, suddenly reawakened, and the Wise 1's hull began to tremble violently. This made Shi Yiming nervous for a while, but fortunately, the Wise 1 did not suffer any operational problems. After several tens of seconds, the nozzle of Engine 2 emitted a long tail of flame. Seeing the Wise 1's engine successfully start, everyone cheered. "Science officer, quickly calculate. Can the current power push us out of the black hole's gravitational field?" Heijinju hurriedly urged the lightning science officer to get to work. 10 minutes later, the scientific officer joyfully presented the calculated data and nodded rapidly to Heijinju. "Success. In another 170 hours, we can escape the black hole's gravitational field." "Did you hear that?" Heijinju couldn't help but shout into the fleet channel. "Shi Yiming, did you hear that? You succeeded?" Upon hearing the result, Shi Yiming slumped in the bridge of the Wise. He was completely exhausted, struggling to even smile. Thankfully, his efforts were not in vain. The Xiefeng was slowly escaping the black hole's gravitational field in a strange formation. Zhou Hao and Zhang Qiao were both stunned. They couldn't believe the Xiefeng could escape the black hole's gravitational field in this state. "Third brother, can our warship achieve this?" Zhang Qiao asked Zhou Hao, watching the Xiefeng slowly approaching the edge of the black hole's gravitational field through the monitor. Zhou Hao shook his head. "Even if all our warships were combined, there's no way they could escape the gravitational field. Our warships weren't designed with redundant power to help them escape this situation. As expected of an ancient warship. They're this powerful. I think they're barely reaching escape velocity." Zhou Hao glanced at the Xiefeng's acceleration on the monitor. The value was indeed only slightly above escape velocity. "That's impressive. But why are they flying in such a strange way? Wouldn't it be better to combine together? Perhaps if they flew individually, their own kinetic energy wouldn't be enough to offset the pull of the black hole, let alone save the ship. You can fly out in this strange position now? The facts are right before our eyes. What's there to doubt? Then what should we do? They told us to capture this warship. This situation is most advantageous for us. When they're about to escape the gravitational field, we intercept them. Even if we can't capture the Xiefeng, we must sink it." Over 100 hours later, the Xiefeng finally reached the edge of the black hole's gravitational field. As the warship gradually moved away from the center of the black hole, its acceleration increased. Just as they were about to escape the black hole's gravitational field, Wang Shuhua's voice rang out over the fleet channel. Look at the radar. There's a warship in our path. Where are these warships coming from in this awful place? He Zhenju muttered, looking at the Lightning's radar officer. The Lightning's radar officer, meanwhile, stared in bewilderment at the 20 or so red dots that had suddenly appeared on the radar screen. There really are warships. He Zhenju stared at the radar screen in disbelief. Qi Yiming also stood at the Wise's radar console, observing the 20 or so red dots. Are we being followed? This was Qi Yiming's first thought. Who else would have nothing better to do than to follow them through deep space without resorting to bridge jumping? He Zhenju and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't paid close attention to what was behind them while tracking the Wise, and indeed, they hadn't noticed a tail dangling from their wake. What are we afraid of? With the Xiefeng's combat power, how could we be afraid of these small fry? Having followed Qi Yiming for so long, Wang Xin's vision had become much more discerning. What cruiser, once considered a supremely powerful vessel in his eyes, had now become a mere fry? But Qi Yiming shook his head and said, the Xiefeng is in no condition to fight in its current state. He Zhenju also nodded. I heard the warships of the Strategic Strike Fleet are in a semi-assembled state, and their weapons systems are not functioning properly. That's true. To fight, either all the warships must be in a disassembled state, or a single fully assembled warship. Otherwise, we can't fight at all, Qi Yiming explained. But as a single ship, we can't escape the black hole's gravitational field. Wang Xin finally understood the Xiefeng's current predicament, and said with great concern. They calculated their timing, deliberately blocking us at this moment. Wang Shuhua clenched his fists, wishing he could punch this group of people into the center of the black hole. There's no point getting angry. It's all our fault for being so careless along the way. Qi Yiming consoled Wang Shuhua. Let's contact them first. Maybe we're overthinking it. They could be part of the expedition fleet, passing by and seeing us and coming to help. But just as Qi Yiming was about to establish contact, Zhou Hao ordered the fleet to deploy and launch a surprise attack. Hundreds of laser beams blasted toward the Xiefeng like a net. Qi Yiming cursed softly as he gave the command to the ship's onboard computer. Ares, initiate the emergency assembly sequence and incorporate the Wise. Although Qi Yiming was aboard the Wise, he was still able to issue the assembly command to the Ares through the fleet command system. Emergency assembly sequence initiated, skipping steps 221, 3112, and 4231. The Wise has been incorporated into the assembly. Already in semi-assembly mode, the Xiefeng completed its initial assembly in just over 10 seconds. The main body began to decelerate and fly in the same plane as the Wise. Although the two warships were trapped within the black hole's gravitational field, they continued to slowly and painstakingly approach each other. The Wise was eventually positioned atop the bow of the Ares. Even so, the Snow Peak came under intense attack during the reunion process. The hull was pierced by laser bursts in multiple locations, and hundreds of crew members were thrown from the ship. Furthermore, after the reunion, the Snow Peak, having lost the engine thrust of the Lightning, Redemption, Hammer, and the Wise, was once again pulled toward the center of the black hole by its gravitational field. Chapter 156. Watching the Xiefeng being pulled back again by the black hole's gravitational field, Zhou Hao smirked. He contacted the Xiefeng's captain via directional communication. I am Zhou Hao, a first-class agent from the Commercial Alliance Intelligence Department. Captain of the Xiefeng. You now have only two options: surrender to us or be swallowed by the black hole. Faced with a sudden attack, Qi Yiming, though furious, remained calm. He was well aware of the Xiefeng's current state. As Zhou Hao had said, the fully assembled Xiefeng was incapable of escaping the black hole's gravitational field. Fight them. Wang Shuhua said angrily, even if I die, I'd take a few of you with me. Qi Yiming, of course, would not sit idly by. He responded to Zhou Hao's request with the Xiefeng's main gun. However, to stabilize the Xiefeng from being rapidly pulled toward the center of the black hole's gravitational field, the Xiefeng not only channeled all of its energy into its engines, but also channeled most of the energy provided by the Lightning, causing the engines to overload. Therefore, the attack power of the Xiefeng's dozen main guns was not very high, causing only minor trouble to Zhou Hao's fleet, which was quickly dealt with by Zhou Hao. Captain Wang Shuhua pounded his fists on the control console on the Xiefeng's bridge. I can't defeat them. I can't escape either. It's so frustrating. Don't worry, we deal with these bastards sooner or later, Qi Yiming said to Wang Shuhua in a relaxed tone. Do you have a way to get the Xiefeng out of the black hole's gravitational field? He Zhenju was very sensitive. From the beginning, he felt that Qi Yiming was too calm. Faced with such a life-or-death situation, Even the most fearless person would show some psychological fluctuations. Qi Yiming raised an eyebrow and glanced at He Zhenju. You women are so sensitive. Have you heard of a gravitational slingshot? As soon as Qi Yiming finished speaking, He Zhenju's face immediately broke into a smile. If the Xiefeng were still deep in the black hole's gravitational field, she would have objected if Qi Yiming had mentioned the gravitational slingshot. But the Xiefeng had already reached the edge of the black hole's gravitational field. If it hadn't been for the interception by the fleet before them, they would have long since escaped the black hole's gravitational field and embarked on their journey back to Gaia. But the situation now was completely different. Since they couldn't escape from this side of the black hole's gravitational field, the Xiefeng could completely use the black hole's gravitational field as their own propulsion, using the gravitational slingshot effect to fly out from the other side of the black hole's gravitational field. Wang Shuhua also fell silent when he heard the words gravitational slingshot. As an experienced captain, he was of course aware of the gravitational slingshot effect. However, the suddenness of the incident, coupled with being intercepted by a group just as they were about to escape, had left him a little overwhelmed, and he hadn't considered this method. But using the gravitational slingshot effect, the Xiefeng will have to fly right past the edge of the black hole's gravitational field. Wang Shuhua, having calmed down, expressed his concerns. Given the Xiefeng's hull strength, can it withstand the tugs of the black hole's gravitational field? We can only trust the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming remained unsure. Everyone, put on your spacesuits and prepare for the pressure. So, under the strange looks of Zhou Hao and the others, the Xiefeng turned its bow, its tail engine blasting out long flames as it began to accelerate towards the black hole. These people are crazy, Zhang Qiao exclaimed. What do we do now? Zhou Hao was also bewildered. Why would they go to such extremes without even discussing it? We watch from here. Although we can't capture this warship, we must watch it being swallowed by the wormhole. Zhou Hao reluctantly ordered the fleet to remain on alert. They watched with their own eyes as the Xiefeng's speed increased, like a warrior on the battlefield, charging relentlessly towards an enemy they knew was invincible. The atmosphere inside the Xiefeng was equally tense and oppressive. The Xiefeng was rapidly accelerating along the course calculated by the scientific officer, all 4 engines in overdrive mode. The course indicated that the Xiefeng would pass the edge of the black hole's gravitational lock in 30 hours. The course indicated that if the Xiefeng wasn't torn to pieces by the black hole's gravity, they would be ejected from the other side of the black hole's gravitational field in a day. As the Xiefeng's speed increased, and it drew ever closer to Adong, the piercing sound of metal being pulled and twisted echoed from all sides of the ship. Each time this sound reached the Xiefeng's crew, they broke out in a cold sweat. Gradually, the piercing metallic humming grew more and more intense, until finally, the piercing sound of metal scraping could be heard every minute and every second on the Xiefeng. 30 hours later, the Xiefeng's crew, already tormented by this noise, finally faced the moment of fate's judgment. At this moment, everyone was pinned to their seats by the acceleration caused by the powerful black hole's gravity, their faces contorted with pain. As the Xiefeng passed the point closest to the black hole in its path, Qi Yiming lost track of time. He watched the countdown, set long ago, slowly tick down to 0, the negative sign that had been placed before it also slowly disappearing. When the positive sign reappeared on the display, the timer also turned from red to green. The entire process took only a moment, but Qi Yiming felt as if it had lasted a full decade. The next second, Qi Yiming's ship returned to normal, and the crew's faces remained visibly distressed. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief that the Xiefeng had safely passed its most perilous moment. Zhou Hao, witnessing the entire process from the black hole's gravitational field, was at a loss for words. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Gravity slingshot. Why didn't I think of a gravity slingshot? Is it too late to go around and block them now? Zhang Qiao finally regained his composure after a brief moment of distraction. There's no time left. If we don't run now, the Xiefeng will circle around and wipe us out. But our mission? Who cares about the mission now? We'd be lucky to get back alive. Zhou Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Attention, all ships. Turn. We're rushing back to the Alliance territory at full speed. 3 fully fledged military fleets are waiting to support us at the border. Despite this, Zhou Hao held no hope that they would escape successfully. Based on his recent observations of the Xiefeng, its jump speed was definitely much faster than when they were tracking it. If the Xiefeng wanted to pursue them, it could easily block them on the return leg. He could only do his best, and leave the rest to fate. Whether he could safely retreat back to the commercial Tongming territory depended entirely on fate. Chapter 157. After successfully passing the danger point, the Xiefeng's speed increased, and the atmosphere aboard the ship became increasingly relaxed. The usually serious Wang Shuhua was in the mood to tease Qi Yiming. Your facial expression just now was quite interesting. Qi Yiming also laughed. Your expression wasn't much better. I should have recorded it with the audio and video recorder. I have your audio and video recordings here. Unexpectedly, He Jinju waved a miniature audio and video recorder in her hand and smiled triumphantly at the two of them. Even in such a tense moment, you didn't forget to take pictures? Qi Yiming took a few steps forward and tried to snatch the audio and video recorder from He Jinju's hand. That's not a photo shoot, He Jinju said with a smile while dodging Qi Yiming's clutches. We just passed the closest point to the black hole. How could we not record such a memorable moment? We have to thank those agents for forcing us to take this dangerous route. Wang Xin sat exhausted, patting his chest repeatedly, trying to calm his frightened heart. The mention of the Commercial Federation agents instantly quieted the group who had been playing around to relax. It seems the Commercial Federation has already located the Xiefeng. I suspect they have deployed heavy troops at the border, waiting for us to arrive. Qi Yiming crossed his arms again. Are you sitting here exhausted, just to help us almost sit back exhausted? He Jinju said through gritted teeth. What else can we do? Those guys might have already fled. Wang Xin finally calmed down and joined the discussion. How could we possibly let them escape like this? In a dozen hours or so, we'd be completely out of the black hole's gravitational field. Then we give them our all, and we stop them before they retreat back into the commercial alliance. Qi Yiming sat there exhausted. Qi Yiming had his own reasons for wanting to destroy Zhou Hao. Revenge was one factor. Most importantly, Zhou Hao and his men knew the Xiefeng best. If they were allowed to return alive, the Xiefeng's combat capabilities would be completely exposed. This would be detrimental to the Xiefeng. With Qi Yiming's current strength, the Xiefeng would be his greatest trump card. He needed to conceal the Xiefeng's combat power and turn the tide at the most crucial moment. Although the Xiefeng had demonstrated some of its capabilities during the battle between the Cloud Ring Federation and the Zerg, that was only a fraction, not enough to affect Qi Yiming's plan of playing the pig and eating the tiger. At most, it would only draw a little attention from the enemy on the battlefield. But if Zhou Hao and his men were allowed to return exhausted, the Xiefeng would undoubtedly become the enemy's most targeted location. The Xiefeng would then become a magnet on the battlefield, attracting everyone's fiercest attacks. Qi Yiming didn't want to face this situation in future battles. After a dozen hours, the Xiefeng successfully escaped the black hole's gravitational field. Qi Yiming immediately instructed the navigator to set a course and pursue Zhou Hao and his men. The Xiefeng's initial search for the Wise caused us to miss some information, which is why Zhou Hao and his fleet were so far behind. Now that the Wise One had been found, freed from the restraints, they could pursue at full speed. Zhou Hao and his men were desperately trying to reach their destination, but the warship's maximum speed was limited, and their anxiety was pointless. Although they had departed a while earlier than Qi Yiming and his men, Zhou Hao knew the Xiefeng would eventually catch up. As Zhou Hao had predicted, the Xiefeng was already detected on radar 10 days after their flight. Moreover, the Xiefeng was approaching their fleet at an extremely high speed, and a rough calculation suggested it would take at most 3 days for it to completely overtake them. Fortunately, both sides were currently in warp mode, and the Xiefeng could not launch an attack. But Zhou Hao was troubled by the fact that in exactly 3 days, the fleet would have to exit warp mode for a rest period, otherwise they would never reach their destination and be lost in the vast sea of stars. Should we surrender? Zhang Qiao was now completely flustered. Bullshit. As Alliance agents, we won't surrender, even if we die. Zhou Hao declared righteously, if you mention this again, don't blame me for shooting you right now. As a top-tier agent with over 50 years of service to the Federation, Zhou Hao still held a deep bond with the Federation. It was impossible to label him a traitor, to bring shame upon his glorious past. I'm just saying, why are you so excited? Zhang Qiao muttered softly. The Federation raised us. We have family and friends there. I'd rather die than betray my country, Zhou Hao emphasized again. I get it. They're making us feel like we weren't even born and raised in the Federation. Zhang Qiao feigned a casual air. We're all going to die sooner or later anyway. Why don't I stay and hold them off while you take the information about the Snow Peak back? Is the encryption equipment ready? Zhou Hao ignored Zhang Qiao's suggestion. It's ready, but there's too much data, and I can't transfer it all back in time. Transmit as much as you can. Don't let us help you and bring us to justice. Zhou Hao patted Zhang Qiao on the shoulder. With this information, The Alliance government will at least treat our families better. I know. I do it as soon as we exit the warp. Zhang Qiao's frivolous expression faded, and he nodded solemnly. As top Alliance agents, this was the last thing they could do for their country. 3 days later, the fleet exited warp mode. Of course, Zhou Hao wouldn't give up the chance to escape easily. He immediately ordered the fleet to adjust their course, hoping to escape before the Xiefeng caught up. Unfortunately, the Xiefeng also exited warp mode just a few seconds after they did, reappearing in the same star field as them. Qi Yiming had no intention of communicating with the enemy. As soon as the Xiefeng emerged from warp mode, all its main guns began charging, and the explorer locked onto them in a matter of seconds. Zhou Hao knew he had no chance of escape this time, and immediately ordered all warships to form a formation, ready for a desperate fight with the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming merely smiled faintly at the enemy fleet's actions. Activate the WISE and jam all banned battlefield communications. As a top-tier agent, Qi Yiming could easily guess that Zhou Hao's warship was equipped with a deep space communication system, an encrypted model specifically designed for agents. To prevent the enemy from transmitting the intelligence they had obtained, he ordered the Xiefeng to attack and also activated the WISE's full-band jamming equipment. This instantly rendered the enemy fleet blind and deaf, and completely thwarted Zhou Hao's plan to transmit intelligence. Chapter 158. Third Brother. Our transmission signal is being jammed. I already know. Our fire control radar is also experiencing severe interference. Try increasing the signal strength. We already tried that, to no avail. Thankfully, after signal amplification, the battleship's fire control radar was able to lock onto the enemy ship. Even if it means death, we must let them know that our commercial alliance intelligence center's field agents are no pushovers. Other captains, who had also noticed the dire situation, shouted into the fleet channel. Zhou Hao glanced at the projections of the people on the fleet command channel. That's right. Why are we field officers working so hard? Isn't it to nip any enemy that might threaten our families and our country in the bud? Everyone fell silent after hearing Zhou Hao's words. Zhou Hao paused briefly before continuing. I don't want to preach, but I must tell you that this warship before us is formidable. Zhou Hao pointed at the Xiefeng on the battlefield monitor. It floated silently there like a ghostly warship emerging from the shadows. I believe you all seen the power of this warship recently. I must tell you that it's being targeted by many. If it falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives, there might be no peace in this universe. So, for the sake of your families, please do your best, even if it means death on the path of attack. After this, Zhou Heng ordered the ships to form a cone-shaped formation, with his own at the head, and began to accelerate towards the Xiefeng. The Xiefeng's recent attack had shown them that their warships lacked range. Furthermore, with the Xiefeng utilizing the WISE's full-band jamming, they couldn't even lock onto the Xiefeng. The only option now was to get as close to the Xiefeng as possible and engage it in a bayonet duel with their main guns. Qi Yiming had no idea what Zhou Hao had said to his men. His only goal was to destroy the fleet currently tracking the Xiefeng. The enemy ships are rapidly approaching our ship. The adjutant immediately reported the enemy's movements to Qi Yiming. Ignore them, weapons commander, increase the main gun charge. We must destroy them as quickly as possible. Fleet group attack, port side alert. Although Zhou Hao's fleet was experiencing signal jamming, they managed to launch their first attack. The Xiefeng's port side was instantly blasted with a barrage of lasers, but fortunately, the Xiefeng activated its ionosphere generator in time. The outer armor, protected by an additional energy layer, didn't suffer much damage, and the damaged area was quickly repaired thanks to the self-sacrificing nano-repair robots of the Guardian. It was then that Zhou Hao truly realized the Xiefeng's formidable power. Although he had witnessed the entire rescue of the WISE, he had overestimated the Xiefeng's combat capabilities to the greatest extent possible. But the moment of the battle, his mood plummeted again. Captain. The captains who witnessed this scene panicked, their eyes fixed on Zhou Hao's projection on the fleet channel with horror. Everyone. It is my honor to fight alongside you, Zhou Hao. Please allow me to depart first. With that, Zhou Hao recklessly commanded his ship to accelerate towards the Xiefeng. As a former soldier of the Alliance, though drafted into the intelligence agency, his sense of military honor was deeply ingrained in him. Following closely behind was Zhang Qiao's ship. As Zhou Hao's partner, he also possessed a strong sense of honor. As Zhou Hao had said, for the sake of his country and loved ones, faced with a life-or-death decision, he chose without hesitation to launch a desperate charge against the enemy. Zhou Hao glanced at the warships gradually catching up, a smug smile playing on his face. Qi Yiming also saw the resolve of the fleet commander, and deeply admired the fighting spirit these men unleashed against an enemy many times their own strength. But as their enemies, the greatest respect they could show them was to defeat them with all their might on the battlefield. After the Xiafeng's main guns had fully charged, Qi Yiming waved his hand and ordered all the main guns to fire in unison. Hundreds of laser beams, bearing Qi Yiming's respect for Zhou Hao and his men, accurately struck their respective targets. In just one round of attacks, several enemy ships were sunk or damaged. Zhou Hao remained unmoved, still commanding the navigator to keep a close eye on the Xiafeng. Although their main guns posed little threat to the Xiafeng's outer armor, they continued to pour fire upon it. The enemy ship intends to ram our ship. The Xiafeng's navigator, after detailed calculations, calculated Zhou Hao's ship's course. The glaring red path on the battlefield map eventually intersected with the Xiafeng's. While I admire you greatly, thinking you perish alongside the Xiafeng in this manner is sheer wishful thinking. Qi Yiming scoffed at Zhou Hao's final, dying struggle. Super heavy main guns charging. We treat them as soldiers they deserve. When Zhou Hao saw the red glow emanating from the muzzles of the Xiafeng's two larger main guns, he knew it was all over. While ramming the Xiafeng with his own ship was just a wishful thinking, he desperately wanted it to happen. Super heavy main guns charging. Fire. Two thick, purple-red beams of light pierced through the vastness of space, instantly piercing Zhou Hao's ship. Zhou Hao only had time to exclaim, "Beautiful," before being vaporized by the blazing heat. As the Xiafeng's super heavy main gun swung, purple beams swept across the battlefield. Zhang Qiao was also vaporized amidst a burst of maniacal laughter. His ship was also cut in half by the blazing purple beam, then ripped apart by its own violent energy. More than a dozen Alliance warships launched no lifeboats. The silent battlefield was littered with the remains of soldiers caught in the outer layers of warships, and the lives of those who had died. Qi Yiming slowly raised his right hand and saluted them. Qi Yiming's emotions were mixed. He thought of his former comrades, many of whom had died heroically in return for their country and families. But on the battlefield against a foreign invasion, these very people had perished at his own hands. But this did not dampen Qi Yiming's resolve to reunite humanity. Instead, it intensified his resolve, for he knew that only by uniting humanity could such fratricide be minimized. "Captain, do we need to dispatch rescue boats?" Hao Qinqi asked softly, approaching Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming shook his head. "There are no survivors." "Then I send someone to clean up the battlefield." Qi Yiming acquiesced to Hao Qinqi's plan. They transported all the human remains they could find back to the Xiafeng. Qi Yiming buried them with the proper ceremony reserved for soldiers of the former Human Federation. Looking at the coffins flying towards the stars, Qi Yiming couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 159. Although they easily defeated Zhou Hao's fleet, Qi Yiming couldn't quite contain his joy. Qi Yiming knew exactly what he wanted to do, but the performance of Zhou Hao and his men on the battlefield had left a profound shock. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in defeating the enemy, but if even a remote nation formed by a coalition of commercial groups had such a group of soldiers with such unwavering faith, then those in more powerful nations would surely be no weaker. After all, these individuals were humanity's precious resources. Qi Yiming would be heartbroken to waste these brave and determined warriors in a war to unify humanity. They should have died fighting the Zerg, not amidst the internal strife of humanity, Qi Yiming muttered softly. Then Qi Yiming shook his head, dismissing the thought. What am I thinking? Even if I want to use peaceful means to consolidate human power, I need the corresponding strength. Without strong power to back me up, even the most beautiful ideas are meaningless. Ultimately, the human world will be ruled by strength. Having figured this out, Qi Yiming no longer dwelled on the current situation. He should now focus on how to circumvent the commercial alliance's blockade of their borders. Qi Yiming didn't believe the commercial alliance's leaders had merely dispatched a small fleet to intercept him. Are we going to fight our way back? Looking at the navigation path on the star map, the long route practically traversed the entire commercial alliance territory. If they just fought their way back, not only would Qi Yiming and his men be able to withstand it, but the war supplies aboard the Xiafeng wouldn't be enough to sustain such a long combat march. Looks like another meeting is in order. Qi Yiming frowned. I used to hate meetings, but I never expected to have to attend them every day now. Despite his complaints, Qi Yiming finally gathered everyone on the bridge of the Xiafeng. Everyone stood before the star map on the Xiafeng's bridge, their faces filled with worry. To be honest, Qi Yiming and his team were facing a dead end. The route spanned nearly the entire commercial alliance, and even with the aid of a bridge jump, it would take nearly 2 weeks to fly. Contacting the remaining personnel in the awakened system was impossible. While the Xiafeng was powerful, that was only for small-scale operations. Trying to face a massive interstellar fleet alone would be tantamount to suicide. Perhaps we could choose to cooperate with the Commercial Alliance? Heijinju said weakly, clearly aware that her suggestion was somewhat inappropriate. Unexpectedly, Wang Shuhua immediately objected upon hearing this. Haven't you seen through the hypocrisy of these so-called human leaders? They're living a life of debauchery, knowing full well the Zerg's presence. I wasn't just saying this casually. Seeing Wang Shuhua about to retort, Qi Yiming quickly stepped forward to stop him. Cooperation is impossible. They have no regard for humanity's survival, and have thrown so much mud at us awakened. I'd rather lead everyone back than cooperate with them. Qi Yiming looked around and continued. I called everyone here so that we can brainstorm some good ways to circumvent the blockade by the Commercial Alliance's regular fleet and return to the awakened system as quickly as possible. Everyone fell silent, each frowning in thought. After a long moment, Wang Xin timidly raised his right hand. Qi Yiming smiled and said, We're not in class. No need to raise your hand to speak. Just speak up if you have any ideas. Why don't we fly away from the ecliptic plane of the Taiku Galaxy? With the Xiefeng's navigation capabilities, we wouldn't get lost if we left the ecliptic plane, right? Qi Yiming shook his head. I considered that idea, but the Xiefeng consumes too many energy blocks when escaping the black hole's gravitational field. Without supplies, we can't bypass the Commercial Alliance's fleet stationed at the border if we leave the ecliptic plane. As Wang Xin spoke, everyone else chimed in with their own ideas, but unfortunately, they were all rejected. Finally, Qi Yiming could only say helplessly, It seems we have to fight them head-on. Let's fight. We're not guaranteed to lose. Heijinju was also furious. 10 people would be angry after so many ideas were rejected. Then let's analyze the battlefield situation. Qi Yiming swiped his finger across the star map, and 2 maps of the Commercial Alliance's borders appeared before everyone. These are the only 2 border areas we can reach right now. Qi Yiming pointed at the star map. The first section shows the border we must pass through after departing from the Taiku Galaxy to reach our current location. That's where we originally left. Then he pointed to another star map. This one is a little further away, but it's also within reach of our current location. I think the Commercial Alliance will focus their efforts on intercepting us along the Taiku Galaxy line. Wang Shuhua pointed at the border near the Taiku Galaxy. Qi Yiming nodded. I agree with Wang Shuhua, but no one can say for sure. After all, the Commercial Alliance has more than one fully fledged interstellar fleet. No matter where we choose to break through, we face a tough battle. Qi Yiming took a deep breath and glanced at his companions. Be careful, I'm talking about a tough battle, and there might actually be casualties. Except for the Zerg swarm, all the other battles were minor, but this time we're facing a fully fledged interstellar fleet. Mr. Qi, just tell me the plan. Every battle you experienced has been a life or death struggle in my opinion. Wang Xin still habitually addressed Qi Yiming as Mr. Qi. He had been with Qi Yiming the longest, and aside from the recent battles, which had been brutal, he considered the others to be inevitable defeats. Yet, in the end, Qi Yiming, relying on the Xiefeng's immense power, created a miracle unmatched by this era. Although Wang Shuhua had only been with Qi Yiming for a short time, he possessed a mysterious trust in the Xiefeng. Headmaster, just issue the battle plan. I'm sure the Xiefeng will not let us down. Only Heijinju remained hesitant. As an awakened being who had just joined Qi Yiming's team, she didn't know enough about this new world and didn't have a clear understanding of the current capabilities of human warships. When considering battle plans, she kept comparing the current human fleet's capabilities with those of the former Human Federation fleet, intentionally or unintentionally. In her opinion, even if the Xiefeng belonged to the Human Federation's most elite strategic strike fleet, it was impossible for a single warship to defeat an entire interstellar fleet. Qi Yiming patted Heijinju on the shoulder. Have faith in our Federation's technology. Although this battle will be dangerous, we're not without a chance of victory. Having Qi Yiming's words, Heijinju could only smile wryly and nod. Since everyone thinks we should fight, then I will give the combat order. Qi Yiming changed his bitter expression and stood in front of the star map again with full confidence. Chapter 160. Now that the battle had been decided, Qi Yiming needed to plan carefully. After all, this battle was unlike any other. They would likely face a fully assembled interstellar fleet. At the very least, there would be a fleet of 5 battleships, 10 battlecruisers, 25 cruisers, 50 destroyers, and over 100 frigates. The Xiefeng's firepower alone was insufficient to counter such a large force, so the Xiefeng would have to operate in a disassembled state. Qi Yiming would still command the Ares, which was integrated with the hammer. It would serve as the fleet's heavy firepower and primary combat force. Wang Xin, due to his poor past record, was temporarily transferred to Captain the Hammer. The Redemption was the core of the temporary fleet, and its captain must provide crucial support to every ship that needed it at the most critical moment. Therefore, its captain must possess a strong sense of the overall situation, and so Wang Shuhua was appointed the Redemption's temporary captain. He Jinzhu remained in command of the Lightning. Due to its integration with the probe, it possessed ultra-long-range and ultra-high-speed firing capabilities, becoming the fleet's precision shooter, primarily targeting high-threat enemy warships or flagships. The Wise, however, was assigned separately to provide intelligence support and electromagnetic suppression of enemy fleets. Under Qi Yiming's guidance, Hao Qingqi briefly familiarized himself with the Wise's main functions before assuming the captaincy. After assigning combat missions to each warship, Qi Yiming began to explain the battle plan. We are at a significant disadvantage in terms of numbers, so it's unrealistic to crush the enemy head-on. We must leverage our advantage in pursuit and gradually eliminate the enemy's main forces. In reality, the core of Qi Yiming's strategy was the newly acquired Wise 1. Qi Yiming believed that when they appeared before the enemy fleet, the enemy would absolutely press forward. At that point, Qi Yiming would command the fleet to break contact with the enemy. If the enemy fleet commander, eager to achieve victory, would undoubtedly command his fleet to pursue them. The Wise 1 would then activate electromagnetic suppression, significantly reducing the enemy's radar's detection range or even creating a temporary blind spot. At this point, Qi Yiming would lead the fleet in the first engagement with the enemy, exploiting the temporary confusion caused by the enemy's radar failure to destroy several warships, and thus irritate the enemy commander. The battle plan was meticulously detailed. Qi Yiming utilized the capabilities of each warship to the utmost, and made full use of psychological warfare, attempting to irritate the enemy commander and thus disrupt his deployment. Wang Shuhua and the others nodded enthusiastically. If Qi Yiming's tactics were executed successfully, their chances of escape would be extremely high. After clarifying their respective combat missions, Qi Yiming ordered each ship to check its war supplies, then led the fleet into the warp channel and headed for the Commercial Alliance border. The fleet exited the warp channel 0.5 light minutes from the Commercial Alliance border, with the Wise advancing as a reconnaissance ship. The remaining 3 warships formed a triangle formation, with the Ares in the lead and the Lightning and Redemption trailing slightly behind. Although the Exploration possessed the most advanced fire control radar in the fleet, its battlefield reconnaissance radar was still superior to the Wise's. The Wise's battlefield scanning radar provided a clear view of the enemy fleet situation. The composition of the enemy fleet was similar to what Qi Yiming and his team had guessed, but the only good news was that the enemy fleet consisted of 4 battleships, not 5. As Qi Yiming's fleet approached, the enemy fleet also discovered its sudden appearance near them. Captain, an unidentified fleet of 4 ships has been spotted at 11 o'clock. The radar operator on the flagship of the Commercial Alliance's second fleet quickly reported the situation. Wang Ruilin, commander of the second fleet, sat up straight after hearing the briefing. Fleet on alert, reconnaissance ships dispatched. As the youngest fleet commander in the Alliance, this was Wang Ruilin's first combat mission since taking office. Intelligence regarding the Xiefeng had been disseminated to Fleet Command long before the fleet departed. He had a good understanding of the Xiefeng's combat capabilities, so he didn't rely on his superior numbers to order the fleet to attack en masse. Instead, he dispatched a Class B reconnaissance fleet led by cruisers to conduct reconnaissance. Seeing the enemy commander's unexpected caution, Qi Yiming immediately changed his battle plan. His fleet, originally planning to retreat, slowed down, maintaining a safe distance from the enemy's advancing scouting fleet. He aimed to eliminate the scouting fleet under the commanding officer's nose. With such a cautious commander, his plan to exploit the enemy's eagerness to achieve merit had essentially failed. Destroying the advancing scouting fleet in front of the enemy commander would effectively undermine enemy morale, a hidden advantage. This type of small-scale fleet battle was all too familiar to Qi Yiming. In just 5 minutes, Qi Yiming's Ares, despite the enemy's firepower, forcibly defeated the cruiser-led B-class reconnaissance fleet. Qi Yiming hadn't prematurely revealed the Wise's battlefield electromagnetic suppression capabilities. He wouldn't use this trump card until he had mobilized the enemy's entire fleet. Maintaining a smooth chain of command within the enemy fleet would facilitate the exchange of intelligence among the warships, prompting Wang Ruilin to issue the order for pursuit. However, Wang Ruilin's caution exceeded Qi Yiming's expectations. After witnessing Qi Yiming's makeshift fleet easily defeat a cruiser-led B-class reconnaissance fleet, Wang Ruilin didn't rush to command his fleet to advance. Instead, he dispatched another A-class fleet led by battleships to continue pressuring Qi Yiming. Clearly, Wang Ruilin was still testing Qi Yiming's fleet's combat power, and wouldn't command a pursuit until he had fully grasped Qi Yiming's weaknesses. Sure enough, anyone who reaches the rank of fleet commander is a simple person. Qi Yiming sighed, his battle plan disrupted once again. So what should we do next? Wang Shuhua, experiencing this level of combat for the first time, remained remarkably calm, early on displaying the qualities of a great fleet commander. Dealing with an A-class fleet led by battleships may be a bit challenging, but doesn't this refueling tactic create new opportunities for us? Qi Yiming was a bit frustrated by Wang Ruilin's caution. Although this combat method put considerable pressure on Qi Yiming, Wang Ruilin's cautious approach also provided him with opportunities to defeat them one by one. Hammer, prepare your super heavy space jump torpedoes. Ares, charge your super heavy main guns. Qi Yiming's orders were clear. Lightning and Redemption, each select a valuable target to attack, while providing air defense cover for Ares. As soon as the order was given, thousands of missiles from the advancing enemy fleet, trailing white flames, descended upon them. Chapter 161. Faced with thousands of missiles, Qi Yiming remained calm. The Xiafeng, in combined mode, could easily handle this level of firepower, not to mention the Lightning and Redemption providing anti-aircraft cover. Thus, the current firepower of the A-class fleet Wang Ruilin had dispatched posed little threat to the Ares. She continued to calmly recharge her 2 super heavy main guns. Without the Lightning's abundant energy supply, the recharge rate of the 2 super heavy main guns decreased significantly. To avoid prematurely exposing his power, Qi Yiming even reduced the recharge intensity of the super heavy main guns. Soon, 2 purple beams blasted out from the muzzles, directly impacting the enemy battleship. Although the battleship sustained considerable damage, it remained combat-ready, which was entirely within Qi Yiming's expectations. But Wang Ruilin had a different perspective. Wang Ruilin had seen the video of the Xiafeng's battle with the Zerg, and the immense power of the thick purple beam had left a deep impression on him. His caution stemmed from the Ares' 2 super heavy main guns. He needed to verify the destructive power of these super weapons against the battleships. However, it now appeared that their battleship's defenses were quite good. Despite suffering heavy damage, they were still able to hold their ground. As soon as the battleships brought Qi Yiming's fleet within range of their main guns, hundreds of their main guns opened fire simultaneously. A dense barrage of exploding laser beams, arranged in neat formations, flew towards Qi Yiming's fleet. The dense barrage of fire effectively increased the main gun's hit rate, and the Wise had already taken cover behind the Ares. Her fragile hull couldn't withstand the firepower of the battleship's main guns, but the Ares and the other 2 warships were in no better shape. The Redemption, in particular, had its starboard outer armor instantly depleted, and even its internal structure suffered significant damage, with a single round of attacks costing the Redemption 7% of its armor. Redemption, retreat immediately. Qi Yiming broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the Redemption's dire condition. Fortunately, the Lightning's outer armor had lost 45% of its armor integrity, but its internal structure hadn't suffered significant damage, only 3%. It looked like it could hold out for another round. Of course, all of this was clearly visible before Wang Ruilin's eyes. He saw how a single round of attacks had already crippled the small fleet before him. Wang Ruilin finally abandoned her cautious approach and ordered the entire fleet to advance. At the same time, Qi Yiming also noticed the enemy fleet's movements, but he didn't rush to retreat. Instead, he remained where he was until the super heavy main guns fired their second round. This time, the already severely damaged enemy battleship wasn't so lucky. Purple beams directly struck the battleship's bridge armor shield. Simultaneously, the Hammer unleashed 2 heavyweight torpedoes equipped with miniature jump engines. The 2 torpedoes struck the battleship's port side midship and aft, respectively, hurling a large amount of debris into space amidst the shattered outer armor. Deprived of its command structure, the battleship became the first battleship to be crippled in the entire battle. Of course, the Lightning wasn't idle either. He Jinja fully utilized the Lightning's main gun's rapid and accurate firepower. In less than 5 minutes since the engagement began, she had sunk or damaged dozens of enemy cruisers, even severely damaging a battlecruiser. This effectively reduced the enemy's firepower density per unit time. To convince Wang Ruilin they were capable of pinning Qi Yiming down in this star field, Qi Yiming deliberately disrupted several warships' formation and retreated. As expected, Wang Ruilin had been tricked, but he didn't order the fleet to disperse and pursue. Instead, he commanded his fleet to enter the warp channel in an orderly manner, leaving behind a battleship-class A-class fleet to guard the exit before pursuing, to prevent Qi Yiming from diverting his attention. The enemy commander is truly a formidable one. Even when I'm in such a mess, he still hasn't forgotten to regroup before pursuing. Qi Yiming cursed softly. A few minutes later, Qi Yiming ordered the fleet to exit warp mode again. Wiseman, conduct full band signal suppression. Qi Yiming could only order the Wiseman to initiate electromagnetic suppression on the enemy fleet in advance. We will fly away from the ecliptic. Qi Yiming then led the fleet away from the ecliptic. Captain, we're under intense electromagnetic suppression. Radar detection range has dropped dramatically. We lost track of the enemy ships, the radar officer on Wang Ruiling's flagship said in a panic. Why panic? Increase radar detection intensity. The fleet will exit the jump channel and maintain alert. Wang Ruiling simply frowned, seemingly unconcerned about the unexpected situation. However, under the Wise's continuous high-intensity electromagnetic suppression, the fleet's radar detection range did not improve despite the increased signal strength. Torpedo attack. Ship number 3, take evasive action. Minutes after Wang Ruiling ordered the fleet to exit the jump channel, 2 torpedoes equipped with miniature jump engines suddenly emerged from below the fleet. Unfortunately, Wang Ruiling's warning didn't have much effect. Battleship number 3 was struck by 2 heavy torpedoes in the blink of an eye and caught fire. Before Wang Ruiling could issue further instructions, 2 unusually thick purple beams pierced Battleship number 3's hull from its base. Clearly, the Ares 2 super heavy main guns hadn't reduced their charge intensity this time. But a battleship is still a battleship after all. While the sudden attack looked disastrous, it could still continue to fight without being hit in vital areas. Just as Wang Ruiling was feeling relieved, hundreds of bursting lasers landed a precise hit on Battleship number 3. This time, Battleship number 3 was completely rendered inoperable. The tail flames on the tail of the engine flickered a few times before completely extinguishing. It seemed that there was a problem with the power reactor. Radar Commander, have you detected the enemy ship's position? Wang Ruiling asked calmly. They left the ecliptic and moved directly below the fleet. The signal strength is too weak, so only their approximate position can be detected. Attention all ships. Aim main guns at 331, -112, 254 and fire with all force. Unable to detect the enemy ship's position, the fleet was forced to fire blindly at the direction detected by radar. But even this caused considerable trouble for Qi Yiming. The firepower density of an entire fleet was no joke. The airspace Qi Yiming and his men were evading was practically filled with dense bursts of laser beams. Thankfully, Qi Yiming was alert and immediately relocated his fleet after completing a round of sneak attacks, thus safely avoiding this blind fire from the enemy fleet. Qi Yiming commanded his fleet to continuously exploit the enemy radar's inability to accurately detect their position, launching ghost-like attacks on Wang Ruiling's fleet. The battle raged for half a day. Not only had Wang Ruiling failed to capture Qi Yiming, but his own side had already lost 2 battleships and 5 battlecruisers, with the remaining warships sunk in repeated surprise attacks. Wang Ruiling, who had previously remained impassive despite the imminent collapse, began to panic. In desperation, he ordered the fleet to disperse and expand the search area. Chapter 162. The enemy fleet's dispersal was excellent news for Qi Yiming, giving him more opportunities to defeat them one by one. Wang Ruiling was naturally concerned about this. Although he had ordered the fleet to disperse and search, the distances between the squadrons were short. If one squadron was attacked, the others could reach the battlefield in minutes. However, Qi Yiming's initial show of weakness had led him to underestimate the strength of the small fleet before him. Not long after the fleet dispersed, one of its warships came under sudden attack. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the battle was over. While not utter annihilation was inevitable, 2 battlecruisers had been lost. This left Wang Ruiling feeling deeply frustrated. Since assuming fleet command, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent. Qi Yiming's life wasn't easy either. Although the Ares had clear control of the battlefield, every attack carried the risk of being surrounded by the enemy fleet. Therefore, he could only do his utmost to destroy the enemy during each surprise attack. As for how many warships he could sink, it all depended on luck. However, after repeated surprise attacks, Qi Yiming and his men had achieved considerable success. Of the 10 battlecruisers in the enemy fleet, 8 were lost in Qi Yiming's surprise attacks, leaving only 11 cruisers remaining out of the 25. While the destroyers and frigates suffered minor losses, they posed little threat to Qi Yiming and his men, and were no longer a primary target for Qi Yiming's surprise attacks. Wang Ruiling, observing the damage reports from the various squadrons, immediately realized that he couldn't continue fighting like this. If he continued to be led around by Qi Yiming, his fleet would sooner or later become a disgrace to the commercial alliance. A fully staffed interstellar fleet was completely helpless against a small fleet of only 4 warships. It was shameful enough to say the least. So, after weighing the pros and cons, Wang Ruilin immediately gathered his fleet and retreated to the border, where he dutifully served as a gatekeeper. When he returned to the border to count the fleet's losses, Wang Ruilin's face paled. Of the 5 battleships, only 1.5 remained. Of the battlecruisers that had survived the surprise attack, only 7 could continue to fight, and the rest were barely holding on. This made Wang Ruilin doubt whether he could actually stop this small fleet. In fact, Qi Yiming's losses were also significant. During the battle, the Lightning, while the Redemption was restoring the outer armor of Qi Yiming's Ares, repeatedly used its hull to shield it from enemy attacks. By this time, several of the ship's main guns had been destroyed, completely rendering it ineffective. The Ares wasn't much better off. During its final surprise attack, an enemy ship struck the torpedo launch port of the Hammer. Now, the Hammer was breathing only through one nostril, its combat effectiveness plummeting. When Qi Yiming discovered Wang Ruilin gathering his fleet and retreating to the border, he realized there was no chance of weakening the enemy and changed his battle plan again. The warships regrouped, and the Xiefeng returned to the battlefield. Now we have no choice but to engage head-on. Even if the enemy commander is slow to react, he should have figured out our plan by now, Qi Yiming said slowly, looking at the exhausted men. We've done enough, having destroyed so many enemy ships. Wang Shuhua licked his dry lips. He Zhenju and Wang Sun stared at Qi Yiming in silence, their eyes revealing an indomitable spirit. Then each of us returned to our respective posts. Whether or not we escape today, we must at least leave a lasting impression on the enemy. The Xiefeng quickly accelerated into the warp channel, and 10 minutes later, her figure reappeared before Wang Ruilin. This was Wang Ruilin's first glimpse of the Xiefeng's true form. Her slender hull was studded with main guns comparable to those of his own battleships, and the 2 super heavy main guns with surprisingly large muzzles put Wang Ruilin under immense pressure. It's a shame I didn't bring my drones this time. Otherwise, I could have crushed you scum in a heartbeat. Qi Yiming, observing the neatly arrayed enemy troops, couldn't help but regret his decision. Before departure, Yi Lu had suggested he use a transport ship with some drones as a precaution, but Qi Yiming, disliking the transport's slow movement, declined. However, the Xiefeng lacked drone pods, and the ship's warehouses were overflowing with supplies. Qi Yiming hadn't even brought a single drone. Now that he remembered the drone swarm, it was too late to regret. While Qi Yiming was lost in thought, the 2 warships finally came within range of each other's main guns. Qi Yiming regained consciousness and ordered the Xiefeng to activate fortress mode, preparing for a desperate battle. Whether we can escape depends on this decisive blow. The Xiefeng's engine flame suddenly dimmed, and to Wang Ruilin, it looked as if the ship had lost power. Wang Ruilin, already fuming with Qi Yiming's harassment tactics, could no longer contain the rage within him and ordered all warships, both capable and incapable, to attack. Today we're going to ram you and sink you. By this point, he had long forgotten the orders from headquarters. What's the point of capturing or not? He's sunk so many of my ships, and so many of my brothers have died. Survival depends on his mood. As soon as the order for the general attack was given, all the ship's engines maxed out and rushed out in a swarm. The Xiefeng, having entered fortress mode, no longer worried about the incoming burst lasers, relying on its solid outer armor to withstand all attacks. Even so, the integrity of the Xiefeng's outer armor decreased by 53% after the enemy's first round of attacks. Since this was a desperate battle, Qi Yiming no longer focused on the Xiefeng's damage. He simply instructed that while ensuring all main guns were properly charged, he divert as much energy as possible to the Guardian's nanorobot production line. The rest was left to luck. The Xiefeng launched a round of missiles, and also unleashed a heavy torpedo. But this time, the missile attack seemed to have eyes, weaving back and forth through the enemy's anti-aircraft fire network. Of over 300 missiles, only a few dozen were intercepted by the anti-aircraft fire. Wang Ruilin watched as the missile rain fell into his own fleet, instantly unleashing a bloody hailstorm. How was it? How was the Wise's precision guidance? Qi Yiming's lips curled slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. The Wise was called the Wise not because of her ability to conduct electromagnetic suppression on the battlefield. That was only one of her functions. Another function was to guide all guided munitions on the battlefield into attack. Besides a high-powered electromagnetic suppression device, the rest of her interior was filled with high-performance intelligent computer chips, forming a chip array, all serving a single intelligent computer. On a complex battlefield, she could determine enemy fire vacuums in mere hundredths of a second, smoothly guiding weapons, like missiles, through the enemy's fire network, and thus bringing considerable surprise to the enemy. Chapter 163. Wang Ruilin had seen many guided missiles, but this was the first time he had seen one that could automatically evade such intense fire and accurately hit its target. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Wang Ruilin, who had been calmly directing the battle, finally lost his composure and began spouting foul language. Captain. Wang Ruilin's adjutant was also a little bewildered, unsure how to answer his question. The dense rain of missiles miraculously pierced through the dense air defense network and struck a battlecruiser. With the intense explosions, large swathes of outer armor were torn off the ship's hull, and several large holes were ripped through. Wang Ruilin and his men could only watch as the stricken battlecruiser lost power and slowly separated from the fleet. How much more has this battleship yet to reveal? A mere specialized cruiser, and our full interstellar fleet is completely helpless against it. Captain, what do we do now? The adjutant stood aside, his expression grim. Wang Ruilin pressed the intercom button on the fleet command channel. Attention, all ships. This is Wang Ruilin. Wang Ruilin's voice was deep and resolute. I order a full-scale assault. I am invincible in this battle today. I will hold out with you all to the bitter end, until this ship is sunk. Wang Ruilin's flagship then broke free from the protection of the fleet and reached the front lines of the battle. Enemy flagship, move forward. The Xiefeng's radar officer shouted. This is a desperate fight. Shi Yiming frowned slightly. This ship maintains fortress mode. All gun crews fire at the enemy flagship. All of the Xiefeng's main and secondary guns simultaneously unleash their fire on Wang Ruilin's flagship. Although the Xiefeng's battery, controlled by the fire control radar of the probe, achieved a high hit rate, Shi Yiming was far from pleased with the results. The burst laser attack was the least effective. Even with the increased charge strength in fortress mode, it still failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. Only the heavy torpedoes penetrated the outer armor and penetrated the hull, causing considerable damage. However, the damage inflicted by the torpedoes was not enough to force the enemy ship out of the battle. Flagship-class battleships, after all, are different from ordinary battleships. They possess thicker armor and more powerful firepower. As the Xiefeng attacked, Wang Ruilin directed his own ship to fire a salvo. Add to that the other enemy ship's ferocious attacks, and the pressure on the Xiefeng's defenses increased dramatically. The Guardian's nano-repair robots had finally managed to raise the Snow Peak's armor integrity to 82%, but this time, under the frenzied enemy attack, it dropped to 20%. The structural integrity, due to multiple penetrations in the outer armor, dropped to 91%. Shi Yiming's mouth twitched. The outer armor damage wasn't a big deal. Given enough time, it could be repaired. However, the structural damage would require a return to the engineer's repair dock. Thankfully, after all of the Snow Peak's main guns completed their attack, her two super heavy main guns were ready to fire. Without Shi Yiming's command, the weapons officer immediately pressed the fire button. Two purple beams, their charge intensity increased by 50%, burst from the muzzles, instantly striking the enemy flagship. As the muzzles moved, they carved two massive gashes from bow to stern. A large amount of debris and combat personnel were flung into space through the cracks. Seal all hatches, all personnel, bow positions. Wang Ruilin immediately ordered the airlocks to be lowered the moment his ship came under attack, minimizing the damage. All personnel, suit up, wear airtight helmets. With that, Wang Ruilin retrieved his own spacesuit from the compartment next to the captain's chair and, with the help of his lieutenant, quickly donned it. After everyone was dressed, Wang Ruilin continued, this ship will recover all internal gases to prevent secondary damage. At this point, everyone knew Wang Ruilin was determined to leave them in a desperate fight. Shi Yiming was unequivocal, issuing the same order. At the same time, to reduce the pressure on the Xiefeng's defenses, all main gun fire was transferred to the Wise, while the two super heavy main guns and heavy torpedoes were focused on the enemy flagship. It wasn't that Shi Yiming didn't trust the capabilities of the Xiefeng's crew, but rather that the Wise could integrate battlefield information to select the highest priority targets and assign them to each battery, allowing for a more efficient distribution of firepower. The Xiefeng's gunners only needed to charge and fire, effectively increasing the firing rate of each emplacement. Although the Xiefeng's outer armor strength had been enhanced in fortress mode, the structural layer became a key focus. However, under intense enemy fire, even after the Xiefeng's outer armor was repeatedly destroyed, its structural layer remained at 44%. It wasn't until the Wise took over target selection from the gunners that the Xiefeng's firepower projection was significantly improved, quickly demonstrating its superiority. With every salvo from the Xiefeng, one or two ships in the enemy fleet were sunk or disabled. The number of ships under Wang Ruilin's command available for combat plummeted. But Wang Ruilin ignored all this, his gaze fixed intently on the Xiefeng, desperately urging the weapons officer to recharge faster. He was racing against time with the Xiefeng. But when he saw the Xiefeng's outer armor repairing at an excruciatingly slow rate, Wang Ruilin felt a tinge of despair. He knew what this meant. The Xiefeng's self-repair speed had outpaced the fleet's ability to inflict damage. The hope of sinking the Xiefeng with long-range artillery fire was fading. Wang Ruilin gritted his teeth and muttered, "Prepare for a boarding engagement." And so, Wang Ruilin's ship quickly separated from the fleet and flew towards the Xiefeng. They're going to engage in a boarding engagement. Wang Shuhua immediately noticed something unusual on the battlefield. Qi Yiming nodded in return and said to Chen Cheng, who was standing in the corner of the bridge, "Have the internal security forces prepare." Then he ordered the ship's intelligent computer. "This ship is preparing for boarding." Then, the previously well-lit interior of the warship glowed red, and the intelligent computer's voice rang out over the ship's radio. "This ship has entered boarding combat sequence. All personnel, maintain your posts. All compartment airlocks will be lowered. Everyone, activate your magnetic boots and maintain your position. Artificial gravity field deactivated. Ship's guidance lights deactivated. Members of the Internal Security Force, please patrol the warship. In accordance with Section 312 of the Federal Battlefield Code. Anyone who leaves their post during boarding combat will be executed on the spot." In outer space, the artillery fire from both sides continued. However, as Wang Ruilin's flagship approached the Xiefeng, the Commercial Alliance warships became cautious and reduced their attack intensity. This, in turn, gave the Xiefeng an ideal opportunity to recover. In just a dozen seconds, the integrity of the Xiefeng's outer armor was restored to 22%. At the same time, Wang Ruilin's ship blocked out the light from the distant stars with its massive hull, completely enveloping the Xiefeng in its shadow. Chapter 164. Boarding combat was actually the combat method Qi Yiming had most desired. He knew that the Xiefeng's advantage against a large number of interstellar warships would be greatly weakened by the enemy's sheer number of ships, but in a boarding battle, Qi Yiming was fully confident of surprising the enemy. The two warships quickly docked and opened a communication channel between them. Wang Ruilin, who had originally been confident and expected to crush Qi Yiming with his numerical superiority, turned pale as the two ships engaged in boarding combat. The first difference was the weaponry used by the combatants on both sides. When Wang Ruilin's Marines saw that the Xiefeng's internal security forces were each armed with an electromagnetic assault rifle, their previously boosted morale vanished. The group stood at the entrance of the channel, bewildered, unable to retreat or advance. It wasn't that they lacked firearms, but when they looked at their own small-caliber electromagnetic pistols, and then at the heavily armed internal security forces, it was remarkable that they didn't immediately collapse. But when they notified their follow-up personnel to charge into the Xiefeng, armed with electromagnetic assault rifles, used only in planetary landings, a scene even more devastating unfolded. A squad of Marines encountered a 5-man team on their attack route, thinking they had found an easy target. As they screamed and rushed forward, they unexpectedly saw the 5-man team drop a sphere half a meter in diameter and disappear at the end of the corridor. Then, they saw a section of the Xiefeng's outer armor, blasted into a hornet's nest by munitions launched from within the warship. Through the bullet holes, they could see the Marines, who had just been looking for an easy target, lying on the ground. Before them stood a half-meter-tall combat robot with a small, 1 square meter wide energy armor plate on its front. Its electromagnetic rotary machine gun, with white smoke billowing from the muzzle, slowly stopped rotating. From the start of the boarding battle, Qi Yiming hadn't considered resorting to direct combat. The Xiefeng's warehouses were overflowing with these inboard combat robots. The Marines who rushed aboard the Xiefeng were quickly eliminated by the internal security forces in less than 10 minutes. The surprise Qi Yiming gave Wang Ruiling was no longer a surprise, it was a shock. Although the military's boarding combat protocols were much more stringent than those of the pirates, and they had already begun using firearms, compared to the Xiefeng's reckless use of combat robots, it was a sheer dagger for Wang Ruiling. But now, disengagement was impossible, and Qi Yiming wouldn't allow Wang Ruiling to disengage easily. "Since you want to engage in a boarding battle, don't blame me for bullying you." With a command, led by the inboard combat robots, the internal security forces rushed through the temporary passage between the two ships and into Wang Ruiling's ship. The internal security forces that had rushed into the enemy ship quickly divided into small groups, each accompanied by 3 inboard combat robots. Under the intense firepower of the combat robots, the enemy ship's compartments gradually fell. The internal security forces quickly seized the bridge. Wang Ruiling was a truly respectable figure. Knowing the situation was hopeless, he ordered the fleet to launch an all-out attack on his flagship without further ado, then committed suicide. Qi Yiming, realizing he had no way of exploiting Wang Ruilin, quickly withdrew his personnel, and continued the fierce battle with the remaining enemy ships. Wang Ruilin's captains were incredibly determined and executed their orders thoroughly. Not long after Qi Yiming withdrew all his personnel, Wang Ruilin's flagship was sunk by concentrated fire from his comrades. How decisive! Qi Yiming spat. While the ensuing battle would still be difficult for the Xiefeng, with the Xiefeng no longer at risk of being sunk, Qi Yiming no longer had to worry. Under full firepower, the Xiefeng continued fighting for over 2 hours before completely annihilating the Commercial Alliance's second fleet. Inspecting the Xiefeng's damage, the integrity of its internal structure had dropped to 23%, while its outer armor was slowly recovering. Gazing at the starry sky filled with debris, Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even with less luck, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the interstellar fleet facing him. We can't stay here any longer. They probably called for backup. Qi Yiming only briefly glanced at the battlefield, which had just quieted down, and immediately ordered the Xiefeng to accelerate into the warp channel, successfully entering Commercial Alliance territory. In fact, entering Commercial Alliance territory was much safer for the Xiefeng. After all, he had many escape routes to choose from. The Commercial Alliance didn't have the fleets to blockade the Xiefeng's route. Besides, the bridge-jumping fleets guarding each system wouldn't be able to offer any resistance to the Xiefeng. The only concern was that the Commercial Alliance would continue its blockade at the border with the Ancestral Star region. However, once they reached the border, they could use deep space communicators to contact the personnel on Gaia for support. With his experience single-handedly taking on entire fleets, Qi Yiming was no longer worried about being captured by the Commercial Alliance fleet even with backup. As the Xiefeng frantically fled within the Commercial Alliance, Genoa also received reports from the military. Genoa stared at the battle briefing in silence for a long time. No matter how formidable the Snow Peak was, she had never imagined it could completely annihilate the Alliance's frontline battle fleet. Furthermore, this matter couldn't be made public. After all, the news of a single warship annihilating a fully staffed Alliance fleet was too shocking. If it were made public, she would definitely resign and possibly even be imprisoned. Fearing the consequences, Genoa halted the pursuit of the Snow Peak. Mr. President, are we just going to let that warship go? The secretary was clearly reluctant. What else can we do if we don't let it go? We can't let a fully staffed main fleet be completely wiped out again. We can't even let the fleet suffer any damage, or I'd be dragged out and shot. Genoa slammed the battle briefing onto the desk in front of her. In this case, the blame can be shifted entirely onto the frontline commanders. The secretary whispered to Genoa. Unexpectedly, Genoa's eyes widened as he stared at his secretary. You want to plunge this country into civil war? The secretary quickly shut up in fear. You know how protective those old guard in the military are. Genoa's tone softened. Draft a document. Say that the Second Fleet encountered a galactic disaster during its exploration, resulting in the complete loss of all its personnel. The secretary immediately took out her electronic message board and began recording. Posthumously award all crew members of the Second Fleet the Alliance's first-class exploration badge, double their pensions. The government will provide appropriate accommodations for families in need. Genoa then stared at his secretary again, word for word. Keep a close eye on the pensions this time. Anyone who dares to take a stab at them will have their hands chopped off. After all, these soldiers are fighting for the Alliance. Even if there are a million reasons, we cannot let them down. Okay, get on with your work. After completing her recording, the secretary quietly left the presidential office. Genoa sat alone at her desk, tapping the surface lightly with her right fingers, muttering to herself, Snow Peak. Snow Peak. Unbeknownst to her, a conspiracy against the Business Alliance was brewing and on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 165. In the meeting hall of the Kabul merchant family in the Calero star system, a group of elegantly dressed business aristocrats were whispering to each other, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. At this moment, a vigorous middle-aged man's voice interrupted the discussion. I believe you have all heard the news of the Second Fleet's destruction. As the head of the Kabul family, Vincent Kabul has been involved in both politics and business for nearly 100 years, and has long since extended his influence into the military. The news of the Second Fleet's destruction was immediately communicated to him by senior military officials. Everyone here is a core member of the family, so I won't beat around the bush. Vincent Kabul pointed to the information board beside them, and continued, This shows the power we can control. This is a perfect opportunity for our family to rise to power. Uncle, what do you mean? Femi Kabul was the most promising member of the younger generation of the family. He glanced at the information on the information board, looking at his uncle with a somewhat uncertain expression. Our ancestors have lived beneath this starry sky since before the trade alliance was established. When the alliance was founded, our family was fully capable of conquering its own territory. Seeing Uncle Vincent about to recount his family's ancient history, Fermi interrupted him. Uncle, that's all in the past. Shouldn't we focus on the future? Don't worry, little Fermi. I just want to tell you that our family contributed greatly to the alliance, but in the end, we only received a 0.5% tax rate within the alliance. Our family members are even barred from politics. Do you think this is fair? Hearing this, Fermi was filled with indignation. As an ambitious young man, his greatest wish was to enter politics and ascend to the pinnacle of power. However, the prohibition on Kabul family members from politics, a shackle placed on them since the founding of the alliance, effectively deprived this ambitious young man of any chance of power. Of course, it's unfair. But after saying this, Fermi sank back into his seat like a deflated ball. But Kabul family members can't enter politics. This is a condition the alliance government has in exchange for low taxes. Bullshit, low taxes. If it weren't for the unwavering support of our ancestors, they wouldn't even be able to fight a decent war. Vincent Kabul suddenly slammed the coffee table beside him. And what's the result? When the business alliance was established, the first to be abandoned were our Kabul family. They feared we seized power from them. But uncle, what's the point of saying this now? Fermi muttered softly. The core members of the Kabul family attending the meeting once again began to whisper among themselves, most of them cursing the treachery of the business alliance's top brass. Everyone shut up. Vincent stood up and walked to the center of the conference room. One of the alliance's main fleets has been destroyed, and the second fleet, originally stationed in the Calero system, has been annihilated. This presents a golden opportunity for us. The room buzzed with discussion again. Vincent raised his voice and said, I have only one request of you now. Use all your resources to cause chaos in the alliance. The more chaotic, the better. But uncle, how will this benefit us? Fermi looked at the slightly excited Vincent Cabrel in the room, puzzled. The others all looked at Vincent with the same expression. Vincent Cabral paused, looked around, and then declared loudly, We will build our own empire. Empire? Fermi's eyes suddenly filled with a lust for power. Yes, only the noble royal family can truly embody the greatness of our Kabul family. Vincent calmed his excitement. Everyone here is a core member of the family. Your fate is inextricably bound to the fate of the family. Needless to say, I cannot reveal the detailed plan yet. For now, all you need to do is follow my instructions. I will explain everything to you after the uprising begins. The members of the Kabul family didn't really have much choice. As Vincent had said, the family's rise and fall depended on each of them. Soon, everyone left the meeting room, mobilizing all their resources to try to destabilize the alliance's stable political situation. Meanwhile, Qi Yiming and his companions were wandering through the territory of the commercial alliance, bewildered. The battle that took place on the border a few days ago seemed to have nothing to do with them. The guards guarding the jump bridge didn't even bother to question the Xiefeng. What's going on? There was a fierce battle just a moment ago, so why is there no movement now? After reactivating the jump bridge to the next system, the Xiefeng looked puzzledly at Wang Shuhua and He Jinju standing beside him. Are you crazy? Isn't it a good thing that they stopped chasing you? He Jinju rolled her eyes at Qi Yiming. You're only happy when you're chased like a rabbit? Perhaps the Xiefeng's powerful combat power has frightened those bigwigs in the commercial alliance military, and now they're feeling a little hesitant? Wang Shuhua rubbed his chin, as if muttering to himself. Anyway, we be back to the Awakener system in another fortnight. I hope the journey continues smoothly. Although Qi Yiming was a little confused by the commercial alliance's actions, he was still happy to be able to return so easily. But just as they were about to reach the border between the commercial alliance and the ancestral star region, something strange happened within the commercial alliance. The waterway, once crowded with commercial transports, was suddenly flooded with a large number of armed merchant ships. Qi Yiming even saw dozens of interstellar fleets led by battlecruisers. At first, Qi Yiming was a little nervous, wondering if they were heading for the Xiefeng. But gradually, he realized something was amiss. All the warships were heading in the same direction. Curious, Qi Yiming stopped an armed merchant ship on the way to inquire about the situation. The captain of the merchant ship simply spoke to Qi Yiming briefly, and continued on his way. Rebellion? Alliance leaders embezzling pensions? Families of the fallen being sent to remote star regions to mine? What's the connection? Why has chaos erupted all of a sudden? Wang Shuhua was momentarily bewildered. But Qi Yiming saw something. Perhaps something went wrong with the fleet we destroyed, and someone with ulterior motives has led to the current situation. Qi Yiming licked his dry lips. He was racking his brains over how to expand his influence, but he hadn't imagined that his desperate efforts to destroy a fleet would actually cause chaos within the commercial alliance. As an ambitious man, how could he miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Our chance has come. Return to the Awakener system and prepare for battle. Shi Yiming urged the navigator to speed up. What do you mean? As a woman, He Jinju's sense of smell in this area was still a little dull. Wang Shuhua, however, said, "This is truly a rare opportunity." "What kind of opportunity are you two talking about?" Shi Yiming and Wang Shuhua exchanged a glance, each catching a glimpse of excitement. Chapter 166. The commercial alliance was in disarray, hurtling towards civil war from the outset. In May of star calendar 3321, a large-scale protest march first erupted in the commercial alliance's Calero system. The protesters demanded that the alliance government disclose the truth behind the Second Fleet's destruction and severely punish local officials who embezzled soldiers' pensions. Genoa, upon hearing the news, flew into a rage, pointing his finger at his secretary and cursing for over an hour before finally calming down. "Didn't I warn you to keep an eye on these pensions? Why did this happen?" Genoa took a deep breath. "Mr. President, I indeed been keeping an eye on this fund, but I didn't expect the people under me to be so audacious." "Keep an eye on it? Why would something like this happen? I reviewed all the accounts they sent me, and there's absolutely nothing wrong. Then why did it spark public outrage? The compensation paid to the families is only a third of the original amount. That? I'm still investigating. Let's put the investigation aside for now. First, arrest the responsible individuals." "Yes, I'd do it right away." But before the secretary had even left, he hurried back to the office, announcing anxiously, "The 3rd, 7th, and 9th fleets have rebelled. They occupied the Calero, Okashu, and Morita systems, respectively. The 9th fleet is attacking the Oder system." Genoa slumped down in his office chair, muttering, "It's over. The alliance is over." At the same time, Shi Yiming had successfully led everyone back to the Awakener system. He first sent everyone back to Gaia's surface to rest, while he commanded the Xiefeng to the system, where the engineer was located. The Xiefeng had sustained significant damage, particularly to its internal structure. Structural damage necessitated repairs at the dock, but that was unavoidable. Even with the most advanced nanobots, many internal wiring and equipment were beyond repair. Repairing the Xiefeng took over half a month. It wasn't because the engineer was inefficient, but rather because repairs required many rare minerals, which the engineer didn't have, forcing the mining team to temporarily search and mine them. Luckily, the asteroid belt near the engineer was rich in minerals, and relatively easy to mine. Otherwise, the Xiefeng wouldn't have been repaired in a short time. When Shi Yiming returned to Gaia, he was stunned by the news from the commercial alliance. On May 19, 3321, the demonstrations began. Around 3 a.m. on the 20th, 4 fleets of the commercial alliance revolted, capturing the administrative planets of their respective garrisons and forming a temporary alliance. At 5 a.m. on the 20th, the alliance government held an emergency press conference, announcing the alliance's entry into wartime control. It also declared all rebellious fleets traitors, and called on the people of the occupied territories to form a resistance army to resist. Meanwhile, the alliance's 1st and 4th fleets had already set out. The spokesperson did not disclose their specific directions, as they were military secrets. At 8 a.m. on the 25th, the 1st and 4th fleets launched a surprise attack on the Calero system, but their advance was unfortunately thwarted. Vincent Cabral, commanding a makeshift commercial escort fleet, pinned a large number of civilian vessels in the path of the 2 fleets. The commander was hesitant, and the entire raid devolved into a standoff. On the 26th, the 9th fleet appeared on the outskirts of the Calero system. To avoid being attacked from both sides, the 1st and 4th fleets withdrew from the Calero system. By the time Shi Yiming received the news, the alliance had already split into 3 factions. Led by the Kabul family, after the 9th fleet joined, the group quickly occupied 4 star systems surrounding the Calero system and established the Kabul Revolutionary Front. The 4th and 7th fleets, however, due to a breakdown in negotiations with the Kabul family, occupied the Okashu and Senga systems, along with 7 surrounding star systems, establishing the Asen Federation and claiming sovereignty over all alliance territory. On June 10th, the commercial alliance, led by the 1st and 4th fleets, along with numerous local garrison fleets, engaged in a fierce fleet battle with both factions. The battle lasted for 6 days. On June 6th, after retaking 3 star systems, the commercial alliance's main fleet finally ceased its attack due to exhaustion. On June 7th, the Kabul Revolutionary Front and the ASEAN Federation announced a temporary alliance to jointly resist the Merchant Alliance's attack and called on citizens within the Merchant Alliance to rise up and join the resistance against the alliance. On June 8, to control the increasingly uncontrolled internal situation, Merchant Alliance officials declared a curfew on all administrative planets. Citizens leaving their homes after 7 p.m. would be shot on the spot for espionage. Xi Jinping shook his head, looking at the intelligence summary in his hand. The Merchant Alliance is doomed. We didn't suppress the rebellion with drastic measures in the early stages. Now they have a firm foothold. This battle is going to be a long one. This is good news for us. Several Merchant Alliance systems near the Ancestral System are currently in a wait-and-see mode, showing no intention of taking sides. Their fleets aren't very powerful, so I think we can try to capture these systems first to see how they react, Wang Shuhua said, stroking his chin. Xi Jinping didn't make an immediate decision. Instead, he looked at Fang Min. How many warships can we deploy now? During their absence, Fang Min had been in charge of fleet construction. Not a large number. We have approximately 113 destroyers and around 70 cruisers. The main reason is that the mineral collection rate is too slow to keep up with the engineers' production speed. Fang Min flipped through the information in his hand, his voice slightly excited. Xi Jinping nodded. Judging from the intelligence he had obtained, the overall strength of the commercial alliance was not strong. Compared to the Cloud Ring Federation, it was truly just a small country. With Xi Jinping's current strength, seizing a dozen star systems from the commercial alliance would be a piece of cake. But Xi Jinping still shook his head. The time is not right yet. We are an external force. Any rash intervention would resent the citizens of the commercial alliance. We need a suitable excuse. An excuse? Fang Min looked at Xi Jinping with some confusion, then smiled, understanding Xi Jinping's concerns. Xi Jinping noticed Fang Min laughing and asked, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" "You might be overthinking it." Fang Min organized his words and continued, "The commercial alliance is called an alliance because it's a coalition government formed by various factions through some kind of agreement. Therefore, the only true citizens of the alliance are those high-ranking officials and a few large families. Just like the Xuanwu Star region?" Xi Jinping suddenly remembered the Xuanwu Federation, which had been united under his military coercion. Yes. As for the humans on the various administrative planets, to put it bluntly, they only recognize the local authorities or a particular family, and have no sense of belonging to the commercial alliance. Hearing this, Xi Jinping understood why Fang Min said he was overthinking it. Xi Jinping could easily understand why this situation occurred. On an administrative planet, only a few elites can freely soar into space, while the rest are confined to the ground for their entire lives. How can these people learn about the outside world? It's impossible for them to feel a sense of belonging to the commercial alliance. In that case, let's prepare for war. Let's start by taking over the 2-star systems near the Ancestral Star region. Chapter 167. Under Xi Jinping's instructions, everyone quickly got into gear. Wang Shuhua took over the fleet reorganization, and Xi Jinping assigned Wang Sun to oversee the fleet's logistics. During this trip, Xi Jinping discovered that Wang Sun was indeed unsuitable for a frontline commander. As for the others, Xi Jinping asked them to captain a ship of their choice. Their positions would be assigned only after Wang Shuhua had completed the fleet reorganization according to his assigned organization. In fact, the fleet organization Xi Jinping had given Wang Shuhua was very simple. With the number of ships he currently possessed, if one were to follow the former Federation's interstellar fleet organization, it would be impossible to form a fully staffed interstellar fleet. The former Human Federation employed a super-large fleet organization, meaning a fully staffed interstellar fleet consisted of 5 Titan-class supercapital ships, 10 Chimera-class aircraft carriers, 50 Warrior-class battleships, 100 Blade-class battlecruisers, 500 Grizzly-class cruisers, 800 Scythe-class destroyers, and 1,300 Petrel-class frigates. These were only the combat ships. Each operation would also include 50 to 60 specialized destroyers dedicated to battlefield electromagnetic suppression and intelligence gathering. Adding in a number of logistics transport vessels and battlefield repair ships, a fully staffed interstellar fleet would have nearly 4,000 warships. The few warships Xi Jinping possessed were not even a fraction of these. Wang Shuhua looked at the fleet organization chart in his hand, feeling a mixture of emotions. With only a few warships, you're giving me such a large organization. What should I do? Later, Wang Shuhua simply divided all the warships into 2 groups, the combat group and the logistics group. Xi Jinping looked at it without saying much, simply nodding and giving Wang Shuhua a thumbs up. In fact, given the current situation, fleet organization isn't crucial. The warships Xi Jinping possessed were all built by the engineer over the past few months, and all adhered to the technical standards of the pre-human Federation. So while the number of warships isn't overwhelming, their quality is definitely superior to any established fleet. If the Wise One's optimization of each warship's firepower output on the battlefield is also factored in, Chi Yiming could easily order a full-scale assault at the outset of battle, without any further command. Let's do this for now. The population on Gaia is currently too small to support a fleet of this size. Once our influence expands, and we have a sufficient population, the fleet organization you have in mind will definitely be realized. Chi Yiming patted Wang Shuhua on the shoulder. Wang Shuhua also understood that with the engineer, Chi Yiming could easily expand his fleet quickly, but having warships without crews was useless. 2 days later, the fleet was fully reorganized. With a wave of his hand, Chi Yiming launched his fleet, heading for the border system bordering the Commercial Alliance and the Ancestral Star region. At first, Chi Yiming expected fierce resistance. After all, to the citizens of the Commercial Alliance, Chi Yiming and his men were considered foreign invaders. However, as Fong Min had explained, the fleet encountered only minor resistance during its attack on the border system's free airport. Just as the fleet occupied the airport and prepared to seize the administrative planet below, a surrender letter arrived from the ground. The various factions that learned of this news showed little reaction, with the exception of the Commercial Alliance, which sent Chi Yiming a stern warning. However, Chi Yiming merely glanced at the warning letter and tossed it aside. The fleet didn't remain at the border for long. After establishing a small forward base in a newly captured system, it split up and immediately spread out to the surrounding systems. In just a week, they captured 4 systems. Although only one of them contained a habitable planet, the other 3 were resource-rich systems. They all contained vast deposits of rare minerals, and capturing these 3 systems was crucial to Chi Yiming's future development. Finally, all the fleets converged on the Landu system, a crucial waterway connecting the Commercial Alliance to the border. From the star map, it was clear that if Chi Yiming captured this system, he could sever the Commercial Alliance's ties with the currently occupied areas. This would allow Chi Yiming to calmly complete the consolidation of the occupied areas, while also significantly reducing the pressure on defense. However, the senior officials of the Commercial Alliance were no fools. They understood the importance of the Landu system, and had therefore deployed a large number of warships there since the rebellion began. Chi Yiming might have to work hard to capture this system. However, according to information brought back by the Zhangcha fleet dispatched earlier, while a large fleet was stationed in the Landu system, its combat effectiveness was relatively low. Most of the warships were temporarily requisitioned merchant frigates, with only a small portion belonging to the local garrison fleet. After receiving detailed intelligence on the fleet stationed in the Landu system, Chi Yiming immediately ordered the fleet to launch an attack, swiftly eliminating all enemies in the Landu system to prevent further complications. A battle of this scale was the perfect training ground for Chi Yiming's fleet. So Chi Yiming didn't send the Xiefeng to the front lines, but instead kept it at the rear, providing support and stabilizing the fleet when necessary. However, as fleet commander, Wang Shuhua demonstrated remarkable steadiness. Despite being outnumbered, he maximized the superior performance of his own warships. Through extensive maneuvers, he stretched the Landu system's garrison's formation, engaging in several decisive battles while the garrison was struggling, successfully eliminating several of its A-class battlecruisers. Ultimately, the Landu system's defenders were forced to regroup, retreating to a last-ditch effort over a habitable planet in the Landu system. After repeated attempts to break through the enemy's defenses, Wang Shuhua requested assistance from Chi Yiming, who had remained behind. In fact, Chi Yiming didn't want to assume command too soon. This tough challenge presented a valuable training opportunity for Wang Shuhua's fleet. However, intelligence gathered from various sources indicated that the Commercial Alliance had reassembled 2 fully staffed fleets, which were traveling day and night, hoping to reach the Landu system before Chi Yiming could capture it. As the only gateway to the border system and the Commercial Alliance's heartland, Chi Yiming couldn't afford to act rashly at this moment. Having already achieved the initial training objective, stabilizing the current situation became the priority. So, Chi Yiming once again assumed command of the fleet. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, the Xiefeng slowly approached the front line, illuminating its flagship lights. Attention, all ships, form a spindle formation with this ship as the base. Chapter 168. The spindle formation is a commonly used assault formation, and it's also an attack method that can quickly tear through an enemy's defenses. Logically, Chi Yiming's fleet was outnumbered, but their warships far surpassed theirs. In this situation, Chi Yiming should have led his fleet in a long-range artillery engagement with the enemy. Their aim was to find opportunities during the enemy's tug-of-war, depleting their manpower, and then wait for an opportunity to launch a powerful assault and crush the enemy in one fell swoop. However, no one expected Qi Yiming to be so confident, launching the first assault despite his own numerical disadvantage. In reality, Qi Yiming wasn't being reckless, but rather confident that he could crush the enemy in one fell swoop under these circumstances. All ships received tactical information. Qi Yiming tapped the control panel in front of him a few times, transmitting the battlefield information collected by the Wise to each warship via the tactical data link. As each ship received tactical data, the enemy warships had already been ranked by threat level for attack by the Wise, displayed on the information panels before the captains and on the battlefield map within the bridge. Each ship received different target information, and the commanders of each ship simply needed to attack according to the target information transmitted via the tactical data link. But when the attack was launched, the enemy commander laughed. Where's this rookie commander? If the spindle formation wants to break through the enemy's defenses, concentrated fire is paramount. Jia Yichao sat relaxedly in the captain's chair, directing his fleet's defense. Attention, all ships! Concentrate fire on the enemy ship at the front of the spindle formation. As the commander of the Landu Systems defense fleet, Jia Yichao suffered considerable losses in the initial battles. But fortunately, he didn't make a mistake at the critical moment and immediately gathered the fleet to defend key points. The Landu Systems administrative planet was of paramount importance, and therefore its defenses were the most robust. Relying on the Landu Systems' most robust defenses, he had successfully defended for 3 days, stabilizing the fleet that had been on the verge of collapse. The enemy fleet hasn't gained any advantage in their attacks these past few days. It seems they changed commanders. Jia Yichao continued leisurely at his seat, speaking to his adjutant in a relaxed tone. After all, his attack orders had yielded significant results. The Xiefeng's speed had significantly decreased under the enemy's concentrated fire, slowing the entire fleet's attack. But Qi Yiming seemed unfazed, continuing to emphasize that each warship attack according to the signals sent by the tactical chain. The Xiefeng merely slightly shifted its internal energy to the Guardian's nanorobot production line. The Guardian, receiving additional energy, maintained the Snow Peak's outer armor at a relatively safe level. Wang Shuhua, Yi Lu, and Xiaoshan all seemed extremely anxious. They knew that if the spindle formation engaged in an artillery battle after its attack was thwarted, it would easily be surrounded by the enemy from both flanks, putting it in a difficult position. Sure enough, after the Snow Peak reduced its attack speed, the enemy quickly split into 2 small fleets, which circled around to the flanks and launched an attack. However, without command authority, they could only watch, their anxiety useless. Just when everyone thought the attack was doomed, they suddenly noticed a slight shift in the situation. First, a gap appeared in the enemy's main formation, with warships supporting several key points of the formation being destroyed or disabled one after another. Followed by this, the enemy fleets that had circled to the flanks also suffered damage, breaking the fulcrums of their newly formed formation. Before Jia Yichao could grasp what was happening, his fleet was already in a very passive position. In fact, in this relatively static positional attack and defense, the role of defensive fulcrums is extremely important. If even one fulcrum is breached, the entire line of defense must be adjusted accordingly, otherwise the enemy could easily seize the opportunity to break through. But the problem was that Jia Yichao's personally arranged defense line had been breached in several moments by Qi Yiming, using the wisest precise understanding of the battlefield situation. Under such circumstances, adjusting the defensive formation was undoubtedly a pipe dream. What happened next was not suspenseful. Qi Yiming seized the opportunity and led his fleet in a concentrated fire attack, tearing a massive hole in the already vulnerable defense line. He then launched another attack, easily splitting the enemy's defensive fleet in 2. Both fleets were immediately engulfed in a chaotic battle. And this chaotic battle was perfect for Qi Yiming, who commanded the Wise. Qi Yiming could ensure that in this chaotic battle, each warship would never fight independently. Detailed orders were constantly relayed from the tactical information stations of each warship. Sometimes, they were instructed to move to a specific coordinate. As they followed the orders, they either shielded friendly ships or occupied an excellent attack position, delivering a fatal blow to an enemy vessel. At this moment, the contrast between the 2 fleet command channels was stark. In Qi Yiming's command channel, everyone was reporting their status and achievements, without a trace of confusion. Jia Yichao's fleet command channel, however, was already a chaotic mess. Our ship is under concentrated fire, requesting support from friendly ships. Our main gun has been destroyed, rendering it inoperable. Jia Yichao, who had just been chatting and laughing with his adjutant, was now frantically grasping the armrests of the captain's chair, trying hard to prevent himself from being thrown out of the warship by the powerful force. He had no time to focus on commanding the battle. The melee lasted only 20 minutes before the defending fleet showed signs of disintegration. But Qi Yiming had no intention of allowing this group of enemy troops to disintegrate. He wanted to annihilate them completely. If they were merely defeated, the subsequent task of eliminating the remaining enemies would be extremely difficult. The Commercial Alliance's reinforcement fleet was expected to arrive soon. If this group of defenders were allowed to disintegrate and hide in the Landu system, the subsequent defense would likely be problematic. Therefore, this enemy force must be completely annihilated or captured, and shrinking their range of activity became the top priority. However, this wasn't a difficult task for Qi Yiming. Through the warship's control interface, Qi Yiming transmitted his tactical intentions to the Wise's onboard intelligent computer, which was monitoring the entire battlefield. In less than 30 seconds, a detailed battle plan was presented to Qi Yiming. After carefully reviewing it and confirming its accuracy, Qi Yiming signed it. Soon, each warship received the new tactical instructions. This foolproof command method actually greatly suppressed the growth of human commanders. However, in the war against the Zerg, the severe shortage of experienced mid- and low-level commanders led to the development of this tactical system. Of course, from a tactical perspective, the Wise could only avoid making major mistakes. Furthermore, Qi Yiming's fleet was superior in quality to the enemy in this battle, and Jia Yichao's command skills were not particularly outstanding. This allowed Qi Yiming to use this foolproof command system. Chapter 169. Under the meticulous command of the Wise, each warship steamed to its respective positions at top speed. When all the warships were in position, Qi Yiming discovered that he had actually surrounded the Landu system defense fleet with only a handful of warships. When the Commercial Alliance defense fleet realized its predicament, some of its warships immediately attempted to break out. But unfortunately, they were all swiftly sunk by Qi Yiming's fleet. In fact, upon closer inspection, the captains of the warships in this improvised Commercial Alliance defense fleet had quite a strong fighting spirit. At this point in the battle, they had few options but to surrender or be annihilated. But most of the warship captains still chose to fight to the death. Of course, Qi Yiming would not be so sanctimonious as to sink any warships attempting to break out. Jia Yichao, the commander of the defense fleet, had long since become a corpse floating in space. His bridge armor was pierced in the chaotic battle, and no matter how hard Jia Yichao tried, he couldn't resist the pull of the uneven air pressure inside. In the end, his arm was torn off by the powerful airflow, and he was thrown out of the breach in the warship. With the fleet surrounded and its commander dead, even the most resolute battle fleet couldn't resist the fear of death. Ultimately, the Commercial Alliance's defense fleet deployed in the Landu system surrendered to Qi Yiming. For Qi Yiming, this battle was actually a bit confusing. From beginning to end, he never knew the exact number of warships in the defense fleet, as local armed merchant ships were constantly joining the defense fleet during the battle. Had the defending fleet not been at a complete disadvantage, Qi Yiming believed even more armed merchant ships would have appeared on the battlefield. Only when Qi Yiming finally accepted the surrender did he learn that they had sunk a total of 1,135 warships of various types, while their own side had miraculously not lost a single one. Upon hearing such a shocking loss ratio, Wang Shuhua and the others, besides marveling at the Wise's might, often touched the bulkheads of their own warships and praised the quality of the former Human Federation warships. They even developed the illusion of invincibility. However, Qi Yiming remained sober and promptly pulled everyone back from their reverie. Everyone, don't celebrate too soon. Don't forget, this defense fleet is merely a garrison stationed here by the Commercial Alliance, Qi Yiming declared loudly. We engaged their second fleet not long ago. If it weren't for the electronic suppression from the Wise, which caught them off guard, we would likely be their captives by now. Despite being dealt a cold shoulder by Qi Yiming, everyone couldn't conceal their excitement. To be frank, aside from He Zhenju and a few other awakened individuals who, like Qi Yiming, had seen the big things, the rest of them came from humble beginnings. In their minds, the Commercial Alliance was a behemoth. But who could have imagined that the once formidable force they looked up to would be so vulnerable under their control? In just 1 week, they not only captured several resource-rich star systems, but also 2 administrative star systems, and even captured a garrison fleet stationed in the Landu star system. However, they quickly adjusted their mindsets. After all, they were well aware of the vast disparity in combat power between the local garrison fleet and the main fleet. While they could easily defeat the garrison fleet, they didn't necessarily gain an advantage over the main fleet. Furthermore, Qi Yiming's intelligence revealed that there was more than 1 interstellar fleet arriving to reinforce the Landu system. It was likely that 3 interstellar fleets would be present simultaneously on the outskirts of the Landu system. Also, the Commercial Alliance's Ninth Fleet, the most powerful of the main fleets, had learned from the destruction of the Second Fleet that the Snow Peak possessed extremely strong electromagnetic suppression capabilities. Therefore, the Commercial Alliance had assigned over 20 specialized warships dedicated to electronic warfare to the Ninth Fleet. This, to some extent, resolved the Commercial Alliance fleet's inability to detect enemy ships within range. Although the other two fleets were temporarily recruited following the dramatic changes within the Commercial Alliance, all of their crews were retired personnel who had been recalled. Thus, their combat effectiveness was not significantly inferior to that of the Ninth Fleet. It seems the Commercial Alliance considers ownership of the Landu system far more important than one might imagine. After the ships had cleared the battlefield, Qi Yiming convened a brief summary meeting with Wang Shuhua and the others. After requiring everyone to submit a battle summary within 2 days, he began to brief everyone on the situation they would face. After listening to Qi Yiming's briefing, the initially excited crowd finally calmed down. Especially those who had experienced the battle against the Second Fleet alongside Qi Yiming. They knew full well that the Commercial Alliance's main fleet was not as formidable as it appeared. As Qi Yiming had said, their victory over the Second Fleet was entirely due to the Wise's powerful electromagnetic suppression capabilities. If the Ninth Fleet had brought specialized warships similarly designed for electronic warfare, they might have faced a fierce battle. While Qi Yiming and his men were in a meeting, the commander of the Commercial Alliance's reinforcement fleet was also using the time on the road to hold a combat meeting. Zhou Kan, the commander-in-chief of this reinforcement fleet, had already obtained complete intelligence on the Second Fleet's battle with the Xiefeng from the temporarily reorganized military headquarters before departure. After the bloody battle fought by all members of the Second Fleet, it can be said that among all human forces, besides Qi Yiming, the Commercial Alliance had the best understanding of the Xiefeng's combat capabilities. When President Genoa learned that the Xiefeng had reappeared within Commercial Alliance territory, and that Qi Yiming was leading a small fleet, her first thought was that this was a golden opportunity to reorganize the alliance. Because Genoa still believed they had the ability and the power to capture the Xiefeng. If she could capture the Xiefeng, annihilating the two rebel armies would be a piece of cake. She might even become the first president in alliance history to expand territory. So she didn't hesitate to pull the Ninth Fleet away from the front lines against the rebels, assigning it over 20 specialized warships specialized in electronic warfare. She even assigned the two makeshift main fleets about to be deployed to the front lines to Zhou Kan's command. Zhou Kan, holding intelligence related to the Xiefeng in one hand and coffee in the other, said to the officers gathered for the combat meeting without looking up. The Second Fleet was destroyed because of Wang Ruilin's incompetence. He couldn't even handle a trick like electromagnetic suppression. Every officer smiled knowingly at this remark. Their thoughts echoed Zhou Kan's, and most even doubted the authenticity of the intelligence. After all, how could such a fantastical scenario as the entire Commercial Alliance Second Fleet be destroyed by a single warship actually happen? Many people believe the Second Fleet had been ambushed by a large fleet, and the Alliance government, in an effort to prevent the situation from escalating into a conflict between nations, had concocted this shoddy intelligence to deceive everyone. Captain, rest assured. Although our Ninth Fleet may be ranked later in the battle order, it was established much earlier than the Second Fleet and is far more powerful. How could a mere petty thief from the Ancestral Star region dare to seize the Alliance's power? The captain, with a full beard and wide eyes, spoke in a resonant voice. Others might not dare to say anything, but I, Old Shui, will definitely make them reevaluate their outlook on life and values. Chapter 170. Alright. Zhou Kan couldn't help but cheer loudly upon hearing his subordinate Shui Xiaoping's bold words. Since you're so confident, the initial firepower reconnaissance mission is now yours. Shui Xiaoping immediately wilted upon hearing he would be the vanguard. He simply wanted to impress Zhou Kan, not to lead his own men to test Qi Yiming's capabilities. Although everyone had their doubts about the cause of the Second Fleet's destruction, what if the intelligence was true? Wouldn't he and his men be condemned to certain death? But military orders were military orders, and even Shui Xiaoping had no choice but to accept them, no matter how reluctant he was. A few hours later, Shui Xiaoping led his direct fleet, detached from the fleet, and accelerated towards the Landu system. Zhou Kan was still very considerate of Shui Xiaoping, assigning him 2 of his limited electronic warfare warships. This helped to calm Shui Xiaoping, who had been feeling uneasy since receiving the mission. Of course, Qi Yiming wasn't idle either. He had led his fleet into an ambush near the jump bridge long before, hoping to inflict a devastating blow on the incoming enemy reinforcements as soon as they passed through. 3 days after Qi Yiming and his men had been ambushed near the jump bridge, The reinforcements sent by the Trade Alliance finally arrived. High energy signal detected. A fleet is exiting the jump channel. The Xiafeng's radar officer immediately reported to Qi Yiming upon noticing the high energy signal from the deep space detection radar. Attention, all ships. Charge your main guns. Qi Yiming sat upright, his gaze fixed on the gradually distorting space in the distance. Open fire immediately if the enemy ships exit the jump channel. However, as soon as the enemy fleet emerged from the jump channel, the fire control radars of the warships were severely jammed. This ship is under electromagnetic suppression, and its fire control radar is inoperable. Soon, a similar report echoed through the fleet command channel. Qi Yiming frowned, looking at the equally inoperable fire control radar with a disdainful chuckle. He knew the reinforcements included electronic warfare vessels, but he still underestimated their capabilities. What should we do? Can the Wise suppress them? Wang Shuhua's voice rang out from the fleet command channel. By this time, Qi Yiming had already activated the Wise's electromagnetic suppression equipment, but it had no effect. Qi Yiming shook his head. Everyone retreat to the fourth planet's orbit. The Landu system has only 4 planets, and the fourth is a gas giant at the outermost edge of the system. Before the arrival of the Commercial Alliance reinforcement fleet, Qi Yiming had established 4 lines of defense in the Landu system, relying on these 4 planets. Facing enemy electromagnetic suppression, Qi Yiming had to abandon the opportunity to ambush the enemy near the jumping bridge. Qi Yiming was actually quite puzzled. Why was the Wise man completely incapable of countering the enemy's electromagnetic suppression? What Qi Yiming didn't know was that the Commercial Alliance's electronic warfare technology had long since erred. They believed in the power of strength to achieve miracles. So, in addition to the necessary electromagnetic suppression equipment, the entire electronic warfare ship was equipped with various types of electromagnetic signal amplifiers. Through these amplifiers, the power of the electromagnetic suppression was amplified countless times, so that while the enemy was being disrupted, the friendly fleet would also be subject to the same interference, truly achieving full-band interference. Watching the retreating ambush fleet, Xue Xiaoping smiled and said to his adjutant, "I thought they were so formidable, but they still fled with their tails between their legs under our powerful electromagnetic suppression." With the experience of successfully suppressing the enemy the first time, Xue Xiaoping commanded the fleet with greater composure. "Attention, all ships! Form a spherical formation with the electronic warfare ship at the center." To protect the electronic warfare ship, Xue Xiaoping even gave up the core position of the formation. With the layers of protection provided by the outer fleet, he was confident that Qi Yiming would not be able to attack the electronic warfare ship. With the fleet in full formation, Xue Xiaoping waved his hand and confidently led the fleet in pursuit. Meanwhile, Wang Shuhua and the others were anxiously asking Qi Yiming if he had any methods to counter the enemy's electromagnetic suppression. Qi Yiming shook his head. The enemy's electromagnetic suppression is strange, and its power is incredibly high. If we want to counter it, the Xiafeng will have to divert all its energy to the Wise, increasing its output. However, this will deplete the Xiafeng's combat effectiveness. Without the Xiafeng, we're unlikely to lose. He Jinju stroked her hair and continued, "Judging from the number of their warships, this fleet is merely a reconnaissance fleet and poses little threat to us." Indeed. Xiao Shan joined the discussion. "If we don't exploit the enemy's weakness and exploit its electromagnetic suppression weaknesses, we'd be even more vulnerable once the main enemy force arrives." "I understand that, but relying solely on the Xiafeng to divert its energy to the Wise may be enough to counter the enemy now that the enemy is small. But what will we do when we engage the main enemy force without the Xiafeng?" Qi Yiming expressed his concerns. Everyone fell silent again. "Can't the Xiafeng's heavy torpedoes be equipped with micro-jump engines?" "Why not?" Wang Sun, who had just arrived in the Landu system from the rear with supplies, suddenly interrupted. "The fire control radar is jammed. How can we guide the torpedo attack?" Yi Lu said angrily. But Wang Sun's words seemed to remind Qi Yiming. He slapped the armrest of the captain's chair and shouted, "I got it. When the battle starts, I definitely give them a big gift." "What's the plan? Tell me quickly." Wang Shuhua perked up when he heard Qi Yiming had a plan. But Qi Yiming smiled mysteriously. "You know when the time comes. Quickly organize everyone to form a formation along the defensive line. The enemy will be here soon." Half an hour later, Xue Xiaoping and his fleet appeared in orbit around the fourth planet in the Landu system. And Qi Yiming had already been fully prepared, waiting for them to appear. Qi Yiming's situation met with immediate surprise. When the enemy fleet reappeared before them, the warship's fire control radars were once again subjected to intense electromagnetic interference. "Wow! This array is a spherical array. exposing that electronic warfare ship so clearly to the enemy. Is that really a good idea? Qi Yiming was actually in the mood to tease him. Wang Shuhua instantly became anxious. Brother, can we discuss this after the battle? Let's first figure out how to eliminate the enemy's electromagnetic suppression. Qi Yiming then put away his smile and ordered, "Attention, all ships, take your own battle positions at the bow. No ship may leave their positions until ordered to retreat, or you will be subject to military law." The other warships hid behind the massive rocks pulled from the asteroid belt, awaiting the completion of their main gun recharge. Only the Xiefeng remained behind its bunkers. There wasn't even a single shelter around it that could provide shelter for the Xiefeng. "Yiming, are you out of your mind?" He Zhenju asked Qi Yiming in confusion. "Let me show you what it means to fish in troubled waters." Qi Yiming ordered the Xiefeng to accelerate towards the enemy fleet. Chapter 171. The Xiefeng entered the warp channel to everyone's astonishment. When Xue Xiaopeng saw this, he laughed uncontrollably and pulled his adjutant beside him, saying, "Look, this is the Xiefeng that destroyed the second fleet. We just briefly displayed our electronic warfare capabilities, surpassing hers, and she escaped just like that." The adjutant laughed as well, though he was curious why the Xiefeng, if it was escaping, would choose to accelerate into the warp channel in the direction of their fleet. Xue Xiaopeng continued, "Look, they're already desperate. They're escaping by accelerating in the direction of our fleet. This shows the psychological quality of the Xiefeng's commander." "How bad?" "Captain, since the Xiefeng is fleeing, can we call this a day for our reconnaissance mission? How could I miss such a golden opportunity to make a name for myself? Since their core is fleeing, we might as well go all out and crush the enemy before the main fleet arrives. I believe with our overwhelming firepower, they won't be able to hold out for long." After witnessing the Xiefeng enter the warp, Xue Xiaopeng immediately decided to temporarily change his mission. He would single-handedly recapture the Landu system from the enemy before the main fleet arrived. "Attention, all ships! Maintain your formation and attack the enemy with all your might." Having made up his mind, Xue Xiaopeng immediately gave orders to each warship, directing his own ship to slowly advance. But the next second, a shrill alarm rang out from the bridge, and the fleet command channel erupted in chaos. A spatial distortion has appeared in the center of the fleet formation. It's the Xiefeng. The electronic warfare ship has been hit, its engines damaged. High energy reaction. Enemy main guns firing. The electronic warfare ship's outer armor has been penetrated, resulting in casualties. A string of warnings came one after another, leaving Zhou Xiaopeng somewhat bewildered. He immediately pressed the fleet communication key and shouted, "What's going on? How did the Xiefeng appear in the center of our formation? And right next to the electronic warfare ship? We don't know what happened. She just suddenly appeared in this position." "What do you mean you don't know?" The Xiefeng had clearly entered the warp channel. Xue Xiaopeng froze in place as if struck by something, muttering to himself, "Impossible. The warp engine's energy can't be controlled so precisely." But no matter how much Xue Xiaopeng denied it, the facts were before him. The Xiefeng had indeed appeared in the center of their spherical formation, right next to the electronic warfare ship. As soon as they emerged from the warp tunnel, Qi Yiming ordered the weapons officer to reduce the charge level of their main and secondary guns to a minimum, aiming for a rapid and intensive attack to instantly sink the enemy electronic warfare vessel. The Xiefeng's firepower density did not disappoint Qi Yiming. In less than 10 seconds, the Xiefeng's intense firepower severely damaged one of the two electronic warfare vessels, which Zhou Xiaopeng had protected like a treasure in the center of the fleet. By the time the Xiefeng's dozen main guns had finished charging, the red glow from their muzzles had already announced the sinking of another electronic warfare vessel. Seeing his precious treasure about to be sunk, Xue Xiaopeng furiously shouted into the fleet channel, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you focus your fire on the Xiefeng?" However, although Xue Xiaopeng's direct fleet frequently practiced the spherical array, they had never attempted an attack from within the formation. After all, no one could have imagined that an enemy ship would one day appear within the spherical array. At Xue Xiaopeng's urging, the warships opened fire one after another. But the Xiefeng was almost face to face with the electronic warfare ship, inevitably causing accidental damage. Xue Xiaopeng watched helplessly as his precious ship was torn apart by the combined firepower of friendly and enemy ships, and then watched helplessly as the Xiefeng accelerated back into the warp channel under its own firepower. A few minutes later, the Xiefeng returned to its own defenses. The entire assault took less than 10 minutes, and the Xiefeng spent most of that time within the warp channel. Watching the Xiefeng return to its own fleet intact, Xue Xiaopeng completely lost his mind. In all his years as a commander, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Today, even for his own honor, he had to fight the Xiefeng to the bitter end. However, as a reconnaissance fleet, Xue Xiaoping's fleet was limited. In terms of warship numbers, Zhou Xiaopeng wasn't at an advantage, and was even at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the 2 electronic warfare warships, they would likely have been annihilated by Qi Yiming near the jumping bridge. Now that the 2 specialized warships had been forcibly sunk by the Xiefeng in the most extreme way, it could be said that Xue Xiaoping's reconnaissance fleet had become a mere prey for Qi Yiming. Eliminating them required little effort on Qi Yiming's part. He didn't even activate the Wise's battlefield detection system. He simply ordered each warship to find its target and fire freely. Without electromagnetic suppression, the warship's fire control radars operated normally. Within minutes, a barrage of explosive lasers was directed at the reconnaissance fleet led by Xue Xiaoping. The precise and ferocious firepower immediately woke Zhou Xiaoping, and the fleet, which had been charging, immediately stopped. Xue Xiaoping wiped the sweat from his forehead, and only then remembered to carefully observe the enemy's defenses. His mission was to scout the enemy situation. If he lost too many warships without a clear understanding of the enemy's situation, he, Xue Xiaoping, could simply commit suicide. Even if he returned with the remaining fleet, he would inevitably be hanged. "Captain, let's retreat now, while the losses are still low," Xue Xiaoping's adjutant urged. In just one round of attack from Qi Yiming's fleet, Xue Xiaoping had lost 7 destroyers and 2 cruisers. At this rate of casualties, his entire direct fleet would be wiped out here in less than half an hour. Xue Xiaoping's initial ambition, followed by his fury at the Xiefeng's surprise attack, and finally his current helplessness, had left him feeling completely exhausted, slumped in his command chair. He glanced up at his adjutant, raised his right hand, and waved it feebly a few times. Retreat. In this situation, retreating offered Zhou Xiaoping some recourse. At worst, he would be dismissed for poor command, which would at least save his life. Watching the enemy fleet retreat in an orderly manner, Qi Yiming didn't order a pursuit. The loss of this reconnaissance fleet wouldn't significantly impact the overall battle situation. The most critical situation now was how he would handle the specialized electronic warfare vessels when facing the enemy's main fleet. In a small-scale fleet engagement, he could utilize the Wise's precise battlefield detection capabilities to perform short-range precision jumps, thereby achieving a surprise attack. But in a large-scale fleet engagement, suddenly appearing in the middle of the enemy's formation would be tantamount to suicide. Qi Yiming had to find a way to solve this thorny problem. Otherwise, he would have to give up the Landu Galaxy and hand this important transportation route back to the Commercial Alliance. Chapter 172. With Xue Xiaoping's reconnaissance fleet's retreat, the chaotic battlefield finally quieted. Qi Yiming counted his losses. Luckily, only a dozen destroyers suffered minor damage. With the Xiefeng's repairs, they could continue fighting. But the next battle wouldn't be so easy. The thought of the dozen or so electronic warfare warships still among the enemy's main forces made Qi Yiming unhappy. Although the Commercial Alliance had taken a slightly erroneous approach to electromagnetic suppression, pursuing a forceful and miraculous combat method, not only would the enemy be subjected to extremely strong electromagnetic suppression during battle, they would also be subject to a certain degree of interference. But ultimately, the initiative on the battlefield still lay in the hands of the enemy. They could suspend electromagnetic suppression at any time according to their own circumstances, seize the opportunity to launch a wave of attacks during the pause, and then resume it. From this point of view, the Commercial Alliance's fleet was already in an extremely advantageous position. For Qi Yiming, the short-range jump combat used to deal with the reconnaissance fleet would be completely ineffective in a large-scale fleet battle. Even the Xiefeng, no matter how formidable it was, couldn't withstand the concentrated firepower of thousands of warships to sink a single electronic warfare vessel, let alone the Merchant Alliance's reinforcement fleet, which possessed more than one. Just as Qi Yiming was at his wit's end, Xue Xiaoping led the defeated reconnaissance fleet to rendezvous with the main fleet. Xue Xiaoping stood trembling before the reinforcement fleet's commander, Zhou Qian, awaiting his punishment. Zhou Qian tapped the armrest of the captain's chair lightly with his fingertips, his eyes glancing at the trembling Xue Xiaoping. "Tell me, since this is a reconnaissance mission, you can't be defeated without seeing anything, right?" To mitigate his guilt, Xue Xiaoping exaggerated his account of what he had encountered, causing Zhou Qian to frown. "So, the Xiefeng's combat power is truly formidable? Did the Second Fleet's destruction really come from the Xiefeng alone?" Zhou Qian's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Xue Xiaoping's description of the Xiefeng's combat power was too fantastical, forcing him to discount it before making any further assessment. But even if one discounted the combat intelligence Xue Xiaoping had brought back, it still sounded like Xue Xiaoping was exonerating himself. Xue Xiaoping detected Zhou Qian's unkind tone and immediately added, Captain, the Xiafeng did perform a short-range precision jump. My lieutenant and the other captains can attest to that. Seeing Shui Xiaoping's sincere expression, Zhou Qian finally nodded. Since this was a reconnaissance mission, unforeseen circumstances were inevitable. Hearing this, Shui Xiaoping thought Zhou Qian was trying to let him off the hook, allowing him to redeem himself for meritorious service. But Zhou Qian continued, because you impulsively led the fleet in a pointless attack, resulting in casualties, you must surrender your service weapon now and return to your ship to await a court-martial. Until then, your fleet must not participate in future operations. Upon hearing that he would be brought before a court-martial, Shui Xiaoping's legs weakened and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He knew that a court-martial was the end of his military career. The lucky ones would be discharged from service, while the less fortunate might still have to spend several years in prison before returning home. None of this mattered to Zhou Qian. Now that he had learned of the Xiafeng's new ability, he had to pay special attention to protecting the dozen or so electronic warfare warships assigned to him by the Alliance. Since the Xiafeng had risked being sunk by leaping to the center of the reconnaissance fleet, it meant that the electronic warfare ships had already suppressed the Xiafeng. However, he also knew that the Xiafeng's short-range leaping tactics were only feasible against a small fleet. It was unwise to use them against a large interstellar fleet. Thus, Zhou Qian wasn't worried about the Xiafeng using this tactic against his main fleet. What he was concerned about was the Xiafeng's ever-changing tactics. During the battle with the Second Fleet, the Xiafeng employed electromagnetic suppression tactics. Combined with its already impressive offensive power, it narrowly defeated the Second Fleet, but ultimately eliminated it from the Alliance's military formations. If the Xiafeng pulled off another trick during the battle, the Ninth Fleet might end up following the Second Fleet's footsteps. Ancient warships. Can ancient warships be so unethical? They can just change as they please on the battlefield? Zhou Qian's head ached at the thought, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Qi Yiming, on the defensive, was cursing the Commercial Alliance's warship designers. How could they have come up with such a perverse design, increasing the electromagnetic suppression power by several orders of magnitude, suddenly plunging Qi Yiming into a dilemma? Qi Yiming couldn't think of a good response for a while, but Xiaoshan said, since the Xiafeng can't deal with those special warships, I wonder if my Azure can withstand the enemy's bombardment? The Azure's energy shield was arguably the most powerful of all current warships. If it weren't for the fact that the Azure was merely a frigate, the maximum attack intensity it could withstand would be too low. She could have easily charged into the enemy's position, easily eliminated those special warships, and then returned to her own fleet with ease. Qi Yiming shook his head helplessly. The Azure's energy shield is too weak to withstand too many attacks. Hearing Qi Yiming's explanation, Xiao Shan's eyes dimmed. If the lightning could be temporarily combined with the Azure shield strength would be significantly increased, perhaps even able to withstand the enemy's intensive attacks. Hearing Xiao Shan's words, Qi Yiming suddenly perked up. The Azure's energy shield strength is essentially determined by the speed at which the ship's energy supply system supplies energy to the shield generator. The faster the energy supply, the stronger the shield. The lightning could precisely increase the ship's energy supply speed, but it was a ship in the armored protection system of the Strategic Strike Fleet and could not be combined with the Azure. But could a living person be killed by someone holding their urine? The original designers only said that the two systems of warships could not be combined. Did they also say that the equipment on the two systems could not be interchanged? As long as the Lightning's energy supply system could be connected to the Azure shield strength would also be increased. The simplest way to connect the two warships is to combine the Lightning and the Redemption, then use the Redemption's energy transmission equipment to continuously transfer Lightning's energy to the Azure. But the problem is that once the Azure's energy shield becomes stronger, Lightning and Redemption will have to follow Azure and take the brunt of the attack. This strategy is definitely not feasible. Why don't we remove the Lightning's internal energy supply module and install it on Azure? Wouldn't that also increase Azure's energy shield strength? Wang Sen's words hit Qi Yiming like a hammer. Chapter 173. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Qi Yiming slapped his forehead. Hurry, have the engineering team check if the power reactor array inside the Lightning can be removed. Qi Yiming then asked Xiaoshan to check the interior of the Azure to see how many power reactors could be installed. Luckily, the power reactor array inside the Lightning could be removed in maintenance mode, and the Azure's engine room was barely large enough to accommodate the power reactor array removed from the Lightning. Watching everyone busily dismantling the Lightning's power reactor, Wang Sen asked curiously, the Lightning's power reactor has been removed? Then where does the Snow Peak get its power? Qi Yiming smiled and said to Wang Sen, have you forgotten how the Lightning's power reactor array came from? I know. It's made up of the engine nozzles of several modular warships. As soon as he finished speaking, Wongsun fell silent. He remembered that there were several spare engine nozzles in the Snow Peak's armory. He could easily remove the Lightning's auxiliary power reactors and reassemble them using the spare components from the armory. The Lightning's main power reactor had not been dismantled. That would have required returning to the engineer. Qi Yiming and his team simply removed the 6 auxiliary power reactors surrounding the Lightning. They then retrieved the power reactor control system from the Lightning's onboard computer and loaded it into the Azure's onboard computer. Since the Azure's power room lacked mounting bases for the auxiliary power reactors, Qi Yiming and his team had to find a solution on their own. They positioned the 6 auxiliary power reactors around the Azure's main power reactor, following the Lightning's internal layout. Then, they connected the auxiliary power reactors to the Azure's main power reactor using the Lightning's internal connection pattern. The engineering crews of the 2 warships spent a day and a half to complete the modifications to the Azure. Nervously, Qiaoshan activated the Azure's main power reactor. Before he could take the next step, the ship's onboard intelligent computer detected something different about the Azure. 6 auxiliary power reactors have been detected connected to the main power reactor. Should we update the ship's armament configuration? Update. Qiaoshan glanced at Qi Yiming, who was standing beside him. Only after Qi Yiming nodded did he issue the update command to the ship's intelligent computer. After all, when it comes to his familiarity with these warships, no one could surpass Qi Yiming. Updating the ship's armament configuration. Power reactor operating program detected. Loading. A little over 10 minutes later, the Azure's onboard computer informed everyone that the armament update and power reactor operating program were complete. Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qiaoshan might not have known what the ship's AI reported the completion of the armament upgrade meant, but Qi Yiming knew it meant the Azure's AI had found no obvious technical flaws or hazards in the warship's modifications, and that the level of modification was within Azure's permitted limits. As long as the modifications were within Azure's permitted limits, this new power system could fully provide Azure with a stable energy source. Let's try it out. Qi Yiming nudged the stunned Qiaoshan with his elbow. Oh. Okay. Qiaoshan finally realized what was happening and immediately ordered Azure to activate its power reactor and begin its self-test. Even with the ship's AI's initial testing, Qi Yiming still broke out in a cold sweat the moment the power reactor started. He was truly terrified that Azure, which they had modified themselves, would explode due to the energy turbulence. Fortunately, after the power reactors were activated, the ship's intelligent computer activated the 6 auxiliary power reactors in sequence according to the newly loaded power reactor array operating procedures. After the 6 auxiliary power reactors were activated, the battleship's energy management system on the bridge indicated that the Azure's energy was overflowing by 600%. Try to transfer all the excess energy to the shield generators, Qi Yiming reminded Qiaoshan. However, as the massive amount of energy was injected into the shield generators, the pale blue energy shield that should have appeared around the Azure did not appear. The shield generator is broken? Qiaoshan caressed the control panel on the Azure's bridge with a distressed look. Engineering team? Is there anything wrong with the shield generator? Qi Yiming asked over the intercom. The shield generator isn't smoking. A voice came over the intercom, making Qi Yiming shudder. But the engineering team was right. The lack of smoke from the shield generator indicated no problem with the internal wiring. It's just, the engineering team member continued, there's been a change in the shield generator's energy storage. What's changed? Qi Yiming and Qiaoshan asked in unison. The energy storage device originally displayed only level 1 energy storage, but now it's level 3, and the energy inside is still increasing. The voice paused and continued, it just broke through level 4. The energy storage device has stopped storing energy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the energy shield control interface on the Azure's bridge changed. The energy shield now has 2 modes, group mode and single target mode. Qiaoshan first selected single target mode, and instantly a light blue energy shield illuminated around the Azure. From the outside, it looked much the same as the energy shield generated before the modification. However, the data on the shield information interface shocked Qiaoshan. Level 4 single target energy shield, shield strength 80, 000/80, 000. What does 80,000 mean? Before the upgrade, the Azure's energy shield strength was only 3,000. Even at 3,000, it had caused Qi Yiming considerable pain. Now, it had a full 80,000 shield strength, and that didn't even factor in the shield's regeneration speed with sufficient energy supply. While the Azure was now invincible, the heavy torpedoes launched by the Xiefeng still posed a threat, especially those with electromagnetic damage. Xiaoshan remembered vividly how, after being hit by just one electromagnetic torpedo, the Asher's 3,000 energy strength was instantly depleted, causing its shield generator to overload and temporarily disable itself. Xiaoshan had to flee in dismay. But against the other warships, the Azure was undoubtedly invincible. Xiaoshan then switched the shield mode to group mode. The energy shield originally surrounding the Azure rapidly expanded outward, stopping after a full 3 minutes. The energy shield, centered on the Azure, formed a spherical shield with a radius of 100 kilometers. This was Qi Yiming's first time witnessing such a scene. He had only heard of such large-scale energy shields before, but had never seen one in person. Now that he saw it, his reaction wasn't much stronger than anyone else's. He, too, motionlessly stroked the expanding energy shield with his mouth open. Unfortunately, the large-scale energy shield only had a strength of 4,000 points. But by this point, Qi Yiming was grinning like a fool. With this spherical energy shield, would the Commercial Alliance's reinforcement fleet still be a problem? Just wait to be beaten. Chapter 174. As they studied the spherical energy shield, they discovered that its range could be adjusted freely. The larger the range, the lower the shield's defensive strength, and vice versa. Qi Yiming had already tested it, and when the energy shield's range was reduced to just enough to accommodate the Xiefeng, its strength reached a staggering 10,000 points. This meant that, if Qi Yiming chose, he could even command the Xiefeng and the Azure to charge through the enemy formation. However, the ever-cautious Qi Yiming wouldn't haphazardly arrange the next defensive mission just because of the large-scale energy shield. Zhou Kan, completely unaware of this, was still considering how to utilize the dozen or so specialized warships at his disposal. He combined intelligence gathered from various sources and formulated a targeted battle plan. Zhou Kan didn't intend to split up the 3 fleets. Instead, they would gather them together to maximize their advantage in numbers. Zhou Kan wasn't about to hide his intentions, openly displaying his remaining 14 electronic warfare warships and surrounding them with heavy defenses. He was clearly telling you, if you're not afraid of death, come and I guarantee you won't see the sun again. Of course, he hadn't forgotten President Genoa's order to capture the Xiefeng at all costs. Zhou Kan believed that his side held a clear advantage in warship numbers. As long as he could suppress the Xiefeng and allow his fleet to calmly encircle it, capturing this ancient warship would be a piece of cake. In fact, in terms of combat capability, the 9th Fleet was indeed stronger than the already destroyed 2nd Fleet, but only slightly so. Under Zhou Kan's leadership, the 9th Fleet has become increasingly renowned within the Commercial Alliance in recent years. For a time, it was hailed as the Alliance's most powerful main fleet. This also indirectly demonstrates that Zhou Kan is no mediocre commander. He possesses a masterful approach to fleet construction and training. Unfortunately, however detailed Zhou Kan's intelligence was, he could never have anticipated Qi Yiming's possession of a range-of-effect energy shield. 3 days later, Zhou Kan led his fleet to the outskirts of the Landu system. At this point, Qi Yiming abandoned the first line of defense. The entire fleet retreated to the orbit of the 2nd planet in the Landu system, abandoning 2 lines of defense in an apparent display of weakness, thus allowing Zhou Kan to lower his guard. As Zhou Kan led his fleet through the first 2 lines of defense, he saw nothing amiss. After all, the enemy fleet was far too small, less than a third of the warships he had brought with him, so it was understandable that the opposing commander chose to temporarily avoid the enemy's attack. But the 2nd planet was already very close to the Landu system star. Although this was a cosmic war, and the battlefield appeared infinitely vast, it wasn't. Often, the battlefield became extremely crowded due to the harsh surrounding environment. Qi Yiming exploited this fact, positioning his fleet against the star of the Landu system, preventing the enemy from truly surrounding him. If Qi Yiming wanted to escape with his fleet, he could simply turn around and accelerate towards the star. The distance between them and the star was sufficient for the fleet to enter the warp channel, but it was too far for another fleet to operate within it, simply because they were too close to the star. When the Alliance fleet reappeared before Qi Yiming, he was immediately taken aback by Zhou Kan's formation. Qi Yiming had considered various scenarios, but he had never imagined the Alliance fleet's commander would so openly reveal his trump card. Qi Yiming was somewhat hesitant to accept this unexpected gift, fearing the enemy might have some other trump card up their sleeves. However, as the enemy gradually pressed forward, Qi Yiming's fleet's range of movement was severely squeezed. Although neither side had yet opened fire, Qi Yiming was already in a very unfavorable position. After much deliberation, Qi Yiming gritted his teeth and said to Xiaoshan, "Proceed as planned." The Azure quickly moved alongside the snow peak, activating its shield generator and switching the shield mode to group mode, then adjusting the shield range to minimum. just enough to protect the nearby snow peak within its energy shield. Azure received the jump point coordinates and jump drive charging parameters. Qi Yiming quickly transmitted the data calculated by the Wise to the Azure. To ensure both warships appeared near their target simultaneously, the Wise provided detailed jump drive charging parameters for each warship. When the Xiefeng and Azure appeared next to the first electronic warfare warship, Zhou Ken wondered if the opposing commander had lost his mind. Didn't he notice such an obvious trap? But when he saw the faint blue energy shield, he nearly fainted. Zhou Ken had seen energy shields in some cutting-edge military science magazines, but he had never imagined he would actually see one on the battlefield. Those electronic magazines described the energy shield's defensive capabilities as terrifying, but Zhou Ken simply refused to believe it. When the Xiefeng began attacking the electronic warfare ships, Zhou Ken simultaneously ordered all electronic warfare ships to cease electromagnetic suppression and instructed all nearby warships to attack the Xiefeng with all their might. It's important to remember that Zhou Ken brought with him 3 fully staffed interstellar fleets, nearly 5,000 ships of various types. When he arranged the battle positions of each squadron, he had already considered that Qi Yiming might risk attacking the electronic warfare ships. So Zhou Ken deliberately positioned each electronic warfare ship so that it was protected by as many of his own warships as possible. The resulting instantaneous attack volume on the Xiefeng and Azure was quite terrifying. As all the attacks collided with the Azure shield, Xiao Shan's heart skipped a beat. The shield's original strength of 10,000 points instantly dropped to 6,782. However, as Azure activated all of its auxiliary power reactors, the energy shield's defensive strength was rapidly recovering at a rate of 300 points every 10 seconds. After the enemy launched their first round of concentrated fire, Qi Yiming asked Xiao Shan, "How's it going? Are the shields still holding up?" Xiao Shan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The shield strength dropped by over 3,000 points in one round of attack. That much? Qi Yiming was also a little surprised. But the shields regenerate quickly, so we can just about hold up. Xiao Shan glanced at the shield's recovery rate and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. We can retreat and wait until the shield strength returns to a safe level before launching the next attack. To be on the safe side, Qi Yiming chose to retreat. Zhou Ken watched helplessly as 2 warships retreated safely after attacking an electronic warfare ship, and immediately realized that his plan had gone terribly wrong. The current formation played into the enemy's hands. If he continued to order the fleet to maintain its current position, Qi Yiming could easily sink his 14 special warships. Zhou Ken immediately adjusted the fleet's formation, doing everything possible to conceal the remaining 13 special warships. But it was too late. The Wise had already marked all the special warships before the Xiefeng launched its attack, and was continuously monitoring their positions. If Qi Yiming wished, he could appear near any electronic warfare ship at any time. Chapter 175. The Xiefeng and Azure, having evacuated the Alliance fleet, rested briefly in a safe location. Once the Azure's small-scale energy shield strength had recovered to over 9,000 points, the 2 warships re-entered the warp channel. Using the time it took for the Azure to recover its shield strength, Zhou Ken confidently adjusted the fleet's formation. He even ordered the remaining 13 special warships to freely move within the fleet as long as it didn't affect the fleet's operations, essentially preventing the Xiefeng from finding them. With this unfettered command, the 13 special warships completely let loose, forcing Zhou Ken to check their positions via fleet communications. But when Zhou Ken noticed the Xiefeng and Azure re-entering the warp channel, he knew the enemy must have tracked down one of the special warships. Sure enough, as the Xiefeng and Azure exited the warp channel again, a special warship passed right by them. Just like the first raid, the Xiefeng sank a special warship in less than 20 seconds. Zhou Ken again ordered the fleet to focus its fire on the Xiefeng, but this time the intensity and density of the attack were noticeably less intense. The Azure's energy shield's defensive strength had only decreased by a little over 1,000 points. Even with this small amount of damage, the Azure needed only a little over half a minute to fully restore its shield's defensive strength. After learning the details, Qi Yiming decisively abandoned his plan to evacuate again, and instead had the Wise calculate the next special warship's trajectory. The 2 warships, protected by their energy shields, launched a frenzied attack on the surrounding warships. At the same time, Wang Shuhua, who had assumed temporary command of the fleet, noticed Qi Yiming's change of strategy and immediately ordered his fleet to close in on the enemy, ready to provide fire support for the Xiefeng and Weilon. Zhou Ken, worthy of being the commercial alliance's most promising fleet commander, decisively abandoned his electromagnetic suppression plan when he realized the Xiefeng could easily destroy the dozen or so special warships. He no longer required the dozen or so special warships to deploy electromagnetic suppression while all the fleet's main guns were charging, to prevent the enemy from attacking friendly ships. Instead, he ordered them to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. He then ordered the 9th Fleet and 2 other fleets, assembled from a makeshift operation, to launch a simultaneous general attack on Qi Yiming's main fleet, completely leaving the Xiafeng and Whale on behind. Zhou Qian's direct attack caught Qi Yiming off guard. Qi Yiming hadn't expected Zhou Qian to be so decisive. Seeing that the Xiafeng would inevitably destroy the special warships, Qi Yiming simply withdrew the dozen or so remaining special warships and engaged in a fair and square battle with Qi Yiming. Of course, Qi Yiming wasn't afraid of a head-on confrontation with the enemy. But not today, because the disparity in warship numbers between the two sides was simply too great. Qi Yiming had no way of compensating for the lack of numbers by relying on the quality of his warships, so he had no choice but to follow Zhou Qian's lead and change his battle plan. This gave Zhou Qian the initiative on the battlefield, allowing him to attack however he pleased. Zhou Qian, watching the real-time battlefield updates displayed on the battlefield monitor, smiled and said to his adjutant, "I was mistaken. We have a sufficient advantage. Even if we outnumber the enemy, we can still win. Why use electromagnetic suppression, which injures the enemy by 1,000 but harms our own by 800, to limit them?" The adjutant now understood and nodded to Zhou Qian, saying, "Indeed, we were overly concerned about the Xiafeng's electronic suppression capabilities. That's what they call concern leads to confusion." Zhou Qian nodded and continued, "I never fought such a lavish battle in my life. Order all attack groups to abandon the distinction between main and feint attacks. This time, he will be the main attack. My only requirement is to defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time." The adjutant loudly repeated Zhou Qian's order. The communications director quickly recorded it and began distributing instructions to each warship. After the order was issued, the Merchant Alliance warships unleashed a frenzied attack on Qi Yiming's fleet. Even after the Xiafeng returned to its own fleet and immediately activated electromagnetic suppression, it was unable to stop the frenzied enemy attacks. Desperate, Qi Yiming could only retreat once again, moving his fleet to the orbit of the first planet in the Lando system and reorganizing his formation. After discovering Qi Yiming and his fleet withdrawing from the defenses, Zhou Qian didn't immediately order his fleet to pursue. After all, the attacking alliance's formation had been completely disrupted. If he had rashly pursued Qi Yiming, he could have simply ordered his fleet to engage the alliance's attacking fleet, using the chaotic battlefield to offset their disadvantage in terms of fewer warships. Zhou Qian was well aware that a melee between the two fleets would only hinder their advantage in terms of numbers. A well-organized attack and long-range artillery fire were the most advantageous tactics for the alliance fleet. However, he had never anticipated that the Azur's energy shield's range could be adjusted. By the time Qi Yiming reorganized the formation and had the Azur expand its energy shield to its maximum range, the entire densely packed fleet was completely protected by the massive energy shield generated by the Azur. Although the Azur's maximum energy shield strength was only 4,000 points, it was just enough to withstand a salvo from the Alliance fleet's main guns. This alone cost Zhou Qian his life. Don't forget that the Snow Peak can transfer energy to the Azur through the Redemption special weapons. This means that not only can the Azur itself provide abundant energy for the shield generator, but the Snow Peak can also provide energy for the shield generator. With the energy from these two warships, the Azur shield strength regenerated at a rate of 600 points every 10 seconds. When the Alliance fleet launched another attack, they suddenly found themselves unable to break the enemy's energy shield. Although the pale blue energy shield flickered after each salvo, it only flickered briefly before stabilizing again. Qi Yiming commanded his warships to launch a methodical counterattack. Each attack sank hundreds of enemy ships. Without a better solution, Zhou Qian could only grit his teeth and urge the warships to increase their attack frequency. But no matter how hard the Alliance fleet attacked, the thin energy shield would not be breached. And as time went on, Zhou Qian noticed that his losses were mounting. Dozens of the battlecruisers, the backbone of the fleet, had already been sunk by the enemy. Furthermore, the fleet's few remaining battleships were successively under heavy attack, some of which had already suffered crew casualties. Faced with this situation, Zhou Qian did not lose his composure. Cutting losses was a wise decision at this time. He immediately ordered the three fleets to cease their attacks, quickly regrouping and withdrawing from the battlefield. He also dispatched warships to the Alliance Academy of Sciences for assistance, seeking advice on weapons that could quickly break through the energy shield. At this point, the offensive and defensive battle in the Landu Galaxy entered a stalemate, with neither side able to achieve any immediate victory. Zhou Qian wasn't sure if he'd get the answer he wanted from the Academy, but Shi Yiming had already found a way to break the impasse as the Alliance fleet retreated. After arranging the defensive mission, Shi Yiming immediately contacted Wang Xin, who hadn't left far away, via the deep space communicator, requesting that he organize a massive transport of the drones produced by the engineer to the front lines in the Landu system. Shi Yiming's idea was straightforward. Since you're going to use human wave tactics against me, then I make you redefine what human wave tactics mean. Chapter 176. After breaking contact, both sides sought support from their respective rear areas. Then came the time for a race of speed. Whoever received the necessary assistance first would be the victor of the Landu Galaxy offensive and defensive battle. Both sides were equally fast. Upon returning to Gaia, Wang Xin immediately deployed all available transport capacity to transport drones to the front lines. The men Jokin had sent to seek assistance also made considerable gains. Although energy shields were merely a PowerPoint presentation to the scientists of the Commercial Alliance, they did have some understanding of their principles. Therefore, before energy shields were even introduced, these scientists had developed some weapons to counter them. Unfortunately, without actual experimental objects, no one was sure of their effectiveness. This was truly a perfect match. The two groups immediately agreed to bring samples from the laboratory, and had Zhou Kan's men take them with them to the front lines. Zhou Kan, overjoyed upon hearing the news, immediately selected a suitable warship according to the Academy's requirements and headed to the location designated by the scientists for modification. As both sides searched for a breakthrough, the war in the Landu Galaxy descended into a strange state. Every day, the Commercial Alliance fleet would routinely circle Shi Yiming's final line of defense. Neither side engaged in combat, merely asserting their presence before quietly withdrawing. This strange state of affairs persisted for over half a month, until the warship Jokin had sent for refitting returned to the fleet. This change occurred. The warship Jokin had sent for refitting was a battlecruiser, a specific request from the experts at the Academy of Sciences. Low-level warships lack sufficient energy to meet the energy requirements for firing new weapons. High-level warships are a waste of resources, and in the current state of the Commercial Alliance, the combat power of each warship is crucial. When Jokin saw the battlecruiser carrying a massive main gun appear on the battlefield, he immediately broke into a broad grin. Even considering whether this main gun could effectively destroy the enemy's energy shields, its sheer size alone suggested it would be quite powerful. So, the day after receiving the new equipment, Jokin mobilized his entire army, confidently charging towards the enemy's last line of defense. Just as he was preparing to organize the fleet for another confrontation with the Alliance fleet, Shi Yiming immediately noticed something was amiss. Azure, deploy energy shields. Fleet formation. Shi Yiming immediately deployed the Azure shields. At Shi Yiming's command, the troops, already somewhat fatigued from the prolonged confrontation, immediately perked up. Wang Shuhua, who had just finished his combat readiness duty and was about to rest, stumbled from his captain's cabin to the bridge. Just as he was about to ask Shi Yiming what had happened, he saw the enemy fleet pressing densely toward their defenses. Is this a general attack? Wang Shuhua surveyed the scene in confusion. It seems the Alliance fleet has found a way to counter our energy shields, otherwise they wouldn't be out in full force, acting as if they had us ready to defeat. Yilu looked exhausted, and her voice was weak, seemingly still unused to this prolonged standoff. Look at that battlecruiser? Heijinju was the first to spot the unique warship in the enemy fleet. Shi Yiming glanced at the location Heijinju had marked on the battlefield monitor, then looked up and searched the enemy fleet. After a moment, he also spotted the unusual-looking warship. A new weapon? Shi Yiming asked hesitantly. Is it specifically designed to counter energy shields? Are the Alliance scientists so ruthless? They designed and manufactured a finished product in less than 2 weeks? As far as I know, many countries are researching energy shields. Xiao Shan, who had also spotted the warship, said, it's not surprising that they're designing weapons to counter energy shields in advance. Are they planning to use us as test subjects? Shi Yiming was a bit amused. Perhaps. Anyway, be careful this time. Xiao Shan's face was serious, and he looked at the modified battlecruiser with a worried look. After a long standoff, both sides had mastered each other's attack routines, so they omitted any elaborate probing. The battle intensified the moment they engaged. Shi Yiming carefully countered the Alliance fleet's attacks, keeping a constant eye on the modified warship, so he could react immediately to its attack. Of course, Jokin didn't keep Shi Yiming waiting. If the new weapon's range hadn't been so short, he would have ordered the battlecruiser to open fire. After finally bringing the battlecruiser within range of its main guns, Jokin couldn't wait to see what surprises these veteran scientists from the Academy of Sciences had in store for him. A stream of white, visible particles gradually gathered from the muzzle of the main gun, the number of particles increasing, and the bright white light growing ever brighter. Qi Yiming's face suddenly changed as he watched the strange main gun begin to gather energy. It's a particle cannon. Azure, immediately reduce the range of your energy shield and increase its defensive strength. Qi Yiming didn't have time to explain to Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan knew this was not the time to ask why, so he immediately obeyed, but he was still a step too late. A stream of white particles instantly struck the pale blue energy shield. Xiao Shan felt the Azure's hull begin to tremble. On the shield generator control panel, the energy shield, which had originally had a defensive strength of 4,000 points, was instantly reduced to just over 300 points. A single shot had forced Qi Yiming and his men into a desperate situation. Even if Qi Yiming immediately transferred energy to Azure, combined with Azure's own energy supply, the energy shield's defensive strength had only recovered to a little over 2,000 points by the time the Commercial Alliance battlecruiser launched its second attack. When the white particle beam struck the energy shield a second time, Azure's shield generator entered overload protection mode. The blue energy shield that had been protecting the fleet was instantly shattered. Cheers echoed through the Commercial Alliance's fleet command channel, and Jokin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He lost a considerable amount of hair in the past 2 weeks trying to defeat that thin energy shield. If he didn't find a better solution, he might end up bald. Without your energy shield, I don't see how you can still flaunt your might in front of me. Jokin smiled, but he never forgot his duty. After defeating the shield, he immediately ordered a general attack. 3 fleets, nearly 5,000 warships, roared towards Qi Yiming's last line of defense in the Landu system. Chapter 177. With the energy shield destroyed, Qi Yiming immediately found himself in a dilemma. If he gave up the Landu galaxy, he would have to abandon the several previously occupied galaxies due to a shortage of manpower. But if he didn't give up, while the few warships he had would be enough to make Jokin suffer, they would ultimately have to be lost here. It's still because the population is too small. Excluding those in important positions, Gaia's young men of appropriate age can only form this fleet. Otherwise, there would be no need to scheme so meticulously against the enemy. Wang Shuhua patted the armrest of the captain's chair helplessly. Now we have no choice but to retreat. He Jinju took the lead in bringing up the topic that everyone had recently mentioned. Oh, Wang-san, he always fails at the crucial moment. Yi Lu said in frustration. It's been almost 2 weeks, and he still hasn't returned. If I known, I would have gone to escort the drone myself. Qi Yiming shook his head. It's not Wang-san's fault. Gaia isn't close to here to begin with. After he returns, he have to go to the system where the engineer is. It's a bit unreasonable to expect him to return so quickly. I don't know what kind of awful luck this damn alliance has gotten themselves into. A sample fresh from the lab, untested, has instantly destroyed our energy shield. Xiao Shan looked at the shield generator counting down to overload mode with a look of disbelief. I think we should give it a try. Don't be reluctant to part with these warships. We can rebuild them if they're destroyed, Yun Mao, who wasn't very familiar with the situation on Gaia, said loudly. He was currently the highest commander of the internal security forces. Fang Min, who knew Gaia best, immediately objected, our problem isn't a lack of warships, it's a lack of men. Without enough manpower, even more warships won't help. This was the loudest argument on the fleet command channel since Qi Yiming became leader, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Quiet! Qi Yiming shouted, what are you arguing about? The fleet command channel immediately fell silent. After everyone quieted down, Qi Yiming continued, let's get rid of the enemy first. Qi Yiming was no fool. Knowing he was outmatched, he didn't choose to fight the Alliance fleet to the death. Instead, he chose to avoid the enemy's attack. After the fleet launched a few token counterattacks, Qi Yiming immediately ordered the fleet to abandon its last line of defense and withdraw in an orderly manner. All the warships regrouped at the Landu system's jump bridge connecting it to the outside world. Taking advantage of the moment, when the enemy hadn't caught up, Qi Yiming immediately used the deep space communicator to try to contact Wang-san. Whether Wang-san could arrive in time was now crucial to the battle. But to Qi Yiming's disappointment, they didn't receive a reply from Wang-san. Qi Yiming's last glimmer of hope was dashed by the silence of the deep space communicator. He knew that even if he received a reply from Wang-san now, he would still be at least 2 days away from the Landu system. By the time the Alliance fleet had driven Qi Yiming and his men out of the several systems they had just captured, that was the last thing Qi Yiming wanted. But just as Qi Yiming was about to order the fleet to activate the jump bridge and leave the Landu system en masse, the deep space communicator finally responded. This is the logistics fleet. May I ask who's calling? It was Wang Sen's voice. Qi Yiming had never before felt that Wang Sen's hoarse voice could sound so beautiful and moving. Chi Yiming grabbed the receiver of the deep space communicator and immediately asked, "Report your current position." "Headmaster, we just passed the border between the Ancestral Star Domain and the Commercial Alliance and are rushing to the Landu system." Wang Sun, hearing Chi Yiming's somewhat unfriendly voice, immediately adjusted his demeanor and answered Chi Yiming's question with precise precision. "We meet up in the coal system." Chi Yiming gave Wang Sun a confusing remark and immediately ordered the fleet waiting near the jump bridge to activate it. "Have you just given up on the Landu system?" Wang Shuhua, still a little unwilling, asked Chi Yiming angrily. "Today's great retreat prepares for tomorrow's leap forward." Chi Yiming offered no further explanation, simply ordering the navigator to activate the bridge jump. The Xiefeng quickly vanished into the Landu system, a system freshly ravaged by war. Wang Shuhua, upon hearing this, thought, "This is gathering strength for a counterattack." Rui Shuhua, without further questioning Chi Yiming, similarly ordered the navigator of his own ship, the Knight, to activate the bridge jump. Following the Xiefeng, they vanished into the Landu system. Watching the enemy fleet hastily abandon their defenses and flee, Zhou Ken couldn't help but curse. What a bunch of cowards. They're running for cover the moment their energy shields are down. Don't just stand there. Chase them. We must seize these lost border systems in one fell swoop. Zhou Ken, chasing Chi Yiming's fleet closely, hadn't expected Chi Yiming to retreat so completely. After the Alliance fleet activated the jump bridge following Chi Yiming and reached the Proxima system, they unexpectedly lost sight of Chi Yiming. By the time the warship radar operators discovered Chi Yiming and his crew, he had already led the fleet to the jump bridge connecting to the next system. The fleet didn't linger at the jump bridge. All warships activated it as soon as they entered the jump bridge's range and continued on to the next system. The two sides raced back and forth like this for 2 days, and Chi Yiming and his fleet finally arrived in the coal system. Zhou Ken excitedly told his adjutant, "Send a warship back to the capital system with news that we're about to recapture the lost border star system. The Alliance citizens need this good news to boost morale." "Isn't that a little too early?" The adjutant was cautious. He hoped Zhou Ken would only send a victory report to the capital system after completely retaking the border star system. But Zhou Ken, so elated by the moment, refused to listen to anyone's advice and stubbornly instructed his adjutant to arrange for the warships to depart with the message. The adjutant couldn't resist, and the warship responsible for delivering the message was quickly dispatched. "What's the next star system?" Zhou Ken asked the navigator, a steaming cup of coffee in his right hand. "Sir, the next star system is the coal system, adjacent to the ancestral star region." "Okay. Let's all work hard and drive out the invading enemy in one fell swoop." Zhou Ken was even happier upon hearing this. "After completing the mission, I will report your achievements to the highest degree. Following me, your future will definitely be smooth sailing." "Thank you, Captain." A wave of flattery echoed through the fleet's communication channel. Only Zhou Ken's adjutant stood aside, frowning, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou Ken patted his adjutant's shoulder with a smile. "What are you thinking about? So engrossed?" "The enemy retreated too quickly. I have a strong feeling they're scheming." The adjutant expressed his concerns. Zhou Ken scoffed. "What else can we do if he doesn't retreat? Their weak military strength is their fatal weakness. If the blue star system is lost, they won't have the extra troops to defend the other star systems. They have no choice but to spit out the star system they swallowed." "You're overthinking it." Adjutant Shanshan smiled, silently praying, "I hope I'm just worrying too much." Chapter 178. Zhou Ken's adjutant was certainly not worrying too much. His worries were gradually becoming reality. But the long wait tormented Chi Yiming. When Chi Yiming led the fleet back to the coal system, Wang Sun suddenly lost contact with him. This made Chi Yiming, who had been full of confidence, start to waver. The probability of the deep space communicator malfunctioning was extremely low. Losing contact at such a critical moment could only mean two things. Wang Sun's transport fleet had been ambushed by the enemy or encountered a rare cosmic disaster, temporarily preventing the deep space communicator from receiving signals. However, Chi Yiming reconsidered the possibility of the logistics fleet being ambushed. They had already swept the battlefield behind them several times before attacking the Landu system to ensure the smooth flow of transportation. Therefore, Wang Sun was most likely to have encountered a rare cosmic disaster. Chi Yiming could only lead his fleet once again to the bridge connecting the coal system to the ancestral star territory. If he still couldn't contact Wang Sun before the Alliance fleet appeared near them, Chi Yiming would have no choice but to retreat to the ancestral star territory. If he retreated now, he wouldn't know when he would have the next opportunity to expand his territory. Although the coal system was a frontier system close to the ancestral star territory, it wasn't considered important. But the Alliance had operated in this system for hundreds of years. The first time he easily breached it was because the Alliance was unprepared. This time, with the 9th Fleet stationed there, Qi Yiming's ability to easily breach the border defenses would be unlikely. Unless he could mobilize a large fleet, on the scale of the former Human Federation, with the few warships he currently possessed, it would be impossible to break through the Alliance's defenses. Time ticked by, and Qi Yiming kept his radar officer closely focused on the radar. As soon as an enemy warship appeared on the radar screen, he had to make a decision immediately. Otherwise, activating the bridge jump under enemy attack would result in huge losses for Qi Yiming. As everyone waited with bated breath, the radar officer on the night, at the outermost edge of the fleet, shouted, "A large fleet has been detected. It's 0.3 light minutes away, and will encounter our fleet in half an hour." At the same time, Qi Yiming also observed a large fleet approaching on the Xiafeng's radar. "Ah," Qi Yiming sighed. Just as he was about to order the fleet to activate the bridge jump and quickly evacuate the coal system, the deep space communicator suddenly chimed. "Calling the Xiafeng, this is the logistics fleet. If you can hear me, please respond." The voice was a little intermittent, but to Qi Yiming, it was like heavenly music. "This is the Xiafeng, reporting your position." Qi Yiming excitedly picked up the receiver of the deep space communicator. "We're still half a day's journey from the coal system." Wang Xin's voice was a little hoarse, clearly having been trying to call the Xiafeng for a while. "What happened? Why did you lose contact? Logically, you should have arrived before us." Qi Yiming was worried about Wang Xin's condition, fearing they had been ambushed. "We encountered a gamma ray burst. All communicators were severely disrupted, and our navigation equipment was also experiencing some issues, delaying us on the way." Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Wang Xin's response. Luckily, it was just a gamma ray burst, affecting only communications and navigation. If it had been a helium flash, Wang Xin would probably be in a state of shock by now. But hearing that they would take at least half a day to arrive was a bit awkward. It's not that Qi Yiming couldn't withdraw from the coal system, but this was already the Alliance's border. What if the Alliance's fleet commander was a ruthless person and waited for Qi Yiming and his men to withdraw from the coal system and then destroyed the jump bridge? Destroying a jump bridge within Alliance territory might have entailed significant political risk for Zhou Qian, but destroying a jump bridge in a border system connecting to the Ancestral Star region would be a good enough excuse. Zhou Qian had Qi Yiming as a sufficient excuse. If Qi Yiming then wanted to attack the Commercial Alliance again, he would have to slowly fly from the Ancestral Star region via warp navigation. If this were to happen, the civil war in the Commercial Alliance might have already ended by the time Qi Yiming and his men arrived. How could he exploit the situation? "It seems we have to fight tooth and nail for half a day," Qi Yiming said helplessly to the others. "How can we fight for it? We have too few warships. We'd probably lose more than half of them before the hour," Yilu said pessimistically. Wang Shuhua and He Jinju both fell silent. They weren't optimistic they could hold out for even half an hour. Qi Yiming said, "We strike at their weakest point. We go after that battlecruiser equipped with the particle energy cannon." "Are you crazy?" He Jinju looked at Qi Yiming in surprise, as if he had recalled Qi Yiming's battle plan. Qi Yiming said nonchalantly, "I'm not crazy. To reclaim the human territory occupied by the Zerg, I'd rather die than die where I am now." "What do you mean?" The usually clever Wang Shuhua was a bit slow to react, still looking at the two men with a puzzled look. Qi Yiming looked at Qiao Shan and continued, "I just wonder if Brother Qiao is willing to take this risk with me. Are you saying that we should use short-range precision jumps again to penetrate the enemy lines and destroy that battlecruiser?" Qiao Shan hesitated. Qi Yiming nodded silently. "How confident are you?" Qiao Shan continued. Qi Yiming shook his head. "Not very confident. This time the target is a battlecruiser, and the Xiafeng isn't sure we can destroy it before we're sunk. Is this our only chance to turn the tables?" Qiao Shan continued. Qi Yiming nodded, but remained silent. Qiao Shan was silent for a moment before saying, "Let's do it." Two lunatics. He Jinju was at a loss for words to describe them. Wang Shuhua now understood. "You're planning to use the enemy battlecruiser as leverage to draw the bulk of their firepower towards you." "Yes. That would force the Alliance fleet to dedicate most of its forces to protecting that battlecruiser. We're engaging them in guerrilla warfare in the coal system. I doubt it would last more than half a day." Qi Yiming's eyes shone as he looked at his companions. "As much as I want to stop you," Wang Shuhua said after a long pause, "this risky move is truly the only way to break the deadlock." Yilu looked at Qiao Shan, who also wore a serious expression, with a worried look. "There's no time to convince everyone. I have no choice but to give the order." Qi Yiming, observing the approaching enemy fleet, assumed the commanding presence of a commander. Everyone follow orders. If we fail, Wang Shuhua will lead the fleet out of the coal system immediately. Since Qi Yiming had given the order, as soldiers, they had no choice but to obey. Xiao Shan's Azure activated the shield generator again and adjusted the shield range to the minimum, protecting the snow peak next to her. Chapter 179. With the previous experience as a lesson, Jokin had been constantly on guard against Qi Yiming attempting another short-range precision jump. When he saw the familiar combination of the snow peak and the Azure again, he immediately ordered the fleet to alert and mobilized all of the fleet's most powerful warships around the modified battlecruiser. The particle energy cannon, the only one capable of destroying the shield, also began charging. Fortunately, the snow peak and the Azure launched a fatal attack the moment they appeared near him. Qi Yiming finally smiled as he observed the internal movements of the opposing fleet. He wasn't really going to engage the Commercial Alliance fleet in a decisive battle. Qi Yiming's goal was merely to harass them, forcing them to hesitate and not attack his main force with all their might. However, the Commercial Alliance fleet held a significant numerical advantage. By mobilizing some of its forces to defend key areas, Jokin still had plenty of mobile forces at his disposal to continue attacking Qi Yiming's main fleet. With no other options, Qi Yiming could only order the Xiefeng to continue its attack mission as planned. He believed that if the Xiefeng could inflict greater pressure on the enemy, the Merchant Alliance fleet would first concentrate its forces on the Xiefeng before focusing on Qi Yiming's main fleet. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, the Xiefeng and the Azure decisively accelerated into the warp channel. Wang Shuhua immediately assumed command of the fleet, continuing to maneuver back and forth in front of the enemy lines, searching for opportunities to strike. Meanwhile, Zhou had ordered the fleet forward, continuing to reduce the enemy's maneuvering space. He also ordered the warships carrying out key escort missions to remain vigilant and ready to attack the Xiefeng should it appear before them. A few minutes later, the Snow Peak and the Azure appeared unerringly near the modified battlecruiser. The two warships, fresh from the warp, were immediately subjected to a fierce attack from the Alliance fleet. Thousands of laser beams burst forth, interspersed with artistic, milky white particle energy beams. Shield strength has dropped by 5,512 points. Xiao Shan immediately reported the damage to the energy shield to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming had anticipated the situation, with 10,000 points of defense instantly halved. He wasn't as nervous as Xiao Shan. Azure, abandon all weapon recharges, and divert all energy to the shield generators to maximize shield recovery speed. The Snow Peak will also assist, Qi Yiming said calmly. After giving Xiao Shan new instructions, he turned to the weapons officer. Have you completed recharging the super heavy main guns? Qi Yiming didn't want to complete the weapon recharge before the warp, but any form of energy within the warp channel would dissipate without reason, and recharging prematurely would be a waste of energy. 30 seconds left. The weapons officer glanced at the charge status of the super heavy main gun. Qi Yiming calculated that with the Azure's current energy shield, it could sustain one more round of attacks. The enemy's attack intervals were roughly 25 to 30 seconds, and the particle energy cannon's intervals were slightly longer, requiring about a minute to fully recharge. Hold on. Let the Snow Peak fire at least one main gun salvo, Qi Yiming said to Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan simply nodded silently, then stared intently at the energy shield status panel before him. At this point, the Azure's energy shield was recovering at a rate of 771 points every 10 seconds, even as the Azure sacrificed its offensive power. Although the Xiefeng also provided support to the Azure, the Xiefeng needed to quickly recharge its super heavy main guns, so its actual support was limited and did not significantly increase the Azure's shield recovery rate. Even so, after the Xiefeng completed a main gun salvo, regardless of whether the battlecruiser was seriously damaged or not, Qi Yiming had to lead the Azure into a warp channel and evacuate the center of the enemy fleet immediately, otherwise they would be destroyed. However, Jokin could never allow Qi Yiming to complete the attack on the battlecruiser so easily. Seeing the Xiefeng's two super heavy main guns begin to charge, Jokin immediately ordered the modified battlecruiser to adjust its position, using friendly ships as much as possible to protect itself. At the same time, he directed his own ship to block the Xiefeng's firing range. Jokin didn't want to do this, but there was no other way. He couldn't order other warships to block the Xiefeng's firing range, as that would easily cause a mutiny within the fleet. Even the order to the battlecruiser to evade using friendly ships was issued through a special channel. The warships surrounding the Xiefeng were completely unaware that Jokin had betrayed them to preserve his ultimate weapon. Qi Yiming watched the battlecruiser shrewdly duck behind the fleet, but he was completely helpless. Their maneuvering space had long been blocked by Zhou Qian, leaving them with no way to adjust their firing range in time. In the end, they could only watch as 2 purple beams from the super heavy main guns grazed the battlecruiser's hull. At least they sank 2 cruisers and a dozen destroyers. The escorting battlecruiser, pierced by a purple beam, was forced to slowly disengage from the fleet and retreat to the rear for emergency repairs. Even so, Qi Yiming wasn't upset. The Xiefeng and the Azure didn't linger. After firing their main guns, they immediately accelerated and quickly entered the warp tunnel, disappearing from Zhou Qian's sight once again. When the Xiefeng and Azure reappeared, they had already lost contact with the Alliance fleet. It was only then that the Xiefeng fully supported the Azure, increasing its shield recharge rate to 1,321 points per 10 seconds. A minute later, the energy shield's defense strength returned to 10,000 points. Qi Yiming simply said to Qiao Shan, "Let's go." The 2 warships turned their bows and entered the warp tunnel once again. This time, Qi Yiming didn't intend to focus on the battlecruiser, but instead aimed to destroy the enemy's active forces. There was no requirement for the Azure to fully power the shield generators. They simply needed to ensure that the Xiefeng and Azure immediately withdrew from the enemy fleet after the shields withstood the second strike. As a result, Zhou Qian's damage load rapidly increased. The warships originally assigned to the primary defense were quickly sunk or severely damaged one by the Xiefeng's modified tactics, and the modified battlecruisers were gradually exposed to the Xiefeng's guns. Zhou Qian had no choice but to mobilize fleets from the opposing front to reinforce the escort fleet. Leading the fleet on the move was a strain. The fleet's losses were severe. Under the enemy fleet's relentless attacks, they had already lost half of their destroyers, and more than a dozen cruisers had broken away from the fleet, activating nearby jump bridges and leaving the coal system. But as time passed, Wang Shuhua keenly sensed that the pressure on his shoulders was easing. Many heavy firepower warships on the enemy front were being withdrawn. Wang Shuhua knew Qi Yiming's plan was working, but he was deeply concerned about Qi Yiming and Qiao Shan, fearing anything might happen to them. Thankfully, his fears hadn't materialized. Instead, things were moving in a positive direction. Chapter 180. More and more warships joined the encirclement and suppression of the Xiefeng and Azure. But the scene infuriated Zhou Qian immensely. Every time the Xiefeng and Azure appeared near them, all participating warships would immediately open fire. Even with the addition of the particle energy cannon, they still couldn't destroy the Azure shields in a single blow. The closest they came to success was when the Azure shield strength was reduced by over 8,000 points in a single blow. This frightened Qi Yiming so much that he didn't even attack. The 2 warships had barely escaped warp when they accelerated back into the warp channel, losing contact with the enemy. Furious, Zhou Qian smashed 2 water cups before calming down. Zhou Qian, who had previously had a clear mindset, gradually became irritated by Qi Yiming's harassing tactics. When the Xiefeng once again successfully escaped from under his nose, Zhou Qian finally lost his temper. The attack cluster continues to compress the enemy's main fleet's maneuvering space. Although Zhou Qian was in a frenzy, he still retained a shred of rationality. He didn't abandon his attack on Qi Yiming's main fleet, but simply reduced the intensity of his attacks. This was all because Zhou Qian had recalled all battlecruisers and above on the front lines, preparing a surprise for the Xiefeng. Just as Zhou Qian had made all preparations, expecting the Xiefeng to arrive, the Xiefeng returned to its own fleet and quickly retreated towards a nearby jump bridge. In reality, this wasn't surprising. Thanks to their advanced battlefield surveillance systems, the commanders on both sides had a complete overview of the entire battlefield. Knowing full well that the enemy was assembling heavy forces to capture the Xiefeng in one fell swoop, how could Qi Yiming be so foolish as to choose this moment to perform another short-range jump? The wisest course of action was, of course, to return to his own fleet, temporarily disengage from the enemy, and regroup for the next battle. Time passed quickly. Qi Yiming's rogue tactics had actually cost him nearly half a day. Less than half an hour had passed since Wang Sen's logistics fleet arrived in the coal system, but Qi Yiming's main fleet was already at its wits' end. Already outnumbered, Qi Yiming had lost nearly 60% of his effective combat power after half a day of fighting. The remaining warships were all damaged. No matter how much Qi Yiming tried to attract Zhou Qian's attention, he couldn't keep the fleet engaged in guerrilla warfare against the enemy. Furthermore, Zhou Qian had already tightly protected the battlecruiser with more battlecruisers and some battleships to destroy the Xiefeng. In desperation, Qi Yiming could only lead the fleet towards the jumping bridge. When all else was at an impasse, it would allow everyone to quickly escape the coal system. However, the continued decline in the number of warships did provide Qi Yiming with a small consolation prize. With the remaining warships tightly arrayed, the Azure's medium-range energy shield was just enough to envelop all the warships. The Azure once again became the center of the fleet, with all the warships tightly surrounding it. With a sinister grin, Jokin commanded the massive fleet to the vicinity of the jumping bridge. The modified battlecruiser once again appeared at the forefront of the Alliance fleet. The particle energy cannon mounted on its hull had already fully charged, and upon entering range, it unleashed a massive stream of extremely high-energy particles towards the Azure's deployed energy shield. The remaining Alliance warships also opened fire. Although medium-sized energy shields were slightly stronger than large-scale ones, under Jokin's fleet barrage, the shields didn't even blink. They were overwhelmed in the blink of an eye, and the shield generators went into overload mode. Shi Yiming's entire fleet was now exposed to the Alliance's artillery. At this point, Zhou Qian's anger slowly subsided, and he remembered Alliance President Genoa's instructions. Furthermore, the enemy showed no sign of retreat, seemingly preparing to make a desperate struggle by jumping off the bridge. Uninformed, Zhou Qian assumed the Xiefeng's commander had received orders to hold his ground, and he felt a pity for him. Such a talented commander, and a powerful ancient warship had been abandoned. Jokin felt that his chance to persuade the enemy to surrender had come. So, he simply ordered the fleet to tightly surround Shi Yiming and his men, not rushing to attack. He then instructed the communications director to send a communication request to the Xiefeng. Shi Yiming, who was worrying about how to hold out for the final half hour, suddenly received a communication request from the Alliance fleet commander, which immediately gave him a new idea. "You're giving me this opportunity to buy time. No wonder I'm so mean." Shi Yiming ordered the communications director to accept the request. While he instructed Wang Shuhua to contact Wang's senator, he then began to play along with Zhou Qian. The conversation between the two parties was nothing more than a business exaggeration. Zhou Qian expressed that the Alliance's top brass greatly admired Shi Yiming, and hoped that he would abandon his dark ways and join the Alliance. Shi Yiming stated that not all of his men were on the warship, and that he needed time to clear out the supervisory team. Zhou Qian, who had only been talking to Shi Yiming to buy time, unexpectedly gave him 10 minutes to deal with the supervisory team when he saw a chance of persuading him to surrender. 10 minutes later, Zhou Qian contacted Shi Yiming again, and the two argued again about their treatment after surrender. Shi Yiming claimed that he would only surrender after receiving a clear response from the Alliance, while Zhou Qian explained that this required time to discuss with Alliance leaders, and that he had no say. As the two argued back and forth, Wang Shuhua quietly announced to Shi Yiming over the fleet channel, "Wang Sun has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of spatial distortion points appeared around the jumping bridge, numbering over 100. Shi Yiming's mouth twitched as he muttered, "How many drones did Wang Sun and his gang bring? They mobilized so many transport ships?" Zhou Qian had also noticed the anomaly in the space near the jumping bridge. Cursing, he hung up the line with Shi Yiming, and was about to order the fleet to launch a general attack when he saw a series of small transport ships of varying models emerging from the distorted space. The largest transport ship was no more than 1,000 kilometers long. When Zhou Qian overreacted and hung up the line to apologize to Shi Yiming, the communications director informed him that they had denied all communication requests. "All ships alert." Sensing something was amiss, Zhou Qian immediately ordered all warships to heightened alert. But he couldn't understand what the support of 100 or so transport ships would do. Puzzled, Zhou Qian muttered, "Transport ships can't fight. Could he be using their thick armor to withstand our firepower and accelerate them toward our warships?" But the next moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Shi Yiming had the Xiefeng activate all the drones she could control the instant Wang Sun emerged from the warship. With the wise, the number of drones the Xiefeng could control doubled from 50,000 to 100,000. Dense swarms of drones took off from the transport fleet and arrived at the front of the battle line. Zhou Qian was stunned by the sheer number of drones. He had never heard of an aircraft carrier commanding so many fighters at once. Chapter 181. Faced with a dense swarm of drones, the attacking fleet, once soaring with morale, immediately slowed to a halt. For the captains of the Commercial Alliance, they had never seen so many drones in their lives, let alone fought against them. Thankfully, Zhou Qian's momentary distraction was short-lived, and he immediately ordered the fleet to gather its formation, concentrating all its anti-aircraft firepower to counter the drone attack. Even so, the rapidly deteriorating battlefield situation gradually weakened the captains of the Commercial Alliance. 100,000 drones fearlessly charged towards the Commercial Alliance fleet. The dense anti-aircraft firepower constantly decimated the drones, but it still couldn't stop them from closing in on the fleet. Furthermore, after Shi Yiming deployed the drones as his ultimate weapon, he also commanded his fleet to follow the drones and attack the enemy. Qi Yiming only had 100 or so warships left, most of them cruisers. While their firepower wasn't as great as that of battlecruisers, the wisest precise deployment maximized their effectiveness. Each attack by Qi Yiming's fleet sank several warships in key positions, creating a moderately large path for drone attacks. Using these paths, numerous drones gradually infiltrated the Merchant Alliance fleet. Those that didn't penetrate the fleet began to orbit the enemy fleet. From time to time, thousands of drones would suddenly break away from the formation and descend upon a warship. Using their numerical advantage, they completely enveloped the warship, then launched thousands of laser beams, not high in power, but capable of inflicting damage. Thousands of red laser beams carved deep cracks into the outer armor of the besieged warships, and as time went on, the cracks grew larger and larger. Gradually, the drones peeled the outer armor off the warships, followed by the internal structure. A warship engulfed by drones was dismantled in less than 2 minutes. Of course, the drones themselves suffered considerable losses. But what made the enemy desperate was that while drones were constantly being destroyed on the front lines, drones were constantly taking off from behind Qi Yiming's fleet, joining the fleet, and waiting to launch an attack. While this scene filled the captains of the Alliance fleet with despair, they were unaware of the nearly 100 transport ships in the transport fleet behind Qi Yiming, their warehouses overflowing with drones. Even Wang Xin, who was in charge of the transport, hadn't counted exactly how many drones he had brought in, but it must have been at least 1 million. After all, drones aren't very large, and they can even be folded together. When Wang Xin was loading the drones, he simply said to the crew, "Load them. Fill the cargo holds of these 100 or so transport ships with drones as quickly as possible." With such a large reserve of drones, Qi Yiming didn't even bother calculating the losses. If a drone was lost on the front lines, he would immediately activate a new one, ensuring a constant presence of 100,000 drones on the battlefield. Zhou Qian was sweating profusely. He no longer had the heart to curse Qi Yiming for his despicable tactics, resorting to such despicable tactics as feigning surrender to stall for time. Because he was already being bombarded with casualty reports. Just 5 minutes had passed since the drones launched their attack, and the total number of warships in Zhou Qian's 9th fleet and the other 2 improvised fleets had dropped from nearly 5,000 to just over 4,000. And the rate of warship losses was increasing exponentially. At this rate, in less than half an hour, his 3 fleets would be reduced to space junk, forever floating beneath the starry sky. Zhou Qian slapped himself hard. Why had he been so obsessed with capturing the Xiefeng? Now, if he didn't flee, he would become a prisoner of the enemy. The heavy casualties forced Zhou Qian to order a retreat. And so the pursuit between the two sides resumed in the border star region of the Commercial Alliance. This time, Zhou Qian was the fleeing commander. All along the way, warships hoisted white flags, shut down their engines, and raised their guns high, waiting for Qi Yiming to send someone to reclaim them. At this moment, Qi Yiming's only concern was to quickly recapture the lost Landu system and secure the defenses as quickly as possible. Besides, he lacked the manpower to recover the warships, so he simply ordered the crews of the surrendered warships to eject themselves from the ships using their emergency escape systems. Wang Xin, following behind, led his men to raise the lifeboats and place the occupants under centralized management and custody. Zhou could observe the disorganized fleet and experience the feeling of a crushing defeat. Qi Yiming's pursuit of them lasted 3 days. If it weren't for the drones needing to be recovered each time they were activated to jump off the bridge, Zhou Qian's fleet would have been completely decimated by Qi Yiming. Zhou Qian quickly retreated with his fleet back to the Landu system. Qi Yiming, who had followed them, gave them no chance to breathe. As soon as they emerged from the warp, a swarm of drones flew overhead, descending upon the Commercial Alliance fleet once again. At this point, Zhou Qian was left with only a little over 1,000 warships, most of them belonging to the 9th fleet. The improvised Commercial Alliance fleet had been sunk or surrendered during their escape. The last few days of flight had left Zhou Qian looking extremely weak, his once black hair turning white overnight. "Commander, what should we do now? The entire 9th fleet is willing to live and die with you," the adjutant said, a look of grief and indignation on his face. Zhou Qian smiled wryly and shook his head. "Retreat? We have no chance of a comeback. You signed a military order to the president." The adjutant wanted to say something else, but Zhou Qian interrupted him with a raised hand. "I can die, but you can't. The 9th fleet is the Alliance's last capable fleet. We can't all be destroyed here." "But..." "No buts. I sacrificed the other 2 fleets to save you. Immediately order all warships to evacuate the Lando system. Stop the futile struggle. We are completely defeated." The adjutant could only nod silently, and turned to convey Zhou Qian's order to the other ships. At this point, Qi Yiming also slowed his attack, and did not pursue the fleeing fleet. Yi Lu was extremely puzzled by Qi Yiming's actions. Why not go all out to destroy this fleet? Qi Yiming looked at the Alliance fleet activating the bridge jump and said, according to intelligence, the 9th fleet is the last remaining powerful fleet in the Merchant Alliance. We can't destroy it here. Since it's the last remaining powerful fleet, we can't let them escape. Destroying this fleet now might quickly end the Merchant Alliance's civil war, which would be very disadvantageous to us, Wang Shuhua explained on Qi Yiming's behalf. Qi Yiming had already captured the Merchant Alliance's border star region near the Ancestral Star region, and he needed time to digest the gains. Accelerating the civil war within the Alliance due to the destruction of the 9th fleet was certainly not the best solution for Qi Yiming. Chapter 182. After watching the remnants of the 9th fleet leave the Landu system, Qi Yiming began to deploy defenses for the Landu system. Because the Landu system was the Commercial Alliance's only connection to the border star region, Qi Yiming only needed to guard the entrance to the Landu system and the Commercial Alliance's heartland. Defense wouldn't be difficult unless the enemy launched a large-scale invasion. Qi Yiming deployed all of his fleets to the Landu system. He handed over the other occupied star systems to Qiao Shan, who led a dozen warships to conduct a thorough investigation of the system. Any warship that didn't explicitly surrender was to be sunk. After deploying the defenses for the Landu system, the next step was to accept the several administrative planets in the occupied star system. Qi Yiming wasn't particularly concerned with the resource-rich star systems. His primary concern lay with the 2 habitable planets. Unlike Gaia, these 2 habitable planets, though located on the border, had been under the Alliance's management for hundreds of years. The population on these planets was still quite high. The combined population of the 2 habitable planets approached 10 billion. Adding in the colonists of several resource-rich star systems, Qi Yiming now controlled a population approaching 15 billion. This greatly alleviated Qi Yiming's manpower shortage. As for the management of these planets, as Wang Shuhua had said, the humans on several planets showed no reaction to the change of regime. It seemed that the recently concluded battle for the border star region had little impact on their lives. This was somewhat helpful in Qi Yiming's efforts to establish a new order. After a series of purges, Qi Yiming decisively expelled Die-Hard Alliance members from various management levels, and transferred a large number of administrative personnel from Gaia to various government departments. At the same time, the blockade on the planet's humans was lifted, allowing them to purchase personal aircraft to leave their respective planets. Of course, Qi Yiming also had his own calculations in mind. Under Qi Yiming's management, Gaia has already developed a number of large-scale enterprises, especially the rapidly developing private spacecraft manufacturing industry. With Gaia's private spacecraft inventory approaching saturation, implementing free navigation rights on newly conquered planets not only provides these large enterprises with new business growth points, but also generates more tax revenue for Qi Yiming's government. This will allow Qi Yiming to build a large number of warships to strengthen his defense capabilities. After conquering the border star region of the Commercial Alliance, Qi Yiming was not in a hurry to expand his territory. After locking down the only entrance and exit to the Landu system, Qi Yiming had ample time to deal with internal affairs. Once the population of these planets has been completely absorbed, Qi Yiming will have a stable rear base, laying a solid foundation for his future plans. From the outset, the new policies Qi Yiming implemented on the occupied planets demonstrated remarkable vitality, especially the free navigation policy. In the interstellar age, for those humans who would never enter space, this reform was far more appealing than Qi Yiming's direct cash handouts. This was especially true for the elite, who were still relatively well off. For a time, the activity in the border star regions was several levels higher than before Qi Yiming's occupation. The airports were packed, and private spacecraft were everywhere, crisscrossing the system. Qi Yiming wasn't afraid of these people leaving the border star regions, because they knew that if they left Qi Yiming's sphere of influence, they would be quickly sent back to Earth. The high-ranking officials of the Commercial Alliance would not allow free navigation to happen under their watch. Of course, this frenzy would gradually subside over time. After all, most humans were still accustomed to living on the surface, and their future lives wouldn't be confined to just one planet. They could, at any time, embark on a new life on any administrative planet under Qi Yiming's rule. Qi Yiming delegated all these complex administrative matters to Fang Min and Lu Bishu. He retained veto power only on key issues, while maintaining a firm grip on fleet command. After all, the military was the most effective means of ensuring his dreams were realized. As for administrative management, Qi Yiming's only requirement was stability. All regional governors had a veto power, Any unrest in the region under the jurisdiction of a newly appointed governor would be immediately removed. As for conscription, Qi Yiming tied all citizen benefits to military service. This was especially true for the right of free navigation. This meant that if a family wanted to enjoy free navigation, one member had to register for military service. Only families that had registered for military service could enjoy free navigation. Coupled with the exceptionally high welfare benefits available only to citizens, military service registration windows in various cities were quickly overwhelmed. In less than 2 months, Qi Yiming had enough active-duty personnel to support him in organizing a substantial interstellar fleet. With the influx of numerous scientists, the Academy of Sciences rapidly improved its analysis of the technological heritage of the former Human Federation. Industry also made rapid progress, particularly in the advancement of automation. Qi Yiming was extremely pleased with the quality of the population on the newly acquired, readily habitable planet. A large number of engineers were assigned to various positions. Qi Yiming, looking at the administrative reports submitted by various levels of government, smiled constantly. Having sufficient manpower is truly the most blissful thing. Qi Yiming often said this to Hao Qinqi, who accompanied him. Hao Qinqi had recently officially resigned as captain of the Redemption. She herself said that she simply disliked the spectacle of fighting. She had previously followed Qi Yiming on his expeditions, because she knew he was truly short of manpower. Now that she had sufficient manpower, she hoped to leave the military and take on some administrative work. Qi Yiming didn't force her. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. So Hao Qinqi transitioned from captain to become Qi Yiming's administrative secretary. Her husband, Chen Cheng, became commander-in-chief of the Border Star Region Army, responsible for all planetary ground defense, and also left the interstellar fleet. As for Yi Lu and Wang Shuhua, they each had their own fleets. With sufficient manpower, the engineers' production speed was finally no longer constrained. In just 2 weeks, hundreds of cruisers left the slipway to join the fleet. To more conveniently command the fleet, Qi Yiming appointed Wang Shuhua as commander of the new Federation's Second Fleet, and Yi Lu as commander of the new Federation's Garrison Fleet. Oh, I forgot to mention that after Qi Yiming completely occupied the Border Star region and clarified the administrative responsibilities of all levels of government, a grand founding ceremony was held. This was also the unanimous request of Fang Min and the others. Not establishing a nation would have been unjustifiable for those of them working in administration. Qi Yiming simply took the easy way out and directly inherited the political system of the former Human Federation, laying the groundwork for the subsequent, logical, operation to reclaim the former Human Federation's territory. In the year 3352 of the star calendar, Qi Yiming's nearly 7 years of hard work since awakening finally took a solid step forward in this new world, laying a solid foundation for his future unification of humanity and the fulfillment of his ideals. Chapter 183. The establishment of the new federation was a natural progression for Qi Yiming and his comrades, but it caused a great stir among other powers and nations in the universe. When the Wang family of the Xuanwu Galaxy received a message from Wang Sun requesting their relocation to the new federation, Wang Zhengfeng, the clan leader, was stunned. He had originally thought that Qi Yiming and his men would, at best, occupy a habitable planet and become a local tyrant. However, he hadn't expected Qi Yiming to actually establish a nation, and to do so by wresting an entire star region from the commercial alliance. Despite his connections with Wang Sun, Wang Zhengfeng still declined Wang Sun's invitation. After all, a family with a large fortune couldn't be abandoned simply. The royal family of the Taro Empire, bordering the commercial alliance, had certainly taken note of the new federation, but the rise of a new power didn't attract much attention. The royal family of the Taro Empire was busy plotting how to profit greatly from the internal strife within the commercial alliance. The Turing Federation was doing the same thing, but the Cloud Ring Federation remained indifferent to the internal unrest within the trade alliance. It wasn't that they didn't want to intervene, but rather that the Cloud Ring Federation had suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Zerg, and was thankful to be able to defend their own territory. However, on the third planet in the Canrola system in the Orlon star field of the Cloud Ring Federation, Claire von Manu, sitting in the dining room eating lunch, was absorbed in watching the current affairs news. The current affairs news was covering news about the new federation. It is reported that the leader of the new federation is an awakened. The announcer read in a clear voice from the script in his hand. Claire pinched herself subtly when she heard the word awakener, as if to remind herself that this wasn't a dream. She then quickly stood up and went to her home storage room, where she found a dusty box in a corner. Claire stood there holding the box for a long moment, before blowing away the dust and carefully opening it. Inside the box was the flag of the Human Federation Garrison Fleet, and next to it, a garrison fleet insignia. Claire's trembling right hand gently brushed over the flag and the faded insignia, tears of excitement streaming down her face. Claire was also an awakener, but his luck was much better than others. He had awakened on his own, deep in a dense jungle, a place rarely visited by humans, which was why he hadn't been discovered. But when he finally returned to the human world after much difficulty, he discovered everything had changed. A strange situation had caused the former cruiser captain to subconsciously conceal his identity, ultimately saving him. Only when he learned that most humans now hated the Awakened did he feel fortunate not to have rashly revealed his identity. Thus, Claire blended into the new human society as an ordinary person, living under the rule of the Cloud Ring Federation for over 30 years. Fortunately, a nation like the Cloud Ring Federation, with nearly 1,000 years of history, doesn't monitor its citizens as strictly as nations like the Commercial Alliance, which have only a few hundred years of history. Ordinary people in the Cloud Ring Federation enjoy relatively freer life. Anyone with the ability can start with a personal shuttle and gradually realize their life's aspirations. After a few years of confusion, Claire finally tucked away his longing for the former Human Federation and faced his new life. After all, as a cruiser captain, Claire had no problem finding a job. So, starting as a crew member, he worked hard and finally rose to command a commercial transport fleet 2 years ago. Life was pretty good, and he even got married 6 months ago. But today, when he saw this message about the new Federation, long-forgotten memories rustled in him. Looking at the military flag in his hand, he remembered his comrades, who had fought alongside him, and the loved ones whose bodies had been dragged away by insects. The seeds of revenge took root in his heart once again. 2 days later, Claire and his newlywed wife set out for the new Federation. Of course, Claire wasn't alone. Whether in the Turing Federation, the Taro Empire, or other countries, there were always some Awakened, or descendants of Awakened, who had learned of the news and were living in anonymity and embarked on the journey to the new Federation. Sadly, however, the vast majority of them either perished in pirate attacks or, having been limited to operating small shuttles, perished in cosmic disasters. Only a small number reached the Commercial Alliance's several free ports near the Landu system, where they were stranded and unable to proceed. Luckily, Claire encountered the same problem. The jump bridge leading to the Landu system was heavily guarded by the Commercial Alliance. Without official permission, anyone could not even approach the jump bridge and reach the Landu system. Those who could obtain official permission were either large corporate conglomerates or government officials. For those of them, the powerless and powerless, there was no way out. But to his despair, the new Federation star field had only one entrance and exit, the Landu system. Those who wanted to reach the new Federation had no choice but to fight tooth and nail against this single point of entry. Claire's only option now was to obtain a deep space communicator and send a distress signal to the Landu system using the distress frequency used by the former Federation fleet. However, deep space communication equipment was only available on large warships, and he only had a small shuttle. Even if he sold it, he couldn't afford a deep space communicator. Desperate, Claire had to take a different approach and enlist in the Commercial Alliance's battle fleet. To gain access to the warship's communication equipment, Claire lied about being the communications director on a large transport ship. He had lost his livelihood due to the war and the disbanding of the commercial fleet, which was why he enlisted. The Commercial Alliance, meanwhile, had suffered heavy losses from repeated battles and was in dire need of personnel, especially experienced technicians like Claire. Claire had originally risen through the ranks from communications to captain, so he was incredibly familiar with the intricacies of communications. So, after passing a simple test, he was assigned to a battleship as a communications officer due to his excellent performance. What delighted Claire even more was that he was assigned to the garrison fleet responsible for blocking the bridge to the Landu system. The battleship Claire served on would subsequently experience inexplicable malfunctions in the deep space communications equipment. Claire would then volunteer to repair it. To the delight of the battleship commander, no matter what problems the deep space communications equipment encountered, they were quickly resolved as long as Claire stepped in. Each time Claire completed repairs, he would find an excuse to test the deep space communicator to see if it was working properly, thereby transmitting the pre-human Landu system-specific distress signal. At first, the battleship commander suspected Claire of having ties to the Landu system's enemies, but after sending someone to eavesdrop and analyze the signals, which turned out to be a mess of garbled code, he relaxed his supervision of Claire. Thus, Claire would periodically use the opportunity of repairing the deep space communication equipment to transmit distress signals to the Landu system. Claire was fortunate. After operating covertly for over half a month, This recurring signal finally caught the attention of Wang Shuhua, commander of Qi Yiming's fleet station near the jumping bridge in the Landu system. Chapter 184. At first, Wang Shuhua didn't care about the mysterious signal and didn't order his communications manager to decipher it. But every once in a while, an identical signal would be sent from the other side, which piqued Wang Shuhua's curiosity. So Wang Shuhua had the Knight's communications manager try to decipher the signal. But no matter what method the Knight's communications manager used, all he got was a bunch of gibberish. "Are you sure you tried everything?" Wang Shuhua asked the Knight's communications manager, slightly puzzled. The communications manager spread his hands and said, "I tried every method I can think of, and all I get is gibberish." "That's strange. Who would use a deep space communication device to send such gibberish?" Wang Shuhua rubbed his chin involuntarily. "There's another strange thing." The communications director stammered to Wang Shuhua, "What's even stranger is that the beginning and ending lines of all the garbled codes I deciphered are identical." "Identical? What do you mean?" "After comparing the data from all the codes I deciphered using various methods, the first and last lines are all identical." "What? How is that possible?" Wang Shuhua stared at his communications director intently, as if trying to read his mind. Finally, Wang Shuhua confirmed the situation through the director's explanation. As he had said, the codes deciphered using different methods were identical. This was quite unusual. Wang Shuhua didn't believe anyone would be so bored as to send such meaningless garbled code using a deep space communicator. He speculated that the garbled code itself was a special communication code. Can current human technology achieve this level of performance? Wang Shuhua asked the communications manager. The communications manager thought for a moment and said, "If I can send this kind of garbled code, I can create two different decryption methods that produce the same code. Any more than that, and I won't be able to do it." "How many methods did you use to decrypt this signal?" 13. The communications manager paused and continued, "As far as I know, some experts have managed to create 8 decryption methods that produce the same code. I never heard of anything higher." Knowing he had encountered something extraordinary, Wang Shuhua immediately archived the mysterious signal and sent it to the Academy of Sciences branch in the Landu Galaxy for research. A day later, the head of the Academy of Sciences branch in the Landu Galaxy spoke with Wang Shuhua, who immediately contacted Qi Yiming, who was inspecting the Coal Galaxy, by a deep space communicator to report the incident. Qi Yiming immediately interrupted his formation and rushed to the Landu Galaxy to reunite with Wang Shuhua. It was 2 days later that Qi Yiming received this signal, while still en route to the Landu system. However, when Qi Yiming analyzed it through the Xiafeng's onboard intelligent computer, it immediately provided accurate information. The signal contained only a few words, a short message. "I am Claire von Manu, captain of the Thunder Cruiser of the Human Federation Garrison Fleet. I am blocked en route to the Landu system. Anyone receiving this message, please notify Qi Yiming immediately. I need your assistance." Qi Yiming was both excited and confused after reading this message. Excited to have discovered another survivor of the former Human Federation, but puzzled as to why this captain, calling herself Claire, was aboard a commercial alliance warship. Qi Yiming had no doubts about Claire's identity. The Xiafeng's onboard intelligent computer had already informed him, upon deciphering the signal, that it was a distress signal specially developed by the Human Federation. This signal served primarily as a call for help, but its most important function was to identify individuals. In the vast universe, humanity was uncertain about the existence of only intelligent species. To prevent rescue fleets from being ambushed by alien species, they developed a special encoding method for this distress signal. The prefix and suffix of the signal were always the same. To the uninformed, the deciphered garbled code from the prefix appeared to be just gibberish, but to the onboard intelligent computer, it resembled an image of a double helix genetic chain, while the suffix was an image of a human male, with the main message in the center. This distress signal encoding method was something every captain must learn and master. As for why Claire was aboard the commercial alliance warship, Qi Yiming didn't bother to consider it. Since the other party had sent the distress signal in this manner, it implied that they knew Qi Yiming's identity, and were interested in joining his team. Qi Yiming had to find a way to rescue this person, no matter what. 3 days later, the Xiafeng arrived near the jump bridge leading to the commercial alliance in the Lando system, and reunited with Wang Shuhua's defense fleet. Soon, Wang Shuhua arrived at the Xiafeng's bridge to discuss a rescue plan with Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming didn't dare use the deep space communicator to contact the battleship. It was obvious that they were also operating in secrecy, otherwise they wouldn't use such a complex encryption method known only to awakened individuals. But Qi Yiming couldn't determine which battleship Claire was on. What if the fleet activated the jump bridge all at once, flew over, and then, in a frenzy, sank the battleship Carlisle was on? I think since Claire dared to send a message, he must have a way to notify us of his warship in time, Wang Shuhua said after a moment of thought. Qi Yiming wasn't entirely sure, but he couldn't argue with Wang Shuhua. In this situation, all we can do is bet on Claire's ability to send another message at a crucial moment. So when will we act? And how much will we control the scale? Seeing Qi Yiming's silence, Wang Shuhua guessed he was ready to take a risk and inquired about the specific timeframe. We just send the Xiefeng, along with a transport ship loaded with drones. Qi Yiming folded his arms over his chest and spoke slowly. We're just going to rescue people. If the entire fleet goes, it gives the commercial alliance the impression we're not satisfied with the status quo. Then, a large fleet might attack the Landu system again. Indeed, we still need time to digest our victory. It's definitely not appropriate to start another war with the commercial alliance. Wang Shuhua nodded. We still need to prepare for the response. Just in case the enemy misjudges the situation and launches a large-scale attack, we be prepared. Qi Yiming thought for a moment and continued. I will mobilize all warships except the garrison fleet to assemble in the Landu system. The remaining transport ships equipped with drones will also be on standby near the jumping bridge. Qi Yiming nodded. He believed Wang Shuhua was not an impulsive commander, so he was very confident in Wang Shuhua's deployment. Currently, the various administrative planets of the new Federation are at a critical juncture of regime change. As Wang Shuhua said, this is definitely not the time to go to war with the commercial alliance. Although the Snow Peak is a major bug, the commercial alliance won't be able to do anything about them for a while. But there's no guarantee that those unscrupulous politicians will bring in other forces to deal with Qi Yiming for their own benefit. After all, a government led by an awakened is inherently an enemy of all current human forces and nations. If they act too aggressively, they are likely to be attacked by a group. Before completely digesting the results of the battle in his hands, Qi Yiming would never show a strong desire for expansion to prevent the new Federation from becoming the public enemy of the human world. Chapter 185. After arranging the rendezvous fleet, Qi Yiming reconfirmed the number of drones on the transport ship. It was exactly 80,000, no more, no less. While not the maximum number of drones the Xiefeng could currently control, it was more than enough to deal with the temporary garrison fleet assembled by the commercial alliance. The Xiefeng soon entered the range for activating the jump bridge. After completing the energy input, it activated the jump bridge and left the Landu system. While jump bridges are convenient, compared to ordinary navigation, they are still far behind compared to stargates for inter-system travel. The Xiefeng spent over a day on the journey, using 2 jump bridges to transit before reaching the adjacent system of the Landu system. After exiting the jump channel, Qi Yiming saw an A-plus class interstellar fleet led by 2 battleships. This fleet was a local garrison fleet urgently assembled by the commercial alliance after learning that they had completely lost control of the Border Star region. To better defend against Qi Yiming's attack, they had actually assigned 2 battleships to this garrison fleet. However, these threats posed little threat to Qi Yiming. After all, he was well prepared this time. 80,000 drones would be enough to give this A-plus class interstellar fleet a hard time. But for Qi Yiming, the priority wasn't to destroy the garrison fleet in front of him, but to find Claire's exact location. Although the Xiefeng had deciphered Claire's distress signal, it didn't describe which ship she was aboard. There was no other way. Claire's situation wasn't bad, but she couldn't let the commercial alliance commander know about the secret transmission of information. Therefore, the message Claire sent was limited in content. Qi Yiming felt that sending a short distress signal without the enemy's knowledge was already the limit. Any longer would likely attract the attention of the commander of the commercial alliance fleet. Spotting the Xiefeng near the jumping bridge, the commercial alliance's garrison fleet would naturally launch an attack. But Qi Yiming's hands were tied, and he dared not use excessive force, fearing he would sink the warship where Claire was hiding. So the Xiefeng, which had so often demonstrated its prowess on the battlefield, could only passively take the beating. Qi Yiming was tied up and endured the beating, while Claire, on her side, was anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Qi Yiming's appearance was extremely unfortunate. Claire had just completed a 24-hour combat readiness shift and was ordered to rest. Even if there were combat missions now, Claire could leave his post and return to his cabin to rest, as each warship had redundant personnel, especially those in technical positions. Until he was certain Qi Yiming would be able to rescue him, Claire dared not act too abnormally. Taking the initiative to perform tasks for others was a highly unusual practice within the commercial alliance's garrison fleet. A single misstep could easily lead to immediate execution. Unable to access the communications console, Claire had to find another way to notify Chi Yiming. Just as Claire was at his wit's end, he suddenly felt the insignia of the former Human Federation garrison fleet in his jacket pocket. Claire slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about this? Claire hurried back to her private cabin and pulled the well-preserved badge from her jacket pocket. Claire tapped the Battleship regiment depicted on the badge for 10 seconds, and suddenly a high-frequency warning light flashed. Claire breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it still works, otherwise I wouldn't have found a way to notify the friendly ships outside of my location. Claire was actually gambling. He was betting that his rescuers would remember that this badge, issued to every soldier by the former Human Federation, had a location-based function. In interstellar battlefields, search and rescue are easy for those who escape a battleship in a life pod, as the pod has a built-in location-based function. But for those who didn't make it onto the life pod but managed to survive wearing their extravehicular spacesuits, finding them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. To maximize the chances of saving combatants' lives, the former Federation had specially built a small location transmitter into each soldier's badge. While its power wasn't high enough, the location information it transmitted couldn't travel very far, but it nonetheless significantly aided search and rescue efforts. As a Federation soldier, Chi Yiming was well aware of the badge's usefulness. As the enemy faltered, Chi Yiming not only ordered the communications director to carefully monitor incoming signals from the enemy fleet, but also instructed the Xiafeng's onboard intelligent computer to initiate a search for the badge. Sure enough, after Claire activated the badge's location function, the Xiafeng quickly detected the extremely weak signal. Chi Yiming was overjoyed, as the Xiafeng's onboard intelligent computer had pinpointed Claire's location after analysis. Now with a clear target in mind, Chi Yiming completely unleashed his full force, immediately activating all his drones and charging headlong towards the Merchant Alliance's garrison fleet. The commander of the Merchant Alliance's garrison fleet was stunned by the sheer number of drones. He had never experienced the battle for the Border Star system, so this was his first encounter with a drone swarm attack. Many of his captains had experienced that unforgettable battle. When they saw the drone swarm, their first reaction was to flee. Once the first warship fled, a second and a third followed. Chi Yiming, who had originally prepared for a bloody battle, hadn't expected this improvised garrison fleet to be so weak. Thankfully, Chi Yiming ignored the fleeing warships and simply had his drones encircle the battleship that was continuously transmitting a weak positioning signal. The captain of the battleship, enveloped by the drones, stared in despair at the dense swarm of drones surrounding him, unsure whether to order a continued attack. Just as he was hesitating, his communications officer suddenly turned around and told him they had received a direct communication request from an enemy ship. After the call was connected, Chi Yiming said bluntly, "Your ship has the person I need. I'm here to pick him up, so please cooperate. I'll let you go when I'm done." The captain was completely bewildered. "Your person? How could I possibly have the person you need on my ship?" "You don't need to know that. Just cooperate." The captain was on the verge of tears, thinking, "You're just asking me to cooperate, but you have to tell me what you're going to do, right?" Just as the captain was about to have a nervous breakdown, his lieutenant informed him that a communications officer in the ship's hangar had requested to leave in a transport craft. As if grasping at a lifeline, the captain quickly said, "Give me clearance." Soon, a bulkhead on the battleship, surrounded by drones, opened, and a small transport craft flew out. Its pilot was none other than Claire. Chapter 186. Claire soon arrived at the Xiafeng in her transport. The moment she stepped out of the transport, the voice of the ship's intelligent computer blared from the radio in the Xiafeng transport's hangar. "Welcome aboard, Commander Claire. Please proceed to the bridge. Commander Chi Yiming awaits you." Commander Claire, this familiar yet unfamiliar name nearly brought Claire to tears. However, at the thought of soon meeting Chi Yiming, a fellow awakened, Claire suppressed her emotions and followed the ship's indicator lights to the Xiafeng's bridge. Arriving on the bridge, Claire, following the custom of the former Human Federation, saluted Chi Yiming and then solemnly stated, "Commander of the garrison fleet requests boarding. Please grant." Chi Yiming also stood at attention and returned the salute before saying, "Boarding granted." The two then gazed at each other with eager eyes, their hands clasped together. Claire's previously well-controlled emotions suddenly spiraled out of control, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Glory to the Federation, illuminate the stars. Glory to the Federation, illuminate the stars." Chi Yiming held Claire's emaciated hands and continued, "Now's not the time to reminisce. Go and rest. We discussed this in detail once we return to our own territory. There are 3 comrades waiting for you over there, all from your garrison fleet." Claire was now overcome with emotion, and could only nod repeatedly. He then followed Qi Yiming's adjutant to the cabin specially prepared for him to rest. Watching Claire leave, Qi Yiming calmed himself down and said to the navigator, "Turn the ship around, we're heading back." At the same time, he ordered the weapons loadout to retrieve all drones. Soon, the Xiefeng and the accompanying transports activated the emergency bridge to the Landu system. After Qi Yiming left, the commander of the Commercial Alliance's garrison fleet quickly submitted a detailed report of the incident to the Alliance's top brass. At this point, Genoa had already received news of the Ninth Fleet's defeat. She had been unable to eat or sleep for the past few days, anxiously gazing at the border star regions occupied by Qi Yiming on the star map. Genoa knew that capturing the Xiefeng was an absolute impossibility. Furthermore, the Alliance would have to constantly guard against Qi Yiming and his fleet re-entering Alliance territory. With Qi Yiming's current strength, he was fully capable of conquering another commercial alliance system. However, after reading the battle report from the garrison fleet, he keenly grasped Qi Yiming's intentions. Capable of continuing the attack, Qi Yiming simply commanded the Xiefeng to pick up a person in the Mythos system, which borders the Landu system, and then turn back. This undoubtedly signaled to Genoa that their appetites were modest. They only wanted one border star region for now. Unable to capture or defeat, Genoa truly didn't want to create another powerful enemy for the Alliance. The current civil war had already forced the Merchant Alliance's fleet into a two-front war, a highly unfavorable situation. Adding another foe like Qi Yiming would put immense pressure on the Alliance's defense. Since Qi Yiming had temporarily lost his desire for further expansion, Genoa might as well send someone to secretly negotiate with Qi Yiming, while publicly declaring their determination to recapture the lost border star region. Although the occupied zone had undergone initial governance and social activities were back on track, Qi Yiming, who aspired to long-term rule, felt the political foundation was still unsound and would need time to fully grasp the situation. Whether the negotiations were conducted covertly or publicly, Qi Yiming made no difference. His primary concern was that the ceasefire between the two sides would provide him with a period of stable development, allowing him to build strength for further expansion. So Qi Yiming readily agreed to Genoa's covert request for peace talks. What most compelled Qi Yiming to agree to the talks wasn't his desire for peace, but Claire's arrival, which brought him both good and bad news. The good news was that another modular warship had appeared within Qi Yiming's sights. The bad news was that this modular warship had been discovered by the Yunhuan Federation 8 years prior, and was under strict protection. The Yunhuan Federation Academy of Sciences had already begun researching it. Qi Yiming was furious when he heard this, so Genoa sent someone to contact him privately, and they quickly received Qi Yiming's promise to temporarily halt his expansion. After settling everything, Qi Yiming immediately set off from the Ancestral Star region, taking a detour to the Cloud Ring Federation. Claire, not even bothering to rest, followed Qi Yiming to the Cloud Ring Federation. His wife was still stuck in the Mithras system, and he needed to find someone to retrieve her from there. All the way, Qi Yiming kept asking Claire about the War Spear. The War Spear was the only battleship in the Strategic Strike Fleet's armored system. The Strategic Strike Fleet's design was unusual. Instead of designing a battlecruiser after a cruiser, it went straight to the battleship. This battleship was called the War Spear because, in addition to its 3 twin-mounted super-heavy main guns, 23 large main guns, and hundreds of secondary guns, its roughly 35-kilometer-long rectangular hull itself was a superpowered main gun. The War Spear was designed as the main gun for the higher-tier super flagship Titan. Scientists at the former Federation Academy of Sciences not only called it the War Spear, but many preferred to call it the Particle Light Spear. When the War Spear transformed into its Particle Light Spear form, its range could traverse the entire Landu galaxy. Qi Yiming certainly didn't want to watch such a powerful weapon being dismantled and studied by the Cloud Ring Federation scientists. So, the Snow Peak maintained a very high speed throughout the journey. Qi Yiming feared it would be too late, and that the Cloud Ring Federation scientists, unaware of the War Spear's importance, would actually dismantle it. Then, Qi Yiming would be left with nothing but tears. However, upon arriving in the Cloud Ring Federation, Qi Yiming and Claire were completely clueless, having no idea where to look for the War Spear. Reluctantly, Qi Yiming agreed to Claire's request to retrieve his wife first, while he planned to explore the Cloud Ring Federation for a while, hoping to find something unexpected. The Snow Peak's existence was no longer a big secret to the outside world, so it was quickly recognized by Cloud Ring Federation officials. This was especially true of the Fei family of the Cloud Ring Federation. Fei Min, the current head of the Fei family, was the first person to contact Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming didn't really have a favorable impression of these people. A family that sacrificed national interests for selfish gain truly resented Qi Yiming. But Qi Yiming, unfamiliar with the Cloud Ring Federation, had no choice but to ask Fei Min some questions, hoping to elicit some clues. Chapter 187. Fei Min actually made a good impression on Qi Yiming. He even felt very friendly. Mr. Qi is a great benefactor to our Yunhuan Federation. It is truly an honor for our Fei family to host such a great hero. Fei Min greeted Qi Yiming warmly from outside the Xiefeng's cabin. Although Qi Yiming looked down on these aristocratic families, he had no choice but to feign flattery now that he needed a favor. The Federation waved its hand and said, "I don't deserve it. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a human being. Mr. Qi, please don't be so modest. I know full well that if Mr. Qi hadn't seized the Zerg's weakness and launched a reckless attack, our Yunhuan Federation fleet would have been annihilated by those damn Zergs sooner or later." Fei Min invited Qi Yiming off the ship and continued, "You are now the idol of thousands of girls in our Yunhuan Federation, haha." Qi Yiming laughed awkwardly and didn't comment further on the matter. "I wonder what brings Mr. Qi to our Cloud Ring Federation this time." Fei Min, already aware of the establishment of the new federation, wondered if Qi Yiming was seeking political assistance from the Cloud Ring Federation. Qi Yiming couldn't directly inquire about something as secretive as the War Spear, so he could only ask indirectly, "Mr. Fei, you must know that I'm an awakened one, and therefore I'm very concerned about the whereabouts of the former Human Federation warships. I heard a rumor a while ago that an ancient warship was discovered in the Cloud Ring Federation." Fei Min was stunned for a moment, then calmly asked Qi Yiming, "Where did Mr. Qi get this information?" "Hey, it's just gossip, but I'd rather go out and verify it than lose it. After all, some of these warships are very important to me." What Qi Yiming didn't expect was that Fei Min, for some unknown reason, didn't deny Qi Yiming's claims. Instead, she smiled and invited him to her home. Qi Yiming initially didn't want to follow Fei Min, but Fei Min used the opportunity of shaking hands to discreetly show him the former Federation soldier's badge she had hidden. Qi Yiming understood. After all, apart from him, no awakened had dared to reveal his identity, so Fei Min's caution was understandable. Soon, the group followed Fei Min to the Fei family villa complex on the second planet of the Domi galaxy. Qi Yiming then followed Fei Min into a secret room. The room wasn't large, less than 20 square meters. In the center of the room stood a conference table, large enough for a dozen people. A flag of the former Human Federation hung on the wall opposite the table. Beneath a military flag stood a single table, upon which sat 5 boxes. The lids of the boxes were transparent, revealing a badge of a former Federation soldier in each. Qi Yiming's speech was now stammering. He pointed at the badges and asked Fei Min, "So many awakened? Where are they now?" Fei Min's initial excitement faded, and she spoke in a deep voice, "I'm not an awakened. The owners of these badges you see have been dead for hundreds of years." Hearing this, Qi Yiming instinctively wanted to draw his gun. But Fei Min continued, "Mr. Qi, don't get excited. I mean no harm to you. Although I'm not an awakened, I am indeed a descendant of one." Qi Yiming remained vigilant, looking at Fei Min with a questioning look. 3 generations back in the Fei family, over 600 years ago, a former Federation brigadier general named Fei Rahai and his 5 subordinates awakened from hibernation. The 6 of them struggled to survive for over a decade, utilizing whatever resources they could, until the Cloud Ring Federation began developing their planet. Unaware of the outside world, when they saw a spaceship, unmarked by any former Federation markings, land on the planet's surface, the 6 chose to hide and observe the situation. The Federation warship they relied on was naturally recovered and transported away by the Cloud Ring Federation. Fei Rahai and his men hid in the wilderness for 6 months. As human activity on the surface grew more mundane, Fei Rahai and his men finally rejoined the human population. What followed was the entire Fei family's struggle, which Fei Min briefly touched upon. My ancestors' 5 subordinates still have descendants, but over the past few hundred years, most of them have been absorbed into the Fei family. Fei Min pointed at the 5 Federation soldier badges on the table, and looked at Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming slowly lowered his hand from his pistol and asked, "Tell me what your purpose is." Since the other party was not an awakened, but a descendant of an awakened, Qi Yiming lost interest in Fei Min. Just because their ancestors had faith and wanted to reclaim the glory that belonged to humanity didn't mean their descendants would share the same faith, especially since there were several generations between them. "I introduce you to a senior figure in the Academy of Sciences who's researching ancient warships. Once you obtain that ancient warship, you have to help our Fei family gain independence from the Cloud Ring Federation." Fei Min didn't waste any words, directly laying out the terms of the deal. "You truly think highly of me. No matter how weak the Cloud Ring Federation is, it's still far stronger than the commercial alliance embroiled in civil war. How could I possibly help your Fey family achieve their goal of sundering the land and establishing their kingdom with just one ancient warship? The Domi galaxy was one of the star systems most severely affected by the Zerg. Fei Min's eyes flickered, as if recalling something painful. When the Zerg invaded the Cloud Ring Federation, the higher-ups didn't issue any warnings to the star systems where the Zerg had appeared, simply abandoning them. After all, the Fei family, descendants of the Awakened, knew something about the Zerg. As a prominent family within the Cloud Ring Federation, the Fei family held considerable influence in both the military and political circles. Despite immense political pressure, they intercepted a portion of the evacuating interstellar fleet. Members of the Fei family personally fought on the front lines against the Zerg, risking their lives to slow their advance. This bought Fei Min ample time to organize the evacuation of the civilian population. Of course, this was a highly risky but also highly profitable political investment for the Fei family, but they succeeded. The Fei family now effectively controls the Red Maple and Carbon Star regions, and is on the verge of a falling out with the Cloud Ring Federation. However, no matter how powerful a family's influence is, it can never rival a nation, so Fei Min never took that step. Until Qi Yiming returned to the Cloud Ring Federation, seeing the example of the new federation, Fei Min was naturally tempted. This was his true purpose in seeking Qi Yiming out. As for the terms of exchange, even if Qi Yiming hadn't mentioned his search for the ancient warship, Fei Min would have brought it up. Upon hearing this, Qi Yiming realized the Fei family wasn't incapable of independence, they had popular support. While their military strength was somewhat lacking, with his help, they could certainly achieve their goals. Qi Yiming was a man who yearned for chaos. The more disarray among the various factions, the better it would be for him to unify humanity. He felt he could lend a hand. Of course, the best way to help him would depend on the specific circumstances. Chapter 188. After careful consideration, Qi Yiming quickly reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Fei Min. That day, Fei Min hosted a grand welcome dinner for Qi Yiming. After the dinner, Fei Min, along with several prominent members of the Fei family, met with Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming made his position clear, and then left the secret room. As for the internal coordination within the Fei family, Qi Yiming wasn't particularly concerned. With centuries of history, the family had its own internal systems. Qi Yiming was only concerned about when he could meet the senior member of the Academy of Sciences, so he could take him to the research base of the War Spear. 3 days later, Fei Min acted swiftly, taking Qi Yiming to the Remy Galaxy in the Cloud Ring Federation, where a research institute affiliated with the 101 Federation Academy of Sciences was located. This institute was a secret research institute specifically established for research on the War Spear. As for how Fei Min knew about this location, he explained that most of the research funding for the institute came from military-industrial enterprises under the Fei family's name. As the current head of the Fei family, it was no surprise that he knew about this institute. The director of this institute, Luo Shiji, is a renowned researcher in the 101 Federation's Ancient Warship Research Department and has overseen numerous reverse engineering projects on ancient warships. 8 years ago, when the 101 Federation discovered the War Spear, he was assigned to reverse engineer it. But the renowned Luo Shiji was aboard this ancient warship. In the past 8 years, apart from successfully opening the War Spear's hatch, there has been no progress in research. If there are no more achievements this year, he will likely lose his position as director of the institute. Luo Shiji, who had been attempting to crack the onboard AI aboard the Spear, immediately dropped his project upon hearing that his financial sponsor, the patriarch of the Fei family, had arrived. He returned to his research institute's office and enthusiastically welcomed Fei Min. There was no other way. If their financial sponsor wasn't well served, they would be out in the cold. Fei Min, no less ostentatious, greeted Luo Shiji with equal enthusiasm. "Our great scientist, how's your progress?" Luo Shiji's mouth twitched. He dreaded being asked this question, but Fei Min couldn't help but answer. He gritted his teeth and said, "Progress is good. We hope to crack this ancient warship's AI by the end of the year." Qi Yiming, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Qi Yiming knew the power of the strategic strike fleets on board AIs. While they weren't truly artificial intelligence, they were within striking distance. Even if the perverts at the former Human Federation Academy used their supercomputers to brute force a crack, it would still take over 30 years. Qi Yiming simply didn't believe the man before him could crack the ship's firewall in just 8 years. Luo Shiji knew he was bragging, so he awkwardly looked at Qi Yiming, who was trying to stifle a laugh, and said, "Mr. Fei, who is this?" Fei Min smiled and said, "Don't mind me, Mr. Luo. This is a useless young man from our family. I spoiled him. He heard I was coming to visit the ancient warship and insisted on coming along. Another financial sponsor, Luo Shiji, couldn't get angry and could only hide his anger with an awkward laugh. Fei Min, of course, knew the current research progress. He simply patted Luo Shiji on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry, we won't reduce our investment. I'm here to understand the actual research progress, so I can budget for the company's next fiscal year." Luo Shiji's eyes lit up at this. He knew it was time to secure funding again. If he could secure a significant amount of research funding for the institute today, he could hold on to his position as director for a few more years. Luo Shiji quickly opened the independent storage device in his office, retrieved the research data from the past few years, and said to Fei Min, "We achieved some results. We roughly figured out the routing of all the energy pipelines and precision equipment within the ship." He then unfolded a blueprint, densely packed with lines. Fei Min couldn't understand it either. She simply glanced at it symbolically and nodded. Seeing Fei Min's satisfaction, Luo Shiji became even more enthusiastic in his explanation. He then retrieved another document from the database and said, "This blueprint is for the 3 special guns on the battleship. It hasn't been verified yet, so I wonder if they can actually be built." Qi Yiming glanced over at this, but he had no idea how to understand it. However, Qi Yiming was impressed by Luo Shiji's ability to reverse engineer the structure of the super heavy main gun and draw detailed blueprints. You have to remember that the super heavy main gun was the product of the meticulous efforts of hundreds of scientists at the Federal Academy of Sciences. Fei Min nodded happily. Wasn't all this investment all these years just for these things? Regardless of the power, as long as the actual gun could be built according to the blueprints, their investment would definitely be worth it. Seeing Fei Min's good spirits, Luo Shiji continued, "Based on my research over the past few years, this warship itself appears to be a main gun. While I haven't yet fully understood the underlying design principles, I believe my suspicions are correct." Qi Yiming nodded quietly, his opinion of Luo Shiji changing considerably. Judging from these introductions, Luo Shiji is truly capable, but the job he's taken on is a bit tricky, which has led to him being frequently mocked and humiliated in recent years. Of course, Fei Min didn't forget the real purpose of his visit. He said to Luo Shiji, "My junior is fascinated by the ancient warship. I know this violates your regulations. Could you please allow him to come aboard for a tour?" Luo Shiji looked embarrassed. "Mr. Fei, you know the Institute's regulations. There are also armed personnel on guard aboard the ship. This is very difficult for me to handle." Fei Min didn't force his hand, but simply said to Qi Yiming in a complaining tone, "I told you it's impossible, but you insisted on coming. Observe the person and listen to the instructions." Although Luo Shiji was a scientific researcher, his interpersonal skills were not low, otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to the top of this research institute. Fei Min seemed to be lecturing Qi Yiming, but in reality, she was speaking to Luo Shiji. Luo Shiji saw this and thought, "Damn it. The financial sponsor is angry. For next year's research funding, isn't it necessary to visit? Arrange it immediately. Even if you change your mind and don't want to go, I tie you up and take you for a tour of the warship." Luo Shiji said awkwardly, "This must be kept secret. The security guards will change shifts in 2 hours. There will be a 5-minute window when no one is on duty. During that time, I can take this gentleman on a brief tour." Fei Min immediately said, looking embarrassed, "I'm so sorry to trouble you." The two of them then engaged in a barrage of business flattery, which gave Qi Yiming, who was standing nearby, goosebumps all over his body, and made him want to get as far away from them as possible. Chapter 189. While Fei Min and Luo Shiji were exchanging compliments on their business ventures, problems were brewing within the Fei family. As one of the leaders of the Fei family, Fei Junlong participated in the entire meeting with Qi Yiming and the subsequent secret meeting. Logically, Fei Junlong's independence would be a boon for him, as the leader, because as long as the Fei family separated from the Yunhuan Federation, his power would increase. However, Fei Junlong was a complete and utter egoist. He believed that Fei family independence would not benefit him at all, and would instead affect his interests within the Yunhuan Federation. Although he didn't oppose Fei Min's plan during the secret meeting, he immediately sold out the Fei family, acquiring enough wealth to last him the rest of his life. Originally, the Yunhuan Federation's top brass were speculating about Qi Yiming's purpose for this visit. Now, with Fei Junlong's revelation, Qi Yiming's purpose was quickly revealed. The Yunhuan Federation's top brass reacted swiftly. After learning Qi Yiming's true intentions, they immediately dispatched a fleet to the Remy Galaxy to prevent any accidents. After exchanging pleasantries with Fei Min for a while, Luo Shiji glanced at the time and said to Qi Yiming, "Little brother, Guard change is almost here. Come with me. The Research Institute wasn't located on a planet's surface, and the Cloud Ring Federation couldn't move the War Spear to a more secluded location. They had to anchor a small space station near the War Spear to accommodate the researchers. The researchers usually worked inside the War Spear. Qi Yiming and Fei Min followed Luo Shiji onto the small transport craft. Qi Yiming stared intently at the massive battleship out the window. The deep black outer armor almost blended in with the cosmic backdrop. The ship's 3 super heavy main guns were evenly distributed across the hull, and the slightly angled sides were densely packed with secondary guns. The bow wasn't encased in thick armor like other battleships. Instead, it had a circle approximately 300 meters in diameter, within which was a thick layer of armor that could be opened at any time. Qi Yiming knew that this was the launch port for the War Spear's particle lance. When the particle lance was fully charged, the thick armor at the launch port would open, revealing its fangs. Just as Qi Yiming was engrossed in his observation, Luo Shiji's personal communication suddenly rang. Luo Shiji apologized to Qi Yiming and stepped aside to answer the call. After a moment, he looked at Qi Yiming with a grim expression. "I'm so sorry, the tour might not be going ahead." Qi Yiming looked at Luo Shiji in confusion. How could he have been fine just now, after receiving a call, and now it's broken? Luo Shiji continued apologetically, "I don't know what's going on, but the local governor just sent me a notification informing me that the Institute's security level needs to be increased by 3 times, and immediately." Qi Yiming immediately felt something was amiss. He asked Luo Shiji, "Has there ever been a case of such a sudden increase in security before?" Luo Shiji shook his head. "That's what I'm wondering too. It's never happened before." Qi Yiming immediately glanced at Fei Min with a wary look, as if to ask why the security level had to be raised immediately just because they were here, if not at other times. Fei Min also looked at Luo Shiji with a puzzled expression. He still wanted to fight for Qi Yiming's sake. After all, Qi Yiming had told him that as long as he could board the War Spear, he would be able to take control of it in just a minute. It seemed that Luo Shiji was willing to risk everything for his financial backer. After much deliberation, he decided to take Qi Yiming aboard for a tour. But before they could reach the well-hidden landing platform specially built to conceal the War Spear, the local garrison fleet of the Remy system appeared near the War Spear. Frightened, Luo Shiji immediately stopped his course. "Why is the garrison fleet here? They're not normally allowed here." Luo Shiji was completely bewildered. Qi Yiming, on the other hand, was quite surprised. The 101 Federation had suddenly increased the security level of the Research Institute and dispatched a garrison fleet to protect the War Spear's research site. Clearly, someone had learned something. Fei Min was no pushover either. Upon noticing the garrison fleet's sudden appearance, she immediately sensed something was amiss. The two of them quickly said their goodbyes and departed. On the way back to Fei Min's private spaceship, the two of them began to whisper. "What's going on? Could there be a traitor in your Fei family who leaked our plan? That's impossible. Besides you and me, the only people who knew the entire plan were the few Fei family leaders you met that day. But there's no reason for them to betray our Fei family. There are so many unreasonable things that happen to our family. It's not impossible for something like that to happen to yours. Then what should we do? The War Spear is under guard. The Cloud Ring Federation couldn't have sent a fleet to guard the War Spear for no reason, especially right around the time we arrived. What does this mean? Are you saying there's a traitor in our Fei family? I'm not sure, but this is incredibly strange. I think you better return to your Fei family and gather your family members to make all necessary preparations. Aren't you coming back with me?" Fei Min asked Qi Yiming in surprise. Qi Yiming shook his head. "I have to seize the War Spear before their security forces arrive." "How? With just one warship, the Snow Peak?" Fei Min looked at Qi Yiming as if he were idiot. Qi Yiming shrugged helplessly. "If we delay any longer, the 101 Federation will send its main fleet to guard the War Spear, making it even more difficult to attack. But even the garrison fleet isn't something you can handle with just one battleship." Qi Yiming smiled. "You know nothing about the Xiafeng's combat capabilities. Against the main fleet, the Xiafeng might be overwhelmed, but the garrison fleet doesn't even have a single battleship. It's nothing to the Xiafeng." "Madman. You're a madman." Fei Min now felt a pang of regret. Why would he choose to cooperate with a lunatic like Qi Yiming? But it was too late to say anything now. If Qi Yiming's guess was correct, the Fei family must immediately blockade all star systems bordering the 101 Federation and prepare for war with all their might. "Send me to the Xiafeng's hideout now, and then return immediately." Qi Yiming looked at Fei Min, whose face was filled with anxiety and fear, and gave him a negative rating from the bottom of his heart. Qi Yiming had originally thought Fei Min was courageous, but he hadn't expected her to panic so utterly when the time came. The two of them didn't exchange any further words until Fei Min escorted Qi Yiming to the Xiafeng's hideout. Qi Yiming then spoke again, saying, "If you want independence, don't hesitate. Otherwise, not only will it harm you, but your family will also fall into the abyss." Qi Yiming could only do so much. If Fei Min behaved a little better in the future, Qi Yiming would consider helping them. If she remained so unbearable, Qi Yiming would willingly break their agreement. After seizing the war spear, they would immediately leave the Cloud Ring Federation and prepare for a possible attack by the Cloud Ring Federation on the new Federation. Chapter 190. Qi Yiming, returning to the Xiafeng's bridge, immediately ordered the ship to set sail, heading for the Jean Lancer. The garrison fleet dispatched by the Cloud Ring Federation was not very powerful. Comprising only 3 cruisers and a dozen destroyers, Qi Yiming took them lightly. Qi Yiming didn't even bother engaging the fleet. When the Xiafeng appeared near the Jean Lancer, the garrison commander immediately became alert. "This is a restricted military area. Please leave immediately." The Xiafeng's public channel immediately received a warning from the garrison. Qi Yiming ignored it and ordered the navigator to proceed at full speed, approaching the Jean Lancer as quickly as possible. The garrison commander hadn't expected to encounter such a stubborn opponent. Before he and his fleet arrived, he had received strict orders not to allow any unidentified vessel to approach the Jean Lancer. Now, the Xiafeng had ignored his warning, clearly harboring ill intentions. So the garrison commander, abandoning formalities, immediately ordered the fleet to open fire. Qi Yiming sneered dismissively, "Run the nanorobot production line at full power, divert any remaining energy to the engines, and ignore the enemy attacks." The crew, having experienced numerous major battles with Qi Yiming, had no doubts about Qi Yiming's orders. They also believed, with all their hearts, that the fleet before them posed no threat to the Xiafeng, so they followed Qi Yiming's instructions. Even Qi Yiming's adjutant stood beside him, silent and watching the spectacle. Soon, the garrison's veterans of battles against the Zerg recognized the Xiafeng's identity. The commander of the garrison fleet naturally recognized the Xiafeng. Only then did he understand why the warship before him had been so arrogant, completely oblivious to their attacks. The garrison fleet's barrage of fire pelted the Xiafeng's hull, but these attacks posed no threat to the Xiafeng, which had activated its ionospheric generator. Most of the burst lasers were blocked by the ionosphere, and a few, due to poor impact points, caused slight damage to the Xiafeng's outer armor. However, with the nanobot's full efforts, the damaged armor was quickly repaired. Then a strange scene unfolded on the battlefield. Over a dozen warships of the garrison fleet attacked with all their might, but the Xiafeng, like a stone, showed no reaction and flew directly towards the war spear. The enraged commander of the garrison fleet stood on the bridge and cursed. Qi Yiming cared nothing about this. His primary concern now was whether the war spear had been dismantled by the scientists of the Cloud Ring Federation. If so, things would be very troublesome. Soon, the Xiafeng's extended docking port connected with the war spear's hatch. Qi Yiming had his adjutant temporarily assume command while he led the internal security forces, carrying 2 large crates of energy blocks, into the war spear. Some researchers were still working inside the war spear, along with security personnel. Sadly, these individuals didn't hold out long against the internal security forces and were all captured. Those who resisted fiercely were killed on the spot. Qi Yiming looked at the horrified Luo Shiji and said, "Mr. Luo, we meet again so soon." Luo Shiji was initially confused, trying to recall how he knew these people. But when Qi Yiming pushed back the visor of his airtight helmet, Luo Shiji was so shocked he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. "Don't be nervous. I value scientific talent like you. Since you're already on board, there's no need to go back. Come leave with me later." Qi Yiming didn't even give Luo Shiji a chance to speak. He signaled the internal security team to round up the scientists, and took Luo Shiji with him to the war spear's power bay. Although Luo Shiji and his team had replaced the war spear's power blocks, their identities were unusual, so the power bay's energy system was likely locked by the war spear's onboard intelligent computer. The energy blocks placed in the power reactor were likely rapidly released by the onboard intelligent computer using a special method, so Qi Yiming had to replace the war spear's energy blocks again. After entering the power bay, Qi Yiming observed the situation and found that the power reactor's control system had indeed been locked. A yellow button on the power reactor's control panel was blinking. Qi Yiming stepped forward and gently pressed the button. Luo Shiji, standing nearby, sarcastically said, "It's no use. We already pressed that button multiple times. The ship's AI will lock up again after it completes its identification." While waiting for the AI to identify him, Qi Yiming said to Luo Shiji, "You can't pass identity verification without me." "I can't." Before he finished his words, the AI's voice came over the War Spear's internal broadcast. "Commander Qi Yiming, welcome aboard." Luo Shiji looked at Qi Yiming in disbelief. You? What do you mean by me? My identity information has always been stored in the internal files of the War Spear. Qi Yiming immediately ordered the ship's intelligent computer to take control of the War Spear. Under Luo Shiji's glare, as if he had seen a ghost, Qi Yiming easily gained the War Spear's highest authority. At this point, Luo Shiji realized what was happening and pointed at Qi Yiming, saying, "Are you an awakened one? You just found out? I thought you knew my identity when you saw the Xiefeng." Qi Yiming then led Luo Shiji to the War Spear's bridge. At this point, all the equipment within the bridge had been activated, and the ship's intelligent computer had completed its self-inspection of the entire warship. Outside, the garrison fleet was still clinging to the Xiefeng. "I just can't believe this many warships can't penetrate your outer armor." The commander of the garrison fleet, growing increasingly agitated, didn't notice anything unusual about the War Spear, until his lieutenant's trembling voice reminded him, "Captain, look at that battleship. What are you looking at? Attack the Snow Peak with all your might." Despite saying so, he still glanced up at the nearby War Spear. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. The commander nearly pissed himself. He saw that the War Spear had somehow activated its aft engines, its massive hull slowly adjusting its bow. To his despair, all the War Spear's guns were pointed at his fleet. Then Qi Yiming's voice rang out over the battleship's public channel. "I'm giving you one chance. Halt your attacks immediately, and clear the channel, or else." Without a single command from the garrison fleet commander, the dozen or so warships that had been furiously attacking the Snow Peak simultaneously halted. Qi Yiming nodded with satisfaction, but his hands continued to move. He tuned to the fleet channel and instructed his lieutenant to lead the Snow Peak behind the War Spear, preparing to leave the Remy system. Suddenly, the War Spear's onboard radar detected a large number of unidentified warships appearing on the outskirts of the Remy system. Qi Yiming cursed inwardly. "They're moving so fast." Chapter 191. "Haha. You still want to run?" Luo Shiji, standing next to Qi Yiming, laughed out loud upon seeing the densely packed warships on the Spear's radar screen. Qi Yiming laughed too. "Haha. You think I can't escape? How can you control this warship by yourself? Even if you could, it's just a battleship. Look at the other side." Luo Shiji pursed his lips, motioning Qi Yiming to look at the Spear's radar screen. "Isn't it just that I have more warships than you? What's so scary about that? Ask the people around you. In every battle we fought, wasn't it always the minority bullying the majority?" Luo Shiji looked at Qi Yiming as if he were an idiot. "Are you sure you're sane?" Qi Yiming simply ignored this extremely rude question and issued his own combat orders. "Intelligent brain, activate the combination program." "Combination? Do you think your warship is a transformer from an ancient movie?" Qi Yiming ignored this self-proclaimed scientist. As Qi Yiming issued the command to combine, the ship's intelligent computer began to operate. Multiple modular warships detected, initiating the combination process. Because the War Spear was currently the highest-tier warship, the ship's intelligent computer assumed the combination process would be centered around the War Spear. As the combination process began, the Xiefeng detached from the War Spear and began to disintegrate. The garrison fleet, which had previously ceased fire, discovered that the Xiefeng, which had just left them helpless, had suddenly disintegrated on its own. "What the hell? What the hell? I just beat you to the point of peeing blood, and you didn't react at all. Now that I cease fire, you're falling apart?" The garrison commander looked suspiciously at the Xiefeng, which had just jettisoned several main guns. "Captain? Should we fight or not?" The adjutant was also a bit confused, unsure what to do at this point. "Fire a shot?" the commander said cautiously. The garrison fleet's flagship began charging its main guns, but before they could complete, the War Spear launched its first attack. 3 super-heavy main guns fired simultaneously, splitting the garrison fleet's flagship into 3 pieces. Qi Yiming then issued a warning via wide-area communication to the remaining warships of the 101 Federation garrison fleet. "Get out of here if you don't want to die, or that warship will be your example." In reality, Qi Yiming was bluffing. The Snow Peak was still disassembling, not yet entering the actual assembly sequence, so the War Spear could still launch an attack. Qi Yiming took this opportunity to scare off the nearby enemy ships to prevent them from interfering with the assembly process. With the flagship as an example, the remaining enemy ships dared not initiate an attack and broke contact with the War Spear, retreating to what they considered a safe distance. After the Snow Peak had disassembled, the Explorer, guided by the system, continued to fly above the war spear's bow, where a designated reassembly position had been reserved. The Guardian and the Hammer had completely entered the war spear's interior. As for the Redemption and the Lightning, they were attached to the war spear's port and side, respectively. Watching everything unfold before his eyes, Luo Shiji was completely stunned. He had never imagined that warships could be assembled one by one like building blocks. But as a scientific researcher, after a brief moment of distraction, he immediately pulled Qi Yiming aside and asked, "This design doesn't seem to have any advantages, does it?" Qi Yiming didn't really want to explain, but unable to withstand Luo Shiji's relentless questioning, he could only say helplessly, "These modular warships are actually components of a war star." However, war stars can't participate in wars year-round, so Federation scientists have adopted a compromise approach, designing each system on a war star into a warship. Normally, the main body of the war star would remain somewhere, and when needed, all the warships would be assembled and then reassembled with the main body. Luo Shiji nodded, half understanding, his attention completely focused on the war star Qi Yiming was talking about. "What is a war star?" Luo Shiji asked weakly. In fact, he had already guessed what it was from the name, and he had envisioned this ultimate weapon in many of his research projects. Qi Yiming said nothing, simply looking at Luo Shiji with an idiotic look. As the two spoke, the spear had completed its assembly process, and the bridge they were on was bustling with activity. Many staff members had transferred their workstations to the spear's bridge due to the completion of the assembly. After all the crew members took their new positions, Qi Yiming ordered the weapons officer to activate the fire control radar and begin searching for enemy ships. "Are you okay? The Cloud Ring Federation's fleet is still 70 light minutes away. Can your fire control radar lock onto an enemy at that distance?" Before he finished speaking, the weapons officer shouted, "Search complete. Please confirm target." Qi Yiming glanced at Luo Shiji lazily and said, "Let's target that battleship." Qi Yiming randomly selected an enemy ship. The weapons officer was also very confused at this point. Although he knew the Xiefeng's main guns had a very long range, it was far from enough to focus on a battleship 70 light minutes away. He was puzzled. The captain had just upgraded the Xiefeng to battleship status, and now he was getting cocky. The weapons officer waited for a long time, but didn't hear Qi Yiming order any gun group to recharge. Just as he was about to turn around to ask, Qi Yiming issued an order to the ship's intelligent computer. Charging particle lance. Then came a series of commands from the ship's intelligent computer. Charging particle lance. Countdown 40 seconds. Everyone prepare for impact. Wear anti-glare goggles. Countdown 20 seconds. Particle lance activation safety unlocked. At this moment, a red button popped up on the console in front of Qi Yiming. Countdown 10 seconds. Ship in gravity lock mode. Launch port open. The shielding armor inside the war spear's round bow quickly folded in, revealing the dark muzzles. Luo Shiji suddenly felt his feet sink, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift either foot. Qi Yiming whispered to him, "Don't bother trying. Even the war spear can't move in this gravity lock. Countdown 5 seconds. Correct trajectory. 3. Lock onto enemy ship. 1. When the countdown reached 0, Qi Yiming pressed the red button that popped up in front of him. Luo Shiji suddenly felt the war spear's hull jerk, seemingly moving back several meters. A beam of white particles, over 200 meters in diameter, erupted from the war spear's bow. Even with anti-glare goggles, everyone felt their eyes sting from the sudden, intense light. The white light lasted for over 20 seconds before gradually fading. Chapter 192. Qi Yiming had no idea how the high-energy particle stream emitted by the particle spear instantly struck the battleship 70 light minutes away. Even as a scientist, Luo Shiji was bewildered. But the only thing Qi Yiming knew for sure was that the particle spear was incredibly powerful. Even after traveling 70 light minutes, it still easily pierced a battleship through the bow after impact. The remaining energy sank more than a dozen cruisers and, before dissipating, damaged another battleship. The only thing that bothered Qi Yiming was that the particle spear couldn't fire continuously from a single ship. After completing a design, the war spear, the carrier, needed a cooldown period of approximately 5 minutes, otherwise the war spear would disintegrate due to the excessive high-energy particle stream. The 7th Fleet, temporarily dispatched by the Cloud Ring Federation to guard the war spear, 70 light minutes away, was already in disarray. Fleet Captain Xue Ming remained unaware of the situation until the particle stream dissipated. "Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why are we being attacked so far from the Xiefeng?" The fleet's command channel was completely silent. No one dared to speak. "What are you all standing there for?" Quickly deploy the transports and rescue the people. The captains were genuinely stunned by the sudden attack. They had seen attacks of this magnitude before, but to be attacked with such force at a distance of 70 light minutes was something they had never dreamed of, even in their nightmares. That wasn't the crux of the matter. The main issue was that they were still 70 light minutes away from the Xiefeng, even if they entered the warp channel immediately. After exiting the warp tunnel and adjusting their positions, and then returning to range of their respective main guns, the Xiefeng could attack again at any time. Xue Ming had been warned upon receiving his mission that this enemy was most likely the ancient warship that had so powerfully turned the tide against the Zerg. In fact, Xue Ming had already mentally prepared for a tough battle when he arrived, because his ship was not far from the Xiefeng during the battle against the Zerg. He had personally experienced the Xiefeng's insane attack power. However, Xue Ming hadn't expected it. How had the Xiefeng's combat power increased so much in just a short time? Could this ancient warship even evolve on its own? Fear notwithstanding, as a soldier, one must still fulfill one's duty. Xue Ming immediately ordered the fleet to temporarily abandon their formation and enter the warp tunnel. At this moment, Luo Shiji, standing on the bridge of the reorganized and upgraded Xiefeng, was speechless with shock. Just now, he'd been mocking Qi Yiming for attempting to attack from such a distance. Let's not even talk about whether any weapon could reach that distance. Even if it could, even a 0.001 degree angular error would be magnified at such a distance, and no fire control radar could guarantee perfect accuracy. But what had he just witnessed? A massive stream of high-energy particles struck a target 70 light-years away in a split second. It completely overturned his entire understanding. But the facts were staring Luo Shiji in the face, and he couldn't help but believe them. Luo Shiji stammered, How did they do that? Although Qi Yiming graduated from the Human Federation Battleship Command Academy, he was no different from the great scientists, barely literate. He could only shake his head helplessly. I only know how to use it. As for the principles, the meaning was clear, but even he didn't understand. This made Luo Shiji very uncomfortable. For a scientist, it's a very painful experience to see a new technology and know how to use it, but not know how it works. Qi Yiming had an idea. Why don't you come with me? Qi Yiming considered recruiting Luo Shiji. The fact that Luo Shiji had been assigned by the Cloud Ring Federation to reverse engineer the war spirit itself demonstrated his ability, and the new Federation's Academy of Sciences needed just such talent. Follow you? For what? Luo Shiji was a little confused. I have a lot of good stuff there. I'm sure you like it. Luo Shiji's face darkened. He thought, are you kidnapping children? And there are so many good things. Before Luo Shiji could say anything, Qi Yiming's expression changed immediately, as he had realized something. Qi Yiming cursed himself mentally, am I out of my mind? Or what? Why even discuss this? Just kidnap him. Is he even capable of flying? Qi Yiming fell silent, whispering to his lieutenant to find someone to keep an eye on Luo Shiji before returning his gaze to the battlefield. The Cloud Ring Federation's fleet, having exited warp mode, reappeared within 0.5 light minutes of the Xiefeng. They were forming up, preparing to attack the Xiefeng. How could Qi Yiming allow the enemy to so calmly form their formation right under his nose? Checking the particle lance's cooldown time, which was less than 25 seconds, he immediately ordered the ship's onboard computer to initiate a self-check of the weapon systems. This was a mandatory procedure before each launch of the particle spear. Xue Ming had already experienced the power of the particle spear, and knew the heavy losses a fleet would suffer if deployed in a dense formation. Thus, when the fleet rearranged its formation, the distances between the warships were greatly increased. But Qi Yiming seemed oblivious to this and, even after the particle spear had finished cooling, issued the launch order anyway. He merely modified the design parameters of the particle spear before launch, reducing the original 70 light-minute range to 0.5 light-minutes. The airspace surrounding the Xiefeng was once again illuminated by the high-energy particle stream emitted by the particle spear, but this time the firing pattern was significantly different from the first. The first energy output lasted only 20 seconds, but this time it lasted a staggering 1 minute and 30 seconds. The white high-energy particle stream connected the Xiefeng to its target like a thread. Then the Xiefeng's bow began to slowly rotate. With every 0.01 degree turn of the Xiefeng's bow, the high-energy particle stream traced a vast fan-shaped pattern. By the time Xue Ming realized something was amiss, it was too late. The continuous stream of high-energy particles, as the Xiefeng's bow swung, completely pierced all the warships in the front row of the Cloud Ring Federation fleet. None of the frontline warships were spared, each one cleaved in two by the high-energy particle stream. Xue Ming cried bitterly. He had never imagined that such a powerful and perverse weapon could be launched in this manner. The Xiefeng sank a third of the enemy warships in a single close-range attack. If Xue Ming's ship hadn't been lucky enough not to be in the particle spear's attack plane, the Cloud Ring Federation fleet would have lost its commander by then. But the situation wasn't much better now. Xue Ming was already swamped by the chaotic chatter on the fleet's command channel, and no matter how he called for silence from the ships, it was useless. Chapter 193. Compared to the chaotic turmoil of the Cloud Ring Federation's 7th Fleet, Qi Yiming and his men seemed much more relaxed. The crew members on the bridge sat comfortably in their seats, occasionally exchanging a few words with their comrades. A faint smile graced their faces as they spoke, seemingly oblivious to the fleet before them. Qi Yiming, likewise, watched the footage uploaded from the battlefield monitor with a smile on his face. Gravity lock unlocked, engine output 85%, advancing at second combat speed. Qi Yiming then gave the order to set sail. The warship, dormant for nearly 1,000 years in the Remy galaxy, had regained its vitality. Watching the Xiefeng gradually approaching, Xue Ming panicked. After 2 strikes from the particle lance, his fleet was practically on the brink of collapse. Even during the battle against the Zerg, the Cloud Ring Federation's fleet had never suffered such devastating losses in a single battle. As the Xiefeng gradually approached, the images transmitted by the optical radar finally allowed Xue Ming to clearly see the Xiefeng's true form. This is that ancient battleship. Isn't it unable to start? Captain! The fleet has lost over a third of its losses. What should we do next? Xue Ming's lieutenant was already terrified by the Xiefeng. If he hadn't lost command of the fleet, he would have turned and fled by now. If Xue Ming hadn't given it this moment, he would have lost confidence in engaging the Xiefeng. There was nothing he could do about it. The Cloud Ring Federation's fleet had suffered heavy blows from the Xiefeng before even entering the range of its main guns. It was unbearable for anyone. Fortunately, Qi Yiming didn't truly intend to completely destroy the 7th Fleet. He was still concerned about Fei Min. Although their cooperation was merely a matter of mutual exploitation, the possibility of chaos within the Cloud Ring Federation was good news for Qi Yiming. Thus, he was eager to see Fei Min's rebellion succeed. After discovering that the Cloud Ring Federation fleet had no intention of launching another attack, Qi Yiming disregarded the issue and immediately ordered the Xiefeng to accelerate into the jump channel, heading for the jump bridge leading to the outside world in the Remy system. Xue Ming was stunned to see the Xiefeng depart. Just leaving like that? Captain, should we pursue them? The adjutant whispered, looking in the direction the Xiefeng had disappeared. Xue Ming leaped up and launched into a barrage of criticism. Chasing for what? Are you dissatisfied with our losses? Or are you dissatisfied with your own longevity? The adjutant, holding his head, looked at Xue Ming innocently. I was just asking. I had no intention of actually pursuing them. Now think about how to report it. Xue Ming said with a worried look on his face. Who would believe today's situation? But who would believe our entire fleet failed to stop a single warship? Xue Ming was speechless for a moment, then slapped himself. I'm just unlucky. But despite their talk, the report still had to be filed. Thankfully, each warship had battlefield surveillance cameras, faithfully recording everything that happened on the battlefield. Even if no one believed it, after accessing the data recorded by the battlefield recorders, no matter how hard they tried to shift the blame, Xue Ming wouldn't be able to do so. The small-scale battle in the Remy galaxy ended, and Qi Yiming successfully evacuated the Remy galaxy and headed for the Fei family's territory. Although there is no sign yet that the Fei family is preparing for an uprising, Qi Yiming is very sure that something is wrong within the Fei family. Just as Fei Min frantically rushed to the family headquarters, Fei Junlong had already left the Fei clan's sphere of influence and headed for the Yunhuan Federation's capital system. On the way, Fei Min gathered the few people within the family who knew about the core plan. Everyone was suspicious, except Fei Junlong. He usually kept a low profile. Although he was one of the leaders of the family, he rarely interfered in family affairs. To be frank, he just went with the flow. But when Fei Min returned to the family for a secret meeting, Fei Junlong was nowhere to be found. After trying every possible means to contact Fei Junlong and failing, Fei Min finally believed that the seemingly harmless Fei Junlong was actually the traitor who had betrayed the family. Why? On his way back, Fei Min had already discovered the Yunhuan Federation's military deployment against the Fei clan. Clearly, the Yunhuan Federation had only just received the news, and was not yet prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. However, Fei Min believed that once the military deployment against the Fei family was complete, the Yunhuan Federation's top brass would immediately take action, nipping the Fei family's plan in the bud. Fei Min knew now was not the time to dwell on the leak. Instead, He needed to immediately implement his plan and deploy the Fei family's fleet at the border between the Fei family's sphere of influence and the Yunhuan Federation. Fei Jing, you've been responsible for liaisons between the family and the military. Go now and demand they march immediately to block all key transportation routes. After his initial panic, Fei Min gradually calmed down, his thoughts becoming clearer. The middle-aged man known as Fei Zheng was somewhat overweight, his plump head and big ears revealing a man who enjoyed a life of luxury. But Fei Zheng was a man of decisive character. He immediately stood up and left the secret room without asking why. Fei Zhe, most of the family caravan's escort fleet is under your command. Go gather them now. We, the Fei family, have supported them for so many years. It's time for them to contribute. But brother, is Qi Yiming really reliable? Fei Zhe was Fei Min's second brother. He had been following Fei Min's side since childhood, and the two had a very good relationship. Fei Zhe was also one of Fei Min's staunch supporters in this uprising. Regardless of Qi Yiming's reliability, we've been forced into a corner. If we don't prepare, we just have to wait for death. Fei Min actually felt a little regretful at this point. It wasn't regret for inviting Qi Yiming into the game, but regret for not having handled things more carefully. Okay, I go and notify them to gather. Fei Zhe sounded a little helpless. But as Fei Min had said, their Fei family now had no way out. The Yunhuan Federation's top brass could turn on them at any moment. Everyone else, go back and comfort your families. Once the fleet deployment is complete, we declare the uprising. Where's Mr. Qi? Didn't he go out with you? Why hasn't he returned? The oldest of the Fei family leaders spoke, holding high prestige within the clan, and Fei Min had to take him seriously. However, Fei Min wasn't sure Qi Yiming could successfully escape the Yunhuan Federation fleet, so the family couldn't disclose this matter just yet, as it would severely damage morale. Fei Min could only say, Mr. Qi has to leave for a few days. He'll be where he needs to be when we launch the uprising. I hope you're not mistaken. Chapter 194. The Fei family's preparations proceeded swiftly. 2 hours after the secret meeting concluded, the 23rd Special Service Fleet, stationed within the Fei family's sphere of influence, departed south, quickly securing key transportation routes. The Fei group's escort fleet, meanwhile, assumed security within the inner galaxy. Fei Min was well aware that the Fei family's sphere of influence encompassed 11 administrative planets, and that the people on these planets had already lost faith in the Cloud Ring Federation. At the same time, grateful to the Fei family for their initial desperate efforts to resist the Zerg swarm and buy time for their escape, Fei Min was not concerned about any discordant voices within the Fei family's sphere of influence. The escort fleet was deployed to maintain order to prevent some daring individuals from taking advantage of the chaos to commit crimes, which would be extremely detrimental to the Fei family's future rule. As for the Cloud Ring Federation's top brass, their reaction wasn't as quick as Fei Min had anticipated. Although Fei Min had spotted some signs of military deployments on his way back, launching an internal purge based solely on the testimony of one individual was extremely difficult, primarily due to the numerous necessary procedures. The Yunhuan Federation Parliament had been arguing over this matter for an entire afternoon, yet no conclusion had been reached. Those who supported and opposed attacking the Fei family each held their own views, but neither could convince the other, leading to a stalemate. Yunhuan Federation President Lin Borong was personally reluctant to take action against the Fei family, for the simple reason that his family had once received assistance from them. When the Zerg invaded, the military's plan to shrink its defenses was executed abruptly, giving the Yunhuan Federation no time to recover. By the time Lin Borong learned, it was too late. His family had no time to evacuate either. When he learned that the Fei family had forcibly intercepted an evacuating fleet, desperately buying time for the remaining civilians, Lin Borong chose to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, the charge of secretly intercepting a military fleet would be too much for the Fei family to bear. However, Lin Borong had not anticipated that Fei Min would exploit this opportunity for political opportunism, completely swaying the abandoned civilians towards the Fei family. But reason told him that Fei Jianlong's words were true, hence the early military deployment. The Yunhuan Federation's top brass moved slowly, but the Fei family was not slow. After a week of completing all deployments, the Fei family officially declared their separation from the Yunhuan Federation and established the Fermi Republic at 7 a.m. on September 23, 3322, following the civil war within the Commercial Alliance. The Fermi Republic governs 11 administrative planets, 5 resource-rich planets, and spans 4 star regions, practically encompassing the entire northern territory of the Cloud Ring Federation. While it may appear grand, Fei Min knows that if their limited fleet isn't used with care, a decisive battle could effectively wipe out the Fei family. At 8 a.m. on September 23, 3322, the Cloud Ring Federation held a press conference, declaring the Fei family rebels. Not to be outdone, the Fei family publicly exposed the scandal of the Cloud Ring Federation abandoning its people, sparking a furor. Of course, Lin Borong had already devised a plan: simply withdraw a few unlucky individuals and make them scapegoats, while the real culprits were still lurking about. On October 2, 3322, the fleets of both sides began to defend their respective boundaries and jump bridges. At this point, Qi Yiming had already passed through the blockade and returned to Fei's territory, but he hadn't appeared in public for the time being. There was no other way. Although the Xiefeng was powerful, it was still extremely difficult to single-handedly tilt the balance of victory in a large-scale battle. So Qi Yiming didn't intend to appear on the battlefield until the new Federation support fleet arrived. This was something Qi Yiming and Fei Min had agreed upon. In fact, Fei Min was quite surprised that Qi Yiming had managed to escape the Yunhuan Federation's guns. After all, Fei Min only knew that the Xiefeng had excelled against the Zerg, but she had no idea how powerful it truly was. Fei Min simply believed that the Xiefeng was slightly more powerful than ordinary warships, and the most important reason he recruited Qi Yiming was because he was impressed by the new Federation behind Qi Yiming. So when Qi Yiming suggested waiting until the new Federation's fleet arrived before the Xiefeng would appear on the battlefield with them, Fei Min agreed without a second thought. But Fei Min's ignorance didn't mean no one in the Fei-controlled fleet knew. On the contrary, quite a few knew of the Xiefeng's combat capabilities. Many were overjoyed when they learned that the Xiefeng would be joining their fleet, eager to haul it all the way to the Cloud Ring Federation's capital planet. But when they didn't see the Xiefeng on the front lines, they all began to complain, especially the fleet commanders. These commanders, standing at a different vantage point from the lower-level combatants, had a clearer view of the overall situation. Although the Fei family had gained some advantages on the local battlefield, their overall military strength remained somewhat weak. If the Yunhuan Federation fleet hadn't been so slow to attack, giving the Fei family ample time to prepare, the situation might have been even worse. Furthermore, these commanders knew that without strong external support, the fleet responsible for the frontline operations wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and with time, the fleet could collapse at any moment. After Fei Min's triumphant moment on the day he announced the uprising, he never felt the joy of being a supreme leader again. Every day was filled with reports of losses and requests for supplies from the front lines. Adding to the complaints of his officers, Fei Min urged Qi Yiming every 3 days. He just couldn't understand why these commanders insisted on the Xiefeng joining the battle immediately. Even after he explained clearly that the Xiefeng was awaiting reinforcements from the new Federation, they still insisted on sending it alone. He had carefully questioned several officers about the reason, and the answer they all received was the same. The Xiefeng was extremely powerful, and even a single ship could significantly shift the tide of battle. Fei Min briefly wondered if these commanders had lost their minds, so he ignored these complaints. In reality, Fei Min had his own considerations. Although he had reached a verbal agreement with Qi Yiming, a rebel army like theirs could easily be swallowed up inexplicably in the early stages. Especially since the foreign reinforcements they had brought in already had a fairly stable base and formidable strength. Fei Min was unwilling to see the situation he had worked so hard to build become a wedding dress for someone else. Qi Yiming could guess some of this, so until Fei Min's request for help was clear, he was content to remain idle, watching the show from a relatively safe corner. Chapter 195. The Fei family's independence bid was a significant blow to the Yunhuan Federation. The recent war against the Zerg swarm left the Yunhuan Federation severely weakened. Even against the Fei family, it seemed somewhat powerless. Although the Yunhuan Federation had significantly more fleets than the Fei family, many of its experienced lower-level commanders had died fighting against the Zerg invasion. Most of the experienced commanders who survived the war were recruited by the Fei family. This situation was somewhat awkward. Although the Yunhuan Federation had an advantage in the number of warships, it lacked qualified commanders, and had fewer personnel capable of actual frontline combat than the Fei family. This was the main reason the Fei family had been able to withstand the Yunhuan Federation fleet's attack since their uprising. However, the Fei family could only prevent the Yunhuan Federation fleet from breaching their defenses, and launching a counterattack was somewhat difficult for them. Currently, the Fei family's fleet is limited to defending a few major shipping lanes. If they were to invade the Yunhuan Federation's territory, their forces would be quickly depleted, and they would be defeated piecemeal by the Yunhuan Federation. Fei Min's goal was clear. If they could establish a stalemate and allow them to survive the most difficult initial phase, they might be able to resolve the issue of independence through political means. It can only be said that Fei Min's thinking was too simplistic. even dreaming of resolving the Fei family's independence through political negotiations. I wonder what Qi Yiming would think of this idea. However, judging by the fighting on the front lines, it seemed the Fei family would not survive the negotiations. On December 11, 3322, the four main fleets of the Yunhuan Federation, stationed at the border, suddenly launched an attack, successively breaking through two of the four shipping lanes defended by the Fei family. Subsequent fleets penetrated Fei territory and formed a pincer attack. Fei men had no choice but to order the defenses to be retracted. Fortunately, the scattered fleets were able to regroup after the defenses were retracted, effectively blocking the Yunhuan Federation's 17th Fleet on the west route. However, the 8th Fleet on the east route advanced relentlessly, advancing as if in uncharted territory. Within just 2 weeks, they had pushed their front lines to the Reed system, 2 star systems away from the Fermi Republic's capital. The Yunhuan Federation seemed determined to capture the Fei family in one fell swoop. Fei men had no choice but to contact Qi Yiming again, hoping that the new Federation support fleet would arrive before the Yunhuan Federation reached the capital. Qi Yiming responded to Fei men immediately upon receiving the request for assistance. Because the new Federation also had to defend the Landu system, it could not spare many warships for reinforcement. However, at Qi Yiming's repeated request, it still dispatched over 100 cruisers. Fei men was visibly disappointed upon hearing the news. What could 100 cruisers do now? The Cloud Ring Federation's 8th Fleet alone possessed 20 battleships, and the remaining warships totaled over 4,000. Qi Yiming, who had been so highly anticipated, could only bring support of 100 or so warships to the Fei family. But now Fei men was desperate. He wouldn't hesitate to use any warships that could be deployed, and he urged Qi Yiming to fulfill their agreement. But Qi Yiming told Fei men that the reinforcement fleet would take at least 2 weeks to arrive, meaning the Fei family would have to hold out until the beginning of 3323 before they could receive support from the new Federation. After hanging up the phone with Qi Yiming, Fei men erupted in curses, hating himself for being so blind as to trust a thief who had just stolen a vast swath of territory from the commercial alliance. However, his senior military advisor disagreed. He urged Fei men daily to contact Qi Yiming to command the Xiefeng to join the battle. Unfortunately, Fei men had always been skeptical of the Xiefeng's potential impact. Even so, he still wanted to give it another try today. Upon learning that the new Federation support fleet hadn't arrived yet, his advisor immediately suggested that the Xiefeng enter the battlefield first. I really don't understand what you guys are thinking. How can a single warship, no matter how powerful, actually outmaneuver an entire fleet? Fei men glared at his advisor, exasperated. Although the military advisor was furious, he patiently explained to Fei men, "Your Excellency, you truly underestimate the Snow Peak's capabilities. I personally experienced the war against the Zerg. I witnessed the Snow Peak single-handedly piercing the Zerg's lines. You said this several times before, and I've seen the battleship myself. It's just a cruiser. I can't believe a cruiser could be capable of the kind you claim." That wasn't the Yunhuan Federation's propaganda back then. Fei men's entire understanding of the Snow Peak came from the official Yunhuan Federation propaganda about the war. But the Snow Peak was merely described as having played a crucial role in the war, with little information provided about the extent of that role. Therefore, Fei men assumed that the Snow Peak had simply done the right thing in a crucial position. However, the Fermi Republic's situation was now dire. Since his military advisors had repeatedly advised him to send the Snow Peak into battle, Fei men had no choice but to trust his advisors. So, cursing once again, he asked the liaison officer to connect the deep space communication with the Xiefeng. "Mr. Qi, since your support fleet hasn't arrived yet, would you mind joining our defense fleet? After all, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for the Fermi Republic, and my military advisor has been strongly urging me to join the war early." Fei men cut straight to the point after the call was connected. Qi Yiming frowned at Fei men's figure on the communicator. "Your military advisor?" "Yes, my military advisor told me he witnessed the Xiefeng's combat style firsthand. Given the Xiefeng's combat power, if you were willing to join early, it would definitely greatly enhance our combat capability." Qi Yiming realized this was advice from someone knowledgeable. Logically, Qi Yiming could have completely ignored Fei men's request. After all, the original verbal agreement didn't address this matter. However, from his secret observations of the war situation over the past few days, the Fermi Republic has indeed been forced into a corner. Without any further external assistance, it might not survive until the end of the year. This way, the Yunhuan Federation can quickly quell the domestic unrest, freeing up its forces to focus on dealing with Qi Yiming. Don't forget that Qi Yiming just stole the war spear from the Yunhuan Federation, and even attacked its fleet. The 101 Federation won't forget this vengeance so quickly. When the domestic unrest is quelled, the 101 Federation will undoubtedly launch military action against the new Federation. After all, in the eyes of the 101 Federation's top brass, Qi Yiming represents not only himself but also the stance of the new Federation behind him. It's fair to say that from the moment Qi Yiming seized the war spear, the 101 Federation and the new Federation were effectively at war. Qi Yiming didn't want the new Federation to be caught in the dilemma of fighting on two fronts, so the Fermi Republic couldn't collapse so quickly. Chapter 196. Qi Yiming thought about it, and ultimately agreed to Fei Min's request. The Xiafeng wasn't far from the lead system, reaching its destination in just 3 days. Upon arrival, the Xiafeng was immediately incorporated into the local garrison fleet. As the fleet's temporary commander, Fei Zheng's views on the Xiafeng were not much different from Fei Min's. So, even if the Xiafeng joined the battlefield as Fei Min requested, Fei Zheng still had no confidence in his ability to hold the administrative planet in the lead system. But he still had to save face. After all, the Fei family still relied on the support of those 100 or so cruisers. Mr. Qi, you worked hard. Fei Zheng greeted Qi Yiming indifferently over the fleet radio. Can you tell me about the current battle situation? Qi Yiming wasn't in the mood for small talk. Having agreed to help the Fei family fight, he had to act like a fighter. Fei Zheng was stunned for a moment, then absent-mindedly briefed Qi Yiming on the current battle situation. The current battlefield situation is extremely unfavorable for the local garrison fleet. The Cloud Ring Federation's fleet has already occupied the orbit of the fourth planet in the lead system. The next step is to advance directly on the lead system's only administrative planet. If this administrative planet is captured, defending the lead system will be meaningless. Thus, all warships of the garrison fleet have been concentrated in the synchronous orbit of the lead system's administrative planet. The commanders of all warships in the garrison fleet have lost confidence in resistance and are awaiting Fei Zheng's order to retreat. Originally, upon seeing the arrival of the Xiafeng, they expected further fleets to join the battle. However, despite waiting, no other warships have joined the battle, save for the Xiafeng. This left them deeply disappointed, with one captain even sarcastically remarking in the fleet chat, "Where did this great man come from? Do you think he can turn the tide of the battle with just a battleship?" Qi Yiming remained unperturbed. He knew that to boost their confidence, the Xiafeng would have to demonstrate impressive combat capabilities. So, without further ado, Qi Yiming simply instructed the radar officer to activate the fire control radar. At this time, the Cloud Ring Federation fleet was resting in the fourth planetary orbit, 7 light minutes from the garrison fleet. The Xiafeng's fire control radar immediately locked onto an enemy battleship. Before the Xiafeng launched its attack, Qi Yiming kindly reminded Fei Zheng, "Have your men wear anti-glare goggles. If they don't have them, close your eyes." Fei Zheng, somewhat confused by the situation, ignored Qi Yiming's suggestion and simply hummed a nod, making no effort to inform his subordinates. Qi Yiming did what he was supposed to do, and then ignored Fei Zheng. The Xiafeng's attack seemed incredibly sudden to Fei Zheng. Just 30 seconds after Qi Yiming's warning, the blinding white light blinded him. Not to mention the others. When everyone's vision had slightly recovered, Fei Zheng was the first to notice something unusual about the enemy. More than a dozen warship wrecks appeared in the orbit of the 7 light-spotted planet, and the once neat fleet formation had become disorganized. Did the Xiafeng just fire at the enemy? Fei Zheng asked his adjutant, puzzled. His adjutant was frantically rubbing his eyes. The blinding white light had made it difficult for him to see clearly. Seeing his adjutant's bewildered state, Fei Zheng ignored him, and instead spoke into the fleet channel. "What just happened? Did anyone see clearly?" The fleet channel was completely silent, no one spoke. After a long pause, Qi Yiming finally spoke. The Xiafeng just bombarded enemy forces beyond 7 light points, sinking 1 battleship, 2 battlecruisers, and several destroyers. Fei Zheng listened in disbelief as Qi Yiming reported the results. 7 light points? What weapon could attack an enemy beyond 7 light points? And with such powerful force? The enemy commander was even more bewildered. He had lost so many warships in just a few seconds. He desperately wanted to understand what had just happened. The combatants on both sides spent 5 minutes in a daze, until the Xiafeng's particle lances finished cooling down. Qi Yiming kindly reminded Fei Zheng again, telling his subordinates to take precautions. This time, Fei Zheng learned his lesson and quickly instructed everyone to wear anti-glare goggles. This time, they saw clearly that the Xiafeng had indeed launched an attack on the enemy force of 7 light points. A thick stream of white high-energy particles struck another battleship under the astonished gaze of the crowd, sinking a dozen warships behind it. Fei Zheng and his subordinates were completely paralyzed. The commander of the 101 Federation fleet also saw that the attack was coming from the direction of the rebels. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened? Why were the enemy able to attack us from such a distance? Sir, our radar detected extremely high energy fluctuations during both attacks. Did they deploy special weapons in the synchronous orbit of the third planet? What special weapon has such a long range? That's a full 7 light minutes. Do you think I'm stupid? Just as the commanders of the Cloud Ring Federation fleet were trying to determine what weapon was attacking them, the Snow Peak activated its particle lance weapon system for the third time. Dozens more warships were sunk by the high-energy particle stream. The Cloud Ring Federation fleet commander was now restless. Who could have imagined that while he was resting peacefully, a huge pot would fall from the sky and land squarely on his head? Attention, all ships! Abandon rest. All enter warp mode and retreat to the edge of the system. The Cloud Ring Federation commander was cautious, deciding to retreat before determining the source of the attack. But a range of 7 light minutes was already an incredible amount. What surprised him even more was that even after retreating to the edge of the system, 40 light minutes from the third planet's synchronous orbit, they were once again struck by the high-energy particle stream 3 minutes after completing the warp. While the power of the high-energy particle stream was significantly reduced this time, it still sank 2 battlecruisers. The commander of the Cloud Ring Federation fleet was already sweating profusely. This was the first time he had witnessed such bizarre combat. I already retreated here, and you still can reach me? Commander? What should we do? Commanders at all levels of the Cloud Ring Federation were instantly panicked. This invisible and intangible enemy made their hair stand on end, and many even felt the urge to flee the battlefield. Fei Zheng and his men were as if they had seen a ghost. Although they had witnessed the Snow Peak's 2 ultra-long-range attacks firsthand, some still felt like they were dreaming. The tide of battle has been turned just like that? Fei Zheng stared in disbelief at the enemy fleet on the radar screen, which had retreated to the edge of the galaxy. Chapter 197. The 101 Federation fleet suddenly withdrew from the fourth planet's orbit. This was something Fei Zheng hadn't anticipated. The Xiefeng forced the enemy to retreat to the edge of the lead system with just 3 attacks. When had the 101 Federation's fleet commander become so cowardly? But the facts were before Fei Zheng's eyes, and he couldn't help but disbelieve them. Should we advance to the fourth planet's orbit first? Qi Yiming noticed Fei Zheng's complete lack of reaction after the enemy retreated, and he reminded him unhappily. Yes, yes. Fei Zheng, having realized what was happening, quickly ordered, attention, all ships. Enter warp mode and quickly occupy the fourth planet's orbit. Originally, the fourth planet's orbit was intended to be an impenetrable line of defense in Fei Zheng's plan. To better defend the lead system, Fei Zheng ordered the laying of a dense network of space mines in the fourth planet's orbit to limit the enemy fleet's maneuvering range. He also placed thousands of fixed artillery batteries in the orbit. This defensive line should have been impregnable, but the garrison's personnel were woefully inadequate. Upon making contact with the Cloud Ring Federation fleet, warships repeatedly turned and fled the battlefield. Had Fei Zheng not noticed something was amiss, and immediately organized the fleet to retract its defenses, retreating to the orbit of the administrative planet in the lead system, the lead system might have been captured by the Cloud Ring Federation by now. Now, with the Xiefeng's arrival, it has immediately recaptured the defenses in the fourth planet's orbit, and morale, previously low, has suddenly returned. Fei Min, who had been worried about the lead system's defenses in the rear, had been in regular contact with Fei Zheng since the Xiefeng's arrival, confirming whether the Xiefeng was as miraculous as his military advisors had claimed. Fei Zheng had just finished arranging the defenses when Fei Min contacted him via deep space communication. Fei Zheng. How's the battle going? Fei Min sounded exhausted, evidently having been unable to rest properly in recent days. We retreated to the edge of the system. What? When I contacted you half an hour ago, you said we still had the defenses of the administrative planet. How did we get pushed to the edge of the system so quickly? It wasn't us. It was the enemy. Fei Zheng, realizing Fei Min had misunderstood, immediately explained, the Xiefeng taught the enemy a lesson the moment it arrived. 40 light minutes is the distance. A single shot destroyed several enemy battlecruisers. What do you mean by 40 light minutes? Fei Min was momentarily bewildered. Fei Zheng organized his words, and recounted the details of what had happened since the Xiefeng joined the battlefield. Fei Min's voice grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. You're saying the Xiefeng sank an enemy warship at a distance of 40 light minutes, one at a time, or several? Absolutely true. Fei Min gasped in amazement. He hadn't expected the Xiefeng to be so formidable. Had he known, he should have asked Qi Yiming to command the Xiefeng and join the battle. But it wasn't too late now. With the Xiefeng's deployment on the Western Front, the battle line had temporarily stabilized. Both the Eastern and Western fronts had entered a brief stalemate, a situation Fei Min welcomed. This gave Fei Min time to organize more fleets to strengthen both lines of defense. Strangely, since Qi Yiming's Xiefeng joined the Western Front, the enemy had rarely initiated attacks, even refraining from sending out reconnaissance ships for several days. However, the fighting on the Eastern Front was raging. The commanders of the Cloud Ring Federation and the Fermi Republic were demonstrating their respective commanding prowess, constantly testing each other's strengths. This made Qi Yiming extremely depressed, but Fei Zheng, on the other hand, was unusually delighted. Fei Zheng sometimes wished he could hug Qi Yiming and give him a few deep sips. He was their treasure on the Western Front. Thus, the Eastern and Western fronts passed through the last month of star year 3322 in this bizarre state. On January 4th, star year 3323, the 110 cruisers arriving from the new Federation finally reunited with Qi Yiming. What infuriated Qi Yiming was that Fei Min had actually refused to allow the new Federation support fleet to enter the capital star for resupply. My fleet has come all the way from the new Federation, let alone docking for rest and recuperation, and yet, you won't even allow my fleet to enter your capital star system. Qi Yiming demanded loudly from Fei Min after the deep space communication system was connected. Although Fei Min knew his actions were somewhat unkind, he believed they would minimize the erosion of the newly established Fermi Republic by foreign forces. Supplies for you are already on the way. I simply want the fleet to reach the front lines a day earlier to alleviate your pressure, right? Bullshit pressure. The Cloud Ring Federation has done nothing on the Western Front for over half a month, not even deploying a single reconnaissance ship. Qi Yiming certainly didn't buy this lame excuse, but he was helpless against Fei Min. In fact, Qi Yiming could understand Fei Min's approach. If he were in Fei Min's shoes, for the safety of the Fermi Republic's capital planet, he wouldn't allow any foreign fleet to enter, even if they were allies. Qi Yiming's outburst was merely a warning to Fei Min. This sort of thing only needed to happen once. If it happened a second time, he'd be truly furious. Of course, to atone for his mistake, Fei Min had to make a gesture. Not only did he dispatch the supply fleet to deliver sufficient supplies to the new Federation's fleet, but he also presented a substantial amount of consolation money to each member of the support fleet in the name of the Fermi Republic. Not everyone on the crew was happy to receive the money, but most chose to forget the unpleasant incident. The fleet, under Qi Yiming's command, quickly familiarized themselves with the situation on the Western Front. With this infusion of fresh blood and the formidable combat power of the Snow Peak, Qi Yiming felt it was time to drive the enemy from the galaxy's edge. So, at Qi Yiming's suggestion, the Fermi Republic's garrison fleet and the new Federation support fleet simultaneously launched an attack on the Cloud Ring Federation's fleet at the edge of the Rider Galaxy. But to Qi Yiming's surprise, when they launched their attack, the Cloud Ring Federation fleet offered only a token resistance before activating the bridge jump system and evacuating the lead system. What's going on? Fei Zheng looked puzzledly in the direction the enemy fleet was leaving. Qi Yiming was also confused, unsure whether to pursue them. Commander Fei, I suggest sending a reconnaissance ship across the bridge jump system to investigate and prevent the enemy from setting a trap. After spending some time with Fei Zheng, Qi Yiming's impression of the chubby man had changed considerably, and he spoke with a bit more respect. After all, he was the nominal commander-in-chief of the Western Front. Fei Zheng thought about it, and ultimately accepted Qi Yiming's suggestion, quickly dispatching a reconnaissance ship to conduct reconnaissance. 2 days later, however, the reconnaissance ship brought back information that surprised both of them even more. After evacuating the lead system, the Cloud Ring Federation fleet did not remain for long, retreating all the way to the Damigu system. Chapter 198. How could the Cloud Ring Federation fleet retreat so quickly? Qi Yiming was puzzled, looking at Fei Zheng with a questioning expression. Fei Zheng could only shrug, indicating he had no idea. The situation was truly bizarre, so Fei Zheng, at Qi Yiming's suggestion, continued to dispatch reconnaissance ships for a thorough investigation. But after sending out several waves of reconnaissance ships, the reports they brought back were all the same. The Cloud Ring Federation hadn't tampered with their retreat route, nor had they set up an ambush. All their fleets had retreated to the Damigo system, seemingly intent on defending it to the death. Did they know they couldn't deal with your warships, and decided to rely on their fortifications to deal with your Xiefeng? Fei Zheng could only speculate. Qi Yiming nodded, but he still felt uneasy. He couldn't pinpoint the reason, so he could only take it one step at a time. So Qi Yiming and Fei Zheng each commanded their respective fleets to activate the jump bridges and prepare to head for the Damigo system. Lin Borong, president of the Yunhuan Federation, hasn't had a single day off since the civil unrest began. Though not a military expert, he devotes considerable time each day to receiving reports from officers sent by the High Command on the recent battle situation. Lin Borong had just returned to his office after a meeting, barely having time to sip water, when an officer from the High Command entered with a stack of electronic documents. "Your Excellency, this is the latest battle report." "Leave it there. Has the High Command taken any major action recently?" Lin Borong gently rubbed his temple, appearing unusually exhausted. The young officer nodded. He had come today to report on this very matter. Ever since the Zerg invasion and the High Command's unauthorized abandonment of its citizens, Lin Borong has been keeping a close eye on the High Command, fearing further disruptions. High Command is abandoning its Western offensive plan and concentrating its fleet on the Eastern Front, aiming to break through the rebel lines from there. "Oh! Why?" Lin Borong looked up curiously at the young officer. Didn't the original plan state that the rebels on the Western Front were weaker, and that they were planning to break through from there? The officer gathered his thoughts and continued, "The situation on the Western Front has changed somewhat. Does the President remember the 7th Fleet that was sent on escort duty last year? The fleet that escorted the ancient warship?" The officer nodded. "The ancient warship was stolen, and the 7th Fleet suffered heavy losses. Those who have returned say the theft was carried out by the new Federation Snow Fleet." "Siafeng?" Lin Borong clenched his right hand and slammed it on the table in front of him. "I knew Qi Yiming had no good intentions when he suddenly came to us. Tell me, how many warships did they have?" The officer hesitated for a long time before saying, "Only the Siafeng." "What? How is that possible? One warship caused the 7th Fleet to suffer heavy losses? Do you, the command, think I'm a fool?" The young officer said nothing. He simply took out an information storage device he carried with him and handed it to Lin Borong. Then he continued, "This contains the entire battle between the 7th Fleet and the Siafeng. You understand once you read it." Lin Borong's initial anger quickly gave way to shock. The battle was recorded so clearly that the young officer didn't need to say anything. After calming down a bit, Lin Borong continued, "What does this have to do with the change in the battle plan? You saw the Siafeng merge with the ancient warship in the video. Originally a cruiser, the Siafeng has become a battleship, and it's appearing on the Western Front." "What? Are you saying the new Federation is behind the Fei family's rebellion?" Seeing the situation becoming increasingly complicated, Lin Borong even felt the urge to resign. "Yes, news just came back from the front. In addition to the rebel fleet, the Western Front has just added 110 cruisers, bearing the new Federation insignia. Has High Command conducted an assessment? What is the probability of success for the new battle plan? We just completed simulations, and our probability of victory is over 60%. Do you have a detailed battle plan? The detailed plan is in the pile of documents I gave you. You can check it out yourself." After hearing this, Lin Borong quickly found the latest battle plan from a pile of electronic files. While carefully reading through them, he waved to the officer, signaling that he could leave. Due to the appearance of the Snow Peak, the Cloud Ring Federation secretly transferred a large number of warships from the Western Front to the Eastern Front, leaving only a small force behind as a feint. Although it was a feint, the command given to the remaining fleet on the Western Front was to hold down the Snow Peak and its fleet, buying time for the Eastern Front to break through the defenses and capture the rebel capital planet. In reality, the Western Front fleet was executing a tactic of luring the enemy deeper. The commander knew that even at full strength, his fleet might not be able to defeat the Snow Peak. Now that most of its combat power had been drained, it was even less likely he could defeat it. So when Qi Yiming led his fleet to the Damago system, the Yunhuan Federation fleet, relying on the defenses originally constructed by the Fei family, struggled to hold off Qi Yiming and his men's attacks. Fearing to scare the enemy away, Qi Yiming was forced to attack when the Fermi Republic's garrison fleet proved unable to capture the enemy. A single attack instantly crushed the enemy. Qi Yiming hadn't expected this situation and looked at Fei Zheng awkwardly. This Yunhuan Federation fleet's fighting spirit is so weak. Is this the same fleet that fought the Zerg so desperately? Fei Zheng remained silent, silently organizing his fleet to capture the Damago system and preparing for the next attack. But unexpectedly, the Yunhuan Federation fleet was forced to retreat completely back into Yunhuan Federation territory. Dazzled by victory, Fei Zheng ordered his fleet to continue the pursuit without hesitation. If possible, he would have preferred to carry the battle into Yunhuan Federation territory. Qi Yiming couldn't stop him. Since the pursuit began, Qi Yiming had been feeling terrible. He had repeatedly tried to dissuade Fei Zheng from pursuing the enemy, telling him to simply hold the current defenses and wait for more reinforcements from the rear before considering attacking the UN Federation mainland. At first, Fei Zheng had listened to Qi Yiming's advice, but as the pursuit became more frequent, he began to disregard it, sometimes not even knowing the enemy fleet's exact location before launching a pursuit. The pursuit lasted for over half a month, and the fleet had long since lost contact with the capital star. By then, the capital star system had become a shambles. While Fei Zheng and his fleet were desperately pursuing the enemy, the UN Federation fleet, as planned, secretly assembled a large number of warships and launched a general offensive on the Eastern Front on February 3, 3323. Thanks to their overwhelming numerical advantage, the UN Federation commander employed a wheeling tactic to swiftly deplete the Fermi Republic's Special Forces fleet, breaching the eastern defenses in just 2 days. Chapter 199. Fei Min went completely berserk after learning the Eastern Front's Special Forces fleet had been defeated. He frantically vented his anger in his office, until he remembered another fleet on the Western Front was pursuing the enemy. Fei Min immediately pressed the communicator on his desk and called his military advisor. "Where is Fei Zheng's fleet now? We just got word a few days ago that they reached the border between the Cloud Ring Federation and us. Hurry up and have Fei Zheng bring the fleet back." Miraculously, Fei Min didn't ask Qi Yiming to come back to defend the capital system as well. "Won't the new Federation's fleet also come back?" the military advisor asked Fei Min curiously. Fei Min took a deep breath and said, "The current situation is extremely unfavorable to us. If Qi Yiming harbors any ill intentions towards us, we won't be able to resist at all." The military advisor was at a loss for words, wondering if all politicians were like this, even trying to take advantage of others at their critical moments. They're also on guard against them? What? Do you disagree? Fei Min, of course, saw the military advisor's concern. The new Federation is our nominal ally. Is it necessary to be so defensive? At times like this, let alone allies, even our own people can sometimes be unreliable. Seeing Fei Min's determination, the military advisor said nothing more, and went out to make arrangements. Because Fei Zheng and his men were pursuing them at such a great distance, beyond the range of deep space communication equipment, Fei Min had no choice but to dispatch a messenger to pursue Fei Zheng. Fortunately, although the UN Federation concentrated its forces on attacking the eastern defense line, the Special Forces fleet still had a large number of experienced junior commanders. Although the UN Federation, leveraging its superior numbers and employing a wheeling tactic, managed to wear down the Special Forces fleet, their assault was no easy task. Thanks to the efforts of commanders at all levels of the Special Forces fleet, 2 of the UN Federation's fleets were crippled, and the remaining 2 fleets also suffered varying degrees of damage, preventing them from quickly organizing a new offensive. Additionally, the Special Forces fleet's warships, scattered from the battlefield, gradually returned to the Fermi Republic's capital system. Although only a little over 1,000 ships had returned, most of them cruisers and destroyers, the Fermi Republic's capital system remained safe for the time being. By the time the messenger sent by Fei Min caught up with Fei Zheng, it had already been 10 days since the Eastern Front had been breached. Fei Zheng was stunned upon learning that the Eastern Front had been breached and the capital system was in imminent danger. Qi Yiming, on the other hand, remained much calmer and hurriedly inquired about the details. The messenger told Qi Yiming, "When I left, the Cloud Ring Federation fleet was resting in the Oak River system, for star systems away from the capital. Although the Special Forces fleet was defeated, it still inflicted considerable damage on the Cloud Ring Federation fleet." How many warships did the Cloud Ring Federation deploy? It said that 4 fully staffed interstellar fleets. Qi Yiming nodded silently. Only then did he understand why he had always felt something was amiss during the pursuit. Now he understood. "Commander Fei, take your fleet and return immediately for reinforcements. Leave me a dozen cruisers to cover your retreat." Already panicking, Fei Zheng finally woke up when Qi Yiming ordered him to return immediately for reinforcements. After leaving Qi Yiming with a dozen or so warships, he immediately led the remaining fleet through the night, hoping to reach the capital star system before the Cloud Ring Federation launched another attack. Originally, Qi Yiming had suspected that Fei Zheng's large fleet would retreat, and that the Cloud Ring Federation fleet, tasked with luring them, would attack and entangle them. But after waiting for several days, he saw no sign of movement from the enemy. After confirming that the enemy had no intention of engaging them, Qi Yiming and the remaining warships also flew towards the Fermi Republic's capital star system. When Qi Yiming arrived at the Proxima system, just a short distance from the capital star system, he discovered that all the new Federation's warships had been denied entry to the Fermi Republic's capital star system. Qi Yiming was furious. Is this what a human being would do? Qi Yiming immediately contacted Fei Min and demanded, "Why aren't you letting my fleet enter the capital system?" Fei Min tried to find another excuse, but was Qi Yiming so easily fooled? Although both sides were exploiting each other, Qi Yiming simply couldn't stomach being treated like a thief. "Since you think I'm a thief, I show you how to be a thief today." Without a word, Qi Yiming immediately ordered the fleet to activate the bridge jump and force their way into the Fermi Republic's capital system. After learning that the new Federation's fleet had forcibly entered the capital system despite any warnings, Fei Min also became furious. "Mr. Qi? What do you mean?" Fei Min immediately questioned Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming had finally figured it out. Since the Fei family couldn't be saved, once the Yunhuan Federation had dealt with the Fei family, they would definitely declare war on them, using the new Federation's involvement in the Yunhuan Federation civil war as an excuse. Since war was inevitable sooner or later, it would be better to capture the Fei family now, and keep the fighting on enemy territory. So, Qi Yiming, ignoring Fei Min's warnings, immediately led the Xiefeng, a fleet of 110 new Federation cruisers, in an attack on the Fei family's fleet. The Xiefeng's particle lances launched the first blow, sinking the Fei family's only remaining battleship in a single strike, effectively deterring the enemy. The combatants, already demoralized by the defeat on the Eastern Front, immediately raised the white flag. In fact, these people also had considerable grievances about Fei Min's actions, and most of them were aware of the Xiefeng's combat power. Back then, the Xiefeng was just a cruiser, yet it single-handedly drove the Zerg's Leviathan battleships from the battlefield. Now upgraded to a battleship, its combat power would only be even greater. The thick stream of high-energy particles just now was the most powerful evidence of this. Upon learning that the fleet had surrendered without a fight, Fei Min finally remembered his submission to Qi Yiming and quickly addressed him via wide-area communication. "Mr. Qi, let's talk it out. Speaking of your uncle, aren't you wary of me like a thief? Then I'd be a real thief, and show you what I'm really like." "I was just saying it in anger." "It was definitely just saying it in anger," Fei Min said to Qi Yiming with an awkward smile. "I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me. Now you think I'm an ally? Why didn't you consider our alliance when you blocked my fleet from entering the capital system?" Fei Min was speechless. "Don't say anything. I'm giving you two choices. Either take your Fei family and leave here, or split up immediately and join the new Federation." Qi Yiming couldn't possibly allow such a large family power to exist under his rule. Fei Min smiled bitterly. He knew the Fei family was doomed. Even if Qi Yiming had chosen to leave with his fleet out of spite, their Fei family would have been wiped out by the Yunhuan Federation. Now Qi Yiming had truly become a thief, stealing the Fei family's unripe fruits. The only good news for the Fei family was that those who had led the rebellion would survive. Fei Min slumped in his office chair, muttering, "It's over. It's all over." Chapter 200. Under Qi Yiming's intimidation, the Fei family's fleet gradually retreated back to the skies above the capital planet. Fei Zheng simply couldn't accept the current outcome. Just a moment ago, the two sides had been close partners. How could this situation have devolved into this situation in such a short time? However, his loyalty to the Fei family wouldn't allow him to compromise, so he prepared to lead the Fei family's remaining fleet to a decisive battle with Qi Yiming. But ironically, when Fei Zheng ordered the ships to lock onto the Xiefeng, almost no captain was willing to obey his order. Some of these men knew the Xiefeng's reputation, while others had accompanied it in pursuit of the Cloud Ring Federation's fleet and were aware of its combat capabilities. While many of them weren't very skilled in combat, they still had a very accurate perspective. The Fei family's current situation was utterly hopeless. If they continued to stubbornly serve the Fei family, they would lose sight of the situation. You. Fei Zheng was furious. "You actually." Before Fei Zheng could finish his words, a captain interrupted him. "Mr. Fei, stop struggling. We are no match for Mr. Qi." This captain expressed everyone's thoughts. Although the Fei family's temporary fleet, formed from the Commercial Guard, refused to fight Qi Yiming, as members of the Special Forces fleet, they knew the Xiefeng's formidable capabilities, but they also knew why they were fighting. Their families had been cruelly abandoned by the Yunhuan Federation during the Zerg swarm. If it weren't for the Fei family's intervention, most of them would have lost their loved ones. Now, a new federation has emerged, and they have no idea what this new federation is like. Therefore, they would rather see the Fei family's rebellion succeed. So when Fei Zheng ordered the lock onto the Xiefeng, they faithfully followed his orders no matter what. Desperately, Qi Yiming could only order preparations for battle. Just as the two sides were at loggerheads, Fei Min suddenly intervened. "If Mr. Qi can treat these people, once discarded like garbage by the Yunhuan Federation, well, our Fei family is willing to split up and join the new federation." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What was going on? Those who were helping hadn't given up yet, so how could the person truly in charge give up first? Are you crazy? Fei Zheng roared angrily into the Fei family's intercom. I'm not crazy. Haven't you seen the situation clearly? Fei Min remained eerily silent. Qi Yiming isn't afraid of us at all. The Special Forces fleet is no match for the new Federation's over 100 cruisers. How do you know they're no match if we haven't fought yet? You've been fighting alongside Qi Yiming for almost a month. Can't you see the Xiafeng's combat power? Fei Zheng was certainly aware of the Xiafeng's combat power, but seeing high rank and wealth disappear so easily before his eyes was hard for anyone to accept. Qi Yiming wasn't surprised to hear that Fei Min was preparing to surrender. He knew that people like Fei Min had their own code of conduct. Political opportunists like them would decisively abandon their stated goals when they knew they couldn't move forward. So Qi Yiming demanded that Fei Min immediately appease the people under his rule, and that all his warships obey his command. Thus, Qi Yiming captured the capital star system of the newly established Fermi Republic without a single drop of bloodshed. In reality, destroying the Fei family was easy for Qi Yiming. The challenge lay in controlling the several administrative stars that had joined the Fei family in the rebellion. Now that Fei Min had chosen to bring the Fei family into the new Federation, Qi Yiming no longer had to worry about appeasing the humans on the remaining administrative planets. At the same time, Qi Yiming sent messengers to the new Federation, requesting they quickly deploy troops to assist him in defending against the Yunhuan Federation's potential attack. Wang Shuhua, who remained behind in the new Federation, was devastated when he heard that Qi Yiming was bringing over the several star systems that had joined the Fei family in the rebellion, along with their people and territories. It wasn't that he didn't want to see the new Federation expand, but the current military strength was severely limited. Even the over 100 cruisers assigned to the naming mission were scraped together by Wang Shuhua. Now, Qi Yiming had actually taken over the newly established Fermi Republic on the capital planet, significantly expanding the new Federation's territory. The new Federation didn't lack warships. What it lacked was qualified warship operators. Wang Shuhua, originally planning to recruit elite troops, had no choice but to lower his recruitment standards. Within a week of receiving Qi Yiming's call for assistance, he assembled a fleet of over 300 cruisers. Led by Yi Lu, this fleet raced towards Qi Yiming's system. However, the distance between the two sides was considerable, and even Yi Lu's furious dash was insufficient to catch up with Qi Yiming's first engagement with the Yunhuan Federation after accepting control of the Fei family's territory. Because Qi Yiming had strictly suppressed the news of his takeover of the Fei family, the Yunhuan Federation fleet was unaware that their enemy had changed from the Fei family to the new Federation until they entered the Domi system. As Lin Borong's most trusted commander, Shi Xiangrong issued a military order upon accepting the task of suppressing the Fei family's rebellion. At this moment, he stood triumphantly on the bridge of his ship, observing the slightly panicked Fei family fleet. What good is the Xiafeng's help? It was just a little trick to divert it. Shi Xiangrong was well aware of the Xiafeng's combat capabilities. Not only had he witnessed the war against the Zerg, he had also obtained detailed video footage of the Xiafeng's battles with the commercial alliance from the Yunhuan Federation Intelligence Agency. He knew better than anyone that it would be impossible for the Yunhuan Federation fleet to easily capture the rebel base from the Xiafeng. But the Yunhuan Federation fleet couldn't afford to suffer heavy losses right now, otherwise it would be unable to fulfill even the most basic national security mission. Although several countries surrounding the Yunhuan Federation strongly supported them during the Zerg invasion, if the Yunhuan Federation weakened sufficiently, their politicians would undoubtedly launch an invasion. That was why he racked his brains to lure the Xiafeng from the western front all the way to the border with the Yunhuan Federation. This would give him the opportunity to seize the rebel stronghold. Whether or not the Yunhuan Federation would then turn against the new Federation would depend on whether it had the strength to continue the fight. Issue an ultimatum to the Fei family, demanding their surrender within 10 minutes. Otherwise, once I capture their capital planet, no one from the Fei family will be spared. Shi Xiangrong's body shook with a domineering aura. The Special Forces fleet, retreating from the eastern front, quickly responded to Shi Xiangrong's demands with a barrage of main gun fire. Since you're so determined to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shi Xiangrong scowled at the enemy fleet and waved his hand. Attack with all your might. No prisoners will be taken in this battle. Those who betray their country must die. At this moment, Qi Yiming was leading the new Federation fleet from the edge of the galaxy, using the asteroid belt as cover to circle around to the rear of the Yunhuan Federation's main fleet. He intended to block the Yunhuan Federation fleet's retreat and, in one decisive battle, to eliminate all possibility of a counterattack.